New York City, Manhattan. Out of the darkness stepped a young Chinese man, accompanied by a striking woman with short white hair and an air of quiet strength. Riven, how much did we make today? The young man was remarkably handsome. Even judged by Western standards, his look stood out in any crowd. Summoner, Lufa, today's earnings are $1,000. The white-haired woman, named Riven, paused briefly before answering with crisp efficiency. $1,000? Huh? Lufa, the name he went by, seemed less than satisfied with the number. On the surface, their conversation sounded perfectly ordinary, but the trail of blood and bodies behind them made it painfully clear their so-called earnings were far from legitimate. Lufa, surname Liu, given name F.A. His father had chosen the name, hoping he would understand the meaning of law and one day become an outstanding lawyer. Unfortunately, fate had other plans, and Lufa ended up as nothing more than a judicial assistant. Still, he figured that was close enough. At least it was a legal profession. He had been diligently building experience, looking forward to the day he could become a real judge. When fate intervened, he was transported to another world. At first, Lufa refused to accept this reality. After all those years of hard study, to finally become a judicial assistant, only to end up in another universe? What's more, he had landed in the Marvel Universe, of all places. But before long, he surrendered to the reality of this strange new world. After all, he hadn't come alone. Riven, from League of Legends, was here with him. This Riven was the very same character he'd controlled countless times in the game. When they first met, Riven had greeted him warmly as Summoner, and Lufa soon discovered he'd been granted a system, his own special power. He could summon the very characters he'd played in the game. Of course, there was a catch. Summons required loot, dropped only by defeating enemies. Unlike in the game, where you relied on luck or microtransactions, here, every victory brought a chance at new items, skills, or even characters. This was why, late at night, Lufa and Riven would go earning. It was a way to rid the city of criminals, support themselves, and, most importantly, unlock new allies. 3 birds with 1 stone. Riven was fiercely loyal to him. According to the system manual, a character's proficiency equaled their affection. As a longtime player, especially fond of female characters, Lufa and Riven shared a deep, natural bond. There was only one small regret. He hadn't summoned Bunny Riven. Ever since he came to this realization, Liu Fa had calmly accepted his fate of being transported to another world. Even though he found himself in the perilous Marvel Universe, he was filled with anticipation, dreaming of meeting his beloved characters. Riven, Ari, Syndra, Ash, Jean Alter, Scathack, our sister, Operator Noir, Scotty, Lapland. My friends, I'm coming to you. But reality soon made Liu Fa understand that his first priority was survival. He had already figured out the timeline he was in. This was the period when Iron Man, Tony Stark, had just received the Apex Award. In other words, Tony would soon head to Afghanistan to promote his Jericho missiles, only to be ambushed and kidnapped by the Ten Rings. However, Liu Fa's own identity became a major problem. He very much wanted to save Tony. Just like in many stories where people travel to the Marvel world, helping Tony in exchange for rewards and legal status. But how could he actually accomplish this? Without official documentation, the only way to travel abroad would be through smuggling or other illegal means. Even having Riven fly him over was out of the question. Riven, with her extraordinary physical abilities, could run 100 kilometers an hour and recover her stamina after just 1 meal, but neither of them knew the way. Did you really think Afghanistan was that small? To locate the Ten Rings base, a place even the U.S. military couldn't find. Did he really think himself more capable than the entire American Armed Forces? Besides, Liu Fa himself was just an ordinary person, relying entirely on Riven's protection. If Riven actually brought him onto a battlefield drenched in gunfire, facing off against terrorists, could he even withstand the desert's scorching heat and lack of water, let alone survive a stray bullet, which would be enough to kill him? At that point, should Riven protect him or Tony? Once he understood all this, Liu Fa gave up any dreams of being a hero. He settled down quietly with Riven, renting a room somewhere that didn't require any ID. Riven complained that the sofa reeked of something unpleasant, and even after cleaning, the smell lingered. After all, she'd once cut her way through mountains of corpses and rivers of blood. Her keen senses told her someone might have died here. Liu Fa didn't mind. He might be afraid of ghosts, but with Riven at his side, he had nothing to fear. Besides, places that didn't require identity checks were perfect for staying hidden. Still, even living together with Riven, Liu Fa didn't dare make any inappropriate moves toward her. He was worried she might accidentally hurt him, especially after witnessing Riven punch a thug straight into the wall. So hard he couldn't be pulled out. Liu Fa fully grasped reality. Riven wasn't like Superman, who had a biological force field and could shrug off physical harm. So he'd better not imagine his body could handle her strength. Unless, of course, he became much stronger himself. For example, gaining some kind of special power? But on second thought, forget it. Luffy had no desire to become an immortal. After all, with all the games he'd played, surely a fitting opportunity would present itself eventually, right? I took down so many thugs today, but all I picked up was a pile of useless junk. Luffy gazed at the mountain of firearms stacked on the table, as if this place had turned into a small-scale armory. These guns came from all sorts of games: Left 4 Dead, Resident Evil, Crossfire, Gunslinger Stratos, Sniper Elite, PUBG, Battlefield, and so on. Unfortunately, there wasn't any high-tech gear among them. Nearly all of the weapons were standard issue or World War II-era firearms. To be honest, Luffy had been genuinely excited at first. After all, for many men, guns, steel, machinery, even Gundam robots, embodied a unique sense of romance. But after handling guns for a while, his enthusiasm gradually faded. In the end, these weapons couldn't interact with him like people could. What bothered him even more was how much heavier these guns were than he'd imagined, and how strong the recoil was. There was one time he tried firing a rifle and nearly lost control. The muzzle jerked upward so violently he almost couldn't hold on. Ever since then, Luffy started working out seriously. He didn't want to end up as the kind of weakling who couldn't even handle a rifle properly. The rent for their apartment was dirt cheap, probably because there'd been some kind of accident here in the past. But the upside was there were 2 beds in a room, so Luffy and Riven didn't have to take turns sleeping on the couch. When it came to daily life, cooking was Luffy's responsibility. Riven could cook too, but her food was just barely edible. If they wanted a good meal, it was either eat out or cook for themselves. Every time Luffy started to prepare dinner, Riven would quietly come over to help wash and chop vegetables. For Riven, being able to stay by the side of the summoner she missed day and night was already enough. She didn't give much thought to anything else. Luffy gradually realized that this Riven probably wasn't the same one from the world of Valoran, but a version uniquely his own. After all, if she were the original Riven, she'd never act so gentle and loyal. She was more like a thoughtful girlfriend. And Luffy was more than happy with that. These days, living with Riven, their relationship felt more like that of a couple. As for why they weren't actually married yet, well, it was simply because Luffy was still single. He'd never even had a first love. His singleness wasn't because he thought too highly of himself or looked down on relationships. People just assumed that, since he was good-looking, he must already have a girlfriend. So, no one ever tried to approach him. Besides, Luffy himself struggled a bit with social interactions, so in other people's eyes, he was this aloof, handsome guy who was hard to get close to. In truth, he longed for someone who could see through his exterior and take the initiative to approach him. Unfortunately, he had yet to encounter such a straightforward girl, so he remained single. As for Riven, her situation was even more complicated. If you asked her to fight, she had 1,000 ways to do it. But when it came to matters of the heart, she became awkward and lost, completely unsure of what to do. Because of this, there was only a subtle, ambiguous tension between the two of them for now, mostly because they found themselves in constant danger. Otherwise, no matter how impulsive Luffy might be, he would never act so irrationally. Of course, this was also because Riven felt a certain fondness for him as well. Without that, Luffy wouldn't have entertained such thoughts at all. When lunch was ready, Riven ate with great delight. In contrast, Luffy's appetite was quite normal. He finished his meal and set his chopsticks aside, quietly watching Riven enjoy hers. He took pleasure in observing the way she ate. Their expenses were no small matter. Besides daily necessities, Riven's hearty appetite was a significant factor. Still, Luffy didn't pay much mind to money. As long as they had enough, that was all that mattered. At first, Luffy had struggled with the act of killing, but under Riven's guidance, he quickly grew accustomed to it. After all he needed to do was pull the trigger. At this point, Kingpin hasn't fully seized control of New York's underworld yet, but looks like he's getting close. As he watched Riven eat, Luffy contemplated their next move. At the moment, Luffy relied on Riven and the chaos among New York's many gangs. The people they'd taken out together were only a small fraction of the whole, unlikely to draw much attention. Even if someone did notice, they'd probably just chalk it up to another gang feud. Luffy didn't object to killing, but only depending on who the target was. After witnessing the vile deeds of some thugs, he'd once emptied an entire magazine into a single man. However, if Kingpin truly managed to unite the city's gangs, the current chaos would end. Their ability to hide within the disorder would vanish. Kingpin wouldn't tolerate his men disappearing for no reason. So, should we take out Kingpin? Luffy fell into deep thought. Even with Riven at his side, no matter how formidable Kingpin was, he'd be no match for them. But if their actions drew too much attention, they might attract the eye of S.H.I.E.L.D., and that was as good as being targeted by Hydra. Unlike Riven, Lufa didn't have the strength to contend with such forces. If he were exposed, death could come at any moment. He wasn't willing to take that risk, so he always acted with caution. Whenever he and Riven went out for a job, Lufa would use his Chinese heritage to lure those thugs who bore him ill while in his side alleys out of sight of the cameras. In the eyes of many, Chinese immigrants were easy targets. They tended to save their money, unlike Westerners who were more inclined to spend beyond their means. In addition, Lufa would always tidy up the scene, disguising the case as an ordinary shooting, rather than leaving behind suspicious traces like someone got smashed to pieces by a truck in the alley. Of course, this kind of cover-up was just for show. After all, in such a chaotic district, few would really care about these things. Lufa and Riven had just lain down to rest when Riven suddenly opened her eyes. She sensed someone stealthily entering the room. Lufa showed no reaction whatsoever. At his core, he was just an ordinary man. Although he'd recently learned how to use a handgun and started working out, it hadn't been long enough for much improvement. Even with a stronger body, someone without systematic training wouldn't be able to sense this kind of danger. Several figures slipped silently into the house. "You sure that beautiful woman's here?" one of them whispered. "Yes, boss. She's really stunning. If we could bring her back," another white man replied quickly, nodding. Before he could finish his thought, the beautiful woman with silver hair suddenly appeared beside them. The boss had just flicked on his flashlight when he nearly jumped out of his skin. In the next instant, Riven's kick shattered his knee. Strangely, he didn't scream. He just lost control and crumpled to the floor. The others were startled by this sudden turn, but their reaction was impressively swift, something that caught Riven off guard. Judging by their clothes, Riven had thought they were just ordinary street thugs. Their earlier conversation had already revealed their intentions, but their quick reflexes made her feel as if she was facing well-trained professionals. A heavy punch came flying at Riven, but she blocked it with ease. She raised her leg high and struck her attacker's jaw. There was a sharp crack as the bone snapped. The man's neck broke under her kick, and he collapsed. Damn it! Seeing Riven's terrifying skill, the remaining men didn't retreat. Instead, they all charged her at once. Even unarmed, Riven was incredibly formidable. She had once destroyed mechanized armor with her bare hands. Dealing with ordinary people was no challenge at all. But she quickly realized these attackers were far stronger and faster than most, so she held nothing back. Her long, powerful legs swept out like whips, slicing through the air with a piercing whistle. The first man she kicked had his bones crushed almost instantly, while another was sent flying, landing in a broken heap. But then, the man whose knee Riven had shattered earlier suddenly clambered to his feet and lunged at her. Riven was even more astonished. She was sure her kick had utterly destroyed his knee. How could he still move? "Watch out!" Hearing the commotion, Lufa suddenly called out a warning. Riven immediately realized that the man was only trying to distract her. The real ambush was coming from the corpse she just kicked and broken its neck. Riven's own experience had misled her. She'd seen those grand, flashy resurrections before, the kind with dramatic effects, like those of Karthus or Shaun. But this time, the enemy revived in total silence, nearly catching her off guard. The corpse behind her suddenly grabbed her ankle. Its mouth, full of razor-sharp fangs, opened wide, ready to sink into her flesh. Bang! Without hesitation, Lufa fired his gun. The bullet was far faster than the vampire's movements. He'd barely pulled the trigger when a fresh bullet hole appeared in the corpse's forehead. Riven took advantage of the moment, grabbing the attacker and crushing its skull with a powerful squeeze. She didn't believe anything could survive that. It's useless. They're vampires. Only silver or sunlight can truly kill them, Lufa said with a frown. Riven's actions a moment ago made him uneasy, but he knew all too well how stubborn a vampire's life force could be. The first time he met Blade, he tried burning a vampire for over 10 minutes. The thing still wouldn't die. Blade belonged to the Marvel Universe, so these vampires were from that world too, specifically the movie version. Vladimir, Riven pressed, picking up on Lufa's words. Vladimir uses blood magic. That's different, Lufa replied after a brief pause. From what he knew, vampires in the Marvel Universe had many origins. He wasn't sure about the movie lore, but in the comics, some traced back to Dracula. Most vampires were more like products of genetic mutation. Lufa didn't really believe that only silver or sunlight could kill them. If you threw one into a hydraulic press and it still survived, then he'd be impressed. So what do we do now? Riven asked. She had already shared her suspicions with Lufa. She believed these vampires were targeting her. Lufa thought it was perfectly plausible. They lived in one of the most chaotic neighborhoods in New York, and a striking woman like Riven coming and going so often was bound to attract attention, especially in a place where identities weren't strictly checked. Even if she wasn't their intended target in the traditional sense, Her flawless skin, beauty, and figure were more than enough to lure a vampire. "Tell me, where's your vampire nest?" Lufa demanded. He'd been looking for a suitable enemy to rack up some rewards, and now that the vampires had come to him, it saved him the trouble. Other than the possible future appearance of the Chitauri or Thanos' army, it was rare to find so many enemies to fight at once. The few vampires tied up remained silent, but then they saw a silver dagger appear in Lufa's hand. He slashed a vampire with his dagger, and the creature let out a piercing, anguished scream before instantly disintegrating into ash. "It's silver." At that moment, the rest of the vampires lost their previous reckless, death-defying frenzy. Unmistakable fear appeared on their faces. Even Riven looked at Lufa in surprise, wondering to herself, did Vladimir fear silver as well? "I only need one of you to show me the way," Lufa said, idly running his fingers along the dagger in his hand. He played countless games, where monsters dropped all sorts of loot, and silver items were hardly a rarity. In fact, he often thought that in some poorly rated, chaotic single-player games, the legendary items that dropped had ridiculously overpowered stats. If only they could actually appear in real life. Now that would be entertaining. The vampires glanced at each other uncertainly, then quickly began to shout out different locations, each vying to offer their own answer. From their responses, Lufa could tell they weren't lying. There really were many places where vampires gathered. Their numbers were enormous, to the point of being downright absurd. Yet most of them were just mongrel vampires, turned after being bitten. "All right, you can all be my guides," Lufa said, deciding to accept every offer. His current strength was still lacking. He desperately needed to grow stronger. Riven, worried, grabbed Lufa's hand. He patted her hand gently, signaling that she didn't need to worry. After that, Lufa turned his attention to the items he'd just picked up. Moments ago, he'd heard the sound of a system notification. "Congratulations! You've obtained Ezio's assassin outfit." This time, a brand new set of silver-white garments materialized in Lufa's hands. Riven caught a glimpse and noticed that it wasn't armor from the world of Valoran, but rather looked more like some kind of ornamental attire. The vampires were dumbstruck as they watched Lufa conjure clothes out of thin air. They couldn't help but wonder, was this magic or some legendary spatial technology? As vampires, they naturally leaned toward believing it was magic. "Good thing Ezio never wore this. Otherwise I'd have to wash it first," Lufa muttered to himself. He then strode into the bathroom to change into his new outfit and pulled on the black mask he'd gotten earlier, concealing the lower half of his face and adding a touch of mystery to his presence. He considered that if this outfit ever got damaged, he could always have someone remake it using the current design. Tonight, Lufa wasn't planning to take direct action. Instead, he would scout ahead first. He was completely unprepared right now, and barging into a vampire lair would be tantamount to suicide. After all, he wasn't yet capable of cutting through everything like those movie protagonists. The first target was an underground bar located in Queens, New York. There, a heavy steel door guarded the entrance, with vampires standing watch. Aside from the vampires themselves, and what they called their food, no one else could make it through without trouble. Of course, if you were strong enough, someone like Blade, for instance, storming in head first wasn't entirely out of the question. Riven felt wholly confident about charging into enemy territory. However, while she did earn loot whenever she took down an enemy, the range for picking up those drops was extremely limited. Lufa had tested it before. Only when he was within 3 meters of Riven could he collect the loot from her kills. That was why, despite being a summoner who would normally stay at the rear, Lufa chose to stick close to Riven. Whether she dispatched enemies or monsters, she never received the rewards or items directly. It was always Lufa who could pick them up. If the drop happened to be gear from League of Legends, he could even hand it right over to Riven for her use. Still, one question had always nagged at Lufa. In the real world, how did Riven manage to carry so many weapons at once? Did she really strap every single one on her back? And what about ADCs and support heroes? It was one thing for a burly support to lug around gear, but how could a delicate character like Sona possibly manage the load? "Good thing we don't have to force this door open," Lufa muttered under his breath. "Otherwise I'd have to break out the explosives." He was, after all, carrying quite a few bombs. Just from Counter-Strike and Crossfire alone, he'd acquired a hefty stash of C4 explosives. Punch in the code, and the bomb would detonate, obliterating everything in the vicinity. Having played countless rounds, he knew the codes by heart. Out of curiosity, he'd even tried detonating one once, nearly blowing himself up in the process. The real-world blast was far more terrifying than anything in the games. The second vampire gathering spot was in Hell's Kitchen, also an underground bar. Other vampire hideouts were scattered across various locations, including underground parking lots and bowling alleys. Lu Fa snapped photos of the most distinctive features at each site with his phone, then began several days of careful observation and note-taking. As for the vampires originally meant to serve as guides, Lu Fa had already dealt with them. He'd only promised to let them lead the way. He'd never said he'd let them go afterward. In the past few days, there have been 135 familiar faces and over 200 strangers coming and going from the vampire bar in Queens, Riven reported, analyzing the surveillance footage as Lu Fa had requested. Most of them went in and never came back out, with only a handful leaving and not returning. Based on this, the number of active vampires inside the bar is likely between 135 and 140. With her astonishing memory, Riven finished the comparison in no time at all. Those vampires who left were probably outsiders, just drifting through. The 100 or so that remain must be the local vampires from Queens. After listening to her analysis, Lu Fa nodded in agreement. He hadn't been idle these past few days either. From the large pile of loot he'd collected, he dug out a silver sword, most likely gear, straight out of the Witcher series, and the high-powered ultraviolet flashlight he'd custom-ordered from Small Workshop earlier. When it comes to hunting vampires, a UV lamp is absolutely essential. After all, as movies like Blade have shown, this kind of equipment is extremely effective against vampires. Lu Fa wasn't about to pass up such an advantage. Once everything was ready, Lu Fa donned a bulletproof vest and a helmet. In America, this kind of gear isn't easy to come by. What he had was war spoils acquired earlier. With all of it on, he looked every bit the Special Forces operative. As for the Ezio-style assassin outfit, that could wait until he had the skills to back it up. For now, survival came first. Who knew if vampires carry guns? Either way, bullets didn't bother them, and they certainly weren't worried about collateral damage. The heavy, plate-inserted vest made Lu Fa noticeably more cumbersome, and it wasn't light by any means. If he hadn't stuck to his workout routine lately, he doubted he could have handled it at all. As for the loss of agility, he wasn't too concerned. With Riven at his side, there was little to fear. Riven could even swat bullets out of the air with her bare hands. Her mobility, striking power, and defense were all top-notch. With her protection, Lu Fa didn't have to worry about being slowed down. Queens beneath the night sky. Riven gently set Lu Fa back on the ground. He realized he had overestimated his stamina. Fully geared up, he'd planned to walk there himself, but halfway through the journey, he was already exhausted. Thankfully, Riven was there to help. She could carry him one-handed, weaving effortlessly through the buildings, her strength putting Lu Fa to shame. Still, Lu Fa felt thoroughly embarrassed by the whole thing, silently vowing to ramp up his training when he got back. Lu Fa, do you want to rest for a bit first? Riven, barely breaking a sweat, looked at him with concern, even though he'd hardly managed more than a few steps on his own. No need. The longer we wait, the more trouble we invite. Let's get this over with quickly. Lu Fa didn't try to act tough. A short rest had been enough to recover his strength. He was confident he could handle these vampires. Who are you? The vampire standing at the door was startled by Lu Fa's combat-ready appearance, but when his eyes landed on Riven, he froze. This woman was stunning, far more dazzling than the cover model Tony Stark had brought home earlier that day. But his amazement cost him dearly. Without hesitation, Lu Fa flicked on the ultraviolet flashlight, the powerful beam shining straight onto the vampire. Ah! The vampire shrieked in agony, its flesh charring at a speed visible to the naked eye under the intense ultraviolet light. In moments, only a skeleton remained, and then even that quickly crumbled to ash. That allergic reaction is a bit over the top, Lucian quipped. Then he turned to push open the door, but no matter how hard he tried, it wouldn't budge. Left with no choice, he asked Riven for help. Riven twisted the lock open with a single, effortless motion. It wasn't that he was too weak, Lucian consoled himself. The door had been designed to withstand vampire strength. An ordinary human wouldn't stand a chance. Stepping into the room, he was immediately assaulted by a cacophony of blaring music and dazzling, strobe-like lights that left him dizzy. It seemed that, aside from dancing and wild revelry, these vampires had few other entertainments. Riven signaled for Lucian to stay behind her, and he obediently did so, then switched on the ultraviolet lamp. A pair of vampires, locked in a passionate embrace, barely had time to register what was happening before a sudden, searing heat swept over them. At first, they thought it was just their imagination, but by the time they realized the truth, the fierce ultraviolet rays had already reduced them to ashes. The dramatic scene immediately threw the rest of the vampires into a panic, but there was nowhere to run. Those closest to the lamp vanished in blinding ultraviolet light. Lucian knew all too well that if the exposure was too brief, the vampires would only be burned, not destroyed. So he made sure each one remained in the lamp's relentless glare, ensuring they could not escape the long-lost sensation of sunlight. After all, they had once been ordinary humans, unlike the purebloods who were born vampires. Soon, Lucian noticed a few vampires drawing firearms and firing wildly in their direction. Bullets tore through their own kind who stood in the way, but Riven deftly deflected the mangled bullets with a broken sword. From Lucian's vantage point, all he could see was Riven's arm blurring into streaks as sparks burst in the air. Even the vampires were stunned. They possessed vision sharp enough to track a bullet's path, yet none of them could deflect bullets with such ease. Riven's movements seemed almost beyond human limits, yet there was no hint of a sonic boom. In reality, the vampires misunderstood. Once a bullet passed through a body, its speed dropped below the speed of sound, and Riven wasn't intercepting them at supersonic speed. Instead, she relied on precise anticipation and experience, reacting a heartbeat ahead of time. For Riven, who had faced gunmasters like Jinx before, reading a bullet's trajectory from the muzzle and intercepting it had become second nature. Lucian didn't understand why there was no sonic boom either, but he was grateful. Otherwise, the shockwave might have knocked him off his feet, or even killed him outright. With Riven's protection, Lufa could safely unleash his ultraviolet attacks. At this moment, the vampires began to scatter in all directions. The bar itself was designed with multiple exits, so that in case of encounters with vampire hunters like Blade, they could escape quickly. Now that they realized these two couldn't be dealt with using firearms, the vampires didn't hesitate to flee. However, not all of them were willing to retreat. One vampire hefted a machine gun, attempting to fight back with even fiercer firepower. Yet before he could even pull the trigger, Riven's figure vanished from sight, only to reappear right in front of him. She stepped forward without the slightest hesitation. Riven was well aware of the destructive power of a machine gun, especially when wielded with a vampire's enhanced strength. Handling a light machine gun posed no difficulty for her. This meant Lufa was at constant risk of injury, and stray bullets she deflected could easily ricochet, creating even greater danger. Without a second thought, Riven swung her blade, slicing both the vampire and his machine gun cleanly in two. Although the vampire didn't die instantly, Lufa quickly shone the ultraviolet lamp on his body. In an instant, he was reduced to ashes amid agonized screams. Next time, I'm bringing an AA-12 loaded with silver rounds, Lufa muttered. He was shocked to see vampires wielding light machine guns. Thank goodness Riven dealt with them so swiftly. In the movies, vampires rarely use such heavy firepower, but in reality, vampire hunters weren't invulnerable. So naturally, vampires would use their strongest weapons, with little concern for collateral damage. Even a daywalker like Blade, with his superior healing, would still be in mortal danger if riddled with bullets from a light machine gun. Then, Lufa noticed vampires clad in sunproof and bulletproof suits, and his expression darkened. Wasn't this kind of gear supposed to show up in Blade 2? Had the storyline already moved into the second movie? By all logic, this situation should have been hopeless. But with Riven on his side, everything was different. Noticing that these vampires were unaffected by the ultraviolet lamp, Riven immediately deduced that their clothing had special protection. She charged forward, dismantling them piece by piece with a few swift strikes. Though vampires were notoriously resilient, Lufa finished them off for good with his ultraviolet flashlight. Riven didn't let a single vampire escape. Whenever one tried to run, she would catch up and sever their legs, allowing Lufa to eliminate them one by one at his leisure. The whole process was like an expert player leading a newbie through a loot run. Riven swept through with overwhelming force, while Lufa collected the spoils. Half an hour later, Riven once again escorted Lufa safely back home. This half hour of combat was part of a plan Lufa had devised in advance. He wasn't sure how quickly the vampires could send reinforcements, so this operation served as a test, an opportunity to gather experience for future raids. The footage from the surveillance cameras shows that as soon as we left, the vampires' backup arrived. Their response time was about 30 minutes. However, since we still don't know exactly where their base is, this number is only a rough reference. As he replayed the video on his computer, Lufa checked over the spoils of battle. Despite their numbers, these vampires had netted him barely over $20,000. After killing more than 100 vampires, their poverty was almost comical. It was no wonder the purebloods looked down on them. What's more, vampires don't seem to rely on magic for communication. The audio equipment didn't pick up any abnormal sounds either. That rules out the possibility of them using ultrasonic or infrasonic signals for long-range messaging. Make a note of this for the next operation. We should bring a signal jammer. That way, we won't need to worry about them calling for backup. And if we could get our hands on an EMP grenade, that would be even better. Lufa made careful notes. When it came to matters of life and death, he was nothing if not thorough and precise. Suddenly, he shot to his feet, startling Riven. "What's wrong, Lufa?" Riven asked immediately, concern in her voice. She sensed no danger, so she ruled out the presence of any nearby threats. "I just found something amazing." A knife appeared in Lufa's hand. It was an unusual blade, with a handle featuring a trigger-like mechanism. Lufa gripped the handle and drew the knife smoothly, encountering no restrictions on its use. The blade gleamed with a menacing crimson sheen. This was the legendary sword from Metal Gear Rising, Revengeance, Jetstream Sam's Muramasa, now transformed into a high-tech, high-frequency weapon, the high-frequency Muramasa blade. The sheath was equipped with a launch mechanism. By pulling the trigger, the blade would shoot out at incredible speed, with enough force to send even a part mechanical guard flying. Lufa stroked the high-frequency Muramasa blade, clearly enamored with his new prize. But soon he realized he couldn't find a port to recharge it. That's odd. Could it be wireless charging? But wouldn't that waste a ton of power? The high-frequency Muramasa blade wasn't powered by limitless energy. Without a way to recharge it, it was nothing more than an exceptionally sharp knife. Like the Gray Fox blade, which could cleave through mechs. Only in high-frequency mode could this sword unleash its peerless cutting power. Aside from vibranium, even adamantium would struggle to withstand its edge. The reason vibranium is so unique lies in its exceptionally stable molecular structure, which renders it immune to the kinetic energy generated by the Muramasa blade in its high-frequency state. Adamantium, despite its extraordinary hardness, is still fundamentally composed of atoms. And as long as something is made up of atoms or molecules, it cannot withstand the high-frequency strikes of this blade. However, since he couldn't recharge it at the moment, Lufa had no choice but to put the blade back into storage for the time being. He secretly planned that, once he rescued Tony Stark in the future, he would ask him to help figure out a way to power up the blade. Their technological capabilities shouldn't differ too much, especially considering Tony Stark himself is a master of innovation. There were no surveillance devices in the vampire bar, so neither Lufa nor Riven's identities were exposed. The vampires who rushed in to provide backup searched the place for a long time, but came up empty-handed, ultimately leaving in frustration. In the days that followed, Lufa purchased a high-end signal jammer with a wide coverage area. It cost him a small fortune, but he considered it a necessary investment. He didn't rush to visit the second vampire gathering spot, reasoning that the enemy needed some time to let their guard down. He breathed heavily, sweat pouring down his face. Lufa handed off the intelligence-gathering work to Riven. After all, she'd already mastered the techniques from their first operation at the vampire bar. As for Lufa himself, he focused on training his body. 97, 98, 99, 100. Each day, after reaching 200 push-ups, Lufa would collapse onto the floor. At first, he could barely manage 15 a day, but now he could push himself all the way to 200. The muscles in his arms and abdomen gradually became defined. In those early days, the pain was so intense that it brought tears to his eyes, but as his body adapted, things slowly improved. "I'm still too weak." After a short break, Lufa sat up, steadied his breathing, and reflected on his situation. He still couldn't even lift Riven's rune greatsword. In her hands, the broken sword moved with fluid grace, but when he tried, he nearly dropped it on his own foot. He estimated the sword weighed somewhere between 50 and 100 kilograms. No wonder Riven was so strong. "Lufa, I checked. The church basement has about 300 vampires." Riven pushed open the door and spoke to Lufa. "That many?" Lufa was truly surprised. "Yeah, should we move now?" Riven knew Lufa had already prepared silver bullets. In truth, Lufa felt that using ultraviolet lamps against vampires was far too slow. It required constant exposure to kill them completely. Otherwise, it would only scorch or burn. Silver bullets, on the other hand, were much more efficient and less costly, so he had stockpiled plenty. These so-called silver bullets were not made entirely of silver. Instead, reclaimed casings were reloaded with bullets that had their surfaces coated in a thin layer of silver. Lufa chose not to use a rifle or submachine gun, as those would only lead to unnecessary ammunition wastage. When it came to vampires, a single silver bullet was enough. Firing more would only squander precious resources. That was why he opted for an M9 pistol chambered in .45 ACP with an extended magazine, each holding 20 rounds. In addition, he carried a Remington M870 shotgun, loaded with solid silver slugs. Of course, it's time to act. Lufa was not about to pass up any opportunity to become stronger. More than 300 vampires meant more than 300 chances to draw rewards, as far as he was concerned. "Wait for me, my friends." This nest of vampires right beneath the church was truly audacious. Lufa knew well that ghost riders existed in this world, even if only. As they appeared in the movies, it was proof enough that heaven and hell were real. These vampires were practically asking for trouble. Almost a month had passed since then. Even if the vampires had been on high alert at first, they should have let their guard down by now. Still, Lufa was a bit worried that other vampire hunters might have acted during this time, making the vampires appear relaxed on the surface while remaining tense inside. Fortunately, with Riven backing him up now, he no longer had much to worry about. Riven slipped in easily, silently snapping the necks of the 4 vampires standing guard at the door. It would take them a while to recover, so Lufa seized the moment to switch on the ultraviolet lamp, reducing them all to ashes. Afterward, Riven opened the main door, and Lufa dashed inside at once. The vampires within weren't dancing, they were feasting. A rapid volley of shots rang out. With such a perfect opportunity, Lufa wasted no time unleashing a merciless assault. Amid the bloody chaos, his M9 pistol spat fire again and again. The gunfire jolted the vampires from their revelry, but it was already too late. The bullets traveled far faster than their reflexes. Any vampire struck was instantly reduced to ash, the process even swifter than the ultraviolet lamp. In less than a minute, Lufa had emptied the first extended magazine, all 20 rounds spent. That was no problem. He'd come well prepared with plenty of spares. Knowing the enemy's numbers, he made sure not to be caught short. Of course, reloading always took time. Even though Lufa had practiced the motion repeatedly at home, seeing vampires lunging for him still made his hands fumble a bit. Without hesitation, he drew his backup M9, also fitted with an extended magazine, and kept firing at the oncoming vampires. In their final moments, the vampires stared at Lufa in disbelief, for around his waist and beneath his arms, he had holstered several M9 pistols, all at the ready. After repelling the vampires' assault, Lufa quickly reloaded the first pistol's magazine. But right after, he noticed the remaining vampires scattering for cover, and all of them drew handguns to return fire. Damn it! Even fully armed, Lufa had no intention of getting hit by stray bullets. He immediately ducked behind cover. Lately, the vampires had suffered heavy losses, repeatedly ambushed by Blade and Lufa. As a result, they were far more vigilant now. At the very least, they'd learned to fight back with guns instead of fleeing helplessly as they did in the movies. With so many firearms pointed his way, Lufa had no chance of breaking through, and even his bulletproof vest couldn't guarantee his safety. If only I could get Ku Chulin's evasive talisman to drop right now, he muttered in frustration. But fortunately, he still had Riven. Riven activated the signal jammer. The vampires, ready to call for backup, suddenly realized their phones had no signal, and the landlines had already been cut by Lufa and Riven. Now, the entire room was plunged into silence. Riven quickly noticed that Lufa was pinned down by vampire gunfire. Though he was safe behind cover for the moment, if this continued, it was only a matter of time before the vampires killed him. Just then, 2 vampires tried to flank Lufa from behind his cover. Suddenly, a piercing whistle sliced through the air. Looking up, they saw a strangely shaped L-shaped sword hurtling down from above. With a few swift strikes, Riven dispatched both vampires in an instant. She hadn't even needed her signature move, Broken Wings. Lufa followed up with several shots to make sure they'd stay down for good. He's got backup. Quick, alert Deacon Frost. It's useless, we can't reach him. What's going on? Where's the signal? The signal's jammed. Seeing how easily Riven had slain 2 of their comrades, the remaining vampires turned their guns on her. But they quickly realized, to their horror, that Riven could dodge bullets with ease. She could even deflect them outright. Deacon Frost was the main antagonist of the first Blade film, and the leader of New York's hybrid vampires. For years, he'd been looked down upon by the pure-blood families led by Dragonetti. He longed to decipher the Book of Erebus and gain the power to summon the Blood God. To achieve this, he needed the Daywalker, that is Blade, on his side. So, even though the vampires' hideouts had recently been under relentless hunter attacks, Deacon Frost chose to keep it quiet, refusing to report to Dragonetti's faction. All he cared about was capturing Blade. The rest of the losses meant little to him. At first, when Deacon Foes heard that SWAT teams were hunting vampires, he thought humanity had finally decided to take action against the vampires, ready to wipe out their numbers. Later, he came to understand that this wasn't the case at all. There was no reaction from the Goshienu, and in the upper echelons of human society, especially among the capitalists, there was a deep-seated fear of death. They all longed for the first embrace of the vampires. These blood chasers, human collaborators eager to become vampires themselves, had always been shielding the vampires. If there had really been a large-scale operation, there's no way the Goshienu wouldn't have noticed. Back on the battlefield, Raven's appearance immediately drew a hail of gunfire, and Lufa seized the opportunity to strike. He gripped his guns with both hands, firing steadily. Since he didn't have to worry about getting hit by bullets, He could take his time to aim and suppress the enemy with precision. Ordinarily, handguns have limited effect and intimidation against vampires, especially when the enemy is equally armed. But for these hybrid vampires, any hit, no matter where, even a single toe, could be fatal. After another dozen or so vampires were gunned down, the rest finally lost their nerve and began to scatter in all directions. Thank goodness it's illegal to buy body armor in America. If these hybrid vampires were all wearing bulletproof vests, they wouldn't be nearly so easy to deal with, he muttered. Lu Fa's marksmanship became noticeably sharper as he finished off the defeated vampires. Even with Raven fighting by his side, he couldn't help but feel tense in the heat of battle. It wasn't a lack of trust in Raven's abilities, just a natural human response. Most hybrid vampires lived in poverty, and the wealthy hybrids or pure bloods wouldn't bother to equip them. In their minds, vampires had no need for armor. Whether it was the hassle of paying someone to procure body armor or the red tape of getting approval to use it, the process was needlessly complicated. Humans were always trying to squeeze vampires for money, especially when the blood tax had become exorbitant. 100 milliliters of plasma could fetch up to $10,000. Any vampire that dared attack a human without approval had already been eliminated, all to force the remaining vampires to pay up for their blood supply. By the time Lu Fa had nearly emptied the magazines he'd brought, there was not a single vampire left alive in the underground lair beneath this church. Earlier, they dropped copper coins from the Legend of Sword and Fairy, and even outfit from Tale of Immortal. If only they dropped a demon's sword. Now that would suit me perfectly, he mused to himself. The demon sword in the Legend of Sword and Fairy, also known as Lonkuei's sword, was forged by Long Yang, the crown prince of the kingdom of Jiang and Jing Tian's past life. It was crafted using the blood of Princess Lonkuei. This was a living weapon, capable of turning hatred, resentment, and battle lust into its own energy, making it nearly unmatched across the 6 realms. Of course, weapons from other games were impressive too, like the Emma blade that Lu Fa had always wanted. But as a Chinese, he still preferred the mystical style of weapons from the world of cultivation. If given the choice, Lu Fa would much rather obtain the demon sword. At the very least, when facing an enemy like Thanos, he wouldn't have to worry about the sword's power falling short. He glanced around and didn't spot any surveillance cameras. Still, to be safe, he gathered all the flammable materials into a pile and set them alight. In novels and films, there were often stories of hidden cameras. Sometimes, even after a raging fire consumed everything, crucial footage could still be salvaged. Although Lu Fa was dressed in a SWAT uniform, Riven had made no effort to disguise herself. If their identities were exposed, it would quickly draw unwanted attention. Riven retracted the signal jammer. There were still some flammables and spare gasoline left at the scene. Now, the gasoline containers had already melted in the heat, causing the fuel to spill and the flames to snake along its path, swiftly engulfing the entire underground chamber. It wasn't until the following day that new vampires finally arrived. The moment they stepped into the church basement and saw the doors wide open, an ominous feeling gripped them. Once inside, they discovered nothing remained but a charred wasteland. Everything had been consumed by the fire. Damn it, it's that vampire hunter again. Why didn't we get any distress signal? Deacon, we've lost yet another stronghold. Things can't go on like this. We need more power and more allies. Quinn, the blonde vampire with sunglasses who had once been burned by Blade, vented his anger to Deacon Frost. Deacon Frost stroked his chin, deep in thought. He still hadn't uncovered Blade's whereabouts, and wondered if mobilizing a large force just for one vampire hunter might bring unnecessary losses. Since rising to lead the hybrid vampires, he had been creating new vampires on a massive scale, all to strengthen his power base and increase his influence. He had even managed to join the council of pure blood vampires, people like Dragonetti, on equal footing thanks to his hybrid status. Yet for Deacon Frost, this was still far from enough. He understood all too well that the existence of Dragonetti and the other purebloods would only hinder his ambitions. He wanted to remove these obstacles, but that was no easy feat. Only by becoming the blood god could he hope to succeed. I'll give you 500 men. Go and deal with that SWAT. After a long silence, Deacon Frost finally looked up and gave the order to his fiercely loyal, yet utterly deranged subordinate. Before becoming a vampire, Quinn had already been a madman, driven insane by drugs. If not for his transformation, he would have died long ago. No problem. With Deacon Frost's approval, Quinn replied with manic enthusiasm. However, when Quinn truly set his plan in motion, he quickly realized things were far from simple. He couldn't trace any sign of that SWAT operative. In fact, the only reason they even knew a member of SWAT was targeting vampires was because, during their first encounter, Lu Fa hadn't brought a signal jammer, which led to a leak of information. For every attack that followed, Lu Fa stayed out of the fray. If he knew he'd become the top target, he would probably feel quite wronged. After all, up to this point, he'd only taken action against vampires twice. Did that really warrant such relentless pursuit? Even though he couldn't track down Lu Fa, Quinn didn't give up. Instead, the other vampire hunters became his victims. Once they caught his attention, almost none escaped his grasp. At the same time, Quinn rallied his forces and vampire subordinates to gather intelligence from every possible source. He remembered that during the first ambush, the SWAT officer had been accompanied by a striking woman with white hair tied in a single ponytail. According to the vampires who'd seen her, she was not only stunning, but also extremely powerful and truly unique. Latching onto this slender lead, Quinn's people practically turned all of New York upside down in their search. Before long, they uncovered new information. Several vampires had mentioned plans to capture a beautiful white-haired woman, but none of them ever returned from the attempt. This immediately drew Quinn's full attention. Unfortunately, by the time he stormed the location with his men, both Lu Fa and Raven were already long gone. This came as no surprise. After all, Lu Fa had always been exceptionally cautious. There was no way he'd leave behind such an obvious clue. Because there were no surveillance cameras installed at the scene, Quinn had no way of learning what Lu Fa and Raven actually looked like. Enraged, he drew his gun and shot the owner of the place on the spot. What he didn't realize was that, in Lu Fa's room, a hidden pinhole camera had captured everything as it unfolded. The vampires have finally come knocking. Through the camera feed, Lu Fa watched as a crowd of armed men burst into his room, the situation brimming with danger. Fortunately, he'd escaped just in time. Now, Lu Fa and Raven had found refuge in another apartment. To avoid drawing attention, they only ventured outside after dark. After the last attack, Lu Fa had managed to collect quite a few dropped items. Among them was the Mystic Code, Moon Cell Elixir. Unlike the item's effect in the FGO game, this artifact didn't grant him invincibility, but instead functioned much closer to its depiction in the original story. The Moon Cell Elixir was a mystic code completed by Kenneth L. Malloy Archibald in his 20s, and it was considered the crowning achievement of the L. Malloy family. Its functions include automatic attack, automatic target searching, and automatic defense. For offense, it lashes out with whip-like streams of mercury. To seek out targets, it senses fluctuations in the air and sources of heat. For defense, it forms shield-like membranes or columnar barriers. The artifact itself weighs a hefty 140 kilograms, constructed from mercury and crafted through a combination of the magician's mastery of fluid manipulation and arcane arts. Lu Fa was deeply enamored with this artifact. Yet, without a magic circuit or any magical power of his own, he could not wield the moonlit essence fluid as intended. If he forced its use, it would only drain his life force. To possess something so wondrous, yet be unable to use it, this left him with a sense of regret. In addition, he obtained a katana from the game Dungeon and Fighter, known as the Withered Leaf Blade. Equipment quality, blue. Attributes, physical attack plus 124, intelligence plus 7, physical crit rate plus 3%, accuracy minus 3%. Description, it is said that when a dead leaf butterfly lands on a branch, it transforms into a withered leaf. So, when the withered leaf blade strikes an enemy, does it also become? From an imaginative young man, this blade truly seemed to enhance his strength. The moment Lu Fa gripped the hilt, he felt a surge of vitality course through him. Riven also tried it out, commenting that this blade was similar to the mysterious equipment found on the continent of Aloran, each possessing unique powers. Even so, Lu Fa had no intention of using the withered leaf blade himself. Since he already had firearms at his disposal, there was no need to risk charging into the front lines. Speaking of which, if only I could summon my in-game character into this world. The female Go Swordsman has 4 wives, you know. In games, Lu Fa preferred to play as female characters, especially mature, older sister types like the Night Elf, the female Go Swordsman, and the Healer. However, he never really took to the female fighter. In the end, Lu Fa handed the withered leaf blade over to Riven. Riven found it too light for her taste, saying it didn't quite fit her grip. The rest of the loot was much the same, various items including collapsing fluid, sanity elixir, and mind cubes. These people have all been active around here lately, Riven remarked as she reviewed the surveillance footage. Seeing that the vampire group led by Quinn seemed to be searching for him, Lu Fa smiled faintly and slung the AWP sniper rifle over his back. This AWP, straight out of CSGO, was a 7.62mm caliber sniper rifle with a 10-round magazine. With that, Riven lifted Lu Fa and leapt to a higher vantage point. Previously, Lu Fa hadn't used the sniper rifle because, indoors, its rounds could easily punch through walls without inflicting effective damage, and the slow rate of fire limited his options. Outdoors, he'd hesitated too, worried that firing would draw attention from the NYPD. After all, while the presence of a sniper in New York sounded dangerous, it was hardly unheard of in this city. Later, Lufa came up with a new tactic. He could make use of Riven's high mobility, changing positions after every few shots. That way, he wouldn't have to worry about being surrounded by the police. Riven, of course, had no objections. She thought this approach was much safer. At least Lufa wouldn't be constantly exposed to danger. As for the sniping itself, Lufa had practiced again and again. After all, out of all the loot he'd collected, bullets were the last thing he lacked. He had already fired around 1,000 rounds and was growing confident in his marksmanship. 10 o'clock, about 200 meters ahead, 2 vampires. Following Lufa's plan, Riven had become his spotter. Lufa immediately adjusted his sniper rifle, aiming to the left, and spotted 2 vampires muttering curses under their breath. The distance made it impossible to hear what they were saying, but judging by their lips, they seemed to be complaining about not finding their target. Bang! Lufa drew a deep breath and squeezed the trigger. In the darkness, the muzzle flashed, and the deafening crack of the shot echoed out. One of the vampires was struck by a silver bullet, let out a pained scream, and crumbled to ash. Damn it! The other vampire swore under his breath and dove behind cover. He hadn't even realized what had attacked his companion. Only when the gunshot rang out did he finally understand. It was a sniper. Boss Quinn, there's a sniper. JK's dead. He hurriedly pulled out his phone to report to Quinn. Lufa saw him reach for his phone, but didn't stop him. In fact, he was waiting for the vampires to alert the others. He planned to eliminate the whole group tonight. After making the call, the vampire cautiously peeked out, trying to spot the sniper's location. But the moment his head emerged, a bullet struck him, bursting it apart on the spot. Riven, get me out of here. Lufa folded up the bipod on his sniper rifle. Understood. Riven lifted Lufa around the waist, and once again he was swept away by that dizzying, weightless sensation of high-speed movement. He didn't notice that, as she carried him, a faint blush crept across Riven's cheeks. Vampire Quinn arrived at the scene with his men. Having received the warning about a sniper, they were all clad in body armor and helmets, their hands gripping firearms and heavy weapons. Before setting out, Quinn had notified deconfs. Deconfs, using the power of the Hagwi clan, shrouded the area in silence. No matter what happened here tonight, no one would interfere. These vampires sure are over the top. At the sight of their full battle gear, Lufa couldn't help but mutter to himself, then took aim at them. Spread out and search. Quinn hadn't even finished his order when, as the most obvious target, he was struck in the head by one of Lufa's bullets, dead before he hit the ground. The corpse instantly turned to ashes, throwing the remaining vampires into chaos. Yet, none chose to flee, for they had received Deacon Fess's final command. Either the hunter dies here, or every one of them does. There could be no other outcome. In such a predicament, they could only fight with everything they had. Bang! Another gunshot rang out, and, as the echo faded, another vampire collapsed to the ground. The vampires took note of the muzzle flash flickering in the darkness. He's over there. Hurry! Rush him! They surged forward in a frenzy, using cover to dodge Lufa's shots. Observing their desperate maneuvering, a faint smile played at the corners of Lufa's lips. Riven, help me switch positions. He had barely finished speaking when a thunderous crash exploded behind him, like 2 massive objects colliding with brutal force. He whipped around to see Riven locked in a standoff with a woman, their weapons clashing fiercely. The woman's attire struck him as oddly familiar. Stop, Riven! Lufa shouted urgently. At his words, Riven quickly stepped back, and her opponent lowered the massive sword in her hands. Are you, Scotty? Lufa approached cautiously, his voice trembling with uncertainty. It's me, Doctor. Scotty turned her head, pulling down the brim of her hat to answer. It really was Scotty, and her demeanor. Wasn't it uncannily similar to how Riven had acted at first? Lufa, who is she? There was something strange in Riven's tone, though Lufa didn't pick up on it. Her name is Scotty. Like you, she comes from another world. You could think of her as a hero from a different realm. Lufa paused to explain. He hadn't expected to encounter Scotty here. It seemed she had appeared out of nowhere, and Riven had mistaken her for an enemy, leading to their sudden clash. But Lufa's gaze drifted to the ground by Scotty's feet, where 2 deep footprints had cracked the hardened cement beneath her. Doctor, who is she? Scotty's expression remained calm as she asked Lufa about Riven's identity. Scotty, this is Riven. You could consider her my operative from another world, most likely a guard. Lufa explained. He thought for a moment. Riven had traits of both a vanguard and a guard, but her defensive prowess leaned her more toward the latter. A guard, is it? It's a pleasure to meet you. I am Scotty, the deep-sea hunter, one of Doctor's operatives. In their brief clash, Scotty had already sensed Riven's strength. It had been a long time since she'd met anyone on land who could withstand a direct blow from her. Riven looked at Scotty, though her hands were still trembling slightly. She hadn't expected Scotty's power to be so overwhelming and had nearly been sent flying. What was that power just now? Was it from a deep-sea hunter? Is it the same as the deep-sea titans? At that moment, Lufa heard a rush of footsteps and suddenly remembered that the vampires were still in pursuit. The joy of reunion had made her momentarily forget the danger. Right now, what could possibly matter more than getting Scotty back? Perhaps only beings like Black Jean or Lapland could compare. Doctor, are there enemies nearby? Hearing the footsteps and seeing the looks on Riven and Lufa's faces, Scotty spoke up. Yes, we have enemies. Lufa nodded. Then I'll take care of them, Scotty said, gripping her sword with one hand, ready for battle. TT, you don't need to fight this time. Riven, take me out of here. TT, follow us. Lufa reached out and took Scotty's hand, and Scotty didn't resist this intimate gesture. Riven raised an eyebrow, but said nothing. She simply picked Lufa up and leaped away, with Scotty following close behind. A sudden, thunderous crash sounded behind them. Lufa turned to see Scotty climbing out of a large crater in the ground. The weight of a little killer whale. Lufa couldn't help but wonder. Scotty had always been able to sit comfortably on roads, islands, chairs, and beds. Were all their furnishings built to handle tons? The furniture outside surely wasn't made that way. Riven had noticed it too. Even more astonishing, when Scotty leapt again, another deafening impact split the concrete, leaving a fresh pit behind. The local maintenance crew would have quite the headache tomorrow. Despite her astonishing weight, Scotty kept up with Riven and Lufa effortlessly. The noise, however, made stealth impossible. Hearing the booming sounds, the vampires burst into the house, only to find it empty. They quickly picked up the chase, following the trail of destruction. Riven set Lufa down somewhere safe. With swift shots, she dispatched several vampires. Scotty watched as the vampire corpses instantly turned to ash, her eyes wide with surprise. She'd never seen anything like it before. A thought nagged at her. Had Rhodes Island developed some new weapon? Or was this equipment brought from another world by the Doctor? Riven whispered to Lufa, if she keeps following us, it'll be hard to stay hidden. You're right. Lufa nodded. He knew very well how powerful Scotty was, a force capable of tearing apart the battlefield with ease. Honestly, ever since learning about Scotty's weight, Lufa hadn't dared entertain any wild thoughts about her. He even worried that, one day, he might get crushed by accident. Riven, you and Scotty handle those vampires head-on, Lufa quickly decided. After all, with two such formidable allies, why not let them confront the enemy directly while he hung back to clean up and finish the job? However, Riven immediately refused the suggestion. This was the first time she had so clearly expressed her opposition, catching Lufa by surprise. No, I absolutely won't leave you here alone, Riven said firmly. I'll be fine here. It's safe, really, Lufa tried to reassure her. Riven still shook her head. In the end, Lufa had no choice but to send Scotty on ahead alone to intercept the vampires. Although Scotty didn't quite understand the reason, she followed the order without question and charged out swiftly to confront the vampires. These vampires were no match for Scotty at all. She defeated them with ease, and soon only shattered remains littered the ground. Seeing that Scotty had already torn the vampires to pieces, Lufa put down his sniper rifle and picked up the ultraviolet lamp instead. He raised the high-powered UV lamp and shone it directly onto the vampires' corpses. Scotty watched with a puzzled expression as the bodies, as if jolted to life, began to writhe and struggle, only to disintegrate into ash amid piercing screams. Riven remained vigilant, standing close beside Lufa. Scotty was just about to return when a sudden rush of heavy footsteps echoed nearby. Quinn arrived, bringing more than 500 subordinates and a swarm of Hagwee clan members. The earlier attack had merely been the vanguard. Now, the main force had arrived. It's them, open fire, someone shouted. The vampires began shooting in unison, and the Hagwee clan joined in, unleashing a storm of gunfire. Pistols and submachine guns blazed, filling the air with the deafening roar of battle. Since coming ashore, Scotty had never witnessed such overwhelming firepower. Even the wealthy angels would find it difficult to stage a battle on this scale. TT. Lufa instantly realized how dire the situation had become. He saw bullets striking Scotty, only to bounce harmlessly off her. Scotty herself was still dodging attacks, oblivious to the detail, but Lufa saw it all clearly. She really is a Terra superhuman. But that's strange. Weren't Rainbow Team's bullets supposed to hurt her? Lufa's face was full of confusion, still trying to make sense of the situation, when Riven suddenly swept him up in her arms. Instinctively, he wrapped his arms around Riven's neck. Scotty frowned at the sight, not understanding why, but she couldn't shake the feeling that Riven seemed to bear some hidden resentment or hostility toward her. But now, ensuring the safety of the doctor was what mattered most. Scotty raised her greatsword and leapt forward with a powerful bound. Waybreaker strike. A thunderous crash echoed as the massive sword slammed into the ground. The solid concrete split and shattered, the force of the impact, breaking the enemy lines and sending a group of vampires and hagui tumbling into the yawning fissure, along with several vehicles. Such a tremendous commotion was certain to draw the attention of the Serpent Shield Bureau. Lou Fa didn't believe for a second that tonight's operation would go unnoticed by S.H.I.E.L.D. If it were just a scene straight out of a Blade movie, it might be one thing, but in this blended world, S.H.I.E.L.D. might refrain from direct intervention due to the vampires' influence in America. Even so, they would definitely keep a close watch on the situation here. Yet, witnessing Scotty's overwhelming power, Lou Fa found his fears melting away. Now, even if the Hulk himself showed up, Scotty would still be able to put up a fight. What could S.H.I.E.L.D. really do against the Hulk? And what could they possibly do about Scotty and Raven? Of course, Lou Fa knew all too well that at this moment, he was undoubtedly the pair's greatest vulnerability. Until he could defend himself, he resolved to keep a low profile. TT still can't make me feel safe the way Soraya does, Lou Fa mused. If Soraya were here, he would probably act much more boldly. Still, if he had to choose, Scotty's presence was more reassuring now than anything else. With Scotty and the ultraviolet lamp working in tandem, the group of vampires and hangui were swiftly wiped out. Scotty found it odd that some vampires didn't turn to ash, but before she could dwell on it, Lou Fa tugged her away from the scene. An hour later, Deacon Firth finally received the news. Furious, he smashed his phone to pieces. Those 500 vampires were no ordinary foot soldiers. They were all former soldiers, mercenaries, and other battle-hardened mixed-blood vampires. Deacon Firth understood well that the real threat of vampires lay in their ability to spread and the seductive promise of immortality, a combination that easily attracted seasoned fighters to their ranks. It was for this reason that Deacon Firth had been able to assemble his own private army and felt confident enough to challenge the power of pure-blood vampires like Goshianu. But tonight, not only had his most trusted lieutenants been wiped out, his entire force had been annihilated. Starting over would demand who knew how much time and energy. Damn it all. Consumed by rage, Deacon Firth shattered whatever he could get his hands on, even killing the Hangui clan member who had brought him the news. The man didn't become a vampire. Deacon Firth had simply killed him in cold blood. No matter the cost, I want that hunter eliminated. Deacon Firth's command rang out, brimming with fury. Lou Fa, Raven, and Scotty managed to shake off any potential pursuers and avoided the surveillance cameras along the way, finally making it safely back to their new apartment. This will be our home for now, TT, Lou Fa said to Scotty. A temporary home, Scotty replied, indifferent. To her, it made no difference where she stayed. She had lived just about everywhere before. If one day we could save a wealthy person and have them gift us a villa in Los Angeles, wouldn't that be wonderful? Lufa pictured himself rescuing Tony Stark from Obadiah's clutches. He had also thought about buying some stocks, but without legal status, it was a real hurdle for him. Maybe he'd have to ask Tony Stark for help with his identity someday. Oh, Scotty nodded, accepting whatever Dokuda said without question. Watching Scotty sit quietly in her chair, Lufa found himself puzzled. Could it be that Scotty possessed some kind of superhero ability, one that let her control her own weight? Riven. Lufa turned and called out, but Riven gave no response, as if she hadn't heard him at all. Riven. He called her name again, still met with silence. Riven. Lufa walked closer, gently grasping her shoulders and giving a small shake. Riven simply gazed at him quietly, saying nothing. Lufa felt at a loss. The way Riven stared at him in complete silence left him uneasy. 1-1. Suddenly, Riven spoke. What? Lufa was caught off guard. 1-1. Riven repeated, her tone carrying a hint of insistence. Only then did Lufa realize what she meant. 1-1. What is it, Lufa? Riven answered at once. So that's what it was, Lufa thought in understanding. He called Scotty Didi just now, but had always addressed Riven by her full name. No wonder she minded. He hadn't noticed the subtlety before. Having never been in a relationship, he wasn't attuned to these little details. Only now did he realize Riven was jealous. Riven simply felt that Lufa's nickname for Scotty sounded intimate, while he always kept his distance with her. To be honest, I still prefer calling you Riven. The name felt awkward to him, while Didi came more naturally. You can call me however you like, Lufa. Hearing this, Riven's face lit up with a happy smile. So easy to cheer up, Lufa thought to himself. But that night, after showering, Lufa ran into a problem. Neither Riven nor Scotty was willing to back down. You two take the bed, I'll sleep on the couch. Tomorrow we'll switch rooms, Lufa suggested. There was no way he'd risk sleeping beside them. After all, who could say what might happen in his sleep? He didn't want to wake up the next morning and become the butt of a joke. No, we can't let Dokuta sleep on the couch. Scotty objected firmly. No way, Lufa. You should have the bed, Riven insisted as well. In the end, Lufa just took the couch himself, which at least kept the two of them from arguing any further. Besides, sharing a room with two beautiful girls at his age, Lufa found his heart racing and nerves on edge. Sleep was out of the question. Scotty and Riven had no choice. They simply couldn't convince Lufa to return to bed, so they gave up. Still, they both left their doors slightly ajar, so if Lufa wanted to come in, there wouldn't be any issue. But Lufa was in no mood to sleep. After all, he'd acquired quite a few things today, and only now did he have the chance to examine them. Let's see, what is this exactly? Lufa picked up a crystal vial. The amber liquid inside drew him into a moment of contemplation. Thankfully, the system included an explanation. The G-virus. Oh, the G-virus. Sweat beaded on Lufa's forehead. Handling the vial with the utmost care, he tucked it away in his backpack, then dashed off to the kitchen to wash his hands, scrubbing thoroughly and soaking them in disinfectant. It's fine. The containment measures are top-notch. There's no way something as absurd as G-virus residue on the outside of the tube could happen, and there's no risk of a leak. Lufa sprayed a generous cloud of disinfectant into the air. The sharp, pungent scent drove Scotty and Riven out of their rooms. What's going on, Dokuta? Lufa. There was a dangerous virus just now. You two should disinfect yourselves as well. Lufa proceeded to disinfect Scotty and Riven. Scotty, though confused, didn't object. As for Riven, frankly, with all the bizarre and hazardous things in Valoran, the idea of a particularly deadly virus didn't mean much to her. It was beyond her understanding. Once everything was handled, Lufa finally breathed a sigh of relief. Why did something as dangerous as the G-virus have to drop? Granted, it was powerful, but Lufa still wanted to remain human. After all, only as a human could he be together with TT and the others. He definitely didn't want to turn into some kind of monster. Then Lufa took out the second item. Oh, this one. The iconic shape was instantly recognizable. He knew exactly what it was. A vehicle from Metal Slug, the tank he often rode in the game. Scaled much like it was in the game, this tank was a true miniature, smaller than a regular car, almost the size of the various little vehicles seen in Arknights. Still, it was big enough for one person to fit inside, and its weapon systems were impressive, though unfortunately, it didn't come with an energy cannon. And honestly, Lufa had no real use for this thing. It would have been better to get a mech. At least then he could take on Ironmonger and Iron Man head-to-head. The third item. Tony Stark was up early that morning. He had to head to Afghanistan to promote the Jericho missile. Of course, Tony's idea of early meant Rhodey was left waiting for 2 hours before he finally showed up. Are you serious? It's been 2 hours. You made me wait for 2 whole hours. So the moment they met, Rhodey unleashed a flurry of complaints and gripes. Tony Stark brushed it off, telling Rhodey not to worry, but Rhodey could only sigh helplessly. What would he do? After all, he was good friends with Tony Stark, no matter how exasperating the man could be. With the sales pitch behind them, Tony Stark refused Rhodey's offer to fly him out, opting instead for his trusty little Jeep. But halfway through the journey, a sudden attack erupted. As Tony Stark dodged the hail of gunfire, he saw a walking dead missile land right in front of him. Damn it, this was one of his own prized inventions. Never mind the sheer destructive power. The real cruelty lay in the aftermath. Shrapnel would lodge itself in the bodies of any survivors, and over time, those fragments would inch their way toward the heart. The agony would be unbearable, drawn out, and inescapable, until finally, death came as a release. A vicious and inhumane weapon, indeed. Tony scrambled desperately to escape, but the missile exploded, knocking him out cold on the spot. He never imagined he'd one day fall victim to his own creation. After all, his weapons were supposed to be sold exclusively to the American military. Meanwhile, Lou Fa awoke to a barrage of news headlines. Tony Stark had been attacked and was now missing, his fate unknown. So the story finally begins, Lou Fa mused. He'd been so busy dealing with vampires lately that Tony Stark had nearly slipped his mind. Fortunately, Stark was such a prominent figure that any incident involving him would be front-page news, especially something as shocking as his disappearance. We'd better start getting ready for Tony Stark's return. Lou Fa considered his next steps. There was no need to rush, though. The news would keep them updated on Stark's whereabouts and any developments. For now, something else demanded attention. Scotty and Raven, both armed with blades, had moved quietly toward the door. They'd sensed movement outside. A sharp series of knocks sounded, thump, thump, thump. Raven and Scotty glanced over at Lou F.A., who was busy cooking. Open the door. It's daytime. Vampires wouldn't dare show up now. Lou F.A. thought aloud. If Deacon Frost was bold enough to slather on sunscreen and come knocking in broad daylight, he wouldn't mind giving him a good soaking with a fire hydrant right out in the sun. But when the door swung open, it revealed not a vampire, but a middle-aged man with a high forehead and a warm, friendly smile. Good morning. I hope I'm not interrupting your breakfast. The man, impeccably dressed in a suit, spoke with perfect courtesy. And who might you be? Scotty set her enormous sword against him, and he dropped to his knees without protest. Scotty's sword was infamous in Rhodes Island. Even most operators couldn't lift it, let alone wield it. TT, Lou F.A. called softly, and Scotty withdrew her blade. Despite the threat, the man stood and dusted himself off, smile never faltering. My goodness, that sword is heavier than it looks, isn't it? The man's smile lacked any hint of insincerity, and Riven found this conclusion of hers quite strange. Even so, she trusted her own instincts. I'm Agent Phil Coulson from a Strategic Homeland Intervention, Enforcement, and Logistics Division. As he spoke, the man produced his credentials. Phil Coulson, a Level 7 agent of S.H.I.E.L.D., the right-hand man of Director Nick Fury, and one of his most trusted operatives. He was renowned for his organizational skills and decisiveness, an expert in firearms and hand-to-hand combat, adept at piloting all sorts of vehicles. With that ever-kind smile of his, Coulson had won over a whole host of heroes. The legendary guide of every rookie. She's a bit shy, and it's only natural for her to be cautious around strangers, isn't it? Lou F.A. chuckled. The Strategic Homeland Intervention, Enforcement, and Logistics Division, a mouthful in English, which is why everyone just called it S.H.I.E.L.D. In the Marvel Universe, S.H.I.E.L.D. was the most crucial security organization on Earth, the very force behind the formation of the Avengers. Of course, Lou F.A. knew all about them, and he also knew it was only a matter of time before they came knocking. For the same reason, that's why I brought my team along as well. Coulson smiled warmly as he responded. So, what brings you here today? Lou F.A. didn't think he was a match for a top agent like Coulson in a battle of wits. One slip, and he'd give everything away. So he chose to cut straight to the point. The incident last night. Coulson saw right through Lou F.A.'s thinking. So he got to the heart of the matter. You mean when we were ambushed by vampires, and with bullets and explosions everywhere, we had no choice but to fight back? Lou F.A.'s string of words left Coulson momentarily speechless. In truth, if it hadn't been for the astonishing combat ability shown by Lou F.A. and his two companions, S.H.I.E.L.D. probably wouldn't have intervened at all. After all, part of their annual budget even came from taxes paid by vampires to the American government. All right, one more question. Just who are you people, really? Coulson chose to steer the conversation in a different direction. There were limits, even for agents accustomed to bending the rules. Much depended on the type of target they faced. The strength displayed by Lou F.A., Riven, and Scotty made it clear. If things turned ugly, S.H.I.E.L.D. might not be able to handle the consequences. Of course, this only held true if their actions were in self-defense. If they had been lawless troublemakers, S.H.I.E.L.D. would have dealt with them easily enough. There had once been a mutant who changed completely after gaining his powers, even attacking S.H.I.E.L.D. agents sent to reason with him. One morning, a single glass of milk, specially prepared, closed his eyes forever. At the moment, the body is still being examined inside SSS-Rank research lab. This is also why Lou F.A. remains wary of S.H.I.E.L.D. Nick Fury may look like an ordinary man, a subject of endless jokes and pranks in fan fiction, but this guy is ruthlessly cold-blooded. A sniper's bullet from afar doesn't scare Lou F.A. Both Riven and Scotty would react in time. But things like poisonings, those make Lou F.A. uneasy. After all, he's just an ordinary person. Who are we, really? Lou F.A. understood why Coulson was asking this. It must be because S.H.I.E.L.D. couldn't find any background information on them. That's why he was so curious. What do you think we are? Lou F.A. tossed the question right back at him. You have no names, no records. Even searching Asian countries based on your appearance turns up nothing. Before you appeared, you left no trace in this world at all. It's unbelievable. So are you aliens? Coulson let his imagination run wild as he asked. Honestly, that was the most plausible guess. Anyone who has ever truly lived in this world would leave some evidence behind. So, leaving no trace makes us aliens? As an agent, you should know there are many ways to avoid being found or leaving any evidence behind. Lou F.A. had found his rhythm. What do you mean? Coulson certainly knew about such methods, but by rights, none of those should be able to fool S.H.I.E.L.D., unless the other party belonged to one of the world's 5 major powers. Damn it, those powers never reveal everything they know. All these years, we've kept a close eye on SHLD's activities. Even when the Kree invaded, if it hadn't been for Carol Danvers, we would have stepped in ourselves. Lou Fa spoke with meaning, letting his words hang in the air. What? Coulson was utterly baffled. Take this message back to your director. He'll know exactly what I mean. Lou Fa revealed this tidbit to deepen his own air of mystery. He planned to bluff a powerful background. After all, a claim like this wouldn't surprise anyone in their world. You know our director? Coulson was skeptical. Information about their director was strictly confidential. Nick Fury. Lou Fa uttered the name, and Coulson immediately understood. Though Coulson didn't grasp the full meaning behind Lou Fa's earlier words, he knew that this situation was now far beyond his authority. All he could do was report back to the director and let him decide the next steps. Well, that concludes our conversation. Thank you for your cooperation, sir. Coulson straightened his suit, stood up, and took his leave. My name is Lufa. Lufa nodded. All right, Mr. Fa Lu, perhaps I might come back looking for you again in the future. If you would welcome me then, that would be ideal. That depends on your attitude. After seeing Coulson off, Lufa returned to his seat, his expression unchanged, adopting the look of a thinker. In truth, he was masking his own sense of relief. At the same time, he couldn't be sure whether Coulson had secretly planted any listening devices or cameras, or how many of those people outside were actually Hydra agents. They were bound to play some tricks. Who knew? Perhaps, by tonight, Hydra will be paying him a visit. S.H.I.E.L.D., U.S. Trident Headquarters, Director's Office. Is there still no news about Tony Stark's disappearance? Nick Fury's headache was palpable. Just then, a knock sounded at the door. Fury called out, "Come in." As he spoke, he walked over to his desk. He had barely settled into his chair when the person entered and stopped right in front of his desk. It was Coulson. What he needed most right now was a capable assistant to take charge of Tony Stark's disappearance. And Coulson seemed like the perfect candidate. So, he decided to assign Coulson to the case. However, after Coulson came in and relayed everything Lufa had told him, word for word and without omission, Nick Fury fell silent for a long time. He really said all this to you? Nick Fury had been frustrated over Tony Stark's disappearance. But now that problem seemed less pressing. Because something even more troubling had arisen. How did Lufa know about that incident? Back then, Fury had kept that matter under the strictest secrecy. Even the former S.H.I.E.L.D. director, Alexander Pierce, was in the dark. And Lufa even knew the name Carol Danvers. All these years, we've been watching everything S.H.I.E.L.D. has done, including that time the Kree invaded. If it hadn't been for Carol Danvers, we would have stepped in ourselves. Fury turned this sentence over and over in his mind, weighing every word. The implication was crystal clear. Lufa and his group were not ordinary people. In fact, they were backed by a mysterious organization. An organization confident enough to take on the Kree invasion fleet. Though it all seemed unbelievable, and his instincts as an agent made him suspicious, the mere fact that they knew about the Kree invasion was extraordinary in itself. I understand, Coulson. This mission file, don't archive it. I'll handle it personally. You know what that means, don't you? Coulson was taken aback. But the message couldn't have been clearer. With the director himself, who possesses top-level clearance, personally filing the case, it's certain that only those with the same highest clearance can access it. I only have level 7 clearance, and yet I know about this. Does that mean I've been promoted? Wishful thinking. What it really means is that I must keep this matter strictly confidential. If I could forget it, that would be best, but that's unlikely. In any case, not a single word can leave my lips. Understood, sir. Coulson responded immediately. There's one more thing. Tony Stark has gone missing. You're in charge of finding him. Even if it's only his body, I want to see it. Nick Fury issued the order to Coulson. Yes, sir. Coulson was about to mention his vacation, but as he considered how important Tony Stark was to S.H.I.E.L.D., he wisely kept quiet. Once Coulson had left, Nick Fury was alone in his office. He walked over to the floor-to-ceiling window, lost in thought as he analyzed the current situation. With a meaningful expression, he drew a pager from his coat. No, not yet. The time isn't right. After a moment's hesitation, Fury tucked the pager away again. The urge to use this device, which was steeped in secrecy, had been triggered by something. Coulson said. That only reinforced Fury's suspicions. Behind this man, named Lou Fa, there must be an organization of unfathomable depth and power. The most urgent question now was to uncover the nature of this organization. Were they friends or foes? For a group to have existed even before S.H.I.E.L.D., and to still wield such influence, was no small feat in those days. Any organization that hadn't been eliminated would eventually grow into a giant. Lou Fa instructed Riven and Scotty to prepare for combat. He couldn't be sure whether, tonight or sometime in the near future, Hydra might attempt to capture them. After all, within HYD Array, there was a certain baron with a particular interest in Inhumans. Of course, if Alexander Pierce had any sense, he'd put a stop to the baron's plans, since such an action would almost certainly draw Nick Fury's attention. As for any holes in the story he spun for Nick Fury, perhaps the least convincing detail was living in an apartment like this. But Lou F.A. didn't care about that in the slightest. Once you present convincing and impactful facts, people, once they've made up their minds about something, will instinctively come up with countless reasons to explain away any minor inconsistencies that challenge their beliefs. They'll then select the most reasonable explanation or several of them, so that everything fits neatly into their worldview. This kind of behavior is commonly known as filling in the blanks. Nick Fury, for instance, filled in the blanks about why they were living in such a cheap apartment. He reasoned it was to keep their identities hidden, and also for the observation that Lou F.A. had mentioned. In truth, if it weren't for those vampires, Nick figured they might have stayed hidden there indefinitely, watching quietly from a place no one would ever suspect. That night, after speaking with the landlord, they switched to a room with 3 beds. Lou F.A. could clearly see the landlord's look of surprise. After all, sharing an apartment with 2 beautiful women, yet needing 3 separate beds, any landlord would be puzzled by that. While Lou F.A. and the others were on alert for a possible attack, the sound of gunfire erupted outside. Just another night in America? Lou F.A. wondered aloud as he peeked outside, only to spot a black man in a trench coat being chased. The man looked oddly familiar. Blade. He immediately recognized who it was, one of the Marvel Universe's superheroes. Though Blade never enjoyed the same fame as the Punisher, he was about on par with some third-rate villains, just a notch above someone like Kick-Ass. The main issue was that Blade's cheat codes were far weaker than other superheroes, and he simply didn't have the same aura. Looks like Deacon Frost has already deciphered all the Darkhold texts, Lou F.A. muttered as he noticed the vampires pursuing Blade, armed with tranquilizer guns. Blade, unlike his effortless movie persona, was clearly outmatched. After all, the cinematic vampires only fought hand-to-hand or ran away. They never used firearms. Now, though, Blade was getting pummeled, unable to fight back. Deacon Frost hadn't kidnapped Blade's mentor, Whistler, to force his surrender, nor was Blade's biological mother anywhere in sight. Should we help him? Raven and Scotty recognized the pursuers as vampires. They were engaged in a gunfight right in the street, using cars to cut off Blade's escape and tighten the trap. In fact, a good number of them weren't even vampires, but humans from the Harker clan. Deacon Frost must be running out of people to use. Watching the scene unfold, Lou F.A. could only come to that conclusion. Before Lou F.A. could decide whether to help the Blade Warrior or simply stand by, the Blade Warrior had already begun scaling the wall to escape the encirclement. With his hybrid physique, a mix of vampire and human, climbing a wall was no challenge at all. His pursuers, both vampires and humans, scrambled up after him. Looks like the choice has been made for me, Lou F.A. muttered. Seeing the Blade Warrior heading in their direction, Lou F.A. drew out his sniper rifle. Bang! This time, Lou F.A. was wielding a semi-automatic sniper. His first shot took a man straight in the head. Judging by the lack of ashes, it was clear the victim was human. Lou F.A., for his part, didn't care if he was killing humans or vampires. After all, he'd already sent plenty of both to their graves. Both the Blade Warrior, the vampires, and the Ha clan were caught off guard by the sudden gunfire. The very next shot struck a vampire, who promptly turned to ash, making it clear to the Blade Warrior that he'd encountered a kindred spirit. The vampires and Ha clan, realizing the danger, scrambled to find cover. But in their current predicament, finding cover was easier said than done. By the time Lou F.A. had taken out a dozen or so humans and vampires, only a handful managed to hide. Now, it was the Blade Warrior's turn to strike back. The vampires and the Ha clan got a first-hand taste of the Blade Warrior's brutality. If they stepped out of cover to fight him, they risked Lou F.A.'s sniper fire. Caught between a rock and a hard place, they had no choice but to retreat. Thanks for the backup, friend, the Blade Warrior said, opting not to chase anyone down, but instead making his way over to Lou F.A. and his companions. If a bystander had helped him, the Blade Warrior would have left without a word, not wanting to drag anyone innocent into the mess or draw the vampire's attention to them. But since his savior was another hunter, he didn't have to worry about that. He watched as Lou F.A. put away his sniper rifle. The 2 women beside him, both strikingly beautiful, stood ready with blades in hand, their posture radiating danger. Blade, Lou F.A. asked. That's me. And you are? The Blade Warrior kept his distance, sensing that the 2 women didn't want him getting any closer. Be more careful next time. You might not get this lucky again, Lou F.A. said flatly, showing no intention of befriending him. With that, he signaled Riven to close the window. Fair enough, the Blade Warrior replied, unfazed by Lou F.A.'s attitude. As a famous vampire hunter, he was used to mixed receptions, Some hunters were cold and distant, others wanted him dead, and few ever sat down for a friendly chat. Ru Fa's response, all things considered, wasn't so bad. Not that it mattered much. Even the Blade Warrior himself harbored a certain self-loathing for his half-vampire nature. So he simply walked away, though he would remember the favor he received today. Riven and Scotty would never object to any decision Lufa made. Besides, they had always been wary of strangers getting too close. As for what was on Lufa's mind, all he wanted was to claim the first kill after Deacon Frost transformed into the Blood God. He figured doing so might give him a better chance at obtaining something valuable. It would be perfect if he could get something useful for himself. Even with Riven and Scotty at his side, he didn't feel particularly secure. In the next few days, we should probably keep an eye on the vampires in New York, he said. Although Lufa had already deceived Nick Fury, he had no intention of halting his hunt for vampires. As for whether Nick Fury would grow suspicious, as long as Lufa continued to provide convincing evidence, that wouldn't be a problem. Alexander Pierce, a middle-aged white man, sported blonde hair streaked with gray from age and eyes that always gleamed with intelligence, though some might call it cunning. He was now the director of S.H.I.E.L.D., acting as the liaison to the World Security Council, and held Level 10 clearance. But all of that was just a facade. In reality, he was the top Hydra operative hidden within S.H.I.E.L.D. Returning home from work today, Alexander Pierce had barely stepped through his front door when he sensed something was wrong. Good evening, Mr. Alexander Pierce. Lufa sat calmly on Pierce's living room sofa, dressed in the white garb of an assassin. Who are you? Pierce's brow furrowed. How had his home security system failed to alert him? You may call me the assassin. Lufa still wore a featureless mask. The assassin? So you're here to kill me? Pierce retorted coldly. No, I'm here for something else, Lufa replied, his words as startling as a thunderclap. I want to become the head of Hydra. I have no idea what you're talking about. Hydra? That organization was wiped out years ago, Pierce replied, his expression unchanged, not the slightest. Flicker in his eyes. Of course, if he were so easily rattled, he never would have become the first director of S.H.I.E.L.D. or Hydra's newly risen leader. There's no need for pretense, Mr. Pierce. I came to you because I already know enough, Lufa said with a smile. Though Pierce couldn't see the expression behind the mask, he could hear the calm confidence in Lufa's voice. Alexander Pierce belonged to a new faction within Hydra, one founded on the principles of the Red Skull himself, a faction forged in his image and loyal to his vision. Although the various factions within Hydra operate independently and rarely share information openly or communicate transparently with one another, their general structure is still known. After all, Hydra as a whole now exists hidden from the light, lurking in the shadows, and very few people are even aware of its existence, making it relatively safe. Following World War II, Red Skull's faction suffered a near-catastrophic blow, and among his disciples, only two are still alive today. One is his direct follower, Werner Reinhardt, better known as Daniel Whitehall. The other is Alexander Pierce. Though he's a disciple by a more distant lineage and joined Hydra midway through his life, he has become the most influential figure within Hydra today. The so-called omnipresent S.H.I.E.L.D. has long been little more than a name, firmly under his control. At this moment, Alexander Pierce's expression was grim. The reason? Everything just spoken had been uttered by Lu Fa, word for word, right in front of him. At the same time, he saw a woman dressed in the same style of uniform, but in black, dragging someone out. That was his most trusted assassin, the Winter Soldier. With that, Alexander Pierce's last hope of luck evaporated. Assassin, do you want to join Hydra and become one of its heads? Alexander Pierce looked directly at the man before him. In truth, joining Hydra wasn't difficult. Never mind the ancient elders, the newer. Branches had spread all over the world, and a single word of intent could bring you resources and support, provided you were valuable enough. The man before him, calling himself the assassin, had clearly demonstrated his value. The Winter Soldier had been defeated, and now two women in black uniforms stood flanking Lu Fa on either side. That's right. I even considered seeking out Werner Reinhardt. Oh, right, he goes by Daniel Whitehall now, but he's too old, not suitable. Then, there's the Countess. The Chieftain, the Banker, Dr. List, Baron Strucker of Eastern Europe, and Mr. Giesmalik. But none of them meet my needs. Only you, Mr. Alexander Pierce. The string of names Lu Fa listed caused a subtle change in Alexander Pierce's expression. He hadn't expected Lu Fa to know so much. Recommending you to join Hydra isn't a problem, Pierce said after a long silence. But whether you can become a head of Hydra, I can't guarantee that. That's fine. I'm confident I'll prove my worth, Lu Fa replied with a shrug. Right now, Mr. Pierce, I need you to do something for me. Lu Fa continued. What do you need? Alexander Pierce asked. Our organization has existed for a very, very long time, always hidden in the shadows of the world. But after I became the leader of the assassins, I decided it was time for a change. Liu Fa replied casually, unconcerned, since he only planned to make a quick profit and disappear. Hearing this, Alexander Pierce immediately realized something. An organization? Leader of assassins? So, this organization must be one that produces assassins, hidden so deeply that even someone like Alexander Pierce has never heard of it. Clearly, they must be powerful. After all, not just anyone could defeat his top assassin, the Winter Soldier. What kind of change do you have in mind? Alexander Pierce pressed on. I want to operate openly, and that's why I've come to you. Liu Fa answered. At this point, Alexander Pierce's imagination filled in the blanks. It seemed this assassin organization was much like the Hand, secretive, influential. But how would their strength compare? That remained to be seen. Hydra, of course, was well aware that countless organizations existed in the world, but Hydra was the largest of them all. Ironically, all the other organizations knew Hydra still existed, except for Nick Fury. What is it that you want? Now that Alexander Pierce had recognized Liu Fa's value, he asked directly. First, I need an identity. Liu Fa began. Alexander Pierce agreed to all of Liu Fa's conditions, but made it clear that Liu Fa would owe him a favor in return. Liu Fa accepted without hesitation. Soon, he acquired a legitimate identity, the heir to the fortune of a wealthy man from a small country, an inheritance of $3 billion, entirely legal, and because he was an American citizen, not even subject to inheritance tax. With this windfall, Liu Fa wasted no time purchasing a villa in Los Angeles to serve as his new base. After all, as more people joined him, he needed somewhere for everyone to stay. Constantly moving house was a real hassle. With the rest of the money, Liu Fa started buying up shares of Stark Industries. Obadiah Stane, having long anticipated Tony Stark's demise, had already begun reclaiming shares, so by the time Liu Fa entered the game, there weren't many left to acquire. But that didn't bother him much. There would be another chance to make big money in the future. More importantly, his dealings with Hydra had opened his eyes to new possibilities. Only now did Liu Fa realize that he already had enough capital to make money. He didn't have to sit around waiting for Tony Stark's return. To say nothing else, after Blade took care of Deacon Frost, the vast wealth of the vampire empire, the entire group of pure bloods, led by Goshinu, was wiped out, and all of those riches ended up in the hands of Chad Norma's father, the Damaskinos vampire family. With money comes manpower, and with manpower comes information. After Lufa spent a hefty sum, he managed to track down the building where Deacon Frost planned to carry out the Blood God ritual. After all, despite its remote location to avoid attention, such a lavish setup could hardly remain hidden. Once they had the precise address, Lufa set out with Riven and Scotty. Their mission, rescue Goshinu and the others, and while they were at it, extort the vampires for good measure. Meanwhile, Deacon Frost's men had bound a group of pure bloods, dragging them to the site of the Blood God ritual. What do you want? It doesn't matter anymore, Goshinu said to Deacon Frost. Even in this dire moment, his pure blood pride would not let him beg for mercy. He was willing to pay the price for survival, but never to surrender. Frost slapped him hard across the face. This is what I want, Deacon Frost snarled, baring his fangs in a wicked grin. Not a single one of the 12 pure bloods pleaded for their lives, and their arrogance grated on Frost's nerves. No matter. By the end of tonight, he would become the Blood God. Blade had already been captured and drained of his blood, which now flowed through the ritual circle. The 12 pure bloods were forced to lift their foreheads as Frost's henchmen held them in place. Soon, drops of the Daywalker's blood would fall upon their heads, triggering the ritual. Excuse me, did someone order takeout? As a voice rang out, a vampire behind one of the pure bloods shrieked and disintegrated into ash. Who's there? With a gesture from Frost, his soldiers and fellow vampires sprang into action. He would not allow anyone to disrupt the ritual. Deacon Frost knew all too well. If the ritual failed, his fate would be sealed. Suddenly, gunfire erupted, thunderous and unrelenting. Just as Frost's men prepared to attack, the deafening roar of gunshots filled the room, and they were all mowed down in a hail of bullets. 2 Gatling guns swept back and forth, spewing silver rounds like there was no tomorrow. Whether human or vampire, anyone hit was instantly slain. No need to finish them off. What truly drove Frost to despair was when he saw that all the pure bloods on the altar had been rescued. But though Lufa had saved them, he kept them bound, leaving Goshinu and the others confused as to what was happening. With a furious roar, Deacon Frost turned and fled. He was, in essence, just an ordinary vampire. Although his strength far surpassed that of humans, when faced with silver bullets, No matter how powerful he was doomed. In this situation, Deacon Faust's only option was to escape and wait for another opportunity. Unfortunately for him, he hadn't gotten far before Scotty suddenly appeared and sent him flying with a powerful kick. With a thunderous crash, the wall caved in, shattering completely and destroying the ritual site in an instant. Even Deacon Faust, whose body was now broken and mangled, stared wide-eyed at the scene. The ritual site was ruined. Even if he had the ability to rebuild it, he would never get the chance. Riven wielded her silver-plated broadsword and charged through the crowd of vampires and their followers, cutting down Deacon Faust's forces in a matter of minutes. "Mr. Goshienu, it's a pleasure to meet you," Ruffer said with a smile, dressed in a white assassin suit, spinning a silver dagger between his fingers as he addressed Goshienu and his companions. Then Scotty dragged Deacon Faust over. "And you are?" Goshienu asked. He knew that although Ruffer was here to rescue them, his motives were likely far from simple. "Who I'm doesn't matter," Ruffer replied bluntly. "What matters is, Mr. Goshienu, what price are you willing to pay for your life, and for Deacon Faust's?" His words were straightforward, and Goshienu immediately understood the reason for Ruffer's intervention. "Understand. You'll get something that will satisfy you," Goshienu said, breathing a sigh of relief. "What Goshienu can offer? I can give you more," Deacon Faust exclaimed, finding it utterly absurd that he had been defeated by a group driven by greed. "Don't worry, sir," Goshienu replied calmly. "Deacon Faust may be the leader of the hybrids, but we are noble purebloods. Our wealth is beyond anything he could hope to match. We have no fear of being outbid," he added with quiet confidence. "Among the purebloods, no one could surpass them in resources. I'll give you everything I have," Deacon Faust cried, refusing to give up. "I doubt what you have could ever compare to what I can offer," Goshienu replied, his expression darkening, but his voice remained steady. "All right, I'm not interested in how things turn out between you," Ruffer interrupted, impatience clear in his tone. "Mr. Goshienu, and all you noble purebloods, I couldn't care less." He had already decided he would kill them all eventually. Ruffer felt no fondness for Goshienu and his ilk. Goshienu then notified his subordinates. In the original turn of events, Deacon Faust's attack had come as a complete surprise. None of the purebloods had expected him to be bold or reckless enough to strike against all of them at once. No one had time to respond before they were captured. They had always believed that even if Deacon Faust did make a move, he could never take on so many pure blood factions at once. After all, their own power was formidable. Lufa maintained his composure as he, Riven, and Scotty were escorted by a group of vampires to the base controlled by Goshienu and his people. The vampires in North America were all under Goshienu's management, which meant they wielded immense wealth and influence. These pure-blood vampires were seasoned veterans, battle-hardened elites. Yet Lufa felt no pressure at all. After all, even if they were the best among vampires in the Marvel Universe, their power was hardly a match for Riven and Scotty. Even if they were targeted by a coordinated attack, Riven and Scotty possessed more than enough speed to whisk Lufa away to safety. After that, it would simply turn into a massacre. Fortunately, Goshienu had no such intentions. Whatever Lufa wanted, Goshienu agreed to without hesitation. Even the members of the Pure Blood Council offered Lufa considerable convenience, giving Goshienu the authority to make decisions. These Pure Bloods were no fools. After witnessing the combat prowess of Riven and Scotty, they found Lufa himself even more unfathomable. Not only did they have no thoughts of betraying him, but they also hoped to establish a connection. Although Lufa wasn't particularly adept at social interaction, he could still tell from Goshienu's deliberate attempts at flattery what was going on. It was mostly because Goshienu seemed to realize that Lufa wasn't picking up on his subtle hints, which forced him to lay things out more plainly, albeit still with a calm demeanor. There wasn't much point in holding back. Lufa decided to ask for everything he could get. Well, with Scotty around, perhaps it was more apt to say he opened his mouth like an orca rather than a lion. To his surprise, no matter what he requested, Goshienu agreed to it instantly, making Lufa wonder if he'd undervalued his demands. At this point, he had acquired a company with $60 billion in capital. The business and assets were still undefined, but Goshienu had invested the full amount, and even helped them resolve their identity issues, though Alexander Pierce, that Hydra head, had already done much of the work for Lufa and his companions. Still, Lufa was always a cautious person. So, not only did he require one set of identities from Hydra, but he insisted Goshienu provide a separate, even more discreet set. On top of that, Lufa had Goshienu acquire several villas for them, in addition to the ones Alexander Pierce arranged. A second villa in Los Angeles, a villa in Boston, another in Washington. Goshienu even offered to help Lufa acquire Oscorp, Hammer Industries, or even Stark Industries Group if you wished. The last one was a bit tricky. Even though Tony Stark had disappeared, Stark Industries still drew the attention of S.H.I.E.L.D. and had military shareholders, making it a difficult target. Oscorp and Hammer Industries were different stories. Even with military stakes, a big enough investment would get the job done. Lufa couldn't help but marvel at just how much wealth these vampires possessed, far more than he'd imagined. Gotno and his companions didn't pay much attention to this. In their eyes, capitalist countries existed to serve them. By dangling the lure of immortality, even politicians and magnates could not help but work for their benefit. Even if some tycoons weren't interested in becoming vampires themselves, they had no qualms about capturing lesser vampires for research, hoping to unlock the secret to eternal life. However, ever since they arrived in North America, not a single breakthrough had been made. So, Gotno and his kind simply didn't care. You're mistaken, Mr. Gotno. From what I know, there's someone among you vampires named Machinos. He's already succeeded in creating vampires immune to silver. At this, Rufus interrupted Gotno and spoke up. Duke Machinos? Gotno instantly recognized the name. That should be him. He started with genetic engineering and managed to create a mutant strain called the Reapers. They're stronger and faster than regular vampires. Their hearts are sheathed in bone, making them immune to silver. Only sunlight can kill them, unless you manage to pierce their hearts with silver by bypassing the bone. Otherwise, sunlight is your only option to destroy a Reaper. Rufus's words sent Gotno into deep thought. If this was true, how could this man know something so secret? Even he, Gotno, hadn't heard of it. Realizing that Rufus was far from simple, Gotno simply nodded to indicate he understood. Rufus didn't mind revealing the truth about the Reapers to Gotno. Let the vampires turn on each other for a while. Even if Gotno tried to collaborate with Duke Machinos, it didn't matter. The more they gathered, the easier it would be for Rufus to deal with them all at once. 1 month later, Los Angeles. A newly founded company had just opened its doors. A massive sign hung atop the building, displaying a single word, umbrella. Despite its $6 billion starting capital, the company appeared quite ordinary from the outside. Its footprint was modest, and the building rose just over 30 stories. In America, there were at least 8 or 10,000 such companies. This was Gotno's gift to them, a company fully staffed and ready. Though the building looked almost humble on the surface, beneath it lay a 10-story underground complex. In fact, this property had once belonged to the U.S. military. Its architect and supervisor was General Ross. It was one of several secret research facilities tied to his super soldier projects. They had excavated nearly 10 stories underground, creating a covert base for research into things best left unspoken. Though the military has already removed the most important equipment, all the basic infrastructure remains. The site manager was explaining to the new boss parachuted in to take charge. The person in charge had no idea what they were supposed to do or what exactly Umbrella Corporation was going to operate. Nowadays, with the severe hollowing out of American industry, it had taken him a great deal of effort to land this high-paying job. He certainly didn't want to lose it. To be honest, even Lou F.A. himself hadn't quite figured out what he wanted to do yet. The company will launch several subsidiaries. The first one will be Rhodes Island Pharmaceuticals. The moment Lou F.A. began to speak, the manager, who was well past 50, immediately pulled out his phone to take notes on every word. Rhodes Island Pharmaceuticals? Was there any special meaning behind that name? Next, Lou F.A. went on to mention 7 or 8 more names, but when it came to recruiting staff, he made it clear he was in no hurry. With $60 billion to spend, he'd have to give it some serious thought. Besides, all these subsidiaries were being set up for the future, for the wives and subordinates he intended to summon, so they could carry on with the trades they knew best. All right, the others can wait, but Rhodes Island Pharmaceuticals must be built to the highest biosecurity standards. When it comes to those labs that store dangerous viruses, I want you to follow exactly the same specifications. After considering for a moment, Lou F.A. gave his instructions. Rhodes Island Pharmaceuticals was meant to house the operators, and most of them suffered from neuropathy. If anyone got careless, infection could happen in the blink of an eye. Lou F.A. also planned to use Marvel World's advanced technology to treat neuropathy. Even if that meant they would lose the power boost from Originium, he didn't mind. I understand, Mr. Lou F.A. Having written everything down, the manager breathed a quiet sigh of relief. Next, Lou F.A. instructed him to find a team to construct a 10-level underground military base. He intended to make this place both headquarters and stronghold. Once he had a team of trusted subordinates, security would no longer be a concern. At present, Lou F.A. was still a shareholder in Stark Industries. Those purebloods also held shares in Stark Industries, and when they heard Lou F.A. was interested, and seeing as the stock price had been falling, They simply went with the flow and transferred the shares to him. Who knew whether, when Tony Stark eventually returned, they would regret their decision? Lou F.A., are we still going to hunt vampires in the future? Riven lounged comfortably on the sofa, feeling a wave of nostalgia for those days when she and her summoner had to squeeze into a single room. Of course we are. Lou F.A. answered without hesitation. In fact, Gatineau and the others were already planning to deal with those hybrid vampires who dared to make a move against them. Whether they intended to use them for experiments or something else was unclear, but Lou F.A. had decided to lend a hand. After all, he considered himself a helpful person. Where did they go? Nick Fury had just sent agents to keep tabs on the mysterious Lou F.A. and his group, planning to observe them for a while before making contact. But unexpectedly, Lou F.A. and his companions had vanished, and the agents had no idea where they'd gone. Even a thorough investigation couldn't uncover any connection between Umbrella Corporation and Lufa's group, because Goshianu had arranged for them to assume the identities of European nobility, leveraging influence he still held on that continent. Naturally, neither Hydra nor S.H.I.E.L.D. in North America could trace a thing. At this very moment, Nick Fury realized that Lufa might not have been exaggerating after all. Perhaps there really were undercover agents from their organization lurking within. S.H.I.E.L.D. How else could it be that, just as he decided to send agents to keep watch, Lufa and his people slipped away without a trace, as if they'd vanished into thin air? Nick Fury was grave and resolute. He had no intention of letting Lufa's group off the hook so easily. As the director of S.H.I.E.L.D., an organization tasked with preserving world peace, he had to be prepared for the possibility that this mysterious group was plotting to rule the world. With that in mind, he decided to dispatch Black Widow to track down any trace of Lufa. Sir, the people you ordered us to watch have disappeared. On the other end, Alexander Pierce received a report from one of his trusted subordinates. The messenger was Sylvette, a bald Indian agent with clear, non-prescription glasses, currently holding level 6 clearance. But more importantly, Sylvette was Pierce's confidant in every sense of the word. Disappeared? What do you mean, disappeared? Yet, Alexander Pierce was focused on another issue entirely. His wariness toward the assassins was unique, especially after viewing the surveillance footage. It seemed as if Lufa and his companions knew exactly where the cameras were, deliberately dragging the Winter Soldier into their line of sight before engaging in combat. Then, in just a few moves, the Winter Soldier was brought down, making Pierce's brow twitch uncontrollably. He had no way of knowing that Lufa had actually told Riven to go easy, and if she hadn't held back, a single punch could have taken down the Winter Soldier. There was no way he would dare send Scotty either. Scotty's strength was too unpredictable. The shattered doors and collapsed beds at home bore witness to the sheer, earth-shattering power she could unleash without meaning to. He was genuinely afraid that one blow from Scotty would reduce Bucky to pulp. Of course, Pierce was unaware of any of this, so he fell deep into thought. Was this assassin organization filled with people stronger than the Winter Soldier? Granted, anyone who could stay close to the leader was certainly elite, but Pierce couldn't help noticing that both of them were strikingly beautiful women. It seemed natural for a leader to be surrounded by beautiful women, and subconsciously, most men underestimated women's combat abilities. So, if anyone claimed these two female assassins were the organization's top elites, Pierce might have his doubts. Yet, even if not every member could defeat the Winter Soldier, what if, on average, they matched him, and there were quite a few of them? You have to understand, the Winter Soldier is a super soldier engineered by Hydra, a fighter on par with Captain America. That this assassin organization could defeat the Winter Soldier so effortlessly? Who would ever believe it was easy? Because of this, even though Alexander Pierce agreed to let them join Hydra as one of its heads, he never relaxed his guard. He assigned people to keep them under close surveillance. Now, upon hearing that these assassins had vanished right under the watch of his agents, Pierce was desperate to learn what methods they had used. Our people have absolutely no idea when they left the premises. Sylvette spoke with a cold sweat beading on her forehead. This was a grave dereliction of duty. As agents, Hydra agents, no less, they prided themselves on their elite training. They weren't like those S.H.I.E.L.D. agents who spent their shifts playing Angry Birds and other games. Hydra invested a fortune every year to train them, and yet, when it came to tailing a few people, they failed so miserably. I'm very disappointed in you, Sylvette. Alexander Pierce knew full well just how capable Rufus and his group were, but he also saw this as an opportunity to put pressure on his subordinates. So he spoke bluntly. I'm sorry, sir, Sylvette blurted, flustered. I don't want apologies. I want results. Do you understand? Pierce's face darkened as he spoke. Understand, Sylvette answered at once. I'll organize a team immediately to track them down, she added hastily. Pierce watched as Sylvette hurried away, then sank deep into thought. Assassins, they really live up to their reputation. To perceive surveillance so quickly and then disappear without a trace. This was precisely what one would expect from assassins. Now, Pierce was starting to regret sending people to monitor them because it had led to their current disappearance. But not sending people to watch them was never an option. Pierce wasn't so naive. Someone gullible could never have outwitted Nick Fury for so long. So surveillance was inevitable. And now, this had led to the current predicament. Rufus and his group had vanished, and Pierce would find no peace until they resurfaced. TT, I've always wanted to touch your hair. You're always telling me how confident you are about it. The man who was now the cause of sleepless nights for both Alexander Pierce and Nick Fury was lying with his head in Scotty's lap, idly playing with her silvery locks. Who knows what brand of shampoo and conditioner Argo uses, but it's made Scotty's hair so unbelievably smooth. As long as you like it, Dokuda. Scotty let her white hair fall over Lufa, burying him gently. Once she undid her hairband and let her long hair flow freely, her allure grew even more captivating. Riven touched her own short hair thoughtfully. She made up her mind then and there. She would let her hair grow long as well. That way, one day, she could let the summoner run their hands through her hair too. Still, after watching closely over the past days, Riven realized that compared to herself, Lufa seemed to prefer Scotty. Even though Scotty was dangerous, one careless move and he might end up with a broken bone, Lufa was drawn to her all the same. It made sense, really. Lufa did like Scotty more than Riven. After all, Riven wasn't one for sweet talk or much interaction, while Scotty was different. At the very least, he could poke fun at the little orca whale plush in her dorm and share playful moments. Add to that the fact that Arknights was a mobile game, which meant they could spend even more time together. Ever since he started playing Arknights, Lufa had rarely touched his computer games. For Scotty, having Lufa stroke her hair while resting his head on her lap, feeling the warmth of the doctor, meant more than anything. Of course, it would be even better if Spectre were there beside them as well. After luxuriating in the comfort for a while, Lufa shifted and lay his head on Riven's lap instead. Riven's legs weren't as soft as Scotty's, which puzzled Lufa. He couldn't quite understand how Scotty managed to keep her legs so soft despite her incredible physical strength. Riven's legs were taut and springy, like an expensive sofa. But there was a difference now, since Riven had started using bath gel and shampoo, products she'd never encountered back in Valorant. She had gradually acquired a feminine charm. Lufa, meanwhile, had secretly bought a bunny girl outfit, just waiting for the day he could take charge and have Riven try it on for him, though of course, he'd never let anyone else see her in it. After a while spent indulging in this decadent, eye-popping, envy-inducing pleasure, Lufa returned to his senses and began reviewing the day's gains. He and Scotty had gone out hunting vampires again. After they rescued the Blade Warrior, he was extremely grateful. Lufa struck a deal. With him, the Blade Warrior would provide information on vampire nests and gathering spots, and Lufa would go and clear out the vampires. After all, there were plenty of nests that the Blade Warrior couldn't handle alone, but with Lufa's group, they could take care of them easily. As if fate wanted to compensate for his endless bad luck, Lufa found something that filled him with delight. Sparta's Black Devil Bloodline. This item had dropped from Devil May Cry. According to its description, it could turn the user into a half-human, half-demon like Dante or Virgil, not just a quarter-demon like Nero. Half-human, half-demon, huh? That shouldn't affect fertility, right? After all, Virgil only needed one shot to bring Nero into the world. Lufa reassured himself with these thoughts, then, without a moment's hesitation, used the power on himself. He was immediately overwhelmed by agony as the power surged into his body. The bloodline of Sparta was corrosive by nature, transforming a person into a demon, a process that was bound to be excruciating. Fortunately, the pain came as swiftly as it went. Before long, Lufa felt his entire body brimming with strength. Muscles formed across his frame, giving him a towering, powerful physique, comparable to Dante and Virgil. Even his already handsome face seemed to be refined further, as if it had been sculpted by an artist. Lufa. Riven's urgent calls brought him back to his senses. Only then did he realize that, at some point, both Riven and Scotty had wrapped their arms around him, one on each side. The happiness was almost overwhelming. And surely, with his new strength, he wouldn't have to worry about that sort of thing anymore, right? I'm fine. I just got stronger, that's all. After making that claim, Lufa's curiosity got the better of him. He wanted to know just how strong he'd become. So he asked Riven to test him. The result? He lost at arm wrestling without putting up much of a fight. To Riven, it didn't seem like Lufa had grown much stronger at all. The difference between level 1 and level 2 just wasn't that significant to someone like Riven. How can this be? Has my demon bloodline not awakened yet? Liu Fa was instantly deflated. Then he remembered the process required to awaken the demon bloodline. If he recalled correctly, didn't involve being pierced through the chest by the rebellion sword? Family tradition, apparently. But Liu Fa hadn't acquired the rebellion, nor did he possess the Blade of Sparta. As for the Yamato, that was out of the question. Even if he did get his hands on it, he couldn't imagine separating his human and demonic sides. When he did the math, he realized he was probably still a novice, maybe just strong enough to beat the Winter Soldier or Captain America. Oh well, just obtaining the bloodline of a Sparta demon is already a huge step forward. I should eventually reach Dante and Virgil's level, right? Liu Fa consoled himself with this thought. He began training. Since Riven had once been a soldier in Noxus, she knew a thing or two about training regiments. Still, she was worried that Liu Fa might not be able to handle the harsh methods favored by Noxians. Don't worry, I'm a Sparta demon now. Training is exactly what I need to get even stronger. Liu Fa wasn't the least bit concerned about any side effects. Even if his bloodline's power was still dormant, subtly reshaping his body, it was more than enough to let him take on a whole league of superheroes. In the Marvel Universe, counting the comics, there were thousands of superheroes in New York alone. Most of them fell somewhere between Blade and kick-ass, street-level vigilantes. Riven thought it over. She genuinely hoped Liu Fa could at least protect himself, or at least be able to endure what might come his way. Otherwise, Liu Fa noticed Riven suddenly blushing. He had no idea what thoughts were running through her mind. Lu Fa, in Noxus, our training is all about sparring. Riven spoke to Lu Fa. At this moment, the two of them each held an iron rod. Shouldn't we be swinging our weapons a set number of times? Or maybe running laps or something? Lu Fa asked in confusion. No, Lu Fa, the kind of training you're talking about is for ordinary soldiers. True strength is forged in the heat of battle. Riven replied with utmost seriousness. As for Scotty, she wasn't familiar with this concept, since she was an engineered deep-sea hunter. That made her all the more curious about this so-called training. I get it. Then here I come. Lu Fa mulled it over and found Riven's words convincing, so he charged straight at her. In a blink, his iron rod was knocked from his hand. His arms left numb with the shock, and before he could even register what had happened, he found himself wrapped up in Riven's arms. Riven couldn't bring herself to hurt him, so she chose this gentle way of restraining Lu Fa. To be fair, Lu Fa knew this wasn't ideal. After all, it's pain and injury that drive growth and leave lasting lessons. But he couldn't deny that being held like this by Riven was hardly something he'd complain about. Watching this scene, Scotty thought it all seemed rather simple. Let me give a try too, Dokuda. No, that's quite all right. Lu Fa shook his head vigorously. If TT took a swing at him, who knows, he might lose his head entirely. After all, even Dante and Virgil hadn't demonstrated whether one could survive getting their head knocked off. Let's keep going, Riven. Lu Fa finally managed to squirm free from her soft embrace and, gritting his teeth, insisted on continuing. 2 hours later, Lu Fa was sprawled in Riven's arms like a lifeless dog. Combat training drained his stamina at a terrifying pace. No wonder professional boxers need a break after just a few minutes in the ring. They simply have nothing left in the tank. Lu Fa's baseline stamina was nothing to brag about. Either, he was a total weakling to begin with. The fact that he managed to hold out for 2 hours was a testament to just how remarkable the Spartan Devil Bloodline's enhancements were. During the entire 2 hours, Lu Fa didn't even manage to touch Riven. He couldn't even figure out how she disarmed him in the first place. Was the gap between them really so vast? If Riven was already this formidable, just how strong were Darius and Garen? Still, it seemed the Spartan Devil Bloodline also came with rapid recovery. After collapsing from exhaustion, Lu Fa was back on his feet in under 3 hours, brimming with energy, not even needing a meal. After all, Dante had once been knocked into a month-long coma by Virgil's demonic avatar, only to wake up and jump straight back into battle, skipping food entirely, unlike those Scion monkeys. Lu Fa couldn't yet go a whole month without food and still fight like Dante, but he was already far ahead of ordinary people. Again, Riven, revived and full of vigor, Lu Fa called out. Lu Fa, maybe you should take a break? Riven had never seen Lu Fa like this before. She worried that he might be experiencing a sudden burst of energy before collapse, like the calm before the end. I'm fine, Lu Fa insisted, undeterred. With no other choice, Riven could only continue sparring with him. So, day after day, Lu Fa kept training with Riven. Their sessions weren't limited to weapon fights. Sometimes it was straight-up boxing and hand-to-hand combat. Even though Riven wielded weapons, she was no stranger to brawlers like Set or Vi. Her skills were more than enough to teach Lu Fa a lesson or two. As for Lu Fa, he personally loved the raw, visceral thrill of close combat. His idols were uncompromising fighters like Rorschach and the enigmatic Black and White Gentleman. He also enjoyed sword fights, idolizing the likes of the stylish Virgil, the legendary Sephiroth, and the cold, elegant Sesshomaru. It was exactly because of this passion that he asked Riven to train his hand-to-hand combat skills. To Riven's surprise, Lufa's growth was astonishingly fast. To put it in numbers, if he was at a level of 1 before, now he was easily at 10 or even 20. Having personally experienced supernatural powers, Lufa was over the moon. He went around squeezing things for fun. For example, picking up a steel barbell with one hand and leaving finger marks in the metal as if it were soft clay. Or he'd face a wall and, with a flurry of punches and palm strikes, leave a dozen imprints behind. It might have looked childish, but in truth, it was pure excitement overflowing. This was supernatural strength, something he'd only ever dreamed about or imagined. Now he could actually feel it for himself. And it was real, not just an illusion. If only I had a Kamen Rider belt right now, Lufa mused. Then I could shout, Henshin, and transform. He thought about it for a moment. He played plenty of Kamen Rider games, not to mention Ultraman fighting games. But the odds of actually getting a Kamen Rider belt or an Ultraman transformation device to drop were exceedingly slim. After all, he played so many games that the chances were diluted to almost nothing. The fact that Scotty herself had dropped into his world was already enough to make Lufa ecstatic. As for anything else, he couldn't force it. He'd just have to leave it up to fate. Anyway, Lufa wasn't in any particular rush. There were still plenty of vampires around, not to mention the world's criminals, Thanos' Black Order Army, the Chitauri Legions, and even the Kree Empire, one of the 3 great empires of the universe. All of them were potential loot drops. If he wiped them all out, surely everything he wanted, including his dream partners, would eventually appear, wouldn't they? From the end of World War II until now, Hydra has managed to remain hidden and undetected, even growing stronger and subtly infiltrating the entire world. This wasn't just because of the American military at the time, or the Operation Paperclip plan they launched out of envy for Hydra's advanced technology, or simply because someone lost their mind. Another crucial reason was the existence of the organization that evolved from the Strategic Scientific Reserve, SHIELD, the Strategic Homeland Intervention, Enforcement, and Logistics Division. In fact, without SHIELD, Hydra would never have been able to expand into the massive force it is today. Why is that? The answer is simple. SHIELD itself was designed to be an extremely secretive, global organization. Initially established and nurtured by the United States, it eventually grew into a worldwide entity. By that point, even the U.S. government had lost insight into SHIELD's inner workings and operational details. This became especially true after Nick Fury took over as director. He allowed Alexander Pierce's plans to succeed, and under Fury's leadership, even the members of the World Security Council found themselves unable to inquire about most of SHIELD's affairs and confidential operations. On top of that, Fury, in his self-assured cleverness, instituted a compartmentalization system, which only made things worse. As a result, Hydra was able to hide in plain sight. Because of compartmentalization, SHIELD agents had no idea what missions or secrets their colleagues were working on, couldn't ask about them, and certainly couldn't report anything to the World Security Council. Today, after a long time apart, Hydra's supreme leaders have gathered once more for a rare council meeting. This meeting was called by Alexander Pierce. In truth, the various Hydra heads rarely had dealings with one another. Their ambitions and goals differed greatly, sharing only the Hydra name as a common bond. "Pierce, what brings us here today?" asked Baron Strucker, breaking the silence. Everyone present communicated through virtual projections. Alexander Pierce was once a disciple of the Red Skull. After the Red Skull's fall, Pierce went undercover in the Strategic Scientific Reserve, eventually becoming the very first director of SHIELD. Within Hydra, his rise was meteoric. He even aided several of the supreme leaders. However, this also meant that he was regularly suppressed by the other heads of Hydra. The reason was simple. Aside from Alexander Pierce, all the other Hydra heads came from pure Hydra lineage. Pierce was the only one who'd risen from the outside. Today, I want to introduce someone truly capable, someone I propose to join Hydra as a new leader. Alexander Pierce hadn't expected an assassin to come knocking at his door today, mainly because Rumlow suddenly found the idea of joining Hydra to be quite entertaining. Who is it? Everyone present instantly became alert. They didn't object to new members joining Hydra or even becoming one of its heads, but it was certainly not something just anyone could achieve. It was much like the people sitting there now, the supreme leaders, the heads of Hydra. Take Daniel Whitehall, for example. His entry into Hydra had been abrupt. He was originally one of Hydra's heads during the war, but after the war ended, his base was taken out by the Howling Commandos, thanks to intel left behind by Red Skull. Then, the famous agent Peggy Carter, Captain America's girlfriend, personally led the operation to capture him and threw him into a dreadful prison to rot. Peggy Carter loathed everything he had done, believing he deserved to spend the rest of his days awaiting death in that prison. But decades later, Daniel Whitehall's loyal followers, after years of searching, finally managed to rescue him with Alexander Pierce's help. Whitehall then used the organs of Sky's mother, a woman with inhuman abilities, to restore his youth, and just like that, reappeared. He rejoined Hydra and, without any vetting process, was instantly made a head of the organization. Heinrich Zemo, the Baron, was another case in point. One of Hydra's greatest heads back when Red Skull was still around, he never drew as much attention as Red Skull himself. After the war, when Red Skull disappeared, Zemo also vanished without a trace. It was only decades later, as Hydra quietly rebuilt itself, that he, too, resurfaced and rejoined, again without any formal vetting. No one even commented on his apparent tendency to disappear when the organization was in trouble and return only when there were spoils to be had. All of this revealed that, while Hydra prided itself on secrecy, its internal management was a mess. Each head ran their own show, and there was no longer anything like the near-absolute authority Red Skull once wielded. Everyone kept to their own turf. If you wanted to command another head's subordinates, you first had to consult with them. On top of that, everyone had their own priorities, so they rarely interacted or communicated. If even the heads behaved this way, the rank-and-file members of Hydra were even more isolated. Unless someone was looking to jump ship, they usually had little to do with each other. The so-called supreme leaders of Hydra were more like bandit chiefs, each ruling their own mountain stronghold. If you had the guns, the manpower, and the power, at the very least, if you could rival the Hand or similar organizations, then you could become a head. The threshold wasn't exactly low, but it wasn't impossibly high, either. Moreover, Hydra now seems to value talent above all else. They don't care about anyone's background, and there's practically no threshold to entry. It's as if anyone, as long as they're human, can join Hydra. Even the heads of the organization aren't entirely sure who all their subordinates are. So, joining Hydra is certainly possible, and even becoming one of its leaders isn't out of reach, but only if you have enough strength. He calls himself the Assassin, Alexander Pierce announced. As he spoke, everyone saw a man dressed entirely in white appear at Pierce's side. "Pierce, you've broken the rules. You can't bring him before us without our consent." Several Hydra leaders present immediately tried to disconnect from the virtual meeting, rebuking Alexander Pierce in the process. "Quiet, all of you," Rufus said, slamming his hand down on the table in front of Pierce. The table shattered into pieces, leaving the Hydra leaders stunned. After all, that table was made of metal. Not even the Winter Soldier could do that. "You may call me Assassin. I come from the Central Continent, a place you consider forbidden, and I am the leader of an assassin organization," Rufus continued. "An assassin?" Baron Strucker's face lit up with interest. "Baron Strucker, isn't it? I know everything about you. In fact, I know all of you here, Werner Reinhardt, or should I say, Daniel Whitehall. The Countess, the Chief, the Banker, Dr. List, Baron Heinrich Zemo." As Rufus pointed to each person, he named them one by one. This display of intelligence sent chills down everyone's spine. Just how powerful was this assassin and his organization, if they could know the identities of every single member of Hydra? Even within Hydra, the members didn't really know the full details about each other. They operated independently, and internal information was never openly shared or reported. The main concern was that if a single division fell, especially if it had been infiltrated by a spy, it could expose the rest of the organization. In reality, they often tested each other, trying to pry out information about other departments. Yet, none had ever managed to grasp the whole picture. Unifying all of Hydra under one leader remained an impossible feat. But just now, Rufus had named every major Hydra member present without missing a beat. Rufus was simply reciting what he'd read on the Encyclopedia Baidu Baiki, but to these Hydra leaders, he seemed all-knowing. With this level of intelligence, Rufus said calmly, "I believe I am qualified to become one of Hydra's supreme leaders. Don't you agree?" After gaining supernatural powers, Lufa's confidence emerged in full force, to the point where even Alexander Pierce felt as if he had become a different person. "Mr. Assassin, that's enough," Pierce said, breaking the silence. In truth, he was both fearful and uneasy about how much Lufa seemed to know. For what he could tell, this assassin organization was truly formidable. They had accomplished feats that even the leaders of Hydra had never managed. Not only did they understand the inner workings of every Hydra division, but Lufa could even pinpoint the locations of specific bases and the people in charge. This left Alexander Pierce and the other Hydra leaders with a chill running down their spines, as though some invisible presence was watching their every move. After witnessing such intelligence capabilities and the organizational strength implied by Lufa's keen insights, the Hydra heads found themselves without any objections to the idea of the assassin joining Hydra and becoming their new leader. Lufa explained that he didn't have much to offer beyond what their assassins specialized in: assassination and intelligence gathering. The assassins they trained weren't superpowered beings, but even so, they could easily take on a dozen Winter Soldiers without breaking a sweat. This statement made Alexander Pierce's face darken with displeasure. But to the Hydra leaders who knew just how powerful a Winter Soldier could be, the assassin organization suddenly seemed far more intriguing. After all, the Winter Soldiers were Hydra's own super soldiers. While Hydra's interests had shifted more towards superpowers, thanks to Inhumans and various mutates, if they could mass-produce super soldiers, they certainly wouldn't turn down a chance. Because mutates weren't mutants, their appearance was far too rare and unpredictable, and they couldn't be replicated. As for Inhumans, Baron Strucker was already conducting his own studies for Hydra. The future Scarlet Witch and Quicksilver were currently in his hands. But Baron Strucker had no intention of sharing his research on Inhumans. He was obsessed, convinced that Inhumans were the real deal and that the other Hydra leaders were fools for chasing after lesser things. If the assassins could mass-produce the equivalent of super soldiers, then the power they wielded would be of great interest, especially to Alexander Pierce, who thought his Shield Strike team might benefit from incorporating some members from the assassin organization. Of course, it wasn't the right time to act just yet. First, he needed to get a clear understanding of the assassins and their leaders' true intentions. Noticing their growing interest, Lufa had no qualms about playing into their hands. The assassins, he claimed, possessed a natural reformation technique that could empower ordinary people, unlike the artificially enhanced Captain America or Winter Soldiers. There was no need to research super serums. As long as the method was mastered, countless powerful warriors could be created. After bragging with a bunch of Hydra heads, Lufa bid farewell to Alexander Pierce. Lufa was quite satisfied that he had now blended into the organization. After all, boasting wasn't illegal. Most transmigrators rack their brains trying to get into Hydra or find ways to tap into its resources, and the reason is simple: Hydra's benefits and resources are simply too good to pass up. The perks and resources available to employees are second to none. If they weren't, nobody would be lured in. No matter what business you have, anywhere in the world, across any field, you can always find another Hydra branch willing to lend a hand. Otherwise, why would so many high-ranking officials and powerful figures join Hydra? Is it truly for Hydra's ideology and spirit? Don't kid yourself. Even most of Hydra's own members don't buy into that stuff. It's just hot air used to dupe the naive or the foolish. The real reason such big shots are drawn in is simple: Hydra's resources and benefits are so enviable and mouth-watering that people would do anything for a piece of the pie. For profit, even capitalists would sell the rope used to hang themselves to their enemies. So why wouldn't they join Hydra? However, Lufa had no intention of helping Hydra. He simply wanted to use Hydra for his own purposes, and to keep them from bothering him. All he needed was enough time. When the time came, he'd sweep everything aside with his wife and his followers. The number of vampires in New York has dropped significantly. Blade said to Lufa. Drop. Lufa noticed the word Blade chose to use. Yes, if they just run away on their own, there would be traces. But this decrease, it's unnatural. Blade was just as puzzled. He had thought some new heavy hitter had come to clean out the vampires. After all, Lufa and his team could make several hundred vampires disappear in a single night. That kind of efficiency was hard to match. Watch your back. Once Lufa heard Blade's concern, he realized what was going on and offered a word of warning. If it was just Gaetano and the others cleaning out the unmanageable hordes of vampires, that was one thing. But if they'd gotten involved in Damaskinos' Reaper project, then Blade would be in real danger. After all, this was essentially accelerating the plotline of Blade 2. Got it. Blade nodded. After exchanging information, Lufa headed to the new vampire gathering spot. A blood research center. What a perfect cover. This time, Lufa didn't bring Raven or Scotty with him. He intended to handle this group of vampires on his own. Considering that Lufa was now much stronger than before, Raven and Scotty thought it over and didn't refuse his request. Instead, they decided to secretly follow him. There was no way they could truly feel at ease letting Lufa act alone. But they also knew how stubborn he could be at times, so they chose to take a more indirect approach. With a silver blade in hand, Liu Fa charged into the Blood Research Center. At first, the people outside were just ordinary workers. They weren't even Hagwis. They were just employees. After Liu Fa threatened them away with his gun, the Hagwis and vampires quickly caught wind of the attack. Fully armed vampires and Hagwis were soon dispatched, but none of them found Liu Fa. He had hidden himself, and then brought out his Barrett, a special edition with enhanced power, courtesy of Chuan Yushuasian. This thing could punch a hole clean through the reactive armor of a heavy tank, straight through both sides. Liu Fa felt that his greatest advantage lay in these hero-grade weapons whose stats have been so reasonably tweaked, and in the artifact from Gun God era. True. Treasures for the wealthy, the stuff of poor men's envy and tears. Even a glancing shot could be fatal, and there was no need for a headshot to finish someone off. He even suspected that his twin pistols might be more powerful than Dante's ebony and ivory. Otherwise, how could it be that even with a shield up, a few bursts from his machine gun would still break through? He also enjoyed a significant edge in ammunition capacity. A thunderous blast rang out. A silver bullet tore through a vampire clad in heavy body armor and a helmet. The vampire didn't even make a sound before he disintegrated into ash. The vampires and Hagwis were dumbfounded. Was their enemy actually using artillery against them? Instantly, they abandoned their careless advance and began searching for cover. Unfortunately, they didn't realize that against firepower like this, most cover was useless. Even reinforced concrete wouldn't hold, unless it was extremely thick or built with composite armor. And above all, Liu Fa was wielding the primal destruction. Another deafening roar filled the air. A vampire who thought he was safe behind a massive iron tank had just breathed a sigh of relief when his upper body suddenly exploded, as if a bomb had gone off inside him. The vampires quickly realized that even hiding behind cover was pointless. The enemy seemed able to see exactly where they were, leaving them nowhere to hide. Let's take him head on. The vampires charged out, opening fire in Liu Fa's direction. Relying on their supernatural strength, they wielded weapons no ordinary human could handle, like handheld Gatling guns and single-soldier grenade launchers. Their firepower was overwhelming, but Liu Fa had already changed his position long before. After he spotted the vampires charging out from cover, he decisively changed his position, leaving behind only a ticking C4 at his previous spot. When the vampires thought they had Lucius pinned down, unable to fight back, and rushed forward in excitement, what greeted them was a C4 bomb whose countdown hit 0 at just that moment. Around the C4, several thick layers of steel balls had been tightly packed. In fact, these were all silver-plated steel balls, 3 layers in total. With the explosive power of the C4, those steel balls were several times more lethal than bullets. Oh shit. The fastest vampire could only roar in anger before the C4 detonated. The blast wave was dozens of times faster than a tornado, and, at such close quarters indoors, not even vampires, creatures who surpass human limits, had any chance to dodge. A deafening explosion tore through the air. Every window in the building shattered in an instant. A massive fireball surged upward, devouring the oxygen, then collapsed into a mushroom-shaped cloud of smoke. The vampires were reduced to ashes, while the members of the Ha tribe were left in mangled pieces on the ground. The triple-layered steel balls had shredded their bodies before they even realized what had happened. Their deaths came in an instant. Lucius glanced back at the chaos behind him. Fortunately, he'd moved fast enough. Otherwise, he'd have experienced firsthand what a truly forceful blowback felt like. But just as Lucius let out a sigh of relief, a gust of malignant wind rushed at his back. In the past, he would never have dodged in time. Now, however, he possessed the bloodline of a Spartan demon and had undergone extensive training with Riven. His combat reflexes were on a different level entirely. In fact, the gap between him and Riven was so vast, his eyes couldn't even track her attacks. Yet his demon blood superior instincts allowed his body to react before his mind could process what was happening. That was how Lucius managed to evade an attack that would have killed him outright. He spun around to see a monster, a creature massive in size, moving on all fours, its skin slick and hairless. The sight made Lucius curse aloud. Damn it, a hunter? A hunter. Straight out of Prototype, a bioorganic abomination mutated by the Blacklight virus. As for its power, gunfire couldn't phase it, and even tanks couldn't take it down in one shot. In fact, a hunter could smash a tank to pieces with just a few blows. But its true terror wasn't its brute strength. It was the Blacklight virus coursing through its body. What the hell? Why isn't this drop obeying my commands? Lucius tried to order the hunter to kneel, but it refused to listen. That's when he realized, if something is hostile to you, even if it drops into your world, it remains your enemy. So, in this adventure, he was effectively manufacturing foes for himself. Fortunately, it wasn't a hunter that fell at the very beginning. Otherwise, Lu Fa might have met a truly miserable end. After that, New York would have turned into a second Manhattan. There's also G-Virus William from Resident Evil, along with the mutated monsters from games like Crossfire and Guns. A heavy thud echoed through the room. Lu Fa did his best to dodge and even try to fight back, but he was clearly no match for the hunter. With a single swipe, the hunter sent him flying, crashing him through a door strong enough to withstand a rocket launcher. Lu Fa blacked out on the spot. The hunter was about to approach him, but then it suddenly froze, turning to unleash a furious roar toward the doorway. "I'll take care of the monster. You check on the doctor," Scotty said to Riven, gripping her sword behind her back. "All right, be careful," Riven replied without hesitation. In her eyes, the monster didn't seem like much of a threat anyway. The hunter eyed Scotty warily as she strode toward it, completely unconcerned. At last, the hunter's patience snapped. If a hunter king or an ultimate hunter were around, perhaps it could have kept itself in check. But in the end, a hunter was driven by wild instinct and bestial rage, with only the barest hint of cunning. It lunged at Scotty. Scotty watched the hunter leap at her without flinching. She simply swung her greatsword from her back, grabbing the hilt with her other hand, and brought it crashing down on the hunter. With strength that defied imagination, her blow shattered the hunter into pieces, not sliced in two, but smashed apart in a single, crushing strike. Scotty's expression was calm, almost bored. She was long used to the fragility of anything that wasn't a sea creature, and the hunter wasn't even particularly large. Wasn't it only natural it couldn't withstand her strength? After the monster was slain, Scotty and Riven carried Lu Fa back home together. When Lu Fa awoke, he found himself safely back at home. "Wait, what about the hunter?" he asked as soon as he'd fully regained his senses. He didn't even feel any pain anymore. The Spartan demon bloodline really was remarkable. An ordinary person would have had their organs shaken to pieces and their bones shattered by that hit. Yet here he was, not even a hint of pain, moving around as if nothing happened. "I killed it," Scotty replied. She didn't know what a hunter was, but she understood what Lu Fa meant. "How did you kill it? Did you set fire to the place to burn it down?" Scotty's answer made Lu Fa suddenly anxious, and he pressed her for details. "Why would I burn it?" Scotty looked genuinely puzzled. "Oh no, Scotty, Riven, did either of you get any of the monster's blood on you?" Lu Fa's face grew serious as he turned to Scotty. "No, we didn't." Scotty shook her head. The hunter hadn't even gotten close before she smashed him to pieces. Scotty, who had no desire to bother with washing her clothes, naturally managed to avoid getting any blood on herself. Lu Fa let out a sigh of relief, but hurriedly called Nick Fury. He had gotten Fury's number from Alexander Pierce, intending to use it later to demonstrate the power of his organization. Alexander Pierce, not knowing why the assassins wanted the director of SHLD's number, didn't ask too many questions. Nick Fury stared at the ringing phone in front of him, a number he didn't recognize. He was sure none of his agents or friends used this number, but he couldn't rule out the possibility of an urgent situation requiring a stranger's phone. "Hello." He answered the call, wasting no words on pleasantries. "Nick Fury, right? This is Lu Fa. I'm telling you and S.H.I.E.L.D. that a terrorist organization has just released a biovirus in New York City. It's extremely dangerous. The target location is the Blood Research Center in the suburbs. Get someone over there immediately. If you're late, the whole of New York could turn into a city of monsters. Make sure everyone you send wears full protective gear. The virus is highly resilient, airborne, and you'll need to watch the sewers too." Lu Fa didn't give Nick Fury a chance to respond. He rattled off the warning and hung up right away. Nick Fury was stunned. Lu Fa? His memory, honed by years as a level 10 agent, quickly brought to mind who Lu Fa was. The man he'd once suspected of being a mutant and had sent Coulson a contact, only to discover he belonged to a vast and powerful organization. Later, under the watchful eyes of S.H.I.E.L.D. agents, Lu Fa had mysteriously disappeared. And now, he was calling a terrorist group had unleashed a biovirus? Despite his doubts about Lu Fa's background and the truth of his words, the thought of New York turning into a city of monsters was enough for Fury to temporarily take him at his word. So, he handed the matter over to his trusted aide, Coulson, repeating everything Lu Fa had told him. "If that's the case, Director, we'll need the military's help," Coulson said after hearing Fury's account, rubbing his temples as if his hairline might recede a little further. This kind of crisis was far beyond what S.H.I.E.L.D. could handle alone. The military? Fury frowned. If the military got involved, as was the American way, there was a real risk they'd try to collect the virus for weapons research. Some things were so well known, they didn't need to be spelled out. But when he thought about the consequences of turning half of New York into a city of monsters, Nick Fury ultimately decided to contact the American military. "Let's deal with this first. Everything else can wait. New York really is a city plagued by disaster. Good thing all my homes are in Los Angeles, Lou F.A. remarked. Lou F.A. had no idea what Nick Fury would do next, but he was certain Fury could handle most of these threats. As for whatever remained, Lou F.A. would take care of it himself. Meanwhile, Scotty and Raven had already realized just how terrifying the creature, known as the Hunter, truly was. What made it so dreadful wasn't its strength, but the virus it carried inside. Although the blacklight virus in the Hunter's body had stabilized and would not produce a new prototype, the infected it spawned were still incredibly hard to deal with. An ordinary rifle would take more than a dozen shots to bring down one of them. If it was a mutated infected, it could take hundreds. If a Hunter evolved, it could even spread the infection to other cities. The American military acted with remarkable speed, especially after hearing about a viral outbreak, particularly in a sensitive place like New York. The brass quickly dispatched troops, and elite biohazard teams rushed to the scene. By then, the blacklight virus had already begun to create infected. The Hagu tribe members killed by Lou F.A., along with rats and wild animals drawn by the scent of blood, had all become carriers of the virus. Although the biohazard teams had been warned, they didn't fully grasp the nature of this virus or the horrors of bioweapons. To them, a virus was just a virus. It was only after facing a horde of monsters that they understood the gravity of the situation, but by then, it was too late. If the military, equipped with gas masks and filters, hadn't arrived just in time and unleashed a torrent of firepower to annihilate those monsters, the entire biohazard team might have been wiped out. Even so, the military's lack of experience led them to overlook the corpses that had already been bitten. When those bodies rose again, it caused a second wave of massive casualties. Only then did the virus truly capture the military's attention. They had thought they were simply there to restore order. Now, it was clear why this wasn't left to the National Guard. Coulson was stunned when he witnessed the scene firsthand. The dead coming back to life. He recorded what was happening and sent the footage to Nick Fury, who was just as shocked. What kind of bioweapon is this? Is this even a virus? On site, the military and biohazard teams sprayed disinfectant, but after killing the infected, they also collected the corpses for research. They were desperate to uncover the secret behind this virus that brought the dead back to life. 6 Black Hawk helicopters hovered in the sky, lowering soldiers clad in black urban combat gear on ropes. Next, more than a dozen military Humvees, after unloading their personnel, immediately sealed off every intersection. In Hidden Alley, one soldier manned a vehicle-mounted Gatling gun, scanning the surroundings with hawk-like vigilance. There was no question, anyone daring to make a suspicious move would be ruthlessly torn to shreds. A monstrous roar erupted. One of the hunters hurled an infantry fighting vehicle against a wall, sending American soldiers scattering in blind panic. What on earth was this creature? M4A1 rifles and M2 machine guns rattled away, but hitting the beast was like scratching an itch. It didn't even flinch. Then again, it wasn't that the creature was completely unaffected. It was just that the American soldiers couldn't see what happened after the bullet struck. As the hunter devoured a few victims, its wounds would simply heal up. By the time the U.S. military arrived, it was already too late. The blacklight virus had spread to several nearby homes. Fortunately, this blood research center happened to be a secret gathering place for vampires. Wanting to keep a low profile, they built it in the suburbs, where there weren't many people around. But let's not forget, humans in the Marvel Universe are far from ordinary. Setting aside mutants, a race and concept Marvel has distanced itself from. The humans here are actually descendants of Inhumans, genetically altered by the Kree. While not many Inhumans have truly awakened their powers, and their numbers are nowhere near those living on the moon, the gene still runs in their veins. And the blacklight virus's greatest strength was its ability to dig into a host's genes and forcibly enhance them, creating ordinary hunters was bad enough. The military could still hope to gun them down with overwhelming firepower. After all, they weren't the Hulk. The real nightmare was the birth of hunters with special inhuman powers, or even a Hunter King. Nick Fury's face was dark and grave. The dire situation on the ground was still spiraling out of control, even with the military's reinforcements. Fortunately, these hulking monsters weren't the Hulk. They could be killed with tank shells, IFE cannons, or even machine guns, as long as the soldiers didn't give them a chance to recover. Sir, we've identified the place. This blood research center belongs to the vampires, reported Maria Hill as she opened Nick Fury's office door. Are you sure? Nick Fury's expression soured instantly. He'd assumed this was Rufus and his group's secret base, never expecting it to belong to vampires. Apparently, this wasn't Rufus trying to dump a disaster in their laps, but rather something the vampires had been experimenting with had gone terribly wrong. For Nick Fury, there was no way he could ignore the possibility of suspecting Lou F.A. Perhaps this place used to be the base of Lou F.A.'s organization. Maybe the bioweapon was there. Research project, but something went wrong, and when they couldn't handle it themselves, they had to deal with it through outside help, conveniently shifting the blame elsewhere. That's why he sent Agent Maria Hill to investigate the matter. Melinda had chosen to switch to desk duty because of psychological issues, and Coulson was commanding at the scene, leaving Maria Hill as the only option. If anyone else had questioned her competence like this, Maria Hill would never have let it go. But since it was Nick Fury, all she could do was repeat her answer. Confirmed. Maria Hill replied. I see. Nick Fury said, dismissing her. Left alone, he began contemplating the possibility that Lou Fa had joined forces with the vampires. In any case, it was always best to prepare for the worst. Only then could one be fully ready for whatever might come. Meanwhile, Lou Fa, Scotty, and Raven spent half the night atop a rooftop. The American military's combat strength was no match for Blackwatch. After all, Blackwatch would fight until every last soldier fell without retreating. That kind of morale, combined with their advanced weaponry, meant that if Blackwatch had been assigned to handle this, the infected zone wouldn't have lasted even 10 minutes. Because the American military lacked experience, the battle dragged on for more than half an hour before it finally ended. All that remained was a thorough cleanup of the site. After watching the military recover the bodies of the infected and disinfect the area, Lou Fa led Scotty and the others as they tailed a military convoy all the way into a heavily guarded base. It was impossible to tell who was in charge of this base, but the defenses were tight. Clearly, this was a facility of a different caliber, the kind that didn't appear on any map. Maybe even the president himself didn't know this base existed. It was the vice president and the secretary of state who truly oversaw such matters. Infiltrate, plant explosives, and bring this military base down. Lou Fa felt no sympathy toward the American military. What could you expect from a country willing to expose its own citizens to a virus just to test a bioweapon's power? If they ever got their hands on a blacklight virus, could anyone believe anything good would come of it? He'd rather destroy the entire base and bury the truth along with it. Of course, before the explosion, Lou Fa would set off an alarm to give people a chance to escape. Whether they actually ran or not wasn't his concern. With Scotty and Raven's skills, sneaking Lou Fa in was a simple matter. Even when faced with some truly advanced and troublesome security measures, they managed to slip past everything in the end. However, once inside the military base, moving around was no easy task. You needed an ID card, fingerprint, iris scan, and even an oral cavity scan. This was the first time Lou Fa had seen oral recognition being used. What if someone had a toothache? On top of that, they had no idea where the blacklight virus had been transported. After thinking it over, Lou Fa captured a base officer and interrogated him. The officer finally revealed the location, and with his ID card, Lou Fa managed to slip inside. Originally, the base officer would have rather died than surrender. But when Lou Fa aimed his gun at the man's brother, the officer broke down and gave in. Monster! The officer could never have imagined anyone could be so ruthless. He could sacrifice himself for his family, but he couldn't just abandon his younger brother. Lou Fa knew exactly where a man's bottom line lay, so he didn't waste words with him. They've already started the dissection. Lou Fa saw the base researchers clad in protective suits, 3 layers thick, each with its own oxygen tank, coming and going through a decontamination chamber. It all looked exceptionally secure. So Lou Fa pulled out his stash: white phosphorus grenades, napalm bombs, thermite charges, and for good measure every last stick of C4 he had in storage. His backpack was packed with enough weaponry to make anyone's head spin. There was little he didn't have. The research staff had no way of communicating with the outside, so they were completely unaware that Lou Fa had surrounded them with incendiary bombs. Lou Fa didn't dare go in himself. Who knew if the blacklight virus could infect a Spartan demon? Without the bloodline of a Spartan demon, Lou Fa might have considered becoming the original host of the blacklight virus as a last resort. But with his wife by his side and the Spartan bloodline running through his veins, only a fool would choose to become the virus's vessel. After all, that would mean losing himself entirely, becoming nothing more than a mass of viral matter. Even if he retained his memories, he would no longer be himself. It's time. Lou Fa set the timer. Judging from the mountain of explosives he'd assembled, most scavenged from countless video games, at least this entire level of the base would be obliterated. As for the rest, well, that depended on how sturdy the base's original construction had been. With everything set, Lou Fa hurriedly signaled for Scotty and Riven to grab him and make their escape. By this point, the base officer had been exposed, and the base personnel were on high alert. But with nothing holding them back, Scotty and Riven blasted a straight tunnel through the base, carrying Lou Fa away in a direct line. They'd barely cleared the danger zone when, not 30 seconds later, the timer ran out. A deafening explosion erupted behind them. Scotty hugged Liu Fa so tightly he almost blacked out. His bones were all but shattered from the force. Scotty had originally intended to shield Lu Fa from the shockwave, but she had underestimated her own strength and Lu Fa's ability to withstand it. Fortunately, Riven noticed just in time and quickly told Scotty to let go. Otherwise, Lu Fa might have gone down in history as the first doctor ever to be strangled to death by his own operator. Well, there was also a chance he might have been shocked into awakening his Sarkaz bloodline, but that would have been a bit too intense. I almost got killed by my own cleanser, Lu Fa gasped, catching his breath. At this rate, it was far too soon to think about sharing a bed with TT. I'm sorry, doctor. Scotty apologized hurriedly. All right, let's get out of here first, Lu Fa said, showing no intention of blaming Scotty. TT was so adorable. How could he possibly be angry with her? It was clearly his own fault for being too weak, too feeble, even incapable of sleeping next to his own wife. Perhaps it was because Lu Fa had thrown in too many thermite grenades, but the fire raged for a full day and night, consuming most of the military base before it finally died down. Naturally, nothing was left inside. As for the Blood Research Center, Lu Fa went back to check later and managed to get a new batch of thermite from Alexander Pierce, since he'd used up all his own supplies. The mere mention of thermite made Alexander Pierce's heart skip a beat. He'd already heard about the military base incident today, and for what he could tell, thermite, napalm, incendiary grenades, white phosphorus, and all sorts of unidentifiable firebombs had been used, making the blaze impossible to extinguish. They had no choice but to establish fire breaks and even attempt vacuum suppression. Could it really have been the work of those assassins? When he later received word that the Blood Research Center had been attacked as well, and that even the sewers had been flooded with thermite until nothing was left, he was certain it was the assassins' doing. But what were they hoping to achieve? Lu Fa wasn't worried about explosions when tossing thermite into the sewers. His real concern was accidentally creating a hydra. Not the Marvel kind, but one of the infected monsters from the Blacklight virus. Giant, worm-like creatures that burrow up from the ground. Besides, if any creature carrying the Blacklight virus escaped through the sewers, things would get complicated fast. After all, New York's sewer system was so extensive that people could actually live down there. Anything could be found in those tunnels. Abandoned pets, all sorts of creatures that their owners could no longer care for, and even snakes and crocodiles, big ones at that. So when Lu Fa tossed in the thermite and the ensuing explosion rocked the place, a stranger appeared by his side out of thin air. Luckily, Scotty and Riven were experienced by now and didn't react the way they had the first time Scotty showed up, when Riven nearly sent her flying. Red A. Liu Fa looked up at the tall man with white hair, dark skin, and a striking red coat, immediately recognizing him as the Archer-class servant, Amiya Shiro, commonly known as Red A, from the game Fate/Grand Order. Nice to meet you. Roast him with words. Red A nodded, then smiled as he spoke. Why did I end up summoning a male servant? I want a Gene Alter, I want a BBA, I want a Tomo Guzan, or even Musashi. Still, given Red A's ruthless and cunning nature, he might actually suit Liu Fa quite well. Red A, I have a serious question for you. Liu Fa suddenly addressed him. What is it? Red A asked. Can you cook Chinese food? I can give it a try. Red A hadn't expected that question. Seeing Liu Fa's grave expression, he thought he was about to be asked about his combat prowess or his noble phantasm. With that, Liu Fa brought the newly arrived Red A back home, and along the way, he introduced him to the others. This is Red A. He can decide for himself whether or not to reveal his true name. Scotty, you can think of him as a sniper operator, though sometimes he acts as a vanguard. Riven, imagine him as a fighter who can switch forms, much like Jace. As for Red A himself, Scotty, think of him as a saber. Riven, the same, he's a saber too. Thanks to Liu Fa's explanation, the three quickly understood one another. Like Jace, so he can switch between hammer and cannon forms? Riven asked curiously. No, he can switch between bow and twin blade forms. Liu Fa replied offhandedly. After all, he was a close combat archer. That said, Red A was quite a practical servant to have around. He could cook, clean, and was essentially the domestic type of servant. Not to mention his projection magecraft, a unique skill that had become his signature. What puzzled Liu Fa, though, was why, as a master, the command seals hadn't appeared on the back of his hand. He'd wanted to test whether the mana from a command seal was different from the Spartan demon blood running through his veins. Not that it mattered. He hadn't awakened his Spartan bloodline yet, so he had no magic to speak of. As for the question about Chinese cooking, Red A soon found himself confounded by the ambiguous instructions in Chinese recipes. A pinch of salt, sugar to taste. In the end, they wound up eating a meal straight out of the Amiya household. Red A, used to cooking for large groups, made so much food that Liu Fa and the others barely finished 1% of it. Not every saber has a bottomless stomach, you know, Reddit. Liu Fa commented. I just got used to it, that's all. Red A replied with an embarrassed smile, though, given his thick skin, it might have just been an act. By the way, go to this place and deliver a message to a man named Alexander Pierce. Tell him that the incident at the military base and the Blood Research Center was carried out by us, the assassins. Lufa spoke to Red A. The assassins? Red A didn't quite understand, but nodded without asking any further questions. Alexander Pierce looked on in frustration as the Winter Soldier was once again laid out on the floor. This was supposed to be a world-class assassin, after all. Couldn't these people show him a little respect? Red A had come here without an appointment, so naturally, he was attacked by the Winter Soldier. Still, while Red A's physical strength was often the butt of jokes, he was a servant after all, and his strength was far beyond that of an ordinary person. At the very least, the Winter Soldier was no match for him. With just a few swift moves, Red A knocked the Winter Soldier down, then turned to Alexander Pierce and relayed the message Lufa had given him. So it really was you, but doesn't your boss have my number? For something like this, a simple phone call would have sufficed, wouldn't it? Alexander Pierce rubbed his temples and brow, then continued. Our boss said he doesn't use phones. Red A hadn't expected Lufa to predict exactly what Pierce would say, so he simply repeated Lufa's pre-prepared answer. Alexander Pierce's expression turned strange. So that was the reason? Then why they asked him for Nick Fury's number in the first place? But Alexander Pierce quickly began to think things over. He realized the situation might not be so simple. If the boss didn't use phones, did that mean his subordinates couldn't either? No, that was just a plausible excuse. The real reason was that the other side wanted to show their strength, to make a statement. Here was yet another unfamiliar face, one who effortlessly took down the Winter Soldier. The more Pierce observed, the more unfathomable the assassin organization seemed to him. Perhaps that was exactly the assassin leader's intention, to make sure Pierce always kept a sense of awe and caution. Lufa hadn't expected Alexander Pierce to read so deeply into his actions. This was a very rough demonstration of power. There were no hidden meanings. He simply wanted to make sure. Pierce took the assassins seriously, so that if he ever considered making a move against them, he would think twice. After all, Hydra had a habit of causing trouble every other day. Joining Hydra didn't mean there were no worries. Internal strife was par for the course. In fact, the leadership believed it kept their ranks elite and energized. For all he knew, several of Hydra's heads might already be plotting against him. Given those circumstances, Lufa had every reason to put his strength on display, to let these people know he was not to be trifled with. Anyway, the more they hesitate and the longer they wait, the stronger Liu Fa will become. Although the appearance of the hunter has made Liu Fa somewhat cautious, this concern does nothing to dampen his enthusiasm for summoning more wives. Come on, we're talking about wives here. Tell your leader not to act so recklessly in the future. Otherwise, it'll be hard for me to keep covering for him, Alexander Pierce said to Red A. Understood. Red A was simply there to deliver the message, offering no further comment. Then, in a blink, he vanished in a thin air, leaving Alexander Pierce startled. Was that some kind of ninjutsu? But Alexander Pierce could still tell the difference between a ninja and an assassin. It wasn't that. He'd just been surprised by the sheer supernatural quality of what he'd witnessed. Soon enough, he began to guess it might be some special kind of visual trick. After all, ninjutsu had already been publicly revealed as nothing more than various sleight-of-hand illusions. Maybe assassins had mastered similar tricks? You're back, Red A. Liu Fa was lying in Scotty's lap, looking completely at ease and more than a little shameless, but Red A showed no reaction. Mission accomplished. I gave him an earful, Red A reported. Good. There are other matters to handle tomorrow. Go get some rest, Liu Fa nodded. The hunter incident had caught Liu Fa off guard, so he decided it was time to turn Umbrella Corporation into the real deal, a company ready to handle any disaster that might arise. But don't get the wrong idea. Liu Fa wasn't doing this out of kindness or a need for a clear conscience. He just wanted to reassure the wives and subordinates who might be inclined toward goodness, justice, and order. Plus, wiping out these threats was also to his own benefit. It was like a chance to farm loot and pull prizes over and over again. The next day, Liu Fa called in his company's assistant. The one originally assigned by the vampire, Go Xianu, had been fired. Liu Fa simply didn't trust him. Instead, he'd hired a new assistant, a top graduate, from an Ivy League university. She was tall, well-built. No, that's not it. She had excellent academic credentials and an impressive resume, with plenty of experience in business management and secretarial work. Michael. Liu Fa looked at his personal assistant. As the founder of Umbrella Corporation, and with the company still privately held, he was the top dog. No need for a chairman or president yet, since the company wasn't that big. Is there something you need, sir? Michaela was dressed in a pure white, low-cut business suit, paired with a black, figure-hugging skirt. Her long legs were encased in sheer black stockings, and she wore a pair of towering stiletto heels. With her sizzling curves and golden hair, she was a sight to behold. Unlike the famed Pepper Potts, the personal assistant from Stark Industries next door, Michaela was blessedly free of freckles. Lufa could never understand the American fascination with freckles. In any case, he preferred his personal assistant without them. As for Michaela, her dream was to land a wealthy patron like Lufa. Her idol was none other than Virginia Pepper Potts, the illustrious assistant to the chairman of Stark Industries. The difference, though, was that Lufa was nothing like that famously difficult, now-vanished genius playboy. In fact, he matched Michaela's aesthetic tastes perfectly. After all, Lufa had once been a pure-blooded Chinese, but after merging with the bloodline of the Spartan demons, his looks had been enhanced. Now he was as handsome as a storybook hero. Of course, this didn't make him look like a mixed-race celebrity, but to any woman, he was undeniably charming. Did you find a candidate for the company president, like I asked you to? Lufa asked Michaela. He had no romantic interest in her. She was simply there to please the eye. Of course, if he ever got a wife or subordinate who excelled at management, Michaela could retire to a secondary role. I've already asked a headhunting firm to find 5 candidates, Michaela replied. She was certainly no decorative vase, no mirror. Pretty face could command such a high salary. She quickly sent the dossiers of the 5 candidates to the computer in Lufa's office. Lufa's gaze soon landed on a promising candidate. This man was facing bankruptcy after his previous company collapsed, and he had a reputation as a ruthless, cutthroat CEO. That was exactly what Lufa needed, a black-hearted executive who knew his way around the underbelly of the business world. So Lufa interviewed him and promptly hired this desperate and scrupulous CEO. He immediately gave him his first assignment, to recruit a number of mercenaries to serve as the company's security team. Boss, I'm not sure I understand. Emil Gillen, wary of misunderstanding this young founder and general manager, spoke cautiously. I want you to find mercenaries who can handle dirty work. People who will do whatever's asked of them and keep their mouths shut, no matter what. Lufa mused that if he ever got his hands on a Resident Evil-style cloning device, he wouldn't need mercenaries at all. He could simply clone an army of them. But until then, hiring was the only option. Emil Gillen immediately grasped his meaning. Understood, boss. How many do you need? Emil asked. As many as possible. The casualties are going to be high. Lufa spoke calmly. His words made Emil Gillen's expression shift ever so slightly. In that case, boss, I wouldn't recommend buying them out, since it would waste a lot of money. But this cold-hearted CEO quickly responded to Lufa. Just moments ago, he'd been calculating how many mercenaries he'd need to buy out, uncertain how long they'd have to keep secrets, and thinking maybe a long-term contract would be better. But now, after hearing Lufa's suggestion, Emil Gillen realized that a long-term contract wasn't cost-effective and would drain company funds. Grateful that Lufa had pulled him out of the mire, he was eager to prove his worth. It's great that you're thinking for the company's interests. You're now the chief executive officer. Lufa was very pleased with Emil Gillen's ideas and advice. This guy was truly talented. As for being called a heartless capitalist, Lufa considered himself much more conscientious. After all, he was planning to provide death benefits. Compared to the American military, which would rather roll over disabled veterans demanding compensation with tanks than pay them, he was practically the Captain America of capitalists. Thank you so much, boss. Emil Gillen never expected Lufa to trust him this much. As someone with a checkered past, suddenly becoming the CEO of a company with $6 billion in funding was unimaginable. Even a man as unprincipled as Emil Gillen, after hitting rock bottom and being cornered by life, couldn't help but be moved by Lufa's treatment. Next, Lufa told him that since there would be no long-term contracts or buyouts, they should set up a death benefit instead. Emil Gillen had thoughts to share regarding the death benefit, but Lufa cut him off. Lufa insisted that this was the only way to keep the mercenaries at ease, even in the face of death. A fixed salary easily saps motivation, but if there's commission and insurance, it's a different story. Lufa's plan was that every mission came with a commission, with bonuses for outstanding performance. After all, they were up against all manner of potential monsters, and it would take both money and a sense of duty to toughen their nerves. For example, for humanity, for justice, for the world, and of course for heaps of cold, hard cash. The slogans might sound noble, but the money had to find its way into their pockets. Mercenaries, how noble can you expect them to be? They're war profiteers and strays who can't survive without conflict. Clearly, Emil Gillen worked with impressive speed and efficiency. By only the second day, Lufa saw that Umbrella Corporation had gained over 100 fully armed, menacing-looking soldiers. I didn't bring them in to play security guards. They'll need to undergo training and be ready for combat at any moment. Lufa spoke to Emil Gillen. Combat readiness? Truth be told, Emil Gillen still hadn't figured out exactly what his own company did. There was this subsidiary called Rhodes Island Pharmaceuticals, and then a whole web of other subsidiaries as well. Where exactly was this so-called combat readiness coming from? On top of that, Lufa had assigned Red A to be both the instructor and head of security for these mercenaries. Red A had already heard about the trouble Lufa had stirred up. He hadn't tried to stop it, but he understood the gravity of the situation. So he resolved to put these mercenaries through their paces, at least to make sure they could contribute something useful. There weren't any unruly mercenaries here. Most of them were just in it for the money. After all, Umbrella was offering generous pay for short-term contracts, and you had to earn a promotion to land a long-term deal. None of them wanted to risk losing such a lucrative job, so they were eager to perform well. As for Red A, their direct superior, they had no complaints. There was no desire to provoke him either, though Red A himself certainly didn't shy away from provocation. "Come on, you pack of strays," Red A sneered, fixing the mercenaries with a mocking grin. "Let's see what you've got. Whoever knocks me down becomes the new head of security." The mercenaries glared back, their eyes blazing, but none of them moved, cowed by the captain's sharp rebuke. "I never knew you had taunting and provocation as your special skills," Lufa remarked, genuinely surprised. "In the past, I used to rely on them all the time, somewhere on some battlefield. I can't even remember where," Red A replied. His memories were a tangled mess, too many battles, too many killings. Most of it had become a blur, even to himself. "All right, you all heard him," Lufa addressed the mercenaries. "He means it. If any of you can take him down, you'll be the new head of security." The mercenaries already knew Lufa was the boss of Umbrella. Hearing him make such a declaration, their excitement boiled over. "Is this for real, sir?" the captain asked, still cautious. "Of course," Lufa replied with a smile. These mercenaries had all been handpicked by Emil Gillen, elite, confident in their abilities. Now, with the boss's promise ringing in their ears, two veteran mercs stepped forward without hesitation. Red A sized them up and gestured for them to attack together. The two bristled with anger, but finally decided to send just one forward. In a matter of moments, Red A floored him with little effort. The rest of the mercenaries' expressions shifted. Clearly, Red A had every right to mock and challenge them, given his skills. Still, the lure of promotion was right there, dangling before their eyes. It meant a higher salary, a long-term contract. How can anyone pass that up? 5 minutes and 40 seconds. Red A had straightened everyone out. Lou Fa glanced at his watch before continuing to speak. The mercenaries lying on the ground were all in disbelief. Their opponent had taken just 5 minutes and 40 seconds to take down over 100 of them in hand-to-hand combat. Was that even humanly possible? Even if it were them, it would be difficult to defeat 10 people in a fistfight within 10 minutes. After Red A's lesson, none of the mercenaries dared to step out of line anymore. Not that they were troublemakers to begin with, but Red A needed to establish his authority in this way. This group of mercenaries was just the beginning. Lou Fa was preparing for every possibility, unsure of exactly how much he'd need, so he simply tried to prepare as much as he could. Meanwhile, Umbrella's manufacturing subsidiaries had started running as well. They were tasked with producing protective gear and weapons for the mercenary unit. For this, Lou Fa even had to hire specialized technicians in light weapon design and manufacturing. Hammer Industries didn't cover that field. They only produced and sold standard military hardware. In other words, Justin Hammer was nothing more than America's facade. As for Stark Industries, they had long stopped producing light weapons. The lightest thing they made was missiles. In the end, Lou Fa named this group of mercenaries the Wolves. Their appearance was modeled after the characters from the comic and film genre, the Wolf Brigade. Menacing, breathing masks, somber black gear, heavy-caliber assault rifles, and squad automatic weapons. Their emblem was also a twist on Umbrella's classic red and white Umbrella logo, now adorned with a wolf's head. But this gear was anything but light, so the first thing they needed to train was their ability to carry heavy loads. "I still need to find a way to enhance them physically. Just need a reliable way to keep them under control," Lou Fa mused. He had the G-Virus in his possession, but he wouldn't dare use it to develop bioweapons. Not unless he awakened the bloodline of the Spartan devil within himself. Only then would it even be a remote possibility. Still, with all the games he played, he knew there were plenty of ways to enhance people. For example, the Blacklight soldiers developed by Blackwatch in the later stages. Those were dangerous, yes, but highly controllable. Even the evolved Alex Mercer was suppressed by them. Compared to the Tyrant series of the T-Virus, these soldiers were far superior. Perhaps even a G-Tyrant wouldn't stand a chance against them. And in the midst of all this, Tony Stark returned. The news was everywhere from early morning, flooding the airwaves and headlines. Lou F.A. glanced at the newspapers and TV reports. At this point, he no longer needed Tony Stark. Sometimes, no matter how well you plan, reality throws you a curveball, especially when those vampires are so filthy rich. But now that Tony Stark has returned, it means Iron Man is about to be born. Well, there's no hope for Mark 1 or 2, but the Ironmonger suit could still be salvaged. Lufon mused to himself. The Ironmonger didn't require an advanced AI like Jarvis for assistance, but just having the armor wasn't enough. The real value lay in its power source. That tiny arc reactor was what made the suit so formidable. Things like the old fire control systems were hopelessly outdated, and it was only sheer brute force that allowed it to go toe-to-toe with Tony Stark. If Tony had been more experienced, he probably would have taken care of the Ironmonger with a single anti-tank missile. Then Lufa's thoughts turned to Ivan Vanko. This guy held the secrets of the arc reactor technology. If Lufa could control him and get his hands on the Ironmonger, he could have an endless supply of Iron Legion soldiers. Nice. The first step, then, was to track down Ivan Vanko. Once Tony Stark defeated Obadiah Stane, Lufa planned to haul the Ironmonger back for an overhaul. He figured Ivan Vanko might even stir up some trouble, maybe create a super Ironmonger to rival the Hulkbuster. Not a bad idea. After all, there wasn't much Vanko could do to break free. With Scotty and Riven around, he'd never even make it out of the lab. When it came to intelligence gathering, Lufa had to admit it wasn't his strong suit. Sure, he knew the entire plotline of the Marvel Cinematic Universe, but he was fuzzy on the finer details. He didn't even know what part of Russia Ivan Vanko was in. Then again, maybe Vanko had already made his way to America by now. Lufa considered this, and figured Vanko was probably still celebrating Tony Stark's presumed death. Judging from the film's flashbacks and the remote place where Vanko lived, it would likely take months before he learned Tony had survived and returned. Only then would he set out to America for revenge, and that was after he finished building his own weapons. All things considered, it would probably take until Iron Man 2 for Vanko to make his appearance. Lufa wasn't about to wait that long. It was time to send out a team to find him. The Werewolf Squad could use the exercise anyway, and training in the snow and ice would only make them tougher. As for Lufa himself, he had just noticed a new kind of monster cropping up in New York City. Not only had vampires started vanishing in droves, but humans were disappearing too, and plenty of innocent people were among the victims. Lufa doubted this was the work of Chad Norma. This guy, in order to avoid provoking the hostility and hatred of the Blade, only targeted humans who worked for vampires, namely, the Harkonnen clan, as well as thugs and drug dealers. If he ever launched a large-scale attack on innocent people, Blade would cut him down without a second thought. After all, the threat posed by the Reaper mutants was simply too great. It looks like this is the handiwork of Kitano and Damaskinos, but did it spiral out of control? Lufa pondered. Kitano wasn't a fool, and while Damaskinos might harbor such ambitions, he'd never risk exposing the Reaper mutants before his plans were ready to succeed. Now, with large numbers of people disappearing and panic spreading, drawing America's attention at this moment would do them no favors. Lufa decided it was time to wipe out Kitano and his cohorts completely. Although he felt little affection for America, he couldn't let the opportunity for loot slip by. He was definitely taking action. Ivan Vanko, meanwhile, had fallen into despair. He drowned his days and nights in vodka, drinking himself numb. Tony Stark was dead. In theory, Ivan should have felt triumphant, but not having been able to kill his nemesis with his own hands left him feeling lost and adrift. Revenge had been his entire reason for living, and now he had no idea what to do next. Time had lost all meaning for him. Days blurred together, drinking, sobering up, and then drinking again, lost in a fog. But on this particular day, someone unexpectedly came calling. This should be the place, right? Red A lifted his faceplate. The biting cold wind made even him shiver in discomfort. As far as Lufa was concerned, his wives were to be kept close, but his subordinates were there to be sent out on errands and missions. Besides, with the world not yet swarming with monsters, he felt perfectly at ease sending Red A to lead the team to capture Ivan Vanko. Otherwise, with no one else to rely on, he'd have had to make the trip himself. Before coming to Russia, Lufa had already reached out to Hydra, so as soon as Red A and the Werewolf Squad arrived, they received local Hydra support. Red A couldn't help but marvel at just how resourceful his master was, and with Hydra's help, they quickly tracked down Ivan Vanko. Vanko himself was little known, but his father, Anton Vanko was notorious for having stolen Howard Stark's technology and being deported back to Russia. Using Anton Vanko as their primary lead, they soon located Ivan Vanko. Two members of the werewolf squad opened the door, and the rest filed in. In no time at all, they dragged the dead-drunk Ivan Vanko out of the room. At the moment, Ivan's body was weak and uncooperative, but his mind was still sharp. "So you're Ivan Vanko?" Red, they stared at the burly white man before him. The man's hair was a tangled, greasy mess, clearly unwashed for quite some time. He wore a tattered white tank top, now so grimy it was hard to tell what color it once was. His arms were covered in dense tattoos, marking him instantly as someone you wouldn't want to cross. A toothpick dangled from the corner of his scarred, pock-marked face. "Who are you people?" he demanded. Ivan Vanko tried his best to stay alert. "Take him away," Red A ordered, having confirmed the man's identity. At once, Ivan Vanko's head was shoved into a black hood. His hands were wrenched behind his back, bound tightly with nylon ties. "Master, we've captured Ivan Vanko," Red A reported over the phone to Lufa, just as the crack of gunfire sounded on the other end. "Good. Once you bring him back, just dump him at the company," Lufa replied, nodding as he ended the call. Right now, they were up against Reaper variant vampires. Fortunately, Lufa had already instructed the Umbrella Corporation's weapons division to develop ultraviolet bullets, special rounds made famous in urban legends for fighting vampires, and it hadn't been difficult for them to produce. The moment a Reaper variant was struck by an ultraviolet round, it shrieked and exploded in a brilliant flash of phosphorescence. It seems Gautian and his team still haven't overcome the Reaper's vulnerability to sunlight. Or perhaps these are just the failed experiments, and the successful ones have already solved it? Lufan mused, his mind habitually drifting toward the worst-case scenario. "These things are disgusting and nearly impossible to kill," Scotty grumbled, swatting a Reaper away. Even after it smashed into pieces, the vile creature still squirmed, its stench nauseating. She'd once thought the Seaborn were the most revolting things in the world. Now, she realized they weren't so bad after all. Riven didn't comment. She simply lobbed another ultraviolet flash grenade. These might be a nightmare for anyone obsessed with keeping their skin pale, but for the Shattered Reapers, the experience was pure torment. There was no escape. Meanwhile, Lufa was already contemplating genetic weapons targeted at vampire DNA. If vampires could be genetically modified, that proved they weren't truly undead, at least. Not in the fantastical sense of comic books. If their origins traced back to Dracula, then it should be possible to develop a vampire gene weapon tailored to their biology. While genetic weapons might be inhumane when used against humans, against other organisms, they could be invaluable, minimizing environmental damage. With enough ingenuity, one could design and synthesize entirely new forms of life or viruses, creatures never before seen in nature. It has the ability to alter the genetic material of non-pathogenic microorganisms, transforming them into pathogens with formidable drug resistance. By exploiting differences in human biochemical traits, these pathogens can be engineered to affect only people with certain genetic characteristics, thus selectively eliminating the enemy's living forces. The only uncertainty is whether the system will recognize casualties caused by genetic weapons as valid drops. In the original storyline, Rufa recalled, Princess Nisha of the Makinos family managed to lure these Reapers by extracting their pheromones. With that in mind, Rufa instructed the staff at Rhodes Island Pharmaceuticals to collect most of the mutated Reaper remains, extract their pheromones, and prepare for future use. Afterward, he took Scotty and Raven with him to the headquarters of the Umbrella Corporation. In the underground base, Rufa came face-to-face with Ivan Vanko. "Hello, Ivan Vanko." Rufa paid no attention to Ivan Vanko's bird. Judging from Vanko's later attitude, the bird was of no consequence. Most likely, Vanko kept it around just to give the impression he had a weakness. "Who are you?" Ivan Vanko eyed Rufa, realizing he'd never met it before. "We are Hydra." Rufa figured it wouldn't hurt to pin things on Hydra. After all, it wasn't a lie. The assassins were part of Hydra too. Hydra. Ivan Vanko's mind snapped into focus. The main reason was that on the plane, Red A had provided him with neither food nor drink, leaving him no choice but to sober up. Then it came back to him what kind of organization this was. No, wait, didn't Captain America wipe out Hydra already? Ivan Vanko shook his head. Cut off one head, 2 more shall take its place. Captain America only destroyed one Hydra. The organization remains, Rufa replied calmly. You want the arc reactor technology, don't you? Ivan Vanko got straight to the point. He was shrewd and understood that this was the only thing he possessed that Hydra would covet. That's right. Rufa nodded. And why would I give it to you? Ivan Vanko scoffed, unimpressed. We can help you bring down Stark Industries. Tony Stark may be dead now, but surely you still want revenge against Stark Industries, don't you? Red A and the others had done an excellent job keeping secrets, so Ivan Vanko had no idea Tony Stark had returned. Hearing Rufa's words, he fell silent. Ivan Vanko stared at Rufa. Deal. He had nothing left to lose anyway. If he could drag Stark Industries down to accompany Tony Stark and Howard to the grave, it would count as revenge for both him and his father. In this regard, Ivan Vanko believed that simple acts of terrorism were pointless. It was better to leave such matters to Hydra. But let me be clear, if I'm in charge of this, don't even think about deceiving me. Otherwise, I won't hesitate to make you regret it. Ivan Vanko spat his toothpick on the ground, then spoke. Pleasure doing business with you, Ivan Vanko. Lufa responded nonchalantly, addressing Ivan Vanko. He hurried to leave, though. He truly couldn't stand the pungent smell of sweat radiating from Ivan Vanko. Did this man never bathe? As a southerner who felt uncomfortable going a single day without a shower, Lufa simply couldn't understand how someone like Ivan Vanko, living in a cold region, could so rarely bathe, or perhaps lack the means to do so. Once the business was concluded, Lufa stretched out on the lowest level of the underground base, on the sofa that served as home for him, Scotty, Raven, and the others, and began to examine the spoils he'd acquired from hunting down those Reaper mutants. Since both characters and enemy units appeared out of thin air and dropped items directly, this time, too, Lufa hadn't received any new wives or underlings. The enemy units hadn't dropped anything of that nature either, which was a relief. After all, who knew what kind of things those enemies might drop? What if he ended up with a Gorgon? He played so many games, each with its own wild settings and over-the-top visuals. Not to mention, if a Celestial from Azura's Wrath, one who could poke the earth with a finger, suddenly appeared, that would be a disaster. Only someone like the Ancient One could handle something like that. Suddenly, Lufa sat up, finding a blade in his hand. The Yamato. Lufa's eyes filled with tears of joy. He'd finally gotten the legendary Yamato, though it didn't seem to be of much use to him. Without the blood of Sparta Demon, he couldn't wield the Yamato's dimension-slicing power. To him, it was simply a razor-sharp, indestructible blade. Still, if he had the Yamato, could the Rebellion Sword and Sparta Blade be far behind? Looks like the 4th-generation Yamato. Lufa swung the blade a few times, unable to hide his delight, and noted from its design that this was the 4th iteration of Yamato. To Lufa, the 4th-generation Yamato had the best design, aesthetically his favorite by far. Among the other drops, there were some valuable items, but none that Lufa particularly wanted or could use at the moment. He even received a Blue Eyes White Dragon card. The problem was he couldn't summon any monsters from the card. It was just a plain literal Blue Eyes White Dragon card. What the heck? Even this showed up? Then Lufa spotted something that utterly astonished him. The Allied barracks from Red Alert. Was this thing actually useful? Lufa didn't even have a mobile base vehicle, yet he still managed to place the barracks on the second-to-last floor of the underground base. There was plenty of room here for such a facility. Once the barracks was successfully set up, a flood of information about it filled Lufa's mind. At present, it seemed the barracks could produce troops. The problem was there were no Navy SEALs or engineers. Only American GIs and attack dogs could be trained. According to the settings, American GIs are the basic infantry unit of the Allied forces, all of whom have received fundamental combat training. In terms of equipment, each GI carries a submachine gun and a heavy machine gun, wears a composite bulletproof vest with padded shoulders, and sports a tactical helmet fitted with goggles. A GI can attack enemies directly with the submachine gun, or swiftly deploy sandbags and use the heavy machine gun for greater firepower. The machine gun offers longer range, more power, and a faster rate of fire, making it effective even against light and medium armored vehicles. With large numbers, GIs can even confront heavy tanks head-on. When stationed inside buildings, their firepower increases significantly, and the vulnerability of their armor becomes far less of a concern. Then there are the ever-important attack dogs, Allied dogs, priced at 200 coins apiece. They can take down humanoid targets in an instant at close range, and are able to sniff out spies. Lufa wasn't sure how much of the game's original design remained intact, but if the dogs kept most of their abilities, wouldn't each one be a primate killer? Even if that wasn't the case, just being able to instantly eliminate ordinary humans would be intimidating enough. It's a shame there's no option to produce spies. If I had enough spies, I could turn S.H.I.E.L.D. into my own organization. Lufa shook his head. Both the GIs and the attack dogs required 200 gold coins each to produce. Real gold coins, not US dollars. In the past, Lufa might not have been able to afford this, since he had no money. But now, after making a single call to both Goshianu and Alexander Pierce, and having Emil Gillen arrange the acquisition of several gold mining companies, he suddenly had a steady supply of gold coins. Lufa also learned about the standard specifications for the required coins. If it were just ordinary GIs and regular dogs, Lufa would never pay 200 coins for them. It simply wouldn't be worth it. But GIs who would be absolutely loyal to him, along with special attack dogs capable of identifying spies. Now, that was a bargain he couldn't refuse. It was like buying a person's entire life for just 200 gold coins. Lufa first tried producing an American soldier. When he saw the man's strong muscles and robust physique, Lufa became curious about his shooting skills and strength. To his surprise, this American soldier outperformed any of the mercenaries he'd seen. Though his intelligence didn't seem particularly high, perhaps a side effect of being mass-produced, he possessed almost no independent thought. He could understand orders, receive commands, and execute them. He was much like a machine, though a bit more flexible. Next, Lufa produced a police dog. Compared to the American soldier, this police dog seemed far more dangerous. Though it looked like a German shepherd, the sheer ferocity it exuded instantly alerted Lufa, whose senses were sharp, to the fact that this dog was far tougher than its peers. And this police dog looked much smarter than the American soldier, too. Looks like I should make more police dogs in the future and hold off a bit on the American soldiers, Lufa mused. He also considered switching up the werewolf unit, not to completely replace all the mercenaries, but to insert some American soldiers among them, ensuring he maintained enough control over the company's operations team. To Lufa, this barracks was now no different from a cloning facility. From now on, he could always count on having ample forces. Who knows, maybe he'd even get a drop of Terran buildings from StarCraft, or something from Warcraft. When Tony Stark returned, he immediately held a press conference and made a high-profile public announcement. Stark Industries' weapons division would be shut down. This move triggered an unprecedented drop in Stark Industries' stock price. The only ones holding on were those who still had faith in Tony Stark. Naturally, Lufa seized the opportunity to buy up large quantities of Stark Industries stocks. But even his rescue-style buying couldn't stop the stocks tumble. Many minor shareholders, those with enough shares to attend the shareholders' meeting, dumped all their holdings, and Lufa swallowed them all up. Stark Industries had been founded as a munitions company during World War II. Thanks to 2 generations of Stark geniuses, it had, in just that time, become one of the most renowned multinational giants in the world. In the field of cutting-edge technology, the only companies that could rival Stark Industries were Osborne Corp, Hammer Industries, and Japan's Yasuda Industries. Frankly, Stark Industries was the undisputed leader. An enterprise of this scale could, in sheer financial power alone, outclass more than half the countries in Europe. Naturally, its internal makeup was extraordinarily complex. First and foremost was its owner, Tony Stark. Stark holds around 23% of the company's shares, making him the largest shareholder. He also possesses many of the patents that the company depends on for survival. These patents belong not only to Tony Stark, but also to his father. As a result, his position within the company is virtually unshakable, unless Stark Industries' stock takes a nosedive. But to be honest, even the American government wouldn't allow that to happen. Next in line is Obadiah Stane, a founding partner who started the company alongside Tony Stark's father. Without a doubt, he is the second largest shareholder, holding about 11% of the shares. He is also the one who manages Stark Industries, of course, only with Tony Stark's approval. Following that is Rue F.A., who has recently acquired a significant number of shares. He now owns 6.7%, making him the third largest shareholder in name and fact. The remaining shares, about 5%, are scattered among individual investors. The financial giants of Wall Street collectively hold 7%. The U.S. Air Force and Army together hold 10%. Oscorp and Yasuda Industries each hold 4 and 5%, respectively. Cross-shareholding like this is quite common among large corporations. As for the last 28%, it is held by more than 20 different companies and families. According to Stark Industries rules, anyone holding less than 1% isn't eligible to participate in shareholders' meetings. So, in reality, only about 6 or 7 people can attend these meetings. Rue F.A. hadn't expected the shares to be split in such a chaotic way. Even after throwing money around to buy up as many shares as he could, he was only able to purchase 1% from scattered shareholders, along with some from those 20-some companies and families, ultimately bringing his total to 10%. Because Umbrella Corporation doesn't have any noteworthy products, it hasn't gone public yet. As a result, there's no way to exchange interests or shares. Rue F.A. doesn't intend to take Umbrella public anyway. He isn't short on money, so why bother? The people who sold off their shares breathed a sigh of relief, thinking they'd managed to cut their losses just in time. But the very next day, Tony Stark announced the launch of the Arc Reactor, a new product that could meet the world's clean energy needs. Despite its small size, it boasted immense power. Instantly, the stock price, having just hit rock bottom, soared at an unbelievable rate. Wait, how did he launch the arc reactor so soon? Ru-Fa was caught off guard. Wasn't this supposed to happen only after the Ironmonger incident was resolved? How could things have changed so drastically? For a moment, Lufa was at a loss for words. True, he had managed to make back his investment in an instant, multiplying it several times over, while some who had sold off their shares ended up taking their own lives in despair. What he didn't know was that Tony Stark's announcement to shut down the weapons division, though impulsive on the surface, was actually a calculated move. Stark had started to suspect that someone within Stark Industries was secretly selling weapons to terrorists ever since he'd found his own company's arms in the hands of such groups. By closing the division, he aimed to buy back some shares and regain control. But, just as the plan was getting underway, out of nowhere, a financial predator swooped in and devoured the dumped shares in one fell swoop. Seeing that his buyback plan was being thwarted, his opponent swallowing up any and all available shares, Tony Stark was forced to abandon this strategy. The last thing he wanted was a new major shareholder with significant voting power showing up at the board meeting, so he hastily cut his losses. Initially, Emil Gillen had a bad feeling about Lufa's intent to acquire shares in Stark Industries and did everything he could to stop it. But now, he could only marvel. His boss truly lived up to the title. Had he received some kind of insider information? Now, shares of Stark Industries continued to rise. Everyone had begun to realize the value of being the leader in new energy technology. This was the dawn of an unprecedented new era, a veritable gold mine, slow to bloom but guaranteed to be profitable. Boss! Emil Gillen stood up abruptly when he received a call from his boss, even though Lufa wasn't there in person. Stark Industries' weapons division has been shut down, right? I want you to recruit those laid-off employees as soon as possible, Lufa instructed. Yes, sir. Emil immediately understood what his boss, and by extension, Umbrella Corporation, was planning. They were going to take over Stark Industries' weapons market. However, those employees were the cream of the crop, the elite among elites who had worked in Stark's weapons division. They were highly sought after, and the moment they became unemployed, they received offers from other military-industrial giants. Even though Umbrella had just been infused with $60 billion in capital, its name still lacked clout. Competing against the likes of Hammer Industries, Oscorp, Yashida Industries, or General Electric was a tall order. With better options on the table, people naturally wouldn't choose Umbrella. If only I could recruit top-tier talent for video games, like that engineer named Mel, or someone similar, Lufa mused, reflecting on his recruitment failures. At the very least, he wished he could somehow summon his own max-level, legendary mechanic from a sky realm. Surely, technology from such a world would be both valuable and formidable. Lufa had no idea when Tony Stark would finally come into conflict with Obadiah, so he assigned Red A to keep watch. Wasn't that what servants were for, after all? He couldn't bear to send Scotty and Raven for such a task. However, after seeing Ivan Vanko, Lufa was reminded of the new element, so he dispatched Red to secretly obtain the scale data of the map model. With that in hand, he planned to get several steps ahead of Tony Stark and unveil the new element first. It all seemed easy enough to Lufa, but in reality, just analyzing the atomic structure took quite a bit of time. Fortunately, the production phase went smoothly, and Lufa managed to create the new element successfully. Next, Lufa had a team of professionals run a series of tests and analyses, and then sent the resulting research paper to a scientific journal. At the same time, Lufa presented the new element and its technical report to the American Patent Office, applying for a patent and officially naming it the Lufa element. The Patent Office acted swiftly. Within just a few days, Lufa received the patent certificate and related documentation. Meanwhile, the scientific journal had already begun to make waves. In just a short time, Lufa's name and the title Father of the New Element had become known around the world. The value of the Umbrella Corporation also began to climb. If nothing else, this new element alone was enough to guarantee that Lufa could spend his next life lounging atop a mountain of cash. Of course, there were those who tried underhanded tricks, hoping to claim the invention of the new element for themselves. But Lufa was no ordinary man. One phone call was all it took to make those schemers vanish without a trace. When they realized they couldn't use force, some tried to invest instead. However, Umbrella Corporation wasn't publicly traded, and anyone hoping to buy their way in would find it impossible to even contact Lufa. Those who tried visiting Umbrella's headquarters would find nothing but security guards. They couldn't even get through the front door. A new element? Tony Stark was busy investigating the traitor in his own company and possible illegal arms dealings, but he still kept a close eye on major scientific breakthroughs. News of a revolutionary new element was not something he would overlook. After reading the published paper, he analyzed the performance data and test results of the new element in detail. For someone who prided himself on being the world's greatest genius, this didn't look like some elaborate scam. If it's real, maybe there's potential for collaboration. Tony Stark touched the new arc reactor embedded in his chest. After running through some calculations, he realized that if his reactor used this new element, it could provide energy far more efficiently. However, acquisition was also an option. The problem was, the other party wasn't just some ordinary scientist working in a small lab, so the chances of a buyout were slim. That's why Tony Stark intended to propose a partnership. In the new energy sector, the two of them could easily dominate the market together. Lufa kept himself out of sight because he was well aware of his own limitations. He worried that, if he met with professionals, a few words would be enough to expose him. So, no matter who wanted to see him, he refused them all without exception. He truly had a clear sense of self-awareness. After all, his original intention was simply to use this opportunity to make the Umbrella Corporation's name known. He wasn't used to playing the role of some shadowy mastermind trying to save the world. At his core, Lufa actually enjoyed being in the spotlight, especially in a place like America where capitalists reign supreme. If he managed to build Umbrella into a powerful and successful company, his wife and his subordinates would also benefit and improve their own lives. Who knows, maybe one day Lufa could even back a politician in a bid for the American presidency and have someone in power working for him. Then, he could truly do as he pleased. Back to the matter at hand, this latest development had definitely expanded Umbrella Corporation's influence. Job applications were pouring in like the tide, so many that they couldn't even keep up with them. After all, in a moment of careless talk, Lufa had people set up a whole slew of subsidiaries covering almost every industry, except for one American sector that had been hollowed out. So, there was no shortage of talent in all the other fields. People could already see the potential and future impact of the Umbrella Corporation, the father of the new element, a giant in the new energy industry. Only Stark Industries could rival it. It was set to be one of the two leading new energy giants in the future. If you didn't apply now, what were you waiting for? As a result, Emil Gillen and Michael were both swamped with work. They had to screen a portion of the applications first, then pass them along to Lufa for review. Once Lufa approved, the candidates would move on to the interview stage. Of course, not every position and role required Lufa's personal approval. He only reviewed information for high-level managers and elite candidates. Even so, Lufa still felt as though he was buried under a mountain of information. In this respect, there was no way for him to shirk responsibility. With no trustworthy management-level wife or subordinate available at the moment, Lufa had no choice but to tackle it himself, lest he be deceived or defied. If only I had an artificial intelligence, like the Red Queen, he sighed. Lufa realized he couldn't understand much of what he was reading. Sure, he had graduated with honors from the law school and nearly become a judge, but the saying, each field has its own specialized knowledge, had always held true. Besides, who could say that some of these applicants weren't agents of Hydra? In the end, Lufa simply delegated the authority to Emil Gillen to handle it. After all, he was the CEO. Let those who are capable take on more work. At worst, Lufa would just have to assign more people to keep an eye on things. Obadiah Stane never expected to hear from the Ten Rings today. He was already furious that the Ten Rings had failed to kill Tony Stark and even let him return alive. Now, to make matters worse, they had the audacity to reach out to him? But what surprised him even more was the news they brought. The Ten Rings had been decimated by Tony Stark, who escaped their clutches wearing an iron suit. And that wasn't all. Tony Stark, clad in his armor, had later struck back at them, making the Ten Rings fixate on getting their hands on the Iron Man's suit. They were certain that among the survivors from before, someone had witnessed Tony Stark break free from the cave in that same suit. The Ten Rings spent a long time searching the area before finally discovering the Mark I armor, abandoned by Stark in the desert. After some effort, the Ten Rings managed to reassemble the suit and brought it to America to strike a deal with Obadiah. We'll take care of Tony Stark for you, but in exchange, we want 100 of these suits, the Ten Rings leader declared with confidence. Obadiah stared in disbelief at the hulking machine before him, then nodded. He produced a sonic weapon developed by Tony Stark, a device that could paralyze the nerves of anyone who heard its sound. The military had rejected it for mass production, but Obadiah, ever cautious, always kept one on hand. Kill them all, and take everything here back with us, he ordered. Seeing the Mark I suit, a brand new idea had already formed in Obadiah's mind. His men quickly gained control over everyone from the Ten Rings. After all, Obadiah had come here today, planning to tie up loose ends. He just hadn't expected such a windfall from his opponents. Meanwhile, on Lufa's side, his surveillance and Blade's legwork had confirmed his suspicion. The Reaper mutant vampires likely hadn't come from Prince Nomak. The prince himself might no longer be around. thanks to the intervention of Gaetano and his associates. No matter how formidable Damaskinos was, he was no match for Gaetano and his crew, who had been entrenched in the Americas for years. Inside the sewers, Lufa found few signs of the Reaper mutants. In the end, it was Red A who made the breakthrough. He tracked down the origin of the Reaper strain to a place called the Center for Transspecies Genetic Blood Research. The name alone conjured up images of those sinister laboratories or villainous headquarters straight out of a movie. Gaetano and his people were deeply wary after Deacon Frost, a mongrel vampire, had nearly succeeded in overturning the established order. Once they learned about Damaskinos from Lufa, Gaetano and the others wasted no time in striking against him. Cooperation was never on the table. So now, the Damaskinos have already compromised and begun collaborating with Goshianu and his group to research the genes of vampires. Their aim is to become stronger, faster, and immune to sunlight and silver. In this situation, the out-of-control Prince Norma ended up being captured by them for research. Lufa switched out his usual assassin's attire for a black trench coat, similar to what Dante, Virgil, and Nero wore. Those was entirely black and made from cut-resistant fabric. At his waist hung the Enma blade he'd obtained earlier. Even if he couldn't slice through space or unleash a dimensional slash, the sheer sharpness of the Enma blade was more than enough for Lufa. Besides, he was curious to see if a single clean cut from the Enma blade could truly kill a Reaper variant. And if that didn't work, he figured he could always finish the job with a UV lamp. The most dangerous thing when fighting Reaper variants was letting them get close, but Lufa had an idea. He could wrap a ring of ultraviolet lamps around himself. An invincible repelling aura. Scotty and Riven already had experience battling Reaper variants, and even Red A had recently gained some of his own. His tactic was to shoot them dead with an arrow as soon as they approached Lufa. He'd seen and projected all kinds of weapons designed for dealing with vampires. Some worked, some didn't, since these were scientifically engineered vampires, a biological species, really, just highly allergic to silver and sunlight. Of course, judging from the blood god in the first installment, you could also say they possessed mysterious powers. The Interspecies Hereditary Blood Research Center looked a lot like a two-story bank, with a thick, bulletproof glass door. At the bottom left corner, you could spot the tiny words, Made in China. They actually know to use reinforced glass from China. Lufan nodded in approval at the center's professionalism. In movies, laboratory glass always seemed so fragile, shattering with the slightest impact, even by ordinary people, not monsters. Naturally, that reinforced glass was no match for the Enma blade. With a single, effortless stroke, Lufa sliced it cleanly apart. But his direct approach, walking right through the main entrance, didn't go unnoticed by those inside the research center. A squad of armed guards rushed to intercept him. The surveillance footage of Lufa splitting the reinforced glass with a sword had given security quite a fright. They wondered if he might be Captain America. Seeing the guns in their hands, Lufa was well aware he was neither Deadpool nor Virgil. He couldn't slice bullets out of the air, nor was his body tough enough to shrug off gunfire. So, he handed the battlefield over to Scotty and Riven. After a brief, ruthless skirmish, Lufa noticed someone new had entered the fray. It was a beautiful woman, her long, jet-black hair falling straight down her back. And you are? Lufa stared at the beautiful woman with long, straight black hair who had appeared out of thin air. She looked so familiar to him. Tifa. The moment he saw her outfit, he recognized her instantly. No, wait, really is Tifa. Lufa. Then came Tifa's unexpected greeting. Shouldn't you be calling me Cloud? He wondered. Was this a love triangle? Tifa's choice of words left Lufa momentarily lost in thought. But unlike him, Riven had no such confusion. Seeing yet another woman join their group, she felt a headache coming on. She would have much preferred to face more monsters than to keep running into more women. What's wrong, Lufa? Tifa stepped closer, her voice full of concern. I'm fine. Lufa shook his head. Now is hardly the time to dwell on this. They had a dungeon to clear. He could think about it all later when they got back. Tifa, would you be willing to help me? He turned to Tifa. Of course. Just like Riven and Scotty, Tifa seemed to have no resistance to his words. Lufa quickly explained their current situation to Tifa, keeping it brief, and handed her an ultraviolet lamp. I see. I understand. Tifa nodded. Next, they ran into the genetically engineered vampires released by the Interspecies Hereditary Blood Research Center. In reality, these were just controllable variants of Reapers. Their grotesque appearance made Lufa feel like he was staring at monsters straight out of a horror game. If he weren't certain he'd already destroyed the Blacklight virus, he might have suspected that's what had created these abominations. Tifa, eager to prove herself, especially after Lufa introduced her to Scotty and Riven, decided to show what she could do. Scotty was fine. Even if she liked Lufa, she wasn't the jealous type. But Riven was different. Her hostility was something Tifa could clearly sense. So when Tifa effortlessly kicked a charging Reaper into the wall, where it exploded into pieces, Lufa couldn't help but feel a little inadequate. Even Tifa was stronger than he was, and not just by a small margin. Thankfully, he had the Yamato blade, and since he'd already warned Scotty and Riven, none of the Reapers got close to him. A few Reapers that had been deliberately left unchecked rushed toward Lufa. He drew the Yamato. Though he'd practiced quick-draw techniques, the Yamato wasn't really suited for II or flashy moves. So, like Nero, he simply gripped the blade and hacked straight at his enemies. After all, there weren't many things out there that could stand up to a swing from the Yamato. His first strike was a clean, vertical slash. The blade came down in one swift motion, slicing the Reaper neatly in two. In the blink of an eye, it crumbled into ash. There was no time to think about anything else. The other Reapers moved swiftly, so swiftly that, to the vampires, they were like humans encountering vampires themselves, completely powerless when preyed upon. For ordinary people, the Reaper's speed was equally overwhelming. If not for the Spartan demon blood running through his veins, which granted him basic physical enhancement, Lufa wouldn't have been able to keep up at all. Given a decade or so, he could surpass Nero's strength when Nero first appeared, before his own demon blood had awakened. After all, Lufa possessed half Spartan demon blood, purer than Nero's, and would grow even faster. Right now, though, the time was simply too short. Even though Lufa could feel himself getting stronger, the changes wouldn't be obvious in such a brief period. None of the pouncing Reapers managed to dodge the Yamato blade. Lufa dispatched them with effortless ease. "Lufa, are you all right?" Tifa hurried to Lufa's side. She'd been startled to see him face those Reapers alone, but hadn't expected him to handle them so easily. "I'm fine," Lufa replied with a smile. These Reapers were less of a threat to him than firearms ever were. What puzzled him even more was Tifa's attitude toward him. If she saw him in place of Cloud, she shouldn't be worried. After all, Cloud had defeated Sephiroth and saved the world. What could possibly faze him? They pressed on, moving deeper inside. At that moment, the Center for Cross-Species Hereditary Blood Research had already notified Goshianu and his team. "It's them." Goshianu's face darkened as he saw Lufa, Riven, and the others on the surveillance monitor. He'd witnessed their strength firsthand, and watching them take out the Reapers so effortlessly made him feel an ominous sense of dread. Release Subject 1. Still, Goshianu reconsidered. Perhaps this was a good opportunity to test their latest results. Worst case, they could keep their distance or offer compensation to Lufa's group afterward. As the corridor doors sealed and reinforced alloy blast doors dropped into place, it seemed as if Lufa and his companions were now trapped. These alloy blast doors were incredibly sturdy. Ordinary explosions wouldn't even make a dent. Yet Lufa and his team weren't really trapped at all. Sure, the doors were tough to open, but with Scotty's strength, she could easily smash them. And with walls nearby, why not just break through those instead? No vampires came to stop them, as if everyone had given up resisting. After Lufa's group smashed through several walls, a dark figure suddenly lunged at them with terrifying speed. There was a heavy thud. Tifa, Scotty, and Riven all reacted quickly, but Lufa was just a split second too slow. He barely knew what was happening when Tifa had already met the shadow head-on. The dark figure was sent flying, crashing into the ceiling before tumbling down to the floor. Tifa staggered back a few steps and was caught by Scotty. "Thank you," Tifa said to Scotty. "Don't mention it," Scotty replied, shaking her head. "What is that thing?" Lufa noticed that the shadowy figure had gotten back up. It looked like a mass of black mist, lacking any real substance, yet somehow it seemed almost solid, as if the fog itself was just a disguise. The sight was both bizarre and deeply unsettling. "Looks like we're really dealing with something extraordinary here." Lufa's expression grew serious. He reached into his gear and pulled out a rocket launcher, the very same model wielded by Blackwatch in Prototype, capable of crippling a hunter or obliterating a tank with a single shot. In the game, he loved nothing more than having Alex pick up guns, mowing down enemies with a rifle or blasting hunters and tanks with a rocket launcher. In the real world, the weapon's counterpart was the Javelin missile, a portable anti-tank missile system developed by the United States. Not only could it be fired from the shoulder, but it could also be mounted on wheeled or amphibious vehicles, with the added bonus of being able to target helicopters. Using an infrared focal plane array seeker, this next-generation anti-tank missile was fully automatic, capable of day and night operations, and could fire and forget at targets up to 2,000 meters away. The complete weapon system consisted of the missile and its launcher. The system weighed 22.5 kilograms in total, with a missile diameter of 114 millimeters, a length of 957 millimeters, and a missile weight of 11.8 kilograms. Its tandem charge warhead attacked targets from above, able to pierce 750 millimeters of steel armor, guided by an infrared imaging seeker, and powered by a two-stage solid rocket motor. With a sharp click, Lufa squeezed the trigger, launching an anti-tank missile. In reality, the Javelin would be somewhat sluggish at ranges under 100 meters. But the prototype version was more advanced, specifically optimized for shorter minimum range engagements. This improvement eliminated the real Javelin's short-range weakness. The shadowy figure tried to dodge, but the missile accelerated with shocking speed just meters from the barrel, striking the black shape dead-on. A tremendous explosion followed. This was a missile designed to take out tanks around the world. Its destructive power was beyond question. Fuck. Goshienu couldn't help but curse. Honestly, he was stunned when Lufa suddenly whipped out a rocket launcher. He'd expected them to engage number 1 in close combat, hoping to get a read on its strength. Never in his wildest dreams did he expect Lufa to skip all formalities and fire a rocket launcher right off the bat. And not just any rocket launcher, one with devastating power. For a moment, he almost thought he'd heard the main gun of a tank fire. When the explosion's flames and smoke finally cleared, Lufa lowered the anti-tank missile launcher. There wasn't a trace left of the shadowy figure, obliterated without a scrap remaining. He's no Hulk. What's the point of all that bioengineering? Lufa figured that if even a tyrant could be taken out with a single rocket, then something that didn't even look that strong wouldn't stand chance. The Cross-Species Hereditary Blood Research Center had been completely wiped out by Lufa and his team. Still, from a few vampires who value their lives, Lufa learned that this wasn't the only lab experimenting on Reapers. Some labs had even combined Reaper traits with the power of the Blood God, creating new types of vampires. So that guy was Chupanomach? Talk about a tragic end. It hadn't occurred to Lufa that the one he just blasted to pieces was actually Chupanomach, the Reaper mutant prince for Blade 2. The purebloods, like Kodanu and his cohort, hadn't really believed in the Blood God from the Book of Erebus, but Deacon Frost had, given them a demonstration. And since Deacon Frost had managed to decipher the book, why not try to use its power for themselves? If they couldn't catch the Daywalker, why not experiment with Reaper mutant blood? The result? New vampires, immune to silver, moving like shadows. Creatures flitting between the human world and the underworld, immensely strong and incredibly fast. On paper, these failures sounded even more formidable than the successful experiments. Failures stronger than the successes? It reminded Lufa of the original story, where the supposedly immortal blood god, Deacon Frost, could take any blow from Blade and just keep coming. Yet in the end, all he had was his immortality, and even though it was undone by coagulant. Still, Lufa felt it was about time to finish off these vampires for good, before they created something even worse. Umbrella Corporation, underground base. If only he had the resources, Lufa would have installed a laser corridor on every level. With the arc reactor in place, there was no need to worry about power shortages. The cold fusion reactor was safe, too, no radiation risks. Since Ivan Vanko arrived, the Umbrella Corporation had been running on its own independent power, a palladium reactor that could supply electricity for years. Tony Stark only needed to change palladium so often because he used it so much. This underground base had previously belonged to the military, able to accommodate a large staff. After Lufa and his team renovated it, it was better than any villa, maybe even too good. He was already considering selling those old villas off. Tifa hadn't expected such a huge space and facility to be hidden beneath what looked like an ordinary office tower. Tifa, from now on, this will be our home, Lufa told her. Now, at last, he had the time to think about Tifa, about their future. Tifa appeared wearing the outfit from the remake, though it was possible the timeline had already moved further ahead. I understand. Tifa's gaze was as gentle as flowing water, her eyes resting on Lufa with a soft smile. For Lufa, it was love at first sight with Tifa. Although he'd also fallen instantly for Scotty, he felt nothing special for Aerith, Yuffie, or Jessie, which proved that he wasn't someone swayed by mere appearances. After all, with women as beautiful as Aerith and the others, if Lufa hadn't felt his heart skip a beat, didn't that say something? Tifa, there's something that's been on my mind. Between me and Cloud, do you see us as different people? Lufa asked, seizing the moment while Scotty and Riven had gone to change clothes, leaving him alone with Tifa. I know what you're thinking, Lufa, but Cloud is you, and yet you're not Cloud. Tifa shook her head gently. What did that mean? Lufa didn't quite understand. But after Tifa explained, it became clear to him. It was as if, for Riven, he was her summoner, for Scotty, he was her doctor, and for Tifa, he was her Cloud. You could see it as this Tifa being different from the one he'd known, or that what she loved was the person behind Cloud. Lufa wasn't particularly troubled by these things. It was like if he ever entered the world of infinite horror and stepped into the Lord God's space. The first artificial human he'd create would be Tifa. For him, having a Tifa by his side was enough. Why worry about whether she was the real Tifa? Tifa, it seems you don't have any clothes yet. Let me take you shopping. That purple outfit from the remake had always caught Lufa's eye, and now that he had the real thing before him, how could he not want to see Tifa wear it for him? But just as Lufa was in high spirits, his plans were interrupted. Ivan Vanko called for him. He said he had something very important to discuss. Lufa stepped into Ivan Vanko's lab. In the center stood a mechanical exoskeleton, bristling with a tangled web of cables. Is this the powered armor? Lufa examined the exosuit's rugged construction. Ivan Vanko, yanking free the connection cables, began to strap himself into the powered exoskeleton. That's right. It's designed based on the exoskeletal power armor concepts you all gave me. Ivan Vanko said, his harsh features set in a fierce expression. So how does it perform? Lufa asked. Ivan Vanko flipped the power switch. There was a hiss of hydraulics as the exoskeleton vented. Then, keeping pace with his movements, the whole suit slowly came to life. Though its actions were a little sluggish, they were well within an acceptable range. We can go ahead with the test. This is actually the first trial run since the powered exoskeleton was assembled, so I can't say for certain how it'll turn out, but I'm sure it will meet your expectations. Ivan Vanko exuded a powerful self-confidence. To test the machine's agility, he skipped the elevator and instead walked down the stairs in the powered exoskeleton, making his way to the open space outside the workshop. During the speed test, Ivan Vanko, clad in the exoskeleton, sprinted back and forth along the circuit. For a total distance of 400 meters, he clocked an astonishing 38 seconds. With ease, relying on a hydraulic system, he hoisted a massive stone weighing 600 kilograms. Some components of the current exoskeleton are just off-the-shelf products from the market. Their performance is lacking. If we could order high-performance custom parts from manufacturers, the capabilities of this exoskeleton could be improved even further. Also, if we could get our hands on industrial control chips with faster processing power, I could program an AI assistant to help with operation. Ivan Vanko spoke in a calm, measured tone. The servo system Ivan Vanko designed performed exceptionally well. Even with industrial chips of limited computational power, the powered exoskeleton responded with remarkable sensitivity to every movement. You're a genius, Ivan Vanko. Lufa couldn't help but exclaim. He truly hadn't expected Ivan Vanko to possess such a talent. Of course I am. Otherwise, you wouldn't have come to me. Ivan Vanko replied with a touch of arrogance. Compared to Tony Stark, the only things Ivan Vanko lacked were knowledge and resources. Now, that Umbrella Corporation was providing for those needs, the shortcomings that had held him back for so many years were finally being remedied. Though it was still impossible to catch up to a genius like Tony Stark, he had already surpassed 99% of people. Lufa hadn't expected Ivan Vanko to surprise him like this. Initially, he'd only given Ivan a conceptual design, one that was frankly quite rough. After all, it was just an idea Tony Stark had come up with in a cave. You couldn't possibly expect hydraulic power to be more advanced than the Mark II suit, right? As for the matter of industrial control chips, that was simple. Just buy them directly from Stark Industries. After all, Stark Industries was the pinnacle of cutting-edge technology in this world. Not only the biggest weapons manufacturer, but also the largest supplier of industrial chips. What Ivan Vanko couldn't quite understand, though, was why the powered armor had to be designed to look like a Cyclops. Originally, Lufa wanted to model it after the power armor worn by Space Marines, but Ivan Vanko had pointed out that such a design wasn't practical. So Lufa switched to a Zaku style instead. Only now it was a mini Zaku. The greatest limitation of powered armor lies in its ability to sustain firepower. Conventional firearms are especially restricted. In this regard, the more ammunition you carry, the less agile you become, and there's always the risk of an ammunition explosion. As for energy weapons, they simply aren't practical. In atmospheric conditions, energy weapons suffer heavy attenuation and loss. Even if someone managed to develop one, its effective range would fall far short of those exaggerated movie depictions. The destructive force also wouldn't match what you see in films. After all, these Zaku units are close combat machines, barely over 2 meters tall. After some thought, Liu Fa decided to arm each one with a heavy axe, and then equip them with the same rocket launchers and Gatling guns used by the trackers. With the strength of the Zaku frame, swinging a massive axe would be unstoppable. No force could stand in its way. Once the rocket launchers and Gatling guns ran dry, they could simply switch to axes for close-quarters combat. However, since Umbrella Corporation was just getting started, they didn't yet have the machinery in place to mass-produce Zaku units easily. By a conservative estimate, it would take at least a year before they could roll out a second set of Zaku armor. It was right around this time that Stark Industries approached them to discuss a partnership. Pepper Potts had been exceptionally busy lately. On one hand, Tony Stark had informed her that there might be a mole within Stark Industries selling weapons to terrorists in Afghanistan, so she was tasked with investigating and identifying the traitor, all while managing the company's day-to-day operations. Now, Tony Stark wanted to collaborate with Umbrella Corporation, who had discovered a new element. Naturally, Pepper Potts recognized the importance of this and came in person. Michael was beside herself with excitement at meeting her idol. Still, when it came to business matters, she couldn't make any decisions on her own. They needed approval from Emil Gillen, the CEO, and ultimately their boss. Especially for a partnership of this scale. A partnership? Emil Gillen couldn't make such a major decision alone. If it were any other company, he'd have to notify the board of directors so the shareholders could weigh in. As CEO, his role was to execute decisions, not to make them. Lou Fa was also surprised when he got the news. Wasn't Tony Stark supposed to be busy hunting down the mole? How did he have time to discuss a partnership? And he wanted to buy the new element outright? That was wishful thinking. The future market for this element would be worth trillions. Did he really think he could buy exclusive rights in one go? Pepper Potts also knew this was unlikely. Even a stake-based deal was out of the question, since it turned out Umbrella's founder was actually a major shareholder in Stark Industries, holding 10% of the company, far beyond anything Pepper had imagined. Upon learning this, she lost any hope for a quick partnership. Lou Fa had no interest in playing the game of taking a company public. He didn't lack money. And as for trading shares, that was even less likely. He already single-handedly owned 10% of Stark Industries shares. If he put in a bit more effort and acquired the shares that Oscorp held in Stark Industries, his influence in the company would become truly substantial. After Lou Fa turned down Tony Stark, Tony had originally intended to confront him directly. But just then, Obadiah realized his cover had been blown, so he made his move ahead of schedule. Meanwhile, S.H.I.E.L.D. had finished its investigation and discovered that Obadiah was the one selling weapons to Afghanistan. If it had been ordinary guns and bullets, perhaps it wouldn't have mattered as much, but Obadiah was trafficking Stark Industries weaponry. These weren't just guns, but heavy weapons like missiles. So Coulson immediately led a team of agents into action. Given the level of S.H.I.E.L.D. agents, a few of them were more than enough to handle Obadiah's bodyguards and forcibly take him into custody. What they hadn't expected was that they'd nearly succeeded, only for Obadiah to break out in a colossal suit of armor a moment later. "Oh my God!" Coulson blurted out the words with perfect clarity, then hurried to notify the director that things had gone terribly wrong. Chased relentlessly by the Ironmonger, they fled into the streets. That was when Tony Stark arrived, just in time, clad in his Mark II suit. But because he lacked sufficient power, the new arc reactor had already been stolen by Obadiah. Tony was forced to make do with the old, underpowered reactor. After all, that old thing had been cobbled together in a cave. Keeping the Mark II running was a real challenge, let alone the fact that Tony hadn't even charged it fully. As Tony Stark began to lose ground, Nick Fury considered calling in the military to deal with Obadiah. However, the military, upon seeing Obadiah, would almost certainly do everything in their power to protect him. And right at that moment, another robot appeared, one with a slightly different style. This robot, just over 2 meters tall, carried a massive axe. On one side was a crescent-shaped blade, on the other, a huge hammerhead. The whole thing was made of solid steel, looking impossibly heavy. After Tony Stark was sent flying by Obadiah once again, this new robot charged forward. "Who are you?" Obadiah's Ironmonger suit was neither as nimble as Tony Stark's Mark II, nor did it have the support of Jarvis. Before he could even react, Lou Fa, piloting the Zaku, swung the hammer side of the axe and sent Obadiah flying. With the industrial control chips produced by Stark Industries now installed, the Zaku's mobility and responsiveness had reached a whole new level. Facing off against the Ironmonger was no longer a challenge at all. Most importantly, when struck with the sledgehammer, the Ironmonger finally showed obvious signs of damage. Although its armor was thick and heavy, it was still just iron and steel. Under such a powerful blow, the metal caved in immediately, and several cracks split open along the edges of the dent. Tony Stark stared in bewilderment at this one-eyed suit of armor, utterly confused. Where had this steel giant suddenly come from? Lu Fa simply felt exhilarated. With the Zaku's mobility, swinging a sledgehammer weighing over 100 pounds was a display of sheer power. The hammer swept through the air with a menacing whoosh, the sound alone enough to make anyone's hair stand on end. Obadiah hadn't managed to react in time. After all, his Ironmonger suit didn't have the benefit of an AI like Jarvis. Before he knew it, Lu Fa had caught up and unleashed a relentless barrage with his hammer. Obadiah's suit did have shock absorption technology, but it was only a makeshift version Tony Stark had cobbled together in a cave. It simply couldn't withstand repeated blows. Soon, the armor was smashed open, and Obadiah, trapped inside, was killed by the violent tremors. Witnessing this brutal scene, both Tony Stark and Coulson broke out in a cold sweat. This mysterious suit of armor that had appeared out of nowhere was terrifyingly ruthless. It even made Tony Stark wonder if he should try making such a weapon for himself. Just then, agents from S.H.I.E.L.D. and members of the National Guard arrived. With two giant robots battling it out in the open, there was no way they could miss the action. "Excuse me, sir." At this moment, Coulson approached Lufa. "Agent Coulson, don't tell me you've already forgotten me?" Lufa's voice echoed from within the Zaku's cockpit. "Mr. Lufa?" Coulson quickly recognized the voice, recalling the owner almost immediately. Only recently had Nick Fury told him to call off the search for Lufa and his group, so their faces were still fresh in his memory. What was going on? He had thought Tony Stark's invention of a suit of armor was already impressive, but now it seemed Lufa had his own suit as well. The real problem was that Lufa belonged to some mysterious organization. Coulson wanted to talk further, but Lufa paid him no mind and simply walked away. He was eager to return to spend time with Tifa and the others. After all, being with his wife was far preferable to standing around talking to another man. However, when he got back and looked over the loot he'd collected from defeating the Ironmonger, he couldn't help but gasp in astonishment, because he had actually scored the nanosuit from Crisis. He couldn't wait to take it out and put it on a mannequin. The combat suit was entirely charcoal black, wrapping the mannequin from head to toe without a single gap exposed. Over the eyes were red, goggle-like lenses, and below them, a slightly raised, inverted triangle served as the breathing apparatus. This combat suit bears no external armor plating or alloy, its surface fully exposed, resembling a person stripped of their skin, with all the underlying muscle laid bare. It appears to be fashioned after human musculature, artificial muscle fibers engineered to mimic the look and function of real muscles. But instead of the familiar red, they're a deep, gunmetal gray, which lends the suit an even greater sense of raw power. This formidable, highly flexible combat armor is designed for adaptability in countless forms: heat, light, radiation, static electricity, and even through carbon for energy absorption. Additionally, these artificial muscle fibers can be programmed for various purposes. They can harden to absorb and withstand greater damage, enhance physical strength, or even render the wearer invisible. All this dramatically boosts both combat performance and physical capabilities, empowering the wearer to perform feats beyond the limits of ordinary humans. The material that appears so much like muscle is called nanofiber. With its bioactive properties, it can merge seamlessly with the human body and even repair the wearer's wounds, making it a semi-organic combat armor. The nanocombat suit operates in several distinct modes. First is the armor state, or armor mode. The surface of a nanosuit is coated in an ionically active polymer armor, the EAP liquid armor, known as fast muscle fiber reflex copolymer, with a lightning-fast 0.008 millisecond reaction time, integrated with a colloidal matrix of doped ceramic and a copper nanocrystal lattice in ethylene glycol C60, a molecule formed from carbon atoms. Array-to-hardened ceramic plating provides the wearer with unmatched protection. The exoskeleton employs a tantalum titanium alloy, and the carbon nanofiber composite armor boasts an elastic potential energy of up to 20 joules per cubic centimeter. Its outer layer is a resilient, doped ceramic skin capable of absorbing the kinetic energy and destructive forces, such as heat and hazardous radiation, that strike the suit. This effectively shields the user from immediate physiological harm, enabling them to withstand impacts that would ordinarily be fatal. Extremely fine silicon microparticles, remarkably tough, are another key component of the STF. When this highly fluid liquid combines with these hard microparticles, it forms an extraordinary material. The outer protective layer actually grows harder under attack. A special gel infused with nanoparticles, such as silicon carbide and similar substances, further enhances the properties of the armor. The second mode is the power mode. In this mode, the nanocombat suit tightens across the body, injecting biochemical regulators through the skin, compounds that are easily absorbed into the bloodstream, to amplify the user's physical abilities. At the same time, nanobots are deployed to enhance the wearer's strength in multiple ways. Once activated, this mode allows the user to display superhuman power. The third is the speed mode. In this mode, the wearer inhales more oxygen. This is achieved by injecting nanobots into the bloodstream, which accelerate overall blood circulation, delivering more oxygen to the brain and muscles, and triggering heightened, extraordinary neural reflexes. The fourth is the stealth mode. When activated, the nanosuit transforms its surface layer, generating crystalline structures that absorb and bend incoming light waves, such as visible light, radio waves, radar, infrared, thermal imaging, microwaves, and other types, to render the wearer completely invisible to both the naked eye and even the most sophisticated surveillance devices. During this time, the wearer is enshrouded in a field of gently shimmering, distorted light that bends around them. However, a faint distortion may still be visible to the human eye, especially when the nanosuit is in motion. The larger and more abrupt the movement, the greater the chance of being discovered. Because the suit is semi-organic and partially fuses directly with the human body, putting it on or taking it off is a complicated task requiring a specialized laboratory. As for eating and waste elimination, there's no need to worry. While wearing the nanosuit, such concerns are completely taken care of. The current record for continuous nanosuit wears half a month, with no issues reported. Experimental simulations suggest that as long as the suit remains intact, it could be worn for an entire year, even accounting for wear and tear over time. However, there's a major hidden danger with the nanosuit. Lawrence discovered that the planet beneath his feet emitted a peculiar signal radiation, one that interferes with the nanosuit. Over time, this signal would gradually assimilate the wearer, transforming them into the native species of that world. Fortunately, in the Marvel Universe, there's no need to worry about such a problem. The first thing Lou Fa did was seek out Ivan Vanko, asking him to study the nanosuit. As far as he knew, this version was Nanosuit 2.0. If Vanko could figure out a way to put it on and take it off without special machinery or the ordeal of peeling it off like a second skin, then they could mass-produce it for profit and to equip the Wolf Pack. Who needs those other clunky mobile suits? Lou Fa thought the nanosuit was far superior. How did you get your hands on this? Ivan Vanko was clearly surprised. While his main expertise was in energy and mechanical dynamics, he could still recognize the sheer technological sophistication before him. It was no exaggeration to say that even if Earth advanced for several more centuries, it would never develop something like this, simply because no one had ever conceived of such an idea in the first place. The company in crisis was able to manufacture their products because they discovered ancient ruins, and only with the technology hidden within those ruins could they produce and create the nanobiological suit. I'm not too familiar with this area either. I'll need to do some research. What's the latest on Stark Industries? What Ivan Vanko cared about most was the situation with Stark Industries. We're currently in talks with the American military, getting ready to sell our products. Stark Industries will soon be brought down by our efforts. Lufar replied calmly. After all, Ivan Vanko didn't really understand these matters. Genius didn't mean mastery of everything. You better not try to fool me. Otherwise, Ivan Vanko wasn't so easily deceived. Still, since Lufa hadn't given himself away at any point, Ivan just issued the threat before throwing himself back into research on the nanobiological suit. Meanwhile, Lufa was already considering which villainous genius doctors or brilliant scientists from the original storyline he could try to recruit. Dr. Connors? No, that wouldn't work. Dr. Connors was just a reptile expert and genetic engineer. His expertise was in the wrong field. Besides, after years of research with no results, he was no match for Spider-Man's father, and hardly counted as a genius. Dr. Otto? That might be possible. Dr. Otto specialized in nuclear physics and could also create artificial intelligence and mechanical arms. His genius was beyond question. Dr. Reed? Probably not. Mr. Fantastic's talent seemed almost supernatural, and besides, it didn't seem possible to even track him down. Tony Stark was in a foul mood. Not only had he been reduced to a mere supporting role, but he'd also learned that the robot from that night belonged to Umbrella Corporation, the very same person who had invented the new element. The short video that Lufa had arranged to be filmed was already uploaded online, causing a massive sensation. Umbrella Corporation made no attempt to keep things under wraps, openly declaring that the product capable of stomping Iron Man and flattening Ironmonger was theirs. This made Umbrella Corporation the hottest topic on every major search engine, with news outlets scrambling to report on them, especially in America, where everyone was eagerly waiting for Umbrella to put the suit on the market. Orders were already lined up and waiting. Iron Man, Tony Stark, who was supposed to be the story's main character, was now barely getting any attention. On Ivan Vanko's side, after a month of work, he finally succeeded in improving the nanobiological suit. By this point, it deserved to be called the Nanosuit 3.0. This new version of the nanosuit far surpassed the Nanosuit 2.0 in every respect, and because it was powered by a palladium reactor, it could operate in any mode or state without ever suffering from the energy shortages that plagued it in the games. To Lufa, this improvement was of critical importance. After all, Anyone who's played Crisis knows that the so-called GPU crisis just gets harder and harder as you progress, especially when you start running low on energy. Now, after Ivan Vanko's improvements, the Palladium reactor sits at the chest like Ultraman's timer, securely wrapped and protected by the fabric of a nanobio suit. The radiation released by the Palladium is absorbed and converted into energy, never harming the wearer of the suit. As for why they don't use the new element reactor, well, of course, the best stuff is reserved for their own people. This version of the nanobio suit with the Palladium reactor is meant for sale. Now, the suit's default strength, speed, and defense are equivalent to the peak stats of the previous model when all modes were active. Except now, that's just the baseline. Imagine how much more powerful it has become. And if you activate armor mode, even a tank shell won't push the wearer back more than a few steps, since the impact is absorbed and transformed into extra energy. In strength mode, the user could even lift a tank. Switch to speed mode, and you can dash 100 meters in a terrifying 5 seconds. As long as there's energy left, you can keep running indefinitely. Reflexes are boosted, too, so your reaction speed and attack speed both skyrocket. The only catch is that the hidden mode was removed at Rufus's request. Putting the suit on or taking it off no longer requires any special device or chamber like peeling off a second skin. Now, you just send a mental command and the nanobio suit slips right off. Building on the ultra-enhanced nanobio suit, Ivan Vanko also designed a toned-down version at Rufus's request, the North American Grey Wolf nanobio suit. Its specs are similar to the original, intended for sale to the American military and other countries. Then there's an even more advanced model, powered by the new element reactor, the Werewolf nanobio suit. This one is for Umbrella's own werewolf unit, complete with the hidden mode for covert operations and retreats. So, there are 3 versions in total. Rufus didn't care for names like Type A, Type B, 3.1, or 3.2, so he simply named them after types of wolves. For the American military, they'll sell the North American Grey Wolf nanobio suit, painted in gray and black. For the Russians, they'll offer the Russian Wolf nanobio suit in black and gray. To have improved the nanobio suit in just a month, Rufus now had a deeper appreciation for Ivan Vanko's genius. Still, if it were Tony Stark, he'd probably have done it even faster and even better, wouldn't he? The task of selling the product now fell to Emil Gillen. Since this was equipment designed more for individual combat and lacked flight capabilities, the price wasn't outrageously high, just $500 million per set. In essence, it was like wearing dozens of Apache attack helicopters on your body. After witnessing the demonstration of the North American Grey Wolf nano biochemical suit, the American military was very impressed with its performance, but far less satisfied with its price. $500 million? Are you trying to rob us? And besides, what we want is powered armor, not this bio-armor. Yet, as always, people cannot resist when something truly remarkable comes along. Coupled with Emil Gillen's skills, as a former ruthless CEO, Umbrella Corporation secured a massive order from the American military. Once the order was placed, the military started by purchasing 10 sets, clearly intending to study them in hopes of cracking the technology and possibly replicating it. Regardless, Umbrella Corporation had now entered the ranks of the world's top companies. Even though some of the $50 billion earned would go towards materials, the remainder was pure profit, an astonishing figure by any measure. Don't be fooled by how much attention Tony Stark's Stark Industries gets. In reality, the military doesn't buy large quantities of Stark's ultra-advanced weaponry. They usually make just one purchase, mainly to maintain a technological edge in the field, since there aren't many real opportunities to use such high-end gear. The nanobiochemical suit, on the other hand, was different. It could significantly enhance the military's capabilities, and it wasn't the kind of weapon that could only be deployed in special circumstances. It could be used at any time. Whether for executing decapitation strikes or mounting a direct assault, it was perfectly suited. Achieving victory with minimal cost is a fundamental principle in military operations. After all, the American soldiers can't call in airstrikes every time they encounter a few gunmen, can they? The cost of a single missile or bomb could easily buy off those few terrorists. Meanwhile, Lufa also instructed Emil Gillen to explore markets in other countries. So, for a while, Emil was jet-setting around the world, striking deals. As Lufa put it, as long as they can pay, it doesn't matter. Even if Afghanistan wants to buy, let them. Giving America a bit of trouble is no bad thing. As for being held accountable by the U.S., I'm merely a manufacturer of military hardware. How would I know what people intend to do with it? For all I know, some major power might buy them and then pass them on to Afghanistan. Besides, Umbrella Corporation isn't even an American company. It's a private enterprise, after all. And Lufa himself isn't an American citizen. He hails from the same lawless region as Dr. Doom. In this world, when Rufa arrived, he found himself stateless. Given how difficult it was to obtain citizenship in the Han Empire, Rufa simply had the vampire Goshianu arrange several different nationalities for him, making things much more convenient. The Russians showed great interest in the nano-biosuits, placing a bulk order for 50 sets at once. Their technology in this field was lagging behind, and although they considered trying to crack and study the suits, it was more of a tentative effort. If they couldn't figure it out, they were perfectly happy to just buy the finished product. Other countries, large and small, were also tempted and placed their own orders. The Saudis, longtime big spenders from the days when the Chinese called them rich clients, were especially generous. Every time they ordered, it was for 100 suits. To Rufa, it suddenly seemed that making money could be this easy. However, profits only came with fulfilled orders. Right now, only partial payments have been made. The production lines were running at full capacity, and it was estimated that it would take 10 years to complete all the existing orders. Over the next decade, only those who had also purchased production lines and machinery would be able to receive their goods on schedule. The Umbrella Corporation could only meet demand by expanding its own capacity. If, by then, the machines produced weren't delivered, further delays would be unavoidable. Still, this was enough to make everyone envious. At the very least, Hammer Industries was seething with jealousy. It was already bad enough to be overshadowed by Stark Industries and Tony Stark, but now, all of a sudden, Umbrella Corporation had appeared out of nowhere to snatch away their business. The American military had already announced plans to cut back on Hammer's defense contracts and spending. Once the American soldiers donned the nano-biosuits, they might not quite become walking tanks. After all, even the originals weren't that powerful, but a single man could take on a fully armed company of 100 with ease. Wasn't that a much better deal than buying Hammer's weapons? Nick Fury received word from Coulson that Rufa had resurfaced, and that he, too, possessed an iron suit, one that appeared to be even more advanced than Tony Stark's. Fury felt a sense of impending trouble, especially since Rufa's appearance could only be described as making a grand, high-profile entrance. A few days later, Fury's bad feeling was confirmed. SHLD's embedded agents in the American military reported that a company called Umbrella had reached out to the Pentagon, offering to sell them the product featured in a certain video, and the military brass had agreed on the spot. The agent sent that video back, and when Nick Fury watched it, he immediately recognized it. It was the footage from last night, showing Tony Stark and Rufa in action. What exactly are they selling? Fury took a deep breath, his tone betraying no emotion. Bioarmor. The North American Grey Wolf nano-biosuit. Then Fury saw another video, this one filled with test footage. American soldiers putting on the North American Grey Wolf nano-biosuit, demonstrating its various capabilities. When Nick Fury saw this soldier punch right through a concrete wall with a single blow, and even with reinforced steel bars, it took only 2 hits to break through, moving as swiftly as the wind, quick as lightning, and even shrugging off direct machine gun fire. Only being pushed back rather than injured, he immediately realized the gravity of the situation. Umbrella. Nick Fury remembered. Wasn't this the same company that had invented the new element not long ago? He also recalled that the inventor's name was Lou F.A., but he hadn't made the connection. He simply assumed it was a common name. Now, however, it was clear this company was the product of that mysterious organization. Whether it was the new element or this mind-boggling North American Grey Wolf nanobiosuit, an invention that could redefine military technology, both were nothing short of astonishing. What exactly are they after? Were they selling such weapons just to ignite a new arms race and profit from the chaos? No, their intentions couldn't be that simple. Nick Fury didn't believe that a vast, shadowy organization would go to all this trouble simply for money. Yet, without more time and with scarce intelligence, he found it difficult to draw any meaningful conclusions. Coulson, put Tony Stark's case on hold for now. Our priority is Umbrella and this man named Lou F.A. Nick Fury intended to assign people to investigate Lou F.A. and Umbrella Corporation, hoping to uncover the mysterious group pulling the strings behind them. Director, Umbrella has already partnered with the military. Investigating them will be extremely difficult. Coulson understood that after such a major incident, his boss would definitely want to look into Umbrella and Lou F.A. The problem was, now wasn't the best time. Everyone knew that Umbrella had struck a deal with the military and landed a contract. Of course, the military wouldn't place a massive order right away, since this year's defense budget was already exhausted. They'd need to shift funds from other areas to invest in the North American Grey Wolf nanobiosuits. Plus, both members of Congress and the powerful corporate tycoons would have to consider whether they wanted to get involved. By comparison, Tony Stark's situation was far less glamorous than in the original story. The video footage had gone viral online, racking up staggering views, and Mr. Stark's Iron Man suit had become little more than a sideshow. No one even cared anymore whether he was actually Iron Man. Rumor had it that Tony Stark was now frantically buying up video hosting sites, trying to take down every last copy of the footage. If necessary, use whatever means are required, Nick Fury said. Understood. Coulson knew exactly what was expected of him. Nick Fury had made himself perfectly clear. But that wasn't all. Nick Fury was also planning to call Black Widow back and have her go undercover, right at Lu Fa's side. From what he knew, there seemed to be 3 beautiful women around Lu Fa, each with their own unique charm and allure, far surpassing the conventional standards of beauty. Although the Black Widow wasn't as attractive as those 3 women, she certainly knew how to entice and seduce a man. As for Lu Fa himself, he had no intention of playing games with Goshianu and his crew any longer. Lu Fa was about to flip the table, and now he actually had the strength to do it. The entire werewolf unit had been outfitted with werewolf nano-bio suits. As an enhanced version of the standard nano-bio suit, these made fighting mere Reaper mutants almost effortless. As long as Lu Fa stayed under their protection, he could continue dropping loot without interruption. As for the whereabouts of Goshianu and his people, Lu Fa had already learned through Alexander Pierce. Hydra was quite displeased with the recent actions of the vampires. Their goal wasn't to destroy the world, but to make it better under Hydra's rule. That's why Hydra agents worked so diligently. They weren't lazy freeloaders waiting around for the end, but rather, they were builders of a brighter future. When Alexander Pierce learned that Lu Fa, the mysterious assassin leader, wanted vampire intel, he was very surprised. However, he'd lately been troubled by the chaos the vampires had caused, which had led to significant losses for Hydra, especially in terms of population. After all, those people could be Hydra's future citizens. When Lucifer expressed his intention to deal with the vampires, Alexander Pierce hesitated only briefly before agreeing. What truly tempted him was the vampires' promise of eternal youth and immortality. If the plan succeeded, he would become the king of Hydra and ruler of the world. And of course, a king should live forever. But if becoming a vampire meant ruling as a monarch who could never see the sun, wasn't that a little too much of a price to pay? So, even as age took its toll and his body grew frail, Alexander Pierce never considered turning into a vampire himself. Instead, he had his people study the captured vampires, hoping to unlock the secrets of their genetics. Yet, whether it was his team's lack of skill or the sheer mystery of vampire genetics, all the money spent had failed to yield any results. Once the entire werewolf unit donned the nano-bio suits, they stood 2 meters tall, their jet black armor distinct from the models sold on the market. Their weapons were all custom-designed, large-caliber automatic rifles by Ivan Vanko, essentially anti-material sniper rifles. Because the bullets were so big and long, the rifles didn't hold many rounds. But when it came to firepower, these rifles packed a real punch. They were as powerful as anti-material sniper rifles, and the amount of gunpowder in each round was staggering. The rifles themselves were oversized, but even with extended magazines, each could only hold 15 rounds. A thunderous barrage of gunfire shattered the silence. This area had already been cut off from surveillance by men under Alexander Pierce's command. From this moment on, nothing that happened here would be known to anyone. Though Alexander Pierce himself was desperate to know what would unfold, the thought of the Assassins' organization and their ghost-like methods, not to mention their ability to ferret out information on every Hydra head, made him reconsider. From what he knew, after the Assassins revealed the identities and information of others, quite a few moles had been rooted out and bases were relocated. Even so, they all remained extremely wary of the Assassins. After all, if the other side could so casually reveal such critical intelligence, it meant that even if Hydra changed everything, the Assassins were confident they could find them again. So Alexander Pierce merely entertained the idea for a moment, then let it go. Gunfire thundered, deafening in its intensity. Fortunately, Rufus was wearing noise-canceling headphones, as were Scotty, Tifa, and Riven. And Red? Naturally, he was leading the charge. He was, after all, the commander of the werewolf unit. Reaper mutants and vampires shattered with a single shot, their bodies splintering apart. If bone protected their hearts, then the bone itself was blown to pieces. How could mere flesh and blood possibly stand up to an anti-material automatic rifle? It was the first time the werewolf unit had been sent out to confront monsters. Before they came, Rufus had made sure Red gave them a proper mental briefing. As a result, within the werewolf ranks, aside from the American soldiers who'd been churned out of the barracks, the others were a bit at a loss. But it didn't take long for them to be swept up in the fervor. Humans are easily overtaken by adrenaline. especially when surrounded by others already caught up in the heat of battle. These monsters aren't so tough after all. One of the old Mexican mercenaries said over the comms, after shattering a Reaper mutant with a single shot and watching it crumble to ashes. No, their speed is incredible. We're only able to keep up because we're wearing nanobiochemical suits. If it were ordinary people facing them, they'd be dead for sure. The captain replied, calm and steady. It was only after seeing these creatures with his own eyes that he began to doubt his own skepticism. Who could have imagined that the world he lived in was so strange, crawling with monsters like these? For humanity, wipe out every last monster, leave none alive. The captain recalled these words from their departure, and his wavering heart steeled itself. For someone like him, a warhound with a checkered past, the prospect of walking this path was unexpectedly appealing. If he could die for humanity, it would be a rare and noble deed, even if their exploits would go unsung for the sake of peace and security. He'd never had a choice in life, born in a war-torn region where survival meant killing. Eventually, he became so adept at it that becoming a mercenary was the natural next step. Now, though, he finally had a say in how he might die, and that in itself was not so bad. Ha ha, you bitch, eat my bullets. Suddenly, one of the werewolves veered off course. He was chasing after that Reaper mutant, when out of the shadows a dark figure lunged at him, pinning him to the ground and tearing into him with savage fury. Fuck, what the hell is this thing? This werewolf might not have had his captain's sense of purpose, but whether for money or for something else, at least Lufa had given them a reason they could believe in. Damn it, I'm doing this for humanity. What's wrong with wanting a bit more money? It was precisely this mix of conviction and greed that held their fear at bay. Lufa gazed at the slain xenomorph, his expression grave. As for the unlucky mercenary, he'd already been reduced to a pool of blood. The nanosuit's resistance to strong acid wasn't nearly enough for this. After all, xenomorph blood was far more corrosive than any ordinary acid. Lufa had anticipated this. As his monster-killing rate increased, the odds of spawning hostile creatures grew as well. That's why he needed to assemble his own private force, to prevent any monsters from escaping. Of course, once he had enough wives, he wouldn't need a private force anymore. But for now, that wasn't an option. Search the area carefully. We don't want anyone getting ambushed, Lufa instructed, wary not only of the fresh xenomorph spawn, but also of whatever else might have come along. The werewolf squad spared a moment of silence for their fallen comrade, but showed little fear. With both money and conviction on their side, and knowing that monsters could be killed by bullets, what was there to be afraid of? This wasn't so different from a battlefield, after all. If that was the case, then what's left to fear? Lufa made sure the xenomorph corpse wouldn't be left behind. He didn't want anyone snatching it for research. Who knew? There could be facehuggers lurking around, or a stealthy predator. Caution was essential, but nothing unexpected happened after that. Even Goshianu and his group didn't unveil any new tricks. After all, it had taken Damakino's ages to come up with a single unstable Reaper mutant. How could Goshianu's team produce results overnight? The Marvel Universe was famous for its unpredictability and mutations, but clearly, luck wasn't with the vampires this time. Lufa, let me go. I can give you money. Lots of it. Assets too. Anything you want. I have houses in Los Angeles, Boston, and New York, oil fields, gold. Goshianu started listing everything of value he owned, desperation creeping into his voice. There was nothing else he could do. Lufa had already fought his way right up to him. Even if he hated to part with these things, he had no choice. As long as he survived, with the deep resources of a pure blood family and his long lifespan, wouldn't he be able to rebuild everything in time? Liu Fa paid it no mind and simply ordered his men to kill Gao, Tianhua, and the other vampires. He already had more than enough money, and, especially after selling the nanobio suit, his wealth would only continue to multiply. In comparison, weren't these vampires utterly worthless? This was especially true with the dawn of a new energy era on the horizon. Even though the oil tycoons and the old energy giants desperately tried to stop this transformation, invoking the livelihoods of millions, they simply didn't want to see their empires collapse. At the same time, they hoped to acquire the new energy for themselves. Right now, the greatest pressure was falling on the two titans of the new energy industry, Tony Stark and his Stark Industries. As for Liu Fa, since he hadn't yet announced his intention to convert the new element into a source of energy for sale, he wasn't under as much pressure, though not entirely free from it either. Those who recognized the true value of energy were always dangerously zealous. Thanks to the sale of the nanobio suit, Umbrella Corporation was now under military protection, making it much harder for anyone to move against them. So, these schemers turned to underhanded tactics, spreading rumors everywhere that the new energy was radioactive and harmful to human health. Given the general lack of public education in America. People were all too quick to believe such things and began to resist and boycott Stark Industries' new energy initiatives. On Liu Fei's side, he had wiped out all the vampires. At least, in North America, there should be few left. As for the survivors, Liu Fei had already arranged for people to hunt them down. Come on, let's open the box. When Liu Fei arrived home, he called Tifa and the other two over, inviting them to gather around and see who among them might have the luck to help him draw something good. Of course, this was just a comforting illusion. After all, the loot drops had already been decided. Otherwise, enemy creatures wouldn't have appeared at all. Still, Liu Fei thought that since he had brought along his 3 wives this time, if any of them were blessed with extraordinary luck, maybe the odds of something good dropping would increase. Then again, perhaps Scotty or Riven was the lucky one. After all, drawing something as rare as the Yamato Blade or the bloodline of Spartan Demon was no small feat that meant at least one of them had to be exceptionally fortunate. Liu Fei never considered that he might be the unlucky one, while both Scotty and Riven were the lucky ones who occasionally helped him score rare items. After all, he had experienced something as improbable as traveling to another world, and he even had a system that let him draw wives. How could he possibly be unlucky? He was the luckiest among the lucky, wasn't he? Did people even realize what it meant to have 1 in 6 billion odds? So what should we do, Liu Fei? Tifa knelt down beside him and asked. Riven and Scotty also sat down with anticipation. Just hold my hand. Liu Fei smiled as he spoke. Tifa reached out, entwining her fingers with his, and Liu Fei squeezed her hand, his thoughts momentarily wandering. Then he opened the loot interface to see what treasures had dropped. Unfortunately, it seemed Lady Tifa wasn't blessed by the goddess of luck after all. Nothing good turned up on the first page. So the turn passed to Scotty. It wasn't favoritism on Lu Fa's part. Scotty was simply seated on his other side, so by order, it was Scotty's turn next, and then Riven's. Lu Fa had a vague feeling the atmosphere was turning into a battlefield of hidden rivalries, but because the 3 of them all cared deeply for him, no one made a scene. As for the saying, when they fight, it means they care, Lu Fa disagreed. He believed that if they truly loved you, they wouldn't want to put you in a difficult position. At least from what he knew, Scotty and Riven only ever quarreled in private, never letting Lu Fa know. This both worried him and made him desperate to grow stronger himself. If one day the argument escalated to a deadly fight, he couldn't bear to lose either of them. Why on earth is there a whole basket of horse feed? Lu Fa roared in frustration, though only in his own mind. Yet after a moment's thought, he decided not to throw the basket away. After all, if his military girls ever appeared, the horse feed might make a suitable gift. TD's luck wasn't much better. Lu Fa realized there was nothing good on the second page either, which left only the third. Riven, seeing Lu Fa's gaze shift to her, reached out and took his hand. My luck's not too bad, I think. After all, I've survived on the battlefield this long. Riven knew that luck was exactly what Lu Fa needed right now. She genuinely believed her luck was decent. After all, nobody with bad luck could survive for so long in Texas. Something good at last. Lu Fa nodded and tightened his grip on Riven's hand, turning to see what the third page had revealed. A revival coin? Is this thing for real? Lu Fa stared at the coin that had appeared in his palm, exactly like the ones in Dungeon City and Weekend Warriors, because it had dropped from there. Revival coin. A magical coin that grants the power of resurrection upon use. It really could bring someone back to life. Lu Fa was overjoyed. Riven, my queen of luck. Even though there were a lot of empty drops, a revival coin, especially one that could truly revive someone, was priceless beyond words. Yet Lu Fa couldn't help but worry. Was this true resurrection, or did it just create a copy with the same memories and body? Unless there's absolutely no choice. I must not die. Lu Fa made up his mind. Did you get something good? Scotty and Tifa, seeing the look of excitement and delight on Lu Fa's face, guessed that Riven must have helped him obtain something valuable. Part of them felt a pang of jealousy, but seeing Lu Fa so happy, they couldn't help but share in his joy. That's a really great find. Thank you, Riven, and all of you. It's only because all our luck combined that we managed to get something this good. Lu Fa cast his Share the Wealth spell over them as he spoke. But whether this really counts as luck or not, he'd have to apply the scientific method and control the variables to find out. As for the item that dropped, it was already set, so how could he test their luck with it? What a joke. When I'm not observing it, it's in a state of uncertainty, isn't it? As for what exactly this good stuff was, he had no intention of telling Tifa and the others. No matter who it was, he'd never let them die. This resurrection coin was best left gathering dust in his backpack forever. Deep beneath the Umbrella Corporation headquarters, in a specially reinforced and modified combat arena, Lu Fa and Tifa were sparring. Compared to Scotty, who could kill Lufa in an instant, and Riven, who had to hold back just to avoid maiming him, Tifa's strength was much closer to Lufa's own. He didn't have to worry about getting killed or badly injured. Moreover, Lufa wasn't sure if it was just his imagination, but he felt his strength growing, his speed increasing, as if the blood of a Spartan demon was finally awakening within him. Tifa landed a punch squarely on Lufa's crossed arms, guarding his face. It felt like being hit by a car, but all Lufa did was slide back 10 meters, his feet scraping against the floor before he came to a stop. Yet Tifa wasn't about to let up. She immediately followed up, her long, elegant legs aiming a kick at Lufa's head. She already knew Lufa wanted to draw out his hidden potential by sparring with her. Naturally, Tifa wanted to help him unlock that strength, to make him stronger, because, in her eyes, Lufa was still far too weak, far too vulnerable. But just as Lufa and Tifa were fully absorbed in their match, Riven suddenly dashed in, sword raised, and slashed straight for Lufa's head. Tifa's eyes widened in shock at the sight. Without a moment's hesitation, she lunged toward Lufa. Scotty was no exception. She hadn't realized what Riven was up to at first, but the moment she saw Riven's attack, she darted forward as well. Lufa saw Riven's strike coming and hesitated. Riven would never attack me, she low. The thought was cut short. In that instant, it was as if he stood face to face with a terrifying apex predator. Riven unleashed her murderous intent, a killing aura that crashed over Lufa like a tidal wave, paralyzing him with fear. That fear was so intense it shattered his ability to think, leaving nothing but primal instinct, and the shattered blade, looming just inches away. A deafening explosion rang out. Just as Nero awakened his magical power when confronted with death, so too did Lufa, whose bloodline was even purer than Nero's, trigger a new instinct. At the very peak of his fear, this new force surged through his genes, rapidly eroding his normal genetic makeup and cells at a terrifying speed. All the viruses and bacteria that had once dwelled in Lufa's body were purged, and his original immune system was dismantled, rebuilt anew with a demonic immunity. His black hair had turned a striking silver white, just like Dante and Nero's. The lines of his face had softened, retaining a hint of his Eastern heritage, but now he looked far more European. His body was clad in powerful muscles, taut and sculpted like steel, yet flowing with smooth lines. Beneath his tightened skin, a faint, cold metallic sheen seemed to ripple, imbuing him with the heroic beauty and strength of an ancient Greek statue. Perhaps due to his lineage, however, his skin did not turn bronze, but remained fair, with a healthy blush beneath the surface. Then, with remarkable composure, Lufa opened his eyes and caught Riven's broken sword in his hand. With a swift tug, he pulled Riven into his embrace, moving her out of the path of Scotty's strike. Lufa spun with Riven in his arms, before coming to a stop. "It's all right now, Tifa. I'm fine," he said, addressing Scotty and Tifa. Tifa, seeing the dramatic change in Lufa, immediately understood what had happened, while Scotty took a moment longer to catch on. "I didn't expect you'd come up with such a way to give me a shock," Lufa said to Riven, still holding her. Now, feeling the torrent of magical power and strength surging through him, Lufa realized he was probably at the same level as Dante during his first awakening atop the magic tower. And if he wished to grow even stronger, he would need to rely on the soul stones. "I only thought of it just now," Riven replied. Before, there hadn't been anyone as strong as Tifa to spar with Lufa, and Riven had always had to hold back to avoid hurting him. There hadn't been time to think of anything else. It was only now, after watching Tifa train with Lufa, that inspiration had suddenly struck her, leading to the scene that had just unfolded. But I was still scared out of my wits. "Come here, give me a kiss," Lufa said, lowering his head to press a kiss to Riven's lips. Instead of blushing, Riven boldly wrapped her arms around Lufa's neck, refusing to let him pull away. This left Lufa at a loss. He'd been hoping to see Riven shy and flustered, not fired up with such enthusiasm. Though, he had to admit, this was even more to his liking. It wasn't until Tifa and Scotty let out impatient, exasperated huffs that the two finally released each other. After all, demons and Noxians could go a long time without needing to breathe. Then it was Tifa and Scotty's turn to throw themselves into his arms. After all three had received their kisses, Lufa found himself feeling a bit restless. The main thing was Tifa and the others were all beautiful women, and now that he had awakened the power of the demon bloodline, he no longer had to worry about dying. Even if Scotty accidentally crushed him, squashed him, or flattened him, he would simply recover. With that thought, Lufa's earlier excitement cooled off. Suddenly, he realized he was still a bit too weak. Maybe it was best to forget about it for now. The demon's immune system and circulatory system. I really have nothing in common with humans anymore. Lufa felt his own body. After awakening the demon bloodline, his circulatory and immune systems had been completely rebuilt. Viruses and bacteria that affected humans had no effect on him at all. Any particularly strong demonic organs would just break them down for nourishment. Apparently, he could even transform into his demon form now, as naturally as breathing. Soul life, spirit wool, give me all that you have. Soul harvest. Lufa seized the head of the vampire before him, his body surging with magical power. The unfortunate pure-blood vampire howled in agony, feeling as if an invisible force was tearing him apart, violently and mercilessly. Worst of all, he couldn't even lose consciousness. In the next instant, his body began to melt like a candle, a horrifying sight. Yet the melted parts didn't become a sticky mess of flesh. Instead, they turned into a clear, crimson liquid, dripping with vivid color. This liquid was composed of the vampire's life force, spirit, will, mind, soul, and body, all transformed under the power of magic. The essence then began to compress and condense, undergoing further purification. In the end, the clear, blood-red liquid in Lufa's hand solidified into a brilliant crimson crystal, as if formed directly from blood. Its geometric facets gleamed like a diamond, and on its surface, disturbingly, one could faintly make out a twisted human face. It was a scene both bizarre and terrifying. The sparkling red crystal in Lufa's hand. This was the so-called Soul Stone. Consumed directly, it would grant a great surge of vitality and magical power. With proper refinement, it could even yield the victim's memories, or perhaps their abilities, though the latter was rare, as soul stones that granted new powers were hard to come by. However you looked at it, this was an incredibly useful thing. Just like in the Devil May Cry series, where red souls from slain enemies are automatically absorbed within a certain range. This was the real-world manifestation of the Black Demon's soul harvesting ability. A demon who toys with souls. Once I consume this, I'll gain this vampire's memories, and use his life force to strengthen my own magic and vitality. Lufa gazed at the soul stone in his hand, the very same red soul, as it was called in the game. This was his attempt tonight to test his own abilities, and at the same time, it marked a new round of harvesting from the vast wealth of the vampires. After consuming the soul stone, Lufa felt his own magical power and life force growing stronger at a speed almost visible to the naked eye. Though the final increase wasn't overwhelming, it was already more than enough. With this kind of acceleration, it was no wonder that after Virgil ate the demonic fruit formed from the life essence of an entire city, he could reach the state of a true demon, just like Dante did after absorbing the Sparta sword and Sparta's remaining power. For demons, becoming stronger was simply too easy. All it took was seizing the forces of nature, devouring souls, and absorbing life energy. This act of acquiring memories and turning others into skill stones to gain their abilities was really no different from the Blacklight virus. The virus, after all, also risked memory chaos, but at least with Blacklight, what remained was a virus, not a person. It was a living mass of infection, not one's true self. At this rate, I might as well drink the G-virus like it's a soda, Lufa mused, though he didn't actually try it. There were limits to recklessness, after all. Besides, what if it turned out to be useless to him, but then his body metabolized it, and it became useful to someone else? He sifted through the memories he had just acquired. With the powerful mind of a demon, he had no need to worry about splitting personalities or anything of the sort. His resistance to both magic and physical harm was extremely high. Just look at Dante. He could catch bullets meant for demons in his mouth and come out unscathed. After that, the assets of Umbrella Corporation multiplied several times over. Across various industries, medium and large enterprises suddenly announced mergers. Into Umbrella, Lufa had only killed Gaetano, a pure-blood vampire, while the rest were harvested and refined by him into soul stones, which he then consumed. Through this, he gained control over vast assets, leaving only those that required his personal presence or specific instructions untouched for now. Even if he didn't acquire most of it, this was still the accumulated wealth of a pure-blood vampire family stretching back countless millennia. There were plenty of oil fields among them. If anything defines getting rich overnight, this was it. This, in turn, confirmed Nick Fury's suspicions. Behind Umbrella Corporation was that mysterious organization. Otherwise, how could anyone explain so many perfectly seamless sources of capital? What frustrated him even more was that, since Lufa wasn't an American citizen or businessman, and his nationality wasn't part of the United Nations, neither the Security Council nor SHIELD had any jurisdiction. Of course, if things came to a head, they could always tear off the mask and act, and SHIELD was certainly skilled in underhanded tactics. The problem was Lufa's mysterious organization hadn't actually done anything overt. It wasn't as if they could just stroll into the Security Council and make accusations. What would the council think then? It must be you sneaky, dark-skinned, bald egg up to no good again. When you saw SHLD's influence starting to wane, you decided to make up some mysterious organization to fool us. Oh, this organization really exists? Then show us the evidence. What's that? No proof. Are you just making this up? Even S.H.I.E.L.D., a worldwide organization, can't get any evidence? Nick Fury could already picture this situation, so relying on them was pointless. You might as well hope Black Widow could dig something up. Now that the vampire problem was completely taken care of, Lu Fa felt as if he had lost a reliable source of loot drops. After all, he still had many wives who hadn't appeared yet. Let me think, what other monsters can I farm in the Marvel Universe? Lu Fa pondered for a moment. Kingpin? Would Kingpin be too insignificant? Sure, his henchmen could be farmed for drops, but Lu Fa had no idea if the quality of the monsters affected the quality of the loot. The Hand, perhaps. But wait, in the movie universe, is there even an Agents of S.H.I.E.L.D. storyline? That was more of a TV show thing, wasn't it? If there was, then he could definitely find members of the Hand to farm. Plus, they could resurrect, so there'd be no worry about running out. What's more, considering Blade had shown up, maybe some of Marvel's standalone universes would make an appearance too, like Ghost Rider or Moon Knight. Still, Lu Fa wasn't planning to get involved with Ghost Rider's story just yet. Catching Mephisto's attention would be a real headache. Sure, Mephisto was a demon, but the most dangerous thing about the devil was his power to corrupt. Lu Fa wasn't afraid for himself, but he worried that Scotty and the others could become targets for Mephisto. If Ghost Rider exists, then this world must have hellish demons and devils too. Maybe I can lure some demons out and hunt them down. The thought was tempting. Devouring the souls of demons and devils would let him grow stronger at a staggering pace. He could even forge his own unique soul weapons from those souls. A soul weapon, essentially a magical armament like the Radiant Destruction Fist, Beowulf, or the Loquacious Twin Blades. Soul weapons, magical artifacts, enchanted arms. These were weapons forged from souls through magic. Most of them were formed from powerful souls, whether willingly or by force. But weapons made from unwilling souls would be wiped clean of consciousness and start building up memories and impressions from scratch. For example, the gauntlets Virgil crafted from the claws of the battle wolf. Beowulf. Weapons formed voluntarily, on the other hand, possessed full intelligence and memory, and some could even speak, like the three-headed hound and the twin elemental blades that chose to follow Dante. For the Dark Magi, magic weapons are not only excellent arms, but they can also alter the form of the magus during transformation, manifesting the weapon's core spiritual traits. For example, when transforming with the Thunder Sword Alaster, one would gain bat-like wings capable of flight. The key advantage of magic weapons is their capacity to grow stronger by devouring souls, rather than relying solely on the strength of their wielder. Another is their control. If a powerful magic weapon does not accept its user, it cannot be wielded, and it's not uncommon for the weapon to dominate its owner in return. One essential step, soul harvesting. Much like the process of crafting a soul stone, the creation of a magic weapon also begins by extracting a soul, but rather than immediately condensing it into a soul stone, the soul is refined further to achieve an absolutely complete essence. This is an absolute requirement for making a magic weapon. The stronger the target, the better. The more unique their abilities, the greater the soul's strength. Otherwise, a magic artifact forged from an ordinary soul would be terribly fragile. He too wished for Dante's ebony and ivory, but those were not magic items. They were human inventions. Lufa had no idea how to craft such extraordinary weapons, so he had to settle for magical tools instead. But with the Sorcerer Supreme and Kamar Taj guarding the way, the gates to the Hell Dimension can't be opened, and no demon or devil can descend. Lufa pondered this. It was odd, really, that he, a half-demon awakened to his Magus bloodline, had not drawn the Ancient One's attention. Perhaps the Ancient One had already spoken to him, and then erased the memory? Yet in the original story, the Mindless One managed to reach the human world and summon the Wind Demon, Water Demon, and Earth Demon, and these three had always been present on Earth. This suggested that Kamar Taj's vigilance wasn't as flawless as it seemed. Someone had slipped through without their notice. Just then, Lufa saw the news. A green monster rampaging through a school, with military forces dispatched to quell the chaos. Hulk! Lufa was surprised. If that was the case, wouldn't Abomination, the Hulk's greatest nemesis, be making his entrance soon? Excellent. When the time comes, he'll claim Abomination's soul and see what formidable magical artifact it can forge. Given Abomination's powers and attributes, the result would likely be something like the Lightbreaker Fist, Beowulf, or the Flame. Demon, Baroque, a pair of gauntlets, or similar. Surely it wouldn't end up as a scythe, greatsword, or some such weapon, right? Having made up his mind, Lufa tapped into Hydra's network to locate Emil Blonsky. He couldn't wait for Blonsky to finish turning himself into Abomination. Of course, he also sent Red to track down the potential future mastermind, Mr. Blue, who, after acquiring Hulk's blood, went on to cultivate large quantities for further research. If Ross ever found out about this, he'd be absolutely green with envy. After all my painstaking efforts, I couldn't get a single drop of Hulk's blood, and yet you've managed to cultivate so much of it? Emil Blonsky felt deeply disgruntled. With General Ross's help, he'd already injected himself with the super soldier serum, yet he still couldn't match the Hulk's power. After the battle at the university, Blonsky had been kicked by the Hulk and suffered multiple compound fractures all over his body. Yet perhaps thanks to the super soldier serum, he was fully healed in less than a day. This only made Emil Blonsky crave more power. He wanted the strength of the Hulk. After being approached by Lufa, Emil Blonsky was taken away. Dr. Samuel Stearns, known as Mr. Blue, was also brought to this place. "Doctor, I need you to inject him with the blood you received from Mr. Green," Lufa said to Dr. Stearns. Once this was over, Lufa might even turn Stearns into the leader, using him as his own scientific advisor. But this could have consequences we can't even imagine. Dr. Stearns hesitated. He wanted to make a name for himself, but he certainly didn't want to be responsible for a disaster. As for who Lufa was, Stearns recognized him immediately. The inventor of the new element. Even though they weren't in the same field, a genius who could dazzle an entire era was naturally someone the scientific community kept an eye on. "No need to worry, Dr. Stearns. Just do as I say," Lufa told him calmly. "All right," Stearns resigned. Glancing at the nearby werewolf troops, armed to the teeth and clad in nanobio suits, Dr. Stearns swallowed nervously. These werewolf soldiers had all been manufactured in the military barracks, so their loyalty was beyond question. Hearing Lufa promise him the Hulk's strength, as long as he followed orders, Emil Blonsky agreed without hesitation. To create an abomination strong enough, Lufa folded his arms, watching as Dr. Stearns performed a full blood replacement on Emil Blonsky, swapping out 80% of his blood for that of the Hulk. During the process, Blonsky would endure levels of gamma radiation far beyond what any normal human could survive. The goal was to give the Hulk's blood within him enough energy to grow. Soon, Emil Blonsky was seized by unimaginable agony. He couldn't help but scream, his body beginning to swell and expand, until he became a small giant, nearly 3 meters tall. His muscles bulged to monstrous proportions, and the super soldier serum reacted with the Hulk's blood. His bones mutated, tearing through his flesh and forming jagged exoskeletal spikes protruding from his body. His screams echoed through the laboratory, raw and inhuman. Emil Blonsky broke free from his restraints, his eyes wild with rage as he fixed his gaze on Lufa. "What are you waiting for? Come on, then." Lufa rolled his neck and cracked his knuckles, then taunted him. With a thunderous crash, Abomination's fist slammed down, but hit nothing but air. Lufa had already flipped backward as the blow came, landing nimbly on Abomination's shoulder. He struck a powerful punch at Abomination's head, but the sharp, spiny exoskeleton sent blood spraying from his fist. Still, the force of Lufa's blow brought Abomination crashing down to the ground. "Oh my God!" Dr. Stearns stared in disbelief at the scene before him. Lufa, the inventor of elemental manipulation, a rising star in the scientific world, had just taken down a monster with his bare hands. But Emil Blonsky's counterattack came just as fast. With a sharp elbow, he sent Lufa flying across the room. Lufa crashed into the wall, but he didn't feel any pain. The demonic blood coursing through his veins had rewired his entire nervous system. Only a truly lethal blow could make him feel pain now. By contrast, his sense of touch had become even more sensitive. Emil Blonsky's mind was now consumed by violent thoughts, and he hated Lufa all the more for being the one trying to force him into submission. Just as Blonsky lunged forward, ready to deliver a savage strike, there was a sudden flash of steel, and in an instant, Blonsky's arm fell to the ground. A guttural scream tore from his throat. With his nerves heightened by the same enhancements, the agony of losing his arm was indescribable, like a man having his most precious part cut off. Worse still, because the super soldier serum had fused his bones with dense networks of nerves, the pain was almost enough to make him black out. The Emma blade. Lufa gripped the legendary sword tightly in his hand. He hadn't used Virgil's dimensional slash, not that he knew how, so, much like Nero, he simply wielded the Enma blade like a mighty cleaver. Thanks to the blade's unmatched sharpness, This crude style of fighting posed no problem at all. Emil Blonsky roared in pain, clutching the stump of his arm. Hulk's cells might grant him regenerative abilities, but a wound this severe wouldn't heal in an instant. I don't have time to waste on you. Lufa stepped in, blade ready. Blonsky dodged the slash and swept his leg at Lufa, but it was as if Lufa had eyes in the back of his head, his reflexes lightning fast. With a nimble backflip, he avoided the kick and, midair, slashed the end of the blade, severing one of Blonsky's legs as well. Emil Blonsky screamed in agony once more as the heavy weight of his massive body lost balance and crashed to the ground. He tried desperately to prop himself up, but it was too late. Lufa brought his blade down, cleaving Blonsky's head open. Soul, life, spirit will give me everything you have. Lufa seized Blonsky's head with one hand. As he unleashed his soul-harvesting power, Blonsky's very soul was torn from his body by Lufa's command. A large sphere of light emerged, and within it, Blonsky's tormented face could be seen, writhing in anguish. Without hesitation, Lufa poured his own will and magic into the soul. In his grasp, he chose to extinguish Blonsky's consciousness completely. The last thing he wanted was to end up with a magical artifact as annoyingly talkative as the dual blades. As the soul was dyed a vivid crimson by his magic, Lufa pressed it down onto the corpse lying on the ground. Instantly, a brilliant blood-red light burst forth, and from its midst, a set of deep black gauntlets and greaves began to take shape. Their appearance was menacing, spiked, bone-like protrusions radiated pure power and intimidation. The set included handguards, footguards, and shoulder plates. The moment Lufa acquired it, he knew its name. Abomination. The power it granted was straightforward. When used, it would double Lufa's strength and defense. This was raw physical might, pure muscle, not magical force. It came with another striking feature. Whenever Lufa punched, jabbed, or kicked, razor-sharp bone spikes would shoot out, much like Wolverine's claws, massively increasing his destructive power. Now, this is a hand-and-foot magic artifact. Not bad at all, Lufa remarked. He tried on the abomination gear. Immediately, his arms, legs, and shoulders were encased in black armor, its brutal design exuding violence and dominance. He tested a few punches and kicks. The speed wasn't affected at all. Despite their intimidating bulk, the gauntlets and greaves didn't slow him down in the slightest. As for strength, a light punch from him now could easily shatter solid concrete. When it came to defense, Lufa didn't expect the abomination set to withstand the edge of the Yinma blade, but to his surprise, even a tank's main cannon couldn't so much as dent it. He didn't budge an inch under the impact. The force seemed to simply dissipate, absorbed by the armor. Or perhaps, not absorbed but dispersed. Was it some kind of shock absorption? Either way, Lufa was more than satisfied. With his hand-and-foot magic gear, even if he faced the Hulk himself, he could go toe-to-toe with him. If the abomination was this powerful, Lufa wondered just how formidable the magical artifacts would be if he could turn Red Giant General Ross and Green Giant Dr. Banner into gear as well. Moreover, the abomination devil arm could also be used by Tifa and the others. After all, Dante had sold or rented out devil arms in the original story, which means there must be people capable of using them. Otherwise, why would he do it? After killing the abomination, something else dropped as loot. A lantern ring? Even something like this can show up. Looking at the green lantern ring that had suddenly appeared in his hand, Lufa couldn't help but be surprised. He'd played DC games before, of course, but what was he supposed to do with a green lantern ring? Would it even work here? After all, the Marvel Universe didn't have the emotional spectrum, did it? He remembered that even the Infinity Stones from Marvel couldn't be used in the DC Universe. Tossing the green lantern ring in his palm, Lufa decided he definitely wouldn't use it. It looked far too green for his taste. Now, if it had been a red or yellow lantern ring, he might have gladly accepted it. Oh well, maybe it's worth studying. He had no plans to let anyone else use it, either. What if it actually worked and drew the attention of one of Marvel's heavyweights? Lufa, did something happen out there? That evening, Lufa was in the kitchen with Tifa, Scotty, and Raven, helping them cook. He'd sneak a quick cuddle here and there, utterly delighted with life. Suddenly, the wailing of police sirens and the crackle of gunfire thundered from outside. What could it be? Probably just another bank robbery. Lufa replied nonchalantly. This was America, after all, and in Los Angeles, bank robberies were an everyday occurrence. It was just the way things were in Los Santos. At first, Lufa had found it all pretty thrilling, half expecting some giant monster to show up. But now, he was completely unfazed. The truth was those petty criminals were hardly worth his time. If he killed them on the spot, what if a monster dropped out of nowhere as a result? The collateral damage and ensuing chaos would far outweigh any possible benefit. Lufa figured it just wasn't worth the trouble, a classic case of losing more than you gain. Better to just pretend he hadn't seen anything. As for hauling people away, sure, he could do it once or twice, but if it became a habit, people might start wondering what he was up to. He'd rather focus his efforts on taking down true villains and evil organizations. It sounds like it's getting closer. Scotty tilted her head, listening intently, then turned to Lufa and said, "What?" Before Lufa could react, the ceiling above them was smashed open. Of course, they weren't in the underground base of Umbrella Corporation. After all, they'd been having a barbecue out in the open. Who would want to grill underground, even if the ventilation was top-notch? There's simply no substitute for the atmosphere of an outdoor cookout. Besides, neither Scotty nor the others were ordinary people. The aura they naturally gave off was enough to keep all manner of bugs and rodents at bay. So, there was no trouble with mosquitoes in the summer or the plague of rats that haunted Los Angeles. And when it came to their barbecue, they used only the best, truffles, caviar, you name it, an extravagant feast sizzling on the grill. What truly matters when eating is the price and the taste. Who cares if the ingredients are expensive? I can earn back the cost in just a few seconds. This villa wasn't arranged by Hydra, but by the vampires. After all, Lufa had taken over part of the vampires' assets. Judging by the situation, it seems both Blade 2 and Blade 3 have been dealt with by him. So those vampires probably don't have the resources to go after Dracula anymore. There are only 2 or 3 vampires left in North America. Let's not even mention whether the pure-blood vampires from Europe would bother coming to a place where so many of their kind have suddenly perished. Even if they did come, there's no way they'd seek out Dracula. Only the North American vampires would go looking for Dracula, hoping to find themselves a new leader. Hulk! Lufa looked up at the massive figure that had crashed through the ceiling of his villa. It was none other than the Hulk himself. Wait a minute. Hadn't I already turned Abomination into a magical artifact? Why are you still here? Dr. Stearns, Mr. Blue, had already had his head merged with Hulk cells by Lufa. Now his head was enormous, and he had successfully become the leader. He possessed extraordinary intuition, enhanced computational abilities, a vast capacity for information storage, and a mind structured for logic and philosophy. His intellect, now, had nearly limitless potential. Theoretically, he could surpass normal human cognition, gaining knowledge and understanding beyond ordinary reach. He had the capacity to master any field in the world and fully comprehend concepts beyond his immediate environment. His brain had advanced to the point where his intuition could almost always discern the correct course of action. The leader had perfect recall, able to remember every moment after any incident with crystal clarity. After his intelligence was multiplied 1,000-fold, Samuel Stearns had replaced Ivan Vanko as the new head of research at Umbrella. Currently, he was obsessively studying every discipline Lufa had assigned him. So, Bruce Banner couldn't possibly have injected himself with the Hulk-suppressing antidote. By all rights, the military couldn't touch him anymore. Why then was he here? Then, another gigantic figure descended from the sky, as if leaping from a great distance. It smashed into the ground with a thunderous impact, sending earth and debris flying in all directions, almost hitting Lufa and his companions. Red Hulk. Lufa stared in surprise at the second giant who had landed. His skin was a blazing, fiery red, and the air around his body shimmered visibly from the heat. He had short black hair and explosive muscles that looked ready to burst. Hulk! The green giant tore a wall from Lufa's villa and hurled it straight at Red Hulk. Is that all you got? Red Hulk smashed through the wall with a single slap, then sent the Hulk flying with a powerful kick, a true, bone-rattling launch. The Hulk was hurled high into the sky by the force, flailing his arms and legs in a wild panic, as if hoping to grab onto something, though of course there was nothing to hold. He plummeted back to Earth, slamming down with such impact that he carved a trench into the ground. What's this supposed to be? Some kind of plot correction? Lou F.A. muttered. I take out Abomination ahead of schedule, and now they throw a Red Hulk at me? He took a bite of the grilled king crab Tifa handed him. She'd even shelled it for him. Yet, he didn't seem the least bit anxious. He was perfectly content to wait until Ross and the Hulk fought each other to exhaustion. That was the perfect moment for him to swoop in and claim the spoils. Not bad at all. Today, another magical artifact was practically delivering itself to his door. As for whether killing Ross would come with consequences, please, he was a big-time capitalist. Didn't anyone understand the clout of an American tycoon? When the time came, he'd just say Ross was trampled to death by the Red Giant, and that he'd slain the Red Giant to avenge him. Red Hulk and the Hulk were battling with earth-shaking ferocity, while Lou F.A. and the others sat back, enjoying their barbecue and the spectacle. That green giant doesn't stand a chance against the red one, Tifa observed after watching for a while. They're about equal in strength, but the gap in skill is enormous. Riven nodded in agreement. Yeah, the green one looks like he's never learned how to fight. He probably couldn't even beat Mundo. No, wait, Scotty interjected. It looks like the green one's strength is starting to increase, and his size is changing too. Meanwhile, Liu Fa noticed the army finally arriving. 2 Black Hawk helicopters, tanks, armored vehicles, and a pitiful handful of infantry. After all, this was Los Angeles, and having 2 monsters rampaging through the streets was making America look utterly ridiculous. So why did Ross turn into the Red Giant? It wasn't because he'd injected himself with Hulk serum. Liu Fa had made sure every last drop of that was cleaned out, not a milliliter left. No, what happened was that while trying to capture Bruce Banner, Ross got splattered in the face with Banner's blood after Bruce was injured. Then Banner transformed into the Green Hulk and sent Ross flying. The intense shock triggered Ross's transformation into the Red Giant. If Liu Fa knew about this, he'd be rolling his eyes at how forced and contrived it was. This kind of mutation, an ordinary person would almost certainly end up dead. After all, Bruce Banner's bodily fluids are saturated with highly concentrated gamma radiation. Any contact would cause cellular necrosis, genetic collapse, the immune system would fail, and agonizing death would be the only natural outcome. And as for whether Red Hulk would eventually be defeated by the Hulk, well, that's only to be expected. The Hulk right now isn't the one who spent years on the Grandmaster's planet, not yet as smart as he would one day become. For now, every blow just makes him angrier, and he simply refuses to lose. This led to a strange phenomenon. With every surge of anger, it only grew stronger. At first, General Ross as the Red Hulk could still rely on his skill and strength to suppress it, but as the gap widened and brute force overwhelmed all technique, the tables turned. Red Hulk, General Ross, was defeated. Unlike the Hulk, Red Hulk cannot simply grow stronger through rage. He has to absorb gamma radiation to increase his power. The military wanted to intervene, but depleted uranium rounds fired at these 2 monsters barely made a dent. Instead, they only provoked the Hulk, making him even stronger. Within moments, he knocked Red Hulk senseless. Using depleted uranium rounds isn't a decision made lightly. After firing them, the chemical defense teams are kept busy for quite a while. However, since previous attempts had shown that most conventional weapons, even tank cannons, were useless against the Hulks, the military had no choice but to use their most powerful ammunition to prevent further destruction. Depleted uranium armor-piercing rounds are made from uranium-238. When they hit an armored target, they generate temperatures up to 6,000 degrees Celsius, causing immense damage to armor and inflicting devastating injuries on those inside. These rounds are also radioactive. Even if the target survives the initial impact, they're often doomed by radiation poisoning. Because of this, depleted uranium rounds are considered outside the realm of conventional ammunition, and the U.S. military typically refrains from using them in battle. After being struck by depleted uranium rounds, Red Hulk absorbed the radiation and grew a bit stronger. This sparked an idea in his mind, so he stopped dodging the military's attacks. Though such external wounds were far from fatal for either Hulk, the searing heat and sharp pain from the radioactive rounds inflicted real suffering. The military wanted to evacuate Lu Fa and his group, but Lu Fa insisted on staying. As a member of the military himself, there was no way the officers wouldn't recognize the genius who invented the North American Grey Wolf nanobiosuit. At this point, the military was desperately hoping that Lu Fa's North American Grey Wolf nanobiosuit could be mass-produced as soon as possible. So, since Lu Fa refused to leave, the military could only assign soldiers to protect them, while also trying to lure the 2 monsters away. By now, Hulk had already defeated Red Hulk. Even after absorbing so much radiation from the depleted uranium rounds, General Ross could no longer transform his injuries into more rage and power. He was no match for the Hulk, whose skin the depleted uranium rounds couldn't even scratch. A thunderous pounding echoed through the air. Red Hulk, General Ross, was pinned down by the Hulk. Each blow sent shockwaves reverberating, forcing the nearby American soldiers to clap their hands over their ears, lest their eardrums be shattered. That's enough. Lu Fa saw that the Hulk was about to beat Red Hulk to death, so he dashed forward with remarkable speed, switching to his abomination demon gear halfway there. Without giving the Hulk a chance to defend himself, Lu Fa landed a powerful kick squarely on his massive frame. Off you go. The Hulk, weighing over 10 tons, was sent flying to the horizon with that single kick. It would be a while before he found his way back. Meanwhile, Red Hulk Ross lay unconscious at the bottom of a massive crater, pummeled there by the Hulk's unrelenting fists. Lu Fa felt quite pleased. With the military yet to arrive, he had ample time to deal with Red Hulk Ross. Soul Life Mine will, I want everything you have. Soul Reaping. As a surge of immense magic power flowed, the separated orb of Ross's soul was sent back into his body. But this time, his body would serve as the raw material for a new piece of demon gear. If the gear forged from Abomination had already proven so powerful, then what about gear made from Red Hulk? Yet, to Lufa's surprise, the result wasn't a gauntlet or set of armor, but a black cloak. What the heck? You're a career soldier in a powerhouse like Red Hulk, and I end up with a cloak for demon gear? The cloak looked just like the ones vampires wore, high-collared to conceal the face, and so long it swept the ground. This wasn't because Lufa was short. After activating his demon bloodline, he stood well over 1.8 meters, almost 1.9. As soon as he put it on, Lufa froze in astonishment, for he instantly understood the purpose of this demon gear cloak. Simply put, it was endlessly adaptable, like the living suit of Venom, the ever-changing carnage of Prototype, or the regenerative cape of Spawn. It was essentially a portable armory. Fueled by his own magic, the cloak could harden itself for protection or envelop vehicles to transform them. It could also shift color for visual camouflage, alter its material to mimic stealth tech, rendering him invisible to all kinds of detection. Even sonar couldn't pick him up. With a twist, the cloak could morph into wings, granting him flight. It even possessed a passive ability to absorb damage and convert it into magical energy for replenishment. Lufa could scarcely believe the array of powers and strength this cloak bestowed upon him. Had he just hit the jackpot and drawn an SSR? Of course, just as the mighty Rebel Greatsword was once shattered by Yuri with a single punch, and the Enma blade could be broken, the cloak wasn't absolutely invincible. It had its limits, unless it continued to absorb souls and life force to grow stronger. Alternatively, if Lufa himself became powerful enough, the cloak would naturally grow stronger alongside him. For example, if you gave this magical cloak to Dante, who has already surpassed Sparta, even someone like Montez wouldn't be able to break through its power, you know? Is its name Envy? Lufa didn't really understand the meaning behind the name. If it were up to him, he'd probably just call it the ultimate weapon. Because it was just that good, aside from needing magic power to operate, it was practically flawless. And even the magic power could be replenished by absorbing damage, as long as the attack wasn't too overwhelming. And then, out of nowhere, a gigantic monster came crashing down from the sky. The American military was left utterly dumbfounded, and so was S.H.I.E.L.D., who had been closely monitoring the battle. The sheer size of this creature was shocking. By rough estimate, it had to be dozens of meters tall. Where did it even come from? The beast that rends the earth, Gorzin. Lufa stared at the monstrous creature, his face tense as he spoke. So this time, Gorzin itself had just dropped right into the battlefield. What is that thing? Tifa looked at Gorzin in astonishment. While Scotty reached for her sword, she'd brought it with her, just in case. What in the world is going on here? Why is there such a monster? Weren't we supposed to be dealing with the Hulk? Nick Fury's eyes widened in shock. With a guttural roar, Gorzin unleashed its fury, wreaking havoc all around. Lufa had no idea whether Gorzin possessed any intelligence. From the looks of it, probably not. Then Lufa saw Gorzin charging up and firing a violet ultrasonic beam, shattering an entire building in an instant. Ultrasonic beam. Gorzin concentrated energy at its forehead and unleashed a violet ray, packing devastating destructive power. Normally, the attack would be released after the head began to glow, but sometimes Gorzin's entire upper body would light up, channeling all its energy for a more explosive, continuous barrage. Cracks snaked wildly across the ground, stones and dust raining down from above. The earth itself split open beneath their feet, shattering like a broken eggshell. Open fire. The American soldiers turned and ran without a second thought. Who would stick around? Against a monster that size, their rifles were about as useful as tickling it, or worse, drawing its attention. One stomp and they'd be flattened. Not to mention, everyone had just witnessed that terrifying attack. Who want to face that head-on? Still, the Air Force and tanks pressed the attack, missiles and shells pounding Gorzin and drawing its focus. Flames engulfed the beast, and only then did the barrage cease. With a heavy, ponderous motion, Gorzin pushed its way out of the fire. Its hands sliced through the flames in a sudden gust, and it let out a piercing, defiant screech that echoed like a challenge across the battlefield. Not to mention causing any real damage, this thing was completely unscathed. The fighter jet's bombardment hadn't even left the faintest scratch on its body. Target unharmed. Repeat, target unharmed. Even the pilots' voices wavered with disbelief. It was completely beyond human imagination. They simply couldn't conceive of any living creature that could withstand missiles and shells with nothing but flesh and blood. Nick Fury, with his satellites providing a live feed, saw everything clearly. His jaw dropped in astonishment. What on earth was that thing? Was it even truly alive? Those missiles could pierce the armor of an aircraft carrier, yet they couldn't even leave a mark on this creature. Lufa felt his ears ringing, nearly deaf from the nearby explosions and Golzen's thunderous roars. He figured an ordinary person would have had their organs shattered by the shockwaves alone. It made him wonder, how did the Earth Defense Force, or even regular humans in the Ultraman series manage to fight so close to monsters and giants like Ultraman? These were behemoths, each weighing tens of thousands of tons, colliding near the speed of sound and displacing the very air around them. Could it be that, in the Ultraman universe, Earthlings were actually superhumans like Hancock? Relying on experience can get you killed. Good thing I'm not an ordinary person. Otherwise, I'd be dead already. The cloak of envy draped over Lufa's shoulders automatically absorbed the damage from the sound waves and shock waves, converting it into magical energy for him. Scotty, Tifa, and Riven were all sheltered beneath Lufa's cloak as well. Using this cloak was undeniably cool. Lufa tried it out and it transformed into enormous bat-like wings, and defying all logic lifted him and the others into the sky. Are we going to fight that monster? Tifa asked, clutching Lufa's arm. Let's see how things play out first, he replied. After all, the Marvel world was nothing like the Ultraman universe. Jumping in to help might just get him attacked, just like what happened to Zhuangji. Lufa didn't see himself as manly as Zhuangji. If he were in that situation, he'd simply hide and wait until humanity paid a terrible price before stepping in. After all, if every time you came to the rescue you got beaten up for your trouble, what would be the point? Nick Fury watched Golzen rampaging through Los Angeles with a grave expression. It was as if something was drawing the creature toward New York. Every attack the military launched at the monster was as powerful as an anti-ship missile. He tried to imagine how the well-equipped, fully mobilized U.S. military would fare against such a threat. Honestly, he wasn't optimistic about their chances. The Vulcan cannons and high-explosive warheads were useless. They couldn't even scratch its hide. Nick Fury was now beginning to wonder if all conventional firearms were useless against creatures like that. Who is this? Just then, Nick Fury's phone started to ring. The number of people who knew this number was less than 10, but this call was coming from an unfamiliar number. He answered it nonetheless. Director Nick Fury? The voice on the other end sounded familiar, and Nick Fury recognized it instantly. It's you, Lufa? Nick Fury had no idea how Lufa had gotten his phone number. Could it be that someone from that mysterious organization had infiltrated S.H.I.E.L.D.? And someone high up at that? Otherwise, there was no way they could have gotten his number. You've seen the monster in Los Angeles, haven't you? Lufa said. You know what that thing is? Nick Fury asked at once. Of course I do. That monster is an alien weapon from a civilization called the Precursors. Unlike us, the Precursors specialize in using gigantic biological weapons. Lufa's explanation left Nick Fury stunned. You're sure about this? Nick Fury hadn't expected that this beast was actually an alien weapon meant to invade Earth. You've met the Kree, haven't you? Why are you so surprised? Lufa replied calmly. But it's not the same, Nick Fury thought. The Kree are formidable, but with Danvers on their side, they had some measure of defense. Now, though, they had nothing that could contend with this threat. Did that mean they had to call Danvers back right away? Nick Fury wasn't naive enough to believe there was only one of these monsters. Lufa had already said the Precursor civilization used giant monsters as weapons to invade other planets. There was no way only one had been sent. Can your people handle this? Nick Fury recalled Lufa telling Coulson that their organization was similar in nature to S.H.I.E.L.D., another secretive group. Still, Nick Fury remained skeptical. Of course, we're professionals. All you need to do is make sure your people don't accidentally target us in the chaos, said Lufa. Lufa had already noticed that Golzen seemed to have locked onto him. Thanks to his cloak of envy, he was able to remain invisible, so these satellites, and the military hadn't detected that Golzen was tracking him closely. However, this focus wasn't absolute. As soon as someone dealt enough damage to Golzen, its attention would shift, as if its aggression was being redirected. So, after Nick Fury gave out orders not to engage anyone suspicious right away, and notified the military as well, Lufa prepared to reveal himself. Everyone noticed that Golzen, the massive beast, suddenly lifted its head and gazed skyward. Instinctively, they all followed its gaze. And there, suspended in midair, was a man whose back bore golden wings and who wore a resplendent suit of golden armor. It was the iconic form of the Sagittarius gold cloth. All eyes were riveted on him. The whole sky shimmered with dazzling, flowing light. Nick Fury recognized that it was Lufa, but what the hell was going on? Director, is that the suspect? Even the S.H.I.E.L.D. agents on the scene were stumbling over their words in disbelief. Then, they watched as Lufa descended from the heavens. The cloak of envy transformed, mimicking the signature finishing move of Kamen Rider Knight, Final Vent, Flying Slash. His whole body whirled into a spiraling drill as he plummeted at breakneck speed. Luffy had to admit, the Cloak of Envy was a lot of fun to use. A thunderous crash erupted. Yet, even Luffy's ultimate attack failed to shake Golzen. The creature, weighing tens of thousands of tons, barely seemed to notice. The impact sent sparks flying, but Golzen emerged unscathed. God damn it! Nick Fury's face darkened at the sight, and, on reflex, he reached for his pager. But before he could act, Golzen let out a shrill roar, halting Fury's instinctive move. Scotty swung her greatsword, channeling an unparalleled strength as she attacked Golzen's leg. Her price was steep, but she severed one of its limbs in a single, mighty blow. After all, while Scotty might not seem powerful in the game, in the story, she was a force capable of stirring tides with her greatsword and shattering mountains and earth. Even Riven and Tifa were no match for Scotty. Perhaps only when Luffy summoned other equally powerful characters could anyone hope to rival her. Until then, Scotty remained Luffy's strongest asset. This doesn't make sense. I shouldn't be any weaker than Dante was when he first awakened his demon blood on the tower of Temen and Igru. So why can't I even take down Golzen? Luffy was baffled, hovering in the air with his wings unfurled. Could it be that the Cloak of Envy wasn't strong enough? Fine, he just used the Yamato blade. Golzen, now missing a leg thanks to Scotty, lost its balance and crashed to the ground, crushing a skyscraper beneath its massive weight and causing minor tremors throughout Los Angeles. Nick Fury was even more astonished. Who was that woman in the bizarre outfit? Tank shells and fighter missiles hadn't even left a scratch, yet she'd maimed the monster with a single strike? How could this possibly make sense? And then there was another woman, this one with short white hair, wielding what looked like a broken sword. She slashed Golzen, leaving wounds that missiles couldn't hope to inflict, though she didn't seem entirely satisfied with the result. Times have changed, sir. No, perhaps the times have not changed at all. This was exactly how Nick Fury felt right now. So, is this really still the age of cold weapons? He thought he'd already come to terms with it. After all, Carol had once taken out a whole invading Kree fleet with her bare hands. But when he saw Tifa swinging around her armed guards and greaves, and actually managing to make a dent in Golzen, he just couldn't accept it. What on earth do you have packed in those muscles? A diesel generator or a nuclear reactor? Even the engines of a fighter jet wouldn't be able to shake this giant beast. But that wasn't the end. The last thing Nick Fury saw was Luffy drawing a blade, descending from the sky once again, and slicing off Golzen's head with a single stroke. God damn it! This was nothing like the world he thought he knew. Watching Golzen's head roll to the ground, Luffy put away the Yamato blade. That sword was still as indestructible as ever. Apart from not being able to cut through dimensions, it had no flaws at all. Not that it mattered. Even Nero, Virgil's own son, couldn't pull off a dimensional slash anyway. Soul Harvest. Luffy cast Soul Harvest on Golzen's corpse, fusing its soul and body into a soul stone as large as a human. Consuming it would restore both magic and vitality, and could even strengthen them further. He hadn't decided what to do with the soul stone yet, so he just stashed it in his pack for now. He'd figure out later whether to use it on himself, Scotty, and the others, or perhaps to strengthen the Cloak of Envy or the Artifact of Wrath. It's taken care of. After calling Nick Fury and saying these words, Luffy hung up without giving Fury any chance to respond. A move that was laced with impatience, even outright disdain. Nick Fury was furious, but there was nothing he could do. Judging by the strength Luffy and those three women had displayed, this mysterious organization would be a real handful. At the very least, Fury was now seriously considering assembling his own Avengers. As for Luffy, after taking down Golzen, he did receive a reward, though not a character reward, which left him a bit dissatisfied. He was hoping for more teammates, or perhaps another wife. Still, the loot from Golzen was an unexpected surprise. He had gotten the Golzen summon card. Sure, it was a single-use item, and once summoned if it died, that was it, but at least it would obey orders. Luffy figured this might actually come in handy. Maybe he could even use it to get a second soul stone of that size. Watching the monster's corpse vanish, Nick Fury finally understood what Luffy had meant when he said they were professionals. If even a beast of that size could be made to disappear, then maybe all those seemingly far-fetched eyewitness accounts over the years weren't so crazy after all. Nick Fury felt a creeping sense of dread. All those bizarre reports he'd once dismissed as nonsense. Could they really have been alien invasions all along? Judging by how easily Luffy and his team dispatched that colossal creature, they clearly possessed the power to back up their claims of protecting Earth. They'd said that during the Kree invasion, if Carol Danvers hadn't intervened, they could have destroyed the Kree themselves. But what about their memories? Didn't they worry about erasing them? Wouldn't it make it easy for them to slip up and reveal something? Or did they simply believe S.H.I.E.L.D. could handle the fallout? Nick Fury pondered this. Considering how Gorzen had appeared, Lufa's story seemed plausible. After all, if Lufa and his people had created such a monster to conquer the world, wouldn't that have made more sense? Not even fighter jets and missiles had scratched it. Nobody knew how much good a nuclear bomb would actually do. Still, he couldn't rule out the possibility that they were the monster's creators. Maybe they'd only stepped in to clean up the mess once things spiraled out of control, and then covered it up with a convenient lie. As director of S.H.I.E.L.D., Nick Fury knew he had to remain skeptical, always skeptical enough. So, even though everything about Lufa's story seemed truthful so far, Nick Fury could only bring himself to believe 70 or 80% of it. Meanwhile, Tony Stark was in his basement, upgrading his Iron Man suit. The appearance of Lufa's nanobio suit had shaken him. Suddenly, his trusty armor didn't seem so invincible. While the nanobio suit couldn't punch through his Iron Man suit or take to the skies, it did, however, perfectly fulfill the military's and the world's dreams of a super soldier. Any ordinary soldier who donned that suit became a powerhouse, outclassing even Captain America. And the real terror lay in their teamwork. Squads of super soldiers fighting in unison could become an unstoppable force. For example, once they put on the nanobio suit, soldiers could sprint dozens of kilometers while carrying anti-material sniper rifles, hitting their targets with unerring accuracy. With the suit's assistance, sniping within visual range was practically foolproof, unless the enemy was also wearing a nanobio suit. Hauling tens of kilograms of ammunition was no longer a logistical nightmare. Tony Stark realized that if his Iron Man suit ever had to face off against a coordinated team of super soldiers, he might not stand a chance. That's why he was determined to upgrade his armor. "Sir, you should take a look at this." Jarvis spoke up. Tony Stark, who'd been working non-stop, grabbed a cheeseburger from nearby and took a huge bite. He loved burgers. They were quick, simple, and a symbol of American culture. "What is it?" Tony Stark turned his gaze to the screen projected by Jarvis. There, the terrifying sight of Golzen, the massive monster rampaging through Los Angeles, filled the display. Inevitably, someone had managed to capture the creature on film. Rufus hadn't bothered to do anything about it. After all, how could he? He didn't have a Men in Black neuralizer to wipe memories. So he simply tossed the problem over to Nick Fury. Let Fury worry about it however he liked. As long as it didn't affect Rufus, it was none of his concern. "Is this a monster movie?" Tony quipped, though with his sharp instincts, he quickly realized this was no film. The details were far too vivid, lacking the usual telltale flaws of special effects. "Sir, this happened just now, at 7-Eleven, Jarvis reported. Before the incident, there was no warning of the monster's appearance. It simply materialized out of nowhere and began its destruction. The military responded with force." Jarvis began playing footage of the military's assault and the devastating aftermath. When Tony saw that even missiles failed to so much as scratch the beast's hide, his surprise deepened. "What's the situation now?" Tony asked, already striding toward his Iron Man suit. "It's been resolved," Jarvis replied, which made Tony pause in disbelief. "A monster impervious to fighter jet missiles have been dealt with? Did the military call in the Navy and bombard Los Angeles?" But with that level of toughness and defense, even naval artillery seemed unlikely to do the trick. According to the available data, it was Dr. Rufus from Umbrella Corporation who handled it. Jarvis then played footage of Rufus and Scotty's team taking down Golzen. Tony was even more astonished. With all his expertise, he still couldn't figure out what kind of technology Rufus and those remarkable women had used. Especially that suit of armor on Rufus. It shifted and morphed effortlessly. Could it be a new nanobiotech suit? And then, with a single slash, that fearsome monster was decapitated. What was that blade made of? Subatomic cutting technology? Tony became entranced, having Jarvis replay the footage again and again. He was desperate to unravel the secrets of these technologies, but clearly his powers of deduction weren't on the same level as Mr. Fantastic, Reed Richards. Otherwise, he might indeed have pieced it all together and recreated it through science. "I never imagined there could be monsters of this scale. It looks like the threats facing my armor are far greater than I ever anticipated." Staring at the nearly completed Mark IV suit, Tony suddenly found it uninspiring. Everything needed to be reimagined from the ground up. As for how to handle Golzen's soul stone, Rufus had been pondering the matter for a long time. In the end, he decided that making himself stronger was what mattered most, so he simply swallowed the massive Golzen soul stone whole. The surge of life, force, and magic that followed made Lufa feel immensely more powerful than before. His strength had practically doubled. A deep, guttural roar erupted from his throat as he threw his head back, unable to contain himself. The shadow of a demon flickered across his form. And then, with a terrifying burst of magical energy, Lufa underwent a demonic transformation before the stunned eyes of Tifa, Scotty, and Riven. It was as if a demon from the depths of hell was breaking free from the confines of flesh. Beneath his skin, muscles, tendons, and bones writhed visibly, shifting and renewing. Every part of his body seemed to be upgraded, his very flesh rewriting itself with the demonic power he had absorbed, channeling its essence into an overwhelming physical manifestation. This was no mere mutation, it was, more accurately, an evolution. Protective bone plates sprouted atop his head, along with a pair of distinctive backward curving horns. Newly grown scales and hardened skin wove together to cloak his entire body in pure white. Fine, tightly overlapped plates with a gentle curve formed. A scale-like armor, ingeniously designed to be both tough and flexible, with a cushioned layer beneath to absorb even the most punishing blows. White. Lufa's first thought after completing his transformation wasn't about his newfound strength, speed, or resilience, but rather his color. The black demon bloodline. Sparta was black, Dante is red, Virgil is blue, Nero's a blue-green. So why am I pure white? Although parts of his hardened skin, especially the attack-ready areas, gleamed with a metallic sheen, giving them a silvery tint rather than a flawless white, he was undoubtedly a white demon now. As for the cloak of envy, it had fused seamlessly with his demon form, forming something like a carapace on his back. With his fierce visage and pristine appearance, Lufa couldn't help but think, this is just too cool. White is a color few can truly master, but if you do, it exudes an unrivaled beauty and commanding presence. It actually looks more like Devil May Cry 5 style, but without the true demon's great wings. Come to think of it, the Yamato I have is from DMC 4, but this bloodline is from DMC 5. Lufa took a careful look at his current form, thoroughly satisfied. The rush of immense magic and soul power had finally enabled him to achieve his demon transformation. Lufa, are you all right? Seeing his fierce yet magnificent new form, neither Scotty, Tifa, nor Riven showed any fear. Instead, they rushed to his side, concern shining in their eyes as they called out to him. It's fine, didn't I already tell you? This is the demonization that comes after my bloodline awakening. My strength, speed, defense, and magic have all been amplified nearly tenfold. Right now, I feel like I could knock down Golzan with a single punch. Lufa spoke to them with great satisfaction. But you've turned into something like this. Tifa couldn't help but wonder if something was wrong. Was this really what happened after a bloodline awakening? Then, she watched as arcs of electricity flickered over Lufa's body, and in the blink of an eye, he returned to his normal appearance. I'm half demon, half human. That form only appears when I transform, and I can't maintain it for long. So this human form is my true self. Lufa explained to Tifa, and while he was at it, he leaned in and kissed her. Now that his confidence was soaring, he felt he could be even more affectionate with Tifa and the others. It wasn't just his ability to transform into a demon that had improved. His normal form had also grown much stronger after absorbing Golzan's Soul Stone. Hopefully, Scotty won't get so excited that she accidentally breaks my back. Tifa quickly put those thoughts aside. After Lufa's surprise kiss, if it weren't for Riven and Scotty being present, she might have already nestled into his arms. But right now, that was out of the question. Riven and Scotty would never let her get away with that. Seeing Tifa kissed by Lufa, Scotty took the initiative and kissed him too. Riven, realizing she'd been beaten to the punch, immediately followed suit. Wait a minute, I haven't even gotten over Tifa and TT's kiss yet. Doesn't this count as an indirect kiss for all of us? Oh well, actually that sounds pretty nice. Lufa was about to protest, but when he noticed Riven boldly slip her tongue in, he was taken aback. Riven's tongue was just like her sword, straightforward, bold, and unrestrained. Maybe she just didn't know any better. But then again, Lufa himself was no expert, so even if he wanted to teach Riven, all he could do was clumsily let their tongues duel each other. That made Riven's eyes light up. This, she understood, wasn't just a fight. In the end, Lufa was utterly overwhelmed. When Tifa finally managed to pull Riven away, she still seemed a bit reluctant to stop. Otherwise, with the lung capacity of the two of them, they might have set a world record. Me too. Scotty looked adorably earnest, though that was mostly because she wasn't used to customs on land and usually kept people at arm's length. But once she warmed up, TT was surprisingly bold and proactive. That's why in the whole whale-calf and whale-shark pairing, we always joked that TT was the top, while Sharky and Glaucus were the bottoms. Her silver hair spilled across Lufa's body as she gently pushed him to the ground. With just one hand, she held him down effortlessly, and then Scotty leaned in close. Their eyes met, and Scotty's crimson pupils glistened as if dripping with fresh blood. For Lufa, the pairing of white hair and red eyes was an irresistible temptation. Though, of course, Tifa's long, straight black hair had its own special allure. Then Scotty was gently pushed aside. It was Tifa's turn. But as soon as Tifa approached, Lufa finally mustered his resolve, flipping over and pinning Tifa beneath him. Tifa's breath quickened, caught off guard by Lufa's unexpected move. Their faces were so close now that it made Tifa feel a sudden pressure, as if the air between them had grown heavy. She found herself at a loss, mostly because she'd originally intended to take the initiative herself. Yet now, the tables had turned, and Lufa was the one in control. Lufa found Tifa's reaction deeply satisfying. This was how it should be. Otherwise, everyone would just assume he was incapable of resistance. Still, Tifa was simply irresistible in this moment. After this exchange of sweetness and intimacy, Lufa didn't push things any further. He wanted to, of course, but the memory of Scotty pressing him to the ground with a gentle movement and his utter helplessness made him hesitate. Seriously, are all deep-sea hunters this monstrous? What am I supposed to do if I ever draw Second Captain or Sharky? Second Captain is even stronger than TT. Of course, judging by the fact that the 4 characters he'd drawn so far all came from different worlds, it seemed almost impossible to get a specific character. Why do you have to play so many games anyway? Blazing Johnny has successfully jumped over the helicopters. He set a new record. Lufa glanced at the television where the news was playing. Well, it was called the news, but it was hardly a major network, even though the guy had managed to leap over a whole row of helicopters with their rotors still spinning. It had taken Lufa quite a while just to find the right channel. Blazing Johnny. So that means the Ghost Rider storyline must be about to begin. Lufa was very interested in all things related to Ghost Rider, especially the state of hell in this world. If it were the hell from the DC universe, Lufa wouldn't even consider getting involved. He'd be out of there in a flash. No joke, DC's hell, even just a projection, was a place as dangerous as, if not more dangerous than, Apocalypse itself. As for Marvel's hell, or rather, the hell dimensions, those had long since fractured into countless tiny shards, each ruled by its own lord. And yet, the true throne of the king of hell, Satan himself, remained vacant. If someone could claim that throne, they'd rule over all the hell dimensions and fuse them back into one. Compared to the missing lord of the heavenly dimensions, the status and power of the hell dimensions were far greater. The lord was merely on par with Odin, but Satan of the hell dimensions was a heavyweight on a multiversal scale. A guttural roar echoed through the air. Lou Fa was walking the city streets at night when, all of a sudden, a black man began tailing him. In no time, the two slipped into an abandoned factory. At that moment, the man let out a howl, neither beastly nor human. A demon. Beneath the black man's disguise lurked a grotesque fiend. In a hellish dimension, there are all sorts of strange monsters, demons, and devils. So Lou Fa was hardly surprised. Ever since he'd gained the ability to take on a demonic form, creatures like this had been seeking him out. These fiends were drawn by the scent of his demonic essence. He wondered what had become of the Spartan demons in this world. The monsters that came for him weren't looking to submit. They wanted to devour him. Or was it because of the other half of his human bloodline? Just another ordinary monster, he muttered. Lou Fa no longer needed to bring Scotty and the others along. He was more than capable of protecting himself now. This was already the 3rd monster he'd encountered. He couldn't help but wonder what the New York Sanctuary was doing, letting so many monsters slip through. Because these were just ordinary fiends, after he'd slain and refined them into soul stones. Lou Fa always handed them over to the Cloak of Envy. He still hadn't finished digesting the soul stone from Golzin himself. If only I could enter the universe of anti-demon ninjas, he mused. There, soul stones to hunt would be everywhere. As the monster across from him charged forward, the Cloak of Envy transformed into a massive Gatling gun, much like the one that infamous terrorist had used to attack the Man of Steel, who'd then marched on through a hail of bullets. Only this one had a much larger caliber. The bull-headed demon on the other side tried desperately to halt in its tracks the moment it saw this. After all, if it could enter the human world, it must have studied human weaponry, and this thing before it surged with terrifying magical energy. Lou Fa poured his magic into the weapon, shaping bullets, or rather cannon shells. These were 30mm shells, but conjured from pure magic, reminiscent of Dante's ebony and ivory, only much more lethal. But the monster had charged too fast. It couldn't stop in time. Lou Fa had already opened fire. A thunderous barrage erupted from the Gatling gun, the sound so powerful it felt as though it would shake a person's organs loose. With such a relentless storm of gunfire, any ordinary human nearby would likely be killed outright by the sheer force of the sound. The monster was instantly riddled with holes, and the next moment, Lou Fa's cloak of envy devoured its soul. "The nights in Los Angeles are getting restless, too," Lou Fa remarked. The cloak of envy glowed as it finished digesting the monster's soul, then shifted back into the form of a windbreaker. With this magical artifact, Lou Fa didn't even need regular clothes anymore. The ever-changing cloak of envy could meet his every need. However, Los Angeles was still not as dangerous as New York. In the future, New York would have to face alien invasions and explosions at the drop of a hat, so a handful of monsters here hardly seemed worth worrying about. They could just be considered food. The days that followed were far from peaceful for Lou Fa. Tony Stark, though freed from the troubles of congressional hearings, after all, his one and only public appearance in the Iron Man suit ended with him getting beaten like a dog, and it was only thanks to Lou Fa that Ironmonger was defeated, now had other things to deal with. Lou Fa had dragged the Ironmonger armor back to give it to the big boss, Dr. Stern, and Ivan Vanko for research, with plans to launch a whole series of Ironmonger suits. Because of this, America lost interest in keeping a close watch on Tony Stark. But Tony found himself facing a new headache: palladium poisoning. Compared to the original storyline, this problem emerged much later, since he didn't need to overuse the palladium reactor. Whatever the Iron Man suit could do, the nanosuit could do even better. In fact, the introduction of the nanosuit even sparked internal disputes in America. The crux of the matter was that soldiers equipped with the nanosuit were each far superior to Captain America, which made the higher-ups start contemplating cuts to the military. But that was never going to happen. The Pentagon and the 39 generals in the armed forces would never allow it. If just 5,000 super soldiers in nanosuits could keep America safe at home, all those bureaucrats would have to retire, and the industries that produced weapons for America would go bankrupt right alongside them. They would never allow such a thing. With Tony Stark's pride, he naturally wanted to solve the problem himself. But he soon discovered it wasn't so simple. He tried every element, but there was nothing that could replace palladium. The only hope was the new element, Lou Fa's element. The problem was, the last time he tried to negotiate a collaboration with Umbrella, Lou Fa had rejected him. The reason? Umbrella was a rapidly growing company that looked down on Stark Industries. Besides, Lou Fa owned a substantial amount of Stark Industries stock, which left Tony Stark at a loss. He had no choice but to let it go. But now, Tony Stark was getting desperate. With hope in sight, he refused to give in to despair or let Rhodey take away one of his suits for fear of Iron Man disappearing, or hand over control of Stark Industries to Pepper Potts, and so on. He didn't even have the mood to go racing anymore. All Tony Stark wanted was to figure out what it was that Lou Fa really wanted. For Lou Fa, it had all been about waiting for the right price. But as his wealth and assets continued to grow, he had simply forgotten about the matter. After all, money was no longer an issue for him. Tony Stark wants to see me. Lou Fa received Emil Gillen's report. He'd been running around lately, hardly ever in the office, but when he did drop by, Emil Gillen always hurried over. Yes, Emil Gillen replied quickly. This time, Tony Stark was clearly showing real sincerity. He'd flown over himself in his Iron Man suit, just to have a face-to-face talk. You have to understand, Tony Stark is notorious for being a playboy and for treating people with little respect. If you invite him to something, you're already lucky if he shows up late. Being stood up entirely is more the norm. But that's how it is with the big capitalists. They do whatever they want. Respect? Keeping promises? Those words don't even appear in Tony Stark's dictionary. So, just because he's come to see me, does that mean I have to work with him? Lou Fa never had much fondness for Tony Stark. For one thing, so many of his own enemies were created by Tony himself. For another, Lou Fa simply didn't need Tony Stark anymore. Emil Gillen was momentarily stunned. I can't stand his temperament or his attitude. There's nothing to discuss. Lou Fa spoke plainly to Emil Gillen. Profit might make people forget old grudges. Just look at arms dealers who have lost brothers, or warlords who've lost sons. Yet they can still sit down at the negotiating table. But for Lou Fa, those kinds of profits didn't matter anymore. He just didn't care. Expand the business? Make it even bigger? There's no need. Umbrella Corporation is already massive, already outstripping Stark Industries in every way. Combined assets are in the trillions, with even more in liquid capital, pounds, dollars, euros, yen, all courtesy of those vampires. And then there are the investors waving wads of cash and military contract from countries eager to pour in more money. Originally, Lou Fa only wanted a company to make things easier for his inner circle and his staff. But now it was more than enough. If it got any bigger, he'd have to seriously consider founding his own nation. And honestly, the idea had crossed Lou Fa's mind. After all, if you could hold all the power in a country, wouldn't that be something? But then again, running a country, even a small one, would mean endless affairs to handle, and almost every kind of resource would have to be imported. Energy was manageable, thanks to the new element reactors that could run wide open. But what about other resources? Oil isn't just about fuel. It provides all kinds of compounds humanity needs. Even if you had substitutes for oil-based chemicals, you might still lack the technology to produce them. Technology, talent, resources, management. These are the real constraints on building a nation. And if you're talking about a big country, then you have to deal with global politics, territory, competing interests, conflicts, the whole mess. Lufa decided he really didn't need to take on something quite that grand. Of course, if there are talented people in this area in the future, it wouldn't be impossible to create a country just for fun. Maybe one day, he could be like Thor and the Asgardians, establishing a new Asgard on Earth. Emil Gillen had no choice but to give up. He knew that even if the partnership succeeded this time, Umbrella Corporation would easily profit at least tens of billions of dollars. And that was just at the initial stage. Once the plan was in full swing, the flow of money and benefits would be endless, enough to make Umbrella the world's industrial giant. But now, it seemed his boss had a distinct dislike for Tony Stark, which made any collaboration impossible. Lufa had originally thought that after he turned Tony Stark down, Stark would stop bothering him. To his surprise, just as he was leaving Umbrella, a car pulled up right in front of him. "Hello, Dr. Lufa." Stepping out of the car was Tony Stark's secretary, the sharp and capable Virginia Pepper Potts. Beside her stood a striking woman, clearly the Black Widow. Originally, Nick Fury had brought Black Widow back with the intention of having her approach Umbrella and test Lufa. But after the incident with Gorzin and with something apparently happening to Tony Stark, Nick Fury realized things were off. So, Black Widow, following the original narrative, returned to Tony Stark's side. "I don't have anything to discuss with your Stark Industries group." The moment Lufa saw Virginia Potts, he understood immediately. Tony Stark might not be able to lower his pride, but Virginia Potts could. Could it be that she knew about Tony Stark's dwindling time? But how did she find out? In the original storyline, Tony Stark didn't tell her, probably out of concern for her. Did my influence change that, letting her in on the secret? That was the only explanation Lufa could come up with. On the surface, Black Widow showed no reaction when faced with her original target, and after hearing Nick Fury's orders regarding Lufa. She already knew, after all, that Virginia Potts was coming to find Lufa. Even so, meeting him for the first time, she felt a chill of fear. It was an instinctive reaction. The Lufa in the photos was the old Lufa, not the one now capable of demonic transformation. Even though Lufa didn't intentionally release his demonic aura, for anyone with sharp senses, it was terrifying. Humans might not perceive as keenly as dogs or cats, but when that presence is intense enough, even the dullest senses can pick it up. Let alone someone like Black Widow, a battle-hardened super spy who'd survived countless storms of blood and fire. Lufa's gaze turned to the Black Widow. He could sense her body stiffening. Especially after his eyes fell upon her, she seemed to struggle for breath, as if suffocating. Fortunately, Lufa soon looked away. Virginia Pepper Potts felt something similar, though she convinced herself it was just nerves. She quickly tried to calm herself, and managed to keep her composure. "Dr. Lufa, may I trouble you for a few minutes of your time?" Virginia Pepper Potts addressed Lufa earnestly. "My time is valuable. I won't waste it on trivial matters." Lufa replied, shaking his head. 10% of Stark Industries shares. Virginia Pepper Potts cut straight to the point. That made Lufa pause in his tracks, visibly surprised. "I suppose you know how much of Stark Industries I already own," Lufa said calmly. He was well aware that Tony Stark had acquired Obadiah's shares, but Lufa himself was the third largest shareholder in Stark Industries, holding 10%. Tony Stark currently had about 34%, perhaps a bit more if he'd kept buying, but no more than 40% at most. Ever since the advent of new energy, no one was willing to sell their shares anymore. If Lufa were to acquire another 10%, and Tony lost that same amount, even if Tony still held the largest portion, Lufa could rally other shareholders to his side and have real influence over Stark Industries operations. Of course, that was only if Lufa wanted to, and chose to do so. It would be like installing a control lever on Stark Industries. "We have nothing left that we aren't willing to give." Potts looked at Lufa and said quietly, "In that case, let's continue this conversation in the office." Lufa suddenly changed his mind. After all, the idea of occasionally making life difficult for Tony Stark in the future sounded rather entertaining. But just then, Lufa lifted his head. Potts noticed his movement and followed his gaze. After a few minutes, they saw something rocketing through the sky like a missile. Potts stared in astonishment. "Tony?" She hadn't expected Tony to show up. With a resounding crash, Tony Stark landed in true superhero fashion. The hard concrete cracked beneath his feet. "You never told me you were coming here," Tony Stark said as his faceplate slid open. He didn't address Lufa first. His gaze immediately sought out Potts. "What else could I do?" Potts met his eyes and answered, "I'll handle the negotiations. You can go back," Tony Stark said curtly. He cared deeply for Potts, though he didn't show it in his words. "I'm sorry, I'll only allow Ms. Potts into my office." Rufus shrugged, cutting Tony Stark off mid-sentence. "So, there's nothing to discuss?" Tony Stark reached out and pulled Pepper Potts to his side. "Tony," Pepper slapped his Iron Man suit, wincing from the pain, but she held back and shot Tony an accusing glare. "It's all right, Dr. Rufa. We'll go up and talk." Pepper spoke calmly. "You just going to leave me waiting out here?" Tony Stark felt completely stifled and turned to Pepper, looking aggrieved. "Ms. Potts, you have 5 minutes." Rufa checked his watch. Earlier, when Pepper asked for a few minutes, Rufa generously gave her 10. "Behave and wait here for me, and don't cause any trouble." Like scolding a misbehaving child, Pepper gave Tony a fierce warning. Caught red-handed, Tony had no room to argue. After all, he'd hidden his palladium poisoning from her, and now that Pepper had found out, and the new element might be his only hope, she was the one arranging this meeting with Dr. Rufa. The two of them entered the building. Meanwhile, Tony asked Jarvis to hack into the Umbrella Corporation's headquarters. He wanted to keep an eye on Pepper, just in case anything went wrong. But it was impossible. The Umbrella building had no internal network to breach. This was no surprise. Until Rufa found a trustworthy artificial intelligence, he had no intention of using any kind of network infrastructure. It might seem primitive, but the Umbrella Corporation had no real need for network systems. If any adversaries wanted to steal information, they'd have to attempt a physical breach. And if they tried, the werewolves in their nanobio suits would quickly teach them what a terrible mistake that was. It was full-on militarization. The werewolves acted as human surveillance cameras, communicating and sharing information via the systems inside their helmet visors. It was far more effective than paying people to sit in a monitoring room watching screens. Tony Stark couldn't understand how a company could exist without a network in this day and age. Didn't their employees need computers to work? He considered barging in, but the sight of 2 security guards in nanobio suits inside the door made him pause. Well, he told himself, he was just worried about making Pepper angry. It had nothing to do with whether or not he could take those guards in a fight. Besides, the entrance was fitted with 50mm thick reinforced glass, manufactured in China. There was no way to sneak in quietly. So, restless and anxious, Tony Stark waited outside in his Iron Man suit, munching on a cheeseburger and sipping a beer. Inside, Paz and Lufa were having an animated conversation. Truth be told, Lufa wasn't interested in Paz at all, neither in the movies nor in the comics. He already had the 3 best wives anyone could ask for, and there would be more in the future. Naturally, he had no thoughts about Paz. All he wanted was to rile up Tony Stark a little. Seeing Tony waiting obediently outside filled Lufa with delight, and even Paz began to feel that Lufa wasn't as difficult to get along with as she'd imagined. In the end, the two of them reached an agreement. Tony Stark would transfer 10% of his shares in Stark Industries to obtain the rights to use the Lufa element. On top of that, they secured a long-term partnership for the production and sale of the Lufa element, as well as joint ventures in new energy projects. "Thank you, Dr. Lufa." Paz was overwhelmed with emotion. Tony was saved. "No need to thank me. It's your sincerity that made this collaboration possible," Lufa replied, shaking his head. "Please understand, Tony isn't very good with people." Paz attempted to explain, knowing full well that Lufa was referring to Tony's attitude and doing her best to excuse him. "There's no need to make excuses for him. We all know exactly what kind of person Tony Stark is, don't we?" Lufa disagreed, shaking his head once again. Paz knew this as well, but what could she say? All she could do was offer an awkward smile. Fortunately, the deal was finally struck. As soon as Paz stepped out of the Umbrella Corporation's doors, an impatient Tony Stark swooped her up, and they flew back together. The thrill of soaring through the sky was quickly overshadowed by Paz scolding Tony for using the Iron Man's suit so recklessly. They could have just driven home. Why the need to fly? Every time Tony wore the suit, it put extra strain on his already fragile body. Paz felt that Tony was playing fast and loose with his own life. Tony Stark didn't know what to say. He understood that Paz was scolding him out of concern, and he'd only wanted to give her a romantic experience. But it was clear that Pepper wasn't the type to fall for such gestures. Or rather, she cared so much about him that those moments of romance mattered less to her than his well-being. "Listen, tomorrow the Umbrella Corporation will send someone to deliver the new element. When it arrives, you need to swap this thing out immediately," Paz instructed Tony firmly. Okay, whatever you say." Tony promised to do as she asked. The next day, Lufa kept his word and sent a team to deliver the priceless Lufa element to Stark Industries. Under Pepper Paz's watchful gaze, Tony wasted no time in installing the new element reactor. In that instant, something miraculous happened. Tony Stark had originally thought that even if the new element wouldn't cause the kind of radiation poisoning brought on by palladium, it would only solve that one problem for him. He'd still have to keep drinking those awful beverages to break down the palladium in his blood. But miraculously, the radiation released by the new element actually cleared the palladium from his bloodstream, bringing the concentration down to normal levels. That's impossible. Tony Stark was in utter disbelief. Lufa had felt the same way when watching the movie. Palladium poisoning was basically like heavy metal toxicity and radiation sickness. How could the radiation from a new element simply cure it? Could palladium in the bloodstream really be eliminated by radiation? Shouldn't Tony Stark have been killed by such strong radiation before anything else? Yet the result was that Tony Stark was full of life, and the moment he put on the new arc reactor, he was completely cured. Tony, are you all right now? Pepper Potts was so overwhelmed with joy that she couldn't contain herself. She threw her arms around Tony Stark, absolutely elated. Tony paused for a moment, setting aside his doubts and confusion for now. He hugged Pepper back, mostly because she'd never been this passionate before. In that instant, Tony felt like none of those other concerns mattered at all. On the screen, a plan was displayed for a joint project between the Umbrella Corporation and Stark Industries to develop a new energy market. The Savior Project. That name was just something Lufa had come up with on purpose. Honestly, calling it the Savior Reactor or the Arc Reactor would be fine too. It didn't really matter to him. At his level, these details weren't important anymore. Sometimes what mattered most was simply finding joy and genuine happiness. Just like right now, when he was playing games with Scotty, Tifa, and Riven. You lost, Riven. Come on, hurry up. Lufa slapped the table, and Riven, without a hint of embarrassment, unfastened her leather skirt. She unzipped it from the side, and the skirt slid smoothly down her silky black stockings to the floor. That's right, the game they were playing was pretty thrilling. Lufa thought that, even if he couldn't cross certain lines, he wasn't about to miss out on a bit of fun where he could get it. He admitted it. He was a bit of a rascal. Of course, Riven, Scotty, and Tifa felt the same way about Lufa. Thankfully, that group of ship girls hadn't come over. Otherwise, Umbrella would be in chaos every few days. This was a game where winning or losing didn't really matter. And because of that, Lufa was having the time of his life. So much so that he almost forgot he was supposed to go out monster hunting today. Lufa, it's your turn. Scotty looked over at Lufa. This time, she was the winner. The winner could ask anyone, be it themselves or others, to remove an article of clothing. After Tifa and her two companions won, of course they wouldn't ask everyone to strip. Where's the fun in that? It was far more exciting to have Rufin name one of them, making the moment all the more thrilling under his watchful gaze. And so, Rufa ended up with not a stitch left on him. Feeling the eyes of Tifa and the others upon him, Rufa straightened his back and lifted his chin with pride. A real man stands tall. He mustn't shrink from the gaze of others. Acting shy or bashful just wouldn't do. Let's keep going. Next round. Riven chimed in eagerly. But Rufa is already out of clothes, Scotty said with a puzzled look. Isn't the game over now? No, I've been eliminated. The rest is up to you three, Rufa replied with a cheerful grin, then sat down to watch, perfectly at ease. The three women exchanged glances, noting how little clothing each of them had left. Clearly, since Rufa wanted to play this kind of cheeky game, they had all come prepared. Morning broke. Rufa woke up in a large bed, Tifa lying peacefully beside him, her serene expression making Rufa hold his head high with pride. The other side of the bed sagged deeply. Scotty and Riven must have tussled in their sleep, as that half was thoroughly wrecked. They were all dressed quite lightly. Exhausted from a night's games, they'd simply drifted off without changing. Looking back, Rufa couldn't help but marvel at his own boldness. He hurried over to check on Riven. Thankfully, she seemed unharmed, at least with no obvious wounds. As for TT, there was no need for concern. Deep-sea hunters like her were the superhumans among Terra's elite. The second captain could travel at supersonic speed on land and move at the speed of sound underwater. A true powerhouse. With such strength, even the Hulk would be toppled in a single punch. If anything, the second captain could probably take on Thanos himself. Even if TT wasn't quite at that level, she couldn't be far off, could she? At the very least, she had to be on par with a vice captain. Rufa scooped up Riven and, changing positions, also picked up Scotty. He hesitated to move Scotty closer, though, worried for Tifa's safety. Looks like it's time to get them some clothing woven from vibranium fiber, at least for safety's sake. Even if vibranium fiber only absorbed a limited amount of kinetic energy, not nearly as protective as full vibranium armor, Scotty only lost control of her strength in her sleep. With this protection, there'd be far less risk of injury. After Rufa left, both Tifa and Riven opened their eyes. They've been hoping for a goodbye kiss from him. Scotty, however, didn't stir. Little killer whales sleep deeply once they nod off. Unless there's the clamor of battle, nothing is likely to wake her. Then, Lou Fa turned on the TV news. More often than not, the monsters that needed his attention would first show up on the news. It was one of his main sources of information. Hot-headed Johnny is accused of destroying public property and suspected of murder. And, just as he expected, the news broadcast delivered exactly what he wanted to see. So, it looks like last night, Johnny Blaze finally became the Ghost Rider. Lou Fa genuinely mourned the death of the Earth Demon, but he knew better than to get involved in such a mess. Otherwise, devils and demons with unique abilities were always in high demand. Once transformed into magic items, they became quite functional. A demon that controlled lightning might turn into an electric guitar, capable of unleashing electric shocks, along with a handful of other powers. Dante, on the other hand, never cared much for magic items. Most of the time, he just chopped down the demons and moved on, never considering turning them into tools or harvesting their souls. He was simply too well off to bother. Unlike Lou Fa, who had to consider whether even a run-of-the-mill villain was worth converting into a magic item. But that evening, Lou Fa ran straight into the last person he wanted to meet. A flaming skull-headed rider, pursued by the police, roared up the side of a building on his motorcycle. The sight of a bike defying gravity stunned the entire police force. At that moment, Tony Stark, finally convinced that his Iron Man suit would be useful, leapt into action without hesitation. With Jarvis connected to every network system, his access to information was even faster than S.H.I.E.L.D.'s, so by the time Ghost Rider reached the rooftop, two palm repulsor blasts shot across the sky. A tremendous explosion thundered through the air. Whoa, is it Halloween already? That's some impressive special effects you've got going on with your head. Tony Stark descended from above, his Iron Man suit now upgraded to the Mark VI. The Mark V was still in production, since the Mark IV had been scrapped. The Mark V was being designed to take on giant monsters like Golzon, and just building it would take a substantial investment of time and resources. If Lou Fa knew about Tony Stark's plans, he would definitely exclaim, "You really do know how to burn through money." After all, these things weren't easy to make. $200 billion could vanish in the blink of an eye, and Tony Stark had the audacity to attempt it all on his own. It could be said that the only reason Stark Industries was still running was because it didn't need immediate liquid assets. Otherwise, Pepper Potts would probably storm into Tony's basement, only to discover a giant hidden away inside. Scratch that. Right now, the construction of the base was probably still underway. After all, building a suit dozens of meters tall meant Tony Stark needed a suitable place to start construction. $200 billion, gone just like that, building this kind of facility. But back to the main story. Tony Stark had no intention of killing anyone, even if he'd already taken out plenty of terrorists. However, the evidence against this man, who seemed to be Johnny Blaze, was far from conclusive. Tony Stark wasn't sure if there was more to the story, so he kept the power of his repulsor blast low, just enough to knock someone back or off their feet. Once Johnny Blaze transformed into the Ghost Rider, there was barely a trace of reason left in him, and Tony Stark, burdened with the weight of his own sins, became an irresistible target. As a war profiteer, weapons manufacturer, and dealer, Tony Stark's life was steeped in blood and death. That was all it took for the Ghost Rider's gaze to fixate on him. So when the Ghost Rider rose to his feet once more, Tony was genuinely surprised. He thought, how is he still standing? You are guilty. The Ghost Rider pronounced Tony Stark's guilt. For reasons Tony couldn't explain, those hollow, burning eyes sent a chill straight to his core. I'm guilty? Guilty of what? Tony didn't retort or try to make a joke this time. Instead, he asked seriously, perhaps because the accusation had struck a nerve. The Ghost Rider seldom wasted words. Other than declaring guilt, he simply revved his motorcycle and charged at Tony Stark. Tony fired another repulsor blast from his palm, aiming to disable the Ghost Rider's bike once and for all. But with a mere tilt of his head, the Ghost Rider sent his motorcycle soaring into the air. Then, with a swift motion, he drew his pistol. He had snatched it from a police officer earlier, and quickly realized just how effective firearms could be. Hellfire licked across the gun's surface. Just as the rider himself was impervious to harm, this pistol had been transformed, its appearance now twisted and fearsome, adorned with a grinning skull on the grip. A thunderous shot rang out. The Hellfire-infused bullet punched right through Tony Stark's Iron Man suit. Tony stared in disbelief at the gaping wound in his armor, blood pouring out as Jarvis scrambled to seal the breach and administer emergency medication. But it was useless. Wounds inflicted by Hellfire were not so easily healed. Not only did the bleeding not stop, the medical spray only fueled the Hellfire, making it burn even fiercer. The infernal flames raged over Tony Stark, searing him with agony. After all, hellfire burned the very soul, pain cutting deeper than bone. Just as the Ghost Rider yanked down the chain for his leather jacket, ready to whip it around Tony and drag him close for the penance stare, a sudden gust heralded the arrival of Wind Demon. In the original storyline, Wind Demon also appeared at this moment, only to be annihilated by the Ghost Rider's hellfire chain, spun into a blazing tornado, a rather anticlimactic end. To be honest, Lufa thought that even if Wind Demon had just been shot by the Ghost Rider, it would have been better than such a farcical demise. Lufa wasn't at the scene. He saw Iron Man, Tony Stark, get taken down by Ghost Rider with a single shot on TV, and then simply sat back to watch the drama unfold. Seriously, why should he go out of his way to save Tony Stark? If he got caught up in it and ended up on Ghost Rider's or Mephisto's radar, wouldn't that just mean inviting a heap of trouble onto himself? He and Tony Stark were hardly close enough to risk life and limb for each other. If Tony died, so be it. It wasn't as if his death would cause the universe to reboot. Still, at that crucial moment, Wind Demon jumped in to stir the pot. Lufa couldn't help but marvel. Only Tony Stark could survive something like this. Even so, the searing pain of hellfire would certainly leave a mark he'd never forget. In fact, it would become a brand on his soul. There was no escaping it. Wait a second, could I have ended up in a universe where Iron Man becomes Ghost Rider? Suddenly, Lufa considered a possibility. In the later comics, Johnny Blaze went around handing out his excess hellfire to others, turning them into Ghost Riders too. If it were any other criminal, even if they managed to survive the initial blast of hellfire, they'd eventually be consumed by bit. But this was Tony Stark. What if something mutated? If comic book logic took hold, and Tony actually became a Ghost Rider? A hellfire Iron Man suit? Damn, wouldn't that be a legendary upgrade? Hellfire alone could supercharge ordinary objects to incredible levels. Hellfire excavators, hellfire rifles that could blast a tank apart in a single shot. So what would happen if Iron Man's armor was enhanced with hellfire? Wouldn't that be even more outrageous than the Extremis armor? Perhaps only something like the Hellbat armor could compare. Lufa kept telling himself that this was impossible, that luck like this just didn't happen. Besides, why should Tony Stark, an infamous playboy and scoundrel, become a Ghost Rider? Then again, come to think of it, Ghost Riders weren't exactly saints themselves. To be clear, this was about those Ghost Riders who weren't possessed by the spirit of vengeance created by God. Though Ghost Riders and spirits of vengeance might look the same, their essence was worlds apart. Take Johnny Blaze, for example. He was the most powerful Ghost Rider ever, not because he housed a spirit of vengeance, but because he was possessed by the soul of a demon lord. And what does that mean? It means he wielded the power of a Hell Dimension overlord, a being on the level of Dormammu himself. Technically, he might not quite match Dormammu, but he could definitely stand shoulder to shoulder with Odin. Those Ghost Riders who received hellfire from Johnny Blaze shared the same nature as him, utterly different from the spirits of vengeance. Back to the main story. On the television, for reasons unknown, this time the Wind Demon wasn't dispatched by Ghost Rider in such a casual manner as in the original plot. Instead, the Wind Demon managed to escape. Faced with a choice between a devil and a scoundrel, Ghost Rider made a quick comparison and decided to abandon Tony Stark. After all, Stark was already marked by the hellfire and wouldn't live much longer anyway. It was better to chase after the Wind Demon. Right now, Ghost Rider was ravenous, desperately hungry, and he craved the Wind Demon's soul. With that, he mounted his motorcycle and, with a thunderous roar, soared through the air, defying gravity. Helicopters in the sky opened fire on him, but Ghost Rider simply lashed out with his hellfire chain, slicing the helicopters clean in two. Anyone who tried to stand in his way would be killed, target or not. The spirit of vengeance might sometimes avoid or circumvent obstacles, but Ghost Rider had no such reservations. In the aftermath, Tony Stark was rushed to the hospital in critical condition. The police chief's phone rang off the hook with calls from his superiors, who unleashed a tirade of abuse at him. After hanging up, the chief himself was ready to curse out loud. What could he do? The playboy insisted on flying around in his Iron Man suit. Was he supposed to summon helicopters to stop him? Logically, with Stark Industries' weapons division already shut down, Tony Stark shouldn't have been a high priority. But the rise of new energy technology had made Tony Stark even more influential than before. The prospect of a future where new energy was monopolized was truly terrifying. Just imagine the money it would bring in. Tony Stark remained unconscious, while the hellfire continued to burn within him. Lufa, though deeply tempted by the hellfire, had no intention of coming into contact with it. That stuff, once touched, would immediately attract Mephisto's attention. Not worth the risk. But sometimes, fate doesn't let you avoid trouble just because you want to. How is Tony Stark? Nick Fury, his expression grave, turned to Coulson and asked. After the incident, Coulson had arrived at the scene immediately. Their undercover agent, Black Widow, had already reported the situation to Fury, but the final word would have to wait until Coulson had assessed things personally. Black Widow dared not interfere too much. She knew full well that Tony Stark was no fool. So Nick Fury had no choice but to wait for Coulson's report. It's not looking good. There's a fire on Tony Stark that nothing can put out. The doctors have tried everything. They even called in the fire department. Coulson's face was grim as he spoke to Nick Fury. Even though Stark Industries had lost its position as the world's leading arms manufacturer to Umbrella Corporation, whose weapons no one in the world could refuse, Coulson knew just how important Tony Stark was to S.H.I.E.L.D., and especially to the director. Nick Fury took a deep breath. He knew that matters like this belonged to the realm of legends and magic. S.H.I.E.L.D. had only recently launched a project on such things, especially after seeing that burning skull. Since then, Fury was convinced that gods and demons from myth truly existed in this world. Not to mention, there was also a monster as massive as Gorzen to bear witness. There's nothing we can do about this, he admitted. We'll have to turn to Lufa and his team. After all, back when Lufa had boasted and spun tales to Coulson, he made grand claims, talking about some mysterious organization guarding Earth, observing the founding of S.H.I.E.L.D., watching as the Kree invaded, and so on. Now that they faced a problem like this, it was only right to seek help from the real experts. And so, Coulson went looking for Lufa. But even getting a meeting with Lufa these days was no easy task. Mr. Lufa, Coulson finally managed, after a Herculean effort, to find him. At the time, Lufa was swimming with Scotty. Since there were no sea lions in this world's oceans, Scotty was teaching Lufa how to deep dive. You again? I thought I'd already had this entire stretch of ocean sealed off. How did you get in here? Lufa sounded a little annoyed as he ran his hand through his wet hair, brushing away a slick of seawater. I parachuted straight in. Coulson replied with a smile. No normal person could have broken through Umbrella's blockade, but that didn't stop Coulson from skydiving in. All right, you win. TT, go ahead and keep playing. Lufa turned and, still in the water, gave Scotty a playful slap. Scotty nodded and swam off to join Riven, Tifa, and the others. So, what did you want with me? With a single leap, Lufa vaulted out of the sea, sending a cascade of water over Coulson and soaking him to the bone. A clear reminder of Lufa's petty sense of humor. But Coulson paid it no mind. Watching Lufa leap 5 or 6 meters high and land more than 10 meters away on the sand, he couldn't help but marvel. No wonder Lufa's mysterious organization could battle and defeat monsters the size of Gorzen with such ease. So far, Lufa and his team had demonstrated overwhelming strength, and their thinly veiled disdain had left Coulson utterly convinced of the existence of this secret order. Only Nick Fury still harbored the faintest shred of doubt. He was 95% convinced, but that last 5% kept him skeptical. Last night, there was a burning skull. Coulson quickly began. Ghost Rider. Lufa interjected. What? Coulson looked completely baffled. That thing's called Ghost Rider. Don't bother getting involved. He can't be killed, and he's incredibly powerful. His job is to send sinners to hell ahead of schedule, and by doing so, he bolsters hell's ranks. Lufa explained. Coulson's expression grew instantly grave. He wore a camera linked to headquarters, so Nick Fury and the others were watching and listening to everything in real time. So, you're saying it's an emissary from hell? Coulson couldn't believe his ears. What had the world come to? There had been fierce battles during World War II, and he'd never heard of any hellish messengers back then. Otherwise, that guy with the little mustache should have been dragged down, shouldn't he? No, he's just an unlucky soul deceived by the devil. Anyway, just stay away from him. Don't provoke or approach him. To someone like him, you agents are no different from those criminals you chase after. Lufa pulled a bottle of chilled lemon cola from the fridge, took a sip, and let out a long, contented sigh before continuing. What? Coulson felt as if his entire life had been called into question. They become agents to fight for justice and save the world. How could they be lumped in with criminals? In the course of your missions, have you never harmed an innocent person, never caused someone to lose everything or go bankrupt? Lufa scoffed, unimpressed. Agents who prided themselves on righteousness. He found the very notion laughable. Hearing this, Coulson realized he really had no way to argue back. The truth was, they couldn't claim they'd never caused innocent casualties. And, as for economic losses, well, that went without saying. Even if S.H.I.E.L.D. offered compensation, the amount could never really make things right. Some things couldn't be fixed with money. Tony Stark was attacked by him. He still hasn't woken up. Can you help? Coulson finally gave up debating. As long as they had a clear conscience, that was enough for him. I can't. That's hellfire you're dealing with. Give it up. It attacks the soul itself. Modern medicine and science are powerless against it, and nothing can extinguish that flame. Lufa thought for a moment before answering. There's really no way? If Tony Stark dies, the whole world will be affected. Coulson's tone grew anxious. Stark Industries was a global powerhouse, and Tony Stark was not only its sole leader, but also a genius. With his work in developing new energy, his death would have a greater impact than if the president himself were lost. If the president died, they could just elect another. If Tony Stark died, there'd be a line of people at the windowsills. And what does that have to do with me, Agent Coulson? Luffy replied calmly. But aren't you like us? Aren't you here to protect world peace? Coulson asked, confusion written all over his face. It's different. We only observe the course of humanity to ensure its continuation. We have no interest in human infighting, nor do we intend to protect world peace. Unless there's an alien invasion or the resurgence of gods and demons, we won't intervene in human affairs. Otherwise, the world today wouldn't be one ruled by science. Now that Luffy had confidence, it was all the easier for him to spin a tale for Coulson. Coulson and Nick Fury both fell silent. So they weren't peacekeepers. They simply saved the world and observed it. That made much more sense. It explained why such a powerful organization would choose to remain hidden rather than interfere in the workings of human society. They simply didn't care about human conflict or war. Their sole concern was the preservation of humanity as a whole. For a moment, an image of a lofty, almost divine organization took shape in the minds of Coulson and Nick Fury. They watched over humanity from above, never interfering with human choices, even if it meant allowing world wars and the heavy casualties they brought. Otherwise, with their power, they might well be worshipped as gods, and the world would never have developed as it has today. I understand now. Please accept my apologies for disturbing you. Coulson spoke with deep respect. Even though Luffy seemed indifferent to human suffering, he and his kind were clearly diligent in safeguarding humanity as a whole. Otherwise, humanity wouldn't have survived until now. Watching Coulson depart, Luffy paid him no further mind. Instead, he admired Scotty, Tifa, and the others in their swimsuits as they swam, finding their beauty never seemed to grow old no matter how many times he looked. Coulson's parachute jump and dramatic arrival today also made Luffy consider whether it was time to establish a base, perhaps have any ship girls on patrol in his waters, ready to shoot down any illegal intruders on sight. Hellfire. After much deliberation, Luffy decided it was best not to get involved with that particular power, despite how tempting it was. That was why he'd brought Scotty and the others to the island, to stay out of the Ghost Rider's range, just in case the demon could sense his own infernal aura or Mephisto tracked him down. Only those who survive to the end get the prize. Luffy felt no shame in playing it safe. When you have power, you can afford to show off, but when you don't, it's only wise to keep your head down. A week later, Luffy finally brought Scotty and the others back to Los Angeles. Tony Stark was still unconscious, showing no sign of waking. As for Johnny Blaze, whatever business he had with Mephisto must have been settled. According to the information Luffy had Umbrella dig up, the notorious Johnny had simply vanished. It wasn't until the second Ghost Rider movie that Johnny Blaze resurfaced in a remote country. Before that, he had been on the run. Luffy, meanwhile, turned his attention to the Hand. This was a new target for farming enemies, especially since the ninjas of the Hand could be taken down repeatedly. At times like this, the benefits of being the leader of Hydra became clear. Luffy simply made a call to Alexander Pierce, and before long, a dossier on the Hand arrived on his desk. From Hydra's perspective, small organizations like the Hand weren't really worth paying attention to. Still, their subordinates would gather intelligence. After all, Hydra aimed to rule the world and couldn't allow supernatural threats like the Hand, with their influence on global stability, to run unchecked. Sooner or later, they would have to be dealt with in unison anyway. This isn't the TV version of the Hand, is it? Luffy glanced through the dossier and immediately realized this wasn't the Hand from the Daredevil series. It was likely the version from the comics. In New York, the Hand had been collaborating with local gangs, but recently, all the gangs in New York had been wiped out. Kingpin and his crew had swept through the city's underworld. New York is the largest city in the United States and stands among the top cities in the world. Wall Street makes it a global economic hub, and the United Nations headquarters add a layer of political weight, rivaling even Washington, D.C. Clearly, this is a city of immense significance, a vibrant showcase of capitalist prosperity, but also a place where exploitation and class divisions are laid bare in all their brutality. That's why Luffy couldn't understand how Kingpin and Madame Gao could act so brazenly. Didn't the Wall Street tycoons care? Weren't they worried about becoming a laughingstock in the eyes of the UN? But reality proved they truly didn't care. Given Luffy's current resources and influence, locating Madame Gao's drug lab in Hell's Kitchen was hardly a challenge. Madame Gao was notorious for her cruelty, disguising herself as a fellow Chinese to lure in immigrants or those who had crossed the border illegally, then blinding them and forcing them to manufacture her powders. So, targeting her first was the most fitting move for Lufa. As for the other leaders of the Hand, most weren't even in New York. It would be better to let them come looking for him. Jealousy's cloak transformed, encasing him in a suit of armor as black and unyielding as steel. Lufa directed his werewolf squad to seal off the area around the drug lab, just in case any formidable enemies appeared. Then, without hesitation, he leaped straight into the heart of the drug factory. Who's there? Madame Gao took her drug operations extremely seriously, posting hand ninjas to guard the place. There were easily a dozen or 20 regular gunmen as well. For any ordinary person, the sight of such an arrangement, especially after Kingpin had unified all of New York's underworld, would be overwhelming. He put out the word, and no one dared to come looking for trouble. So all these gunmen were at ease. If it hadn't been for the ninja, Lafa could have crept right up behind them without anyone noticing. But even if he was discovered, it hardly mattered. Lafa casually threw a few punches, his fists moved so fast like lightning that the gunmen didn't even have time to react before their chests were blown apart. Right now, Lafa's strength was at an utterly unfathomable level. He didn't know exactly how strong he was, but it felt as if even going toe-to-toe with the Hulk wouldn't be a problem. With this kind of power, dealing with ordinary people was easy. One touch, and they were dead. However, as soon as these gunmen died, Lafa heard a strange, piercing insect call. He spun around, and suddenly a green, humanoid monster appeared right before his eyes. The next instant, the creature vanished. Sparks exploded from Lafa's body. That was the moment he was struck. High-speed movement? Super acceleration? A worm? Lafa's pupils contracted, but strangely, he felt no pain. In the Kamen Rider series, worms seemed formidable, but in truth, their stats made them the second weakest monsters of the Heisei era. The weakest, of course, were the Orphnox. Still, worms had a hard time even shaking or injuring Lafa, but their real threat wasn't brute force. It was their incredible speed. Almost every adult worm possessed super acceleration. For ordinary people, facing them meant having no chance to fight back, and even Kamen Riders without acceleration abilities found them difficult to handle. Lafa hadn't expected to encounter an enemy unit like a worm. This was far more serious than running into a xenomorph or a G-Tyrant, because if a worm escaped, it would be nearly impossible to catch. If he let this worm get away, there might soon be a swarm of worm larvae to deal with, and considering their mimicry abilities, suddenly, the attack stopped. Lafa hurried to locate the worm, but couldn't spot it anywhere. Just then, screams erupted from outside. Lafa roared, transforming instantly into his demonic form. The pure white demon appeared, and, moving at terrifying speed, charged outside. He saw that the people in the drug lab were being slaughtered by the worm. The ninja from the Hand were trying to stop it, but the worm's power was far beyond anything they could handle. The moment Lafa laid eyes on the worm, he accelerated to his absolute limit. Before the creature could even react, he punched straight through its chest. Not giving it a chance to struggle, his other hand plunged through the hole, tearing the worm apart with sheer force. A thunderous boom followed. The worm exploded in a fireball, flames engulfing Lafa. An explosion in real life was far more devastating than anything in a game or TV show, especially here in a drug lab, inside a sealed building thick with flammable dust. All at once, every pane of glass shattered, and the entire building shook violently. Those who died in the blast were also counted among Lufa's kills. Luckily, the mutant insect's acceleration organ can't be used continuously. Otherwise, if that thing had gotten away, it would have been trouble, Lufa muttered with relief. He paid no mind to the explosion. In his demonized state, clad in armor formed from the Cloak of Envy, such a blast couldn't even mess up his hair. With such chaos erupting in Hell's Kitchen, it was no longer safe to linger. Lufa ordered the werewolf squad to withdraw, and then returned himself to tally up the spoils. He was disappointed to find no new character drops, but soon discovered something remarkable. The Amadam Spirit Stone. This was the transformation device of Kamen Rider Kuga. Forged from the Amadam Spirit Stone, a war machine in its own right, this artifact possessed the power to enhance human physical ability. Even without transforming, the stone's influence could be felt. Yet, born of warfare, the Amadam Spirit Stone also harbored the potential to consume human consciousness, turning its bearer into nothing more than a weapon of war. Ordinary people would quickly be overtaken. Once the Amadam merges with a body, it connects seamlessly with the entire nervous system. Every thought or impulse of the user is transmitted through the nerves to the Amadam, which then acts upon those instructions, altering the body. At the molecular and atomic level, the user can become whatever they imagine, for after all, everything is built from molecules and atoms. The Amadam can absorb any available energy source for further enhancement, manipulate matter at the molecular and atomic scale, and eliminates the risk of losing its belt. The transformation belt is intrinsic, no external props required. Moreover, Onodera keeps pushing Kuga's limits ever further. For example, after coming into contact with DCD's dimensional wall, he gained the ability to traverse dimensions on his own. When infused with the Devil King's power, he transformed instantly into Ultimate Kuga. Absorbing the Stone of Earth triggered Rising Ultimate, and after being electrified by Stronger and the Water Union, he kicked a Shocker robot to a standstill in one blow. Many of Kuga's other abilities remain largely unexplored in the TV series. 1. Sealing power. 2. Regeneration. 3. Duplication. 4. Absorption and transformation. But most important of all is the power to make wishes reality. According to the original Japanese lore, Kuga's sealing energy, his unique killing intent, atomic disintegration, and so on, all stem from the user's thoughts, manifesting through the Spirit Stone. Fans in Japan have even speculated that the Amadam Spirit Stone might be able to enable its bearer to grow gigantic, provided sufficient energy is available. The forms, growing, dragon, Pegasus, mighty, Titan, rising, all are simply expressions of the user's will through the Amadam Spirit Stone, not forms that everyone can access. This isn't Egel, Lufa mused quietly. It's just the Amadam Spirit Stone, pure and simple. Lufa couldn't quite figure out how this thing was supposed to drop out. If this were in a game, shouldn't it have been a complete belt? But this wasn't the time to dwell on that question. What really mattered now was whether or not to use the Amadam Spirit Stone. Honestly, the potential of the Amadam Spirit Stone was immense. It could be said to rival the Spartan demon bloodline. Its growth had no upper limit, and it would subtly and continuously strengthen its user's body. In the original story, after Yusuke Godai returned from his trip, he managed to defeat a Wolf King on par with Daguba using only his basic form. That was proof of how much stronger Godai had become during his travels. The problem was, Lufa had no idea if the Amadam Spirit Stone and the Spartan demon bloodline would interact poorly. What if the stone simply absorbed the bloodline, turning Lufa into a pure Kuga? That would leave him utterly distraught. After all, at heart he still preferred the Spartan demon bloodline, mainly because, well, it looked cooler. Then again, maybe I could use the Amadam Spirit Stone to become a true demon ahead of time. Lufa hesitated. As for giving it to Scotty or the others, the thought never crossed his mind. The Amadam Spirit Stone would turn someone completely into a weapon of war, and he definitely didn't want to see an ultimate black-eyed Scotty, Riven, or Tifa. That would be a nightmare. As for himself, Lufa wasn't afraid of being made into a weapon of war, because he had no fighting spirit, only a harem-building spirit. Fighting? After trying it once, Lufa realized it was far less fun than gaming, watching anime, or hanging out with Scotty and the others. How could a stone possibly turn a hikikomori into a war machine? Fighting spirit? It probably wouldn't even be able to find one in him. It's decided. Lufa placed the Amadam Spirit Stone against his chest. He just felt something was off about putting it at his waist. Since it wasn't a belt, he figured he might as well put it wherever. At first, the stone showed no reaction, so Lufa continued to examine the other loot. The Amadam Spirit Stone probably dropped from killing that mutant bug, since the rest of the stuff was basically useless junk. Like a pokeball. Where on earth was he supposed to find a Pokemon? There was also an explosive tag, straight out of the Naruto mobile game. As Lufa was becoming absorbed in his loot, he suddenly felt a sharp, searing pain in his chest. The Amadam Spirit Stone had begun to seep into his body, its substance and nerves spreading throughout him. This immediately triggered his Spartan demon immune system and body to resist. Lufa was overwhelmed by agony, but fortunately, he'd already experienced this kind of pain once when he became a Spartan demon, so he'd built up a certain tolerance. Even with pain so intense it felt as if his entire body might be torn apart, all it did was force Lufa to grit his teeth and endure. This Amadam Spirit Stone of Lufa's had never had a previous user, and so its form remained unfixed and malleable. In other words, the Amadam Spirit Stone responded to Lufa's own thoughts and intentions. And what Lufa desired most was for the Amadam Spirit Stone to fully merge with his Spartan demon bloodline, allowing him, in turn, to become a true demon. The agony only strengthened his longing, and that longing, in turn, began to influence the Amadam Spirit Stone itself. No longer did it stubbornly resist the Spartan demon bloodline. Instead, it began to entwine itself around it. Like a relentless vine, it clung and wound itself tighter and tighter, a struggle that, paradoxically, made the process smoother. The body's instincts, fiercely rejected foreign intrusions. But the Amadam Spirit Stone, by choosing to surrender its uniqueness, fused itself into the very bloodline. Even the substance of the Spirit Stone and its neural-like filaments began to change. Lufa's own formidable magical power was now drawn in and transformed, becoming new abilities within the Amadam Spirit Stone. Every dominant and recessive trait within the bloodline was awakened by the Amadam Spirit Stone, and in an instant, Lufa's body transformed into the pure white form of a demon. But the Amadam Spirit Stone did not stop there. It began to reshape his flesh. The nerve-like filaments released by Amadam merged seamlessly with the tissues throughout his body. Receiving commands like a new nervous system, his body underwent rapid changes at the molecular and atomic level. His cells transformed, muscles strengthening into something superhuman, and his nerves becoming astonishingly acute. After all, in the original story, Kuga's own flesh became armor, offering immense defense, yet remaining sensitive so that injuries could still hurt. Upon this pure, white demon foundation, another mutation took place. Lufa's demonic form grew even more menacing, and from his forehead sprouted horns, symbols of the Amadam Spirit Stone, fusing perfectly with the Spartan demon zone. When these changes finally ceased, what Lufa felt was an explosive surge of power coursing through every fiber of his being. The black markings that appeared on his body gleamed like the golden patterns of Kuga's ultimate form. This was the evolved state of the Amadam Spirit Stone after absorbing demonic power. But since there was never a first-generation user like Kuga, the Amadam Spirit Stone had constructed Lufa's current form directly in the image of a true Spartan demon. A demonic version of Kuga? No, that's not quite right. The Amadam Spirit Stone has now fused completely with my body. This isn't Kuga. This is my own transcendence, my super-demonization. Lufa's bloodline potential had been pushed to its absolute limit by the Amadam Spirit Stone. This super-demonization was second only to the form of a true demon. As for why he was inferior, it was of course because Dante had absorbed the immense power left behind by the demon swordsman Sparta, and thus became the true demon, his strength already surpassing his father, Sparta. Virgil's true demon form, on the other hand, was awakened by the vast demonic power, vitality, and soul energy nurtured by an entire city. It was only with such an accumulation that his true form emerged. In comparison, Lufa was still a long way off from reaching their level of power. Still, after devouring the soul stone of a colossal beast like Gorzin, Lufa's strength was by no means weak. After reverting from his superdemon transformation, Lufa appeared unchanged on the surface, yet in reality, both his muscle power and bone strength had been enhanced by at least tenfold. Lufa! The uproar from his superdemon transformation was so great that dark clouds gathered overhead, swirling into a vortex directly above where Lufa stood. Naturally, Scotty and Tifa couldn't possibly miss such a spectacle, so they hurried over at once. When they arrived, they saw Lufa give them a gentle smile. Then, to everyone's surprise, Tifa let out a startled gasp as Lufa swept her up into his arms. "Today is a wonderful day," Lufa exclaimed with excitement, ready to face his greatest weakness head-on. With his strength now multiplied by 10, surely he could finally take action with Didi. Having spent so much time with 3 stunning women and a beautiful girl, only to settle for the occasional playful touch, was pure torment for Lufa. Even trying to have a simple conversation with Didi and the others often left him embarrassed. Now, Lufa felt it was time to try. A million unspeakable words later, Lufa collapsed midway. No, it would be more apt to say he fell before the battle was won. Actually, neither description seems quite right. In any case, he suffered a crushing defeat. Tifa and Riven were manageable. Compared to Lufa now, they were just ordinary people. But Didi was a different story. As a deep-sea hunter, engineered by Aggle, her physical strength was off the charts. What's more, Scotty tended to use too much force whenever she got nervous. Supporting his aching back, Lufa sat quietly at the edge of the bed, considering that if he wanted to keep going, he would have to transform into his super demon state again. But that would be far too monstrous. "I'm sorry, Doctor," Scotty said softly. Tifa and Riven huddled under the covers, already conquered by Lufa. But when it was Scotty's turn and something went wrong, the sound of Lufa's back giving out was so loud it startled them both. After all, Lufa's body was now far beyond that of an ordinary person. The strength and density of his bones were equally formidable. So when something snapped, it was anything but subtle. Fortunately, both his demonic nature and the Amadam Soul Stone granted him extraordinary healing powers. Otherwise, Lufa would be lying flat on the bed, unable to move. "It's fine, it's my own weakness, Didi. This isn't your fault," Lufa said, shaking his head. Lufa was deeply frustrated by his inability to break through Scotty's defenses. He had almost been cut in half by her blow. Fortunately, Tifa and Riven were still there to offer him a bit of warmth and comfort. "It's all right, Lufa. You still have me," Tifa said, holding him close. "And me too," Riven chimed in, unwilling to be outdone. Though, in truth, she didn't quite have Tifa's fierce spirit. Scotty watched their closeness with envy, and for the first time, she found her own strength to be a troublesome burden. Noticing Scotty's expression, Lufa hesitated for a moment, then mustered up his courage and went over to console her. Of course, after everything that had happened, he didn't dare do much of anything. Umbrella Corporation headquarters. Underground laboratory. Lufa made his way here, planning to see if electroshock therapy might somehow increase his physical power, even though he wasn't holding out much hope. In the original story, the Yamatatum Spirit Stone worked for Yusuke Godai because he was an ordinary human. Absorbing electricity gave him a tremendous boost. But Lufa was different. He was a demon, and when the Yamatatum Spirit Stone first bonded with him, it encountered his immense magical energy, transforming him into the super demon form. Perhaps that super demon state was already Lufa's ultimate evolution. No worries. If electricity doesn't work, there's always gamma ray radiation. And if that fails, I can try the energy of the cosmic cube. Lufa had all sorts of options to experiment with. For the electric shock, he had prepared a new element reactor to generate the discharge. The closer the discharge point to the Yamatatum Spirit Stone, the better. So Lufa simply jabbed the power cable directly into his chest. This was possible because the Yamatatum Spirit Stone had fused with his heart, intertwining with it completely. Nerves and matter from the Spirit Stone had spread out, forming a protective layer across his chest cavity. With a heavy thud, as soon as Lufa had read A flipped the power switch, all the way to maximum, he was blasted backwards by the surge, slamming hard against the wall. Yet, the ordeal wasn't over. Lufa clung stubbornly to the massive power cable, refusing to let go. The energy released by the new element reactor every second, once converted to electricity, was utterly terrifying, not a bit weaker than a lightning strike, and in terms of sheer volume, even more overwhelming. Crackles of electricity danced wildly across Lufa's body. The current was so fierce, he lost control and transformed into his super demon form. A guttural roar tore from his throat, shattering the lab's walls and rocking the entire chamber, the searing current flooding every corner. Red A watched tensely from the sidelines, ready to cut the power at a moment's notice. Meanwhile, the Yamatatum Spirit Stone began to absorb the torrent of electricity. Lufa could feel something changing inside his body. For a full minute, the electric shock continued without pause. When Reda finally shut off the power and rushed inside, he found Lufa sprawled on the ground, smoke curling from his body, looking as if he'd been roasted alive and almost charred to a crisp. Yet after being rushed to the infirmary, Lufa somehow recovered on his own. He sat up. "Master, are you all right?" Red A looked at Lufa with surprise and then asked. "I'm fine. In fact, I feel better than ever." Lufa clenched his fist. Outwardly, nothing seemed to have changed, but within, a dramatic transformation had taken place. The Spirit Stone's substance and its neural network, fueled by the massive surge of electricity, spread and integrated throughout his body at a speed even greater than that of fifth-generation Yusuke. In other words, he was becoming less and less human. He attempted to transform into his demon form and found that, while he still took on the super demon appearance, there were notable changes. The golden markings and the horns on his head had grown larger and more distinct. Looking at his reflection in the mirror, Lufa noticed that, aside from his pure white demon form remaining unchanged, the golden and black lines drawn by his magical energy now adorned him, adding contrast and color to what would otherwise be a monotonous appearance. He casually picked up a metal trinket and watched as it transformed in his hand, swelling into a massive sword. So this is the power of atomic restructuring? I didn't expect that, even as an early version, my adamantine spirit stone could do this. Of course, it could only manage basic atomic restructuring. Nothing as advanced as transforming objects directly into vibranium. After all, the writers back then didn't have quite so wild an imagination. Lufa didn't dwell on it. Now that he had discovered the stimulating effect electricity had on the adamantine spirit stone, he could consider experimenting with other forms of energy. Of course, there was no rush. He sensed that the adamantine spirit stone had reached saturation and was still absorbing the massive influx of electricity. Lufa kept envisioning the super speed ability he craved. Earlier, he'd been so worried that the alien bug would escape that he'd killed it outright, forgetting to turn it into a magical tool. Had he done so, he might have gained a device granting super speed. For now, Lufa could only rely on the adamantine spirit stone. To aid himself, he even invited a psychologist to hypnotize him. Since the stone could respond to his desires, perhaps amplifying those thoughts and wishes through hypnosis would make his ambitions come true. Meanwhile, Lady Gao was furious that her drug lab had been sabotaged by someone. You have to understand, there was quite a lot of product in there. Every single English gentleman in New York relies on the ice powder produced by that drug lab to keep up their habits. Even Fisk, the kingpin himself, came to ask her about it. The real issue was missing a delivery deadline, which made Kingpin suspect that Madame Gao had something against him. Someone's making a move against us? When Madame Gao brought up that the drug lab had been blown up, the news hit hard. In the original plot, the bug bomb didn't look so destructive. But in reality, its power was at least on par with C4. And when the fighting started, the powder spread everywhere, filling the air. A dust explosion is basically a second blast. The only reason the drug lab had any framework left at all was thanks to the builders not cutting corners back in the day. Can we recover the merchandise? Kingpin asked, biting down on his cigar. It didn't take anything, they destroyed it all. Madame Gao shook her head. The destruction was absolute. She couldn't wrap her mind around who would be so dead set against making money that they'd cover the place and the air with product, only to ignite it all in one fiery cloud. If not for that, they might have been able to track down the culprit and reclaim the goods. Any suspects? Kingpin could feel his blood pressure spiking. Without that much product, he simply didn't have the cash flow to keep his grip on New York. It was practically a direct attack on his empire. No one. There weren't any cameras anywhere near Madame Gao's drug lab. Not that it needed saying. For operations like this, of course you pick someplace remote. The result? Now there were no witnesses left. The ninja bodies were completely obliterated in the explosion, so even resurrection was off the table. They had absolutely no idea who was behind it. Madame Gao had hoped the ninjas might reveal something, but they were all annihilated, beyond any chance of coming back. That made her anxious. Maybe the enemy knew about the ninjas' ability to return from the dead, and that's why they destroyed the bodies so thoroughly. An invisible fear and pressure loomed. After all, everyone in their line of work feared death. That's why they craved Dragon Bone, to chase immortality. I'll have people keep an eye on it. Can the drug lab be rebuilt? With no immediate solution, Kingpin decided to table the matter for now. The top priority was restoring the product supply. Rebuilding isn't the problem. The real question is how to make sure the new one doesn't get destroyed all over again. Madame Gao's expression was calm as she answered. If you don't object, I'd like to increase security 20 times over. Kingpin's tone was all seriousness. Agreed. Madame Gao had already decided not to throw more ninjas into the fire. If Kingpin wanted to handle it, so be it. Maybe this time, they'd finally learn what was going on. On Lufa's side, after using psychological suggestion and hypnosis, he still didn't gain any kind of super speed ability. Clearly, the Yamato spirit. Stone didn't quite understand what it was that Lufa truly wanted, unless Lufa could somehow get his hands on a physical object for it to interact with. It was just like how Onodera learned to use barriers after coming into contact with Wang Xiaoming's barrier. Haste makes waste. Some things can't be rushed. Lufa comforted himself with these words. Still, the reason he was so desperate to grow stronger was because he knew all too well what kind of monsters and demons awaited him in the future. After all, he was Alexander, the kind of person who constantly thought about leaving Earth behind to go find another planet to live on in the vast universe. But the real problem was Thanos. Sure, Scotty could take on Thanos, but once Thanos gathered all the Infinity Stones, even Scotty wouldn't stand a chance. Movies never quite capture the full extent of things. Their impact is limited by budgets and special effects. In reality, who could say how powerful Thanos truly was? If you really measured his strength by the movie standards, it'd be all too easy to miscalculate. For Lufa, he didn't want his wives to take risks, nor his operators, nor his followers, nor his heroes. He wasn't willing to lose even a single one. Sir, Aldrich Killian from Vanguard Tech Industries would like to speak with you. Emil Gillen had found Lufa. Aldrich Killian? Of course Lufa knew who he was. The developer and researcher behind the extremist virus, one of Iron Man's major adversaries. But why would Killian come looking to collaborate with him? Oh, right, Tony Stark was still unconscious. If someone wanted to crack the extremist virus, it made sense they'd come looking for help. But the real reason Aldrich Killian had tried to collaborate with Tony Stark was because they couldn't solve the problem of instability, and that offhand, drunken formula Tony Stark scribbled years ago had kept their research moving forward to this day. As much as he hated to admit it, Killian realized he couldn't do without Tony Stark's help. That's why he'd sought out Tony in the first place. But now, Lufa hadn't demonstrated any expertise or credentials in bioengineering. Why would Killian reach out to him? Surely they wouldn't just pick the most famous scientist around now. that Tony Stark was out cold and hope for the best. That would be far too reckless, wouldn't it? That being said, Luffy was rather tempted to make contact, mainly because the extremist virus genuinely fascinated him. Of course, his interest in the extremist virus stemmed from the possibility that it could cure oropathy, a virus capable of editing and adding things to DNA. When Aldrich Killian introduced it to Pepper Potts, he claimed it could reprogram DNA and unlock the body's bioelectric potential. To be honest, Roofer didn't really care much about what came after, but the part about recoding DNA was truly significant. He wanted to help his own operators solve the troubles caused by oropathy, as well as similar issues faced by others. Aldrich Killian caught sight of Roofer. He was dressed in a silver suit, sporting a slicked-back golden hairstyle, and the left corner of his mouth seemed to always be slightly upturned, a detail that made it hard for anyone not to notice him. Dr. Roofer, a pleasure to meet you for the first time. He smiled as he reached out his hand. Dr. Killian likewise. It's good to meet you. Roofer shook his hand, then replied. He was genuinely curious about what kind of rare items an ultimate life form might yield. You're truly a remarkable young man, Dr. Roofer, Aldrich Killian remarked. Of course, he didn't use such a Chinese idiom, but Roofer automatically translated it that way in his mind. Let's get straight to the point, Dr. Killian. Roofer said calmly. Oh, a researcher's time is precious. There's no need to waste it. Aldrich Killian nodded, then attached a projection device to the back of his head and began to show Roofer a display of his brain. Roofer pretended to watch intently, though in truth he couldn't make heads or tails of it. Even after spending some time learning from the big boss, the minds of these demonkind were clearly not as sharp as Kryptonians. At best, he'd reached the knowledge level of someone preparing for college entrance exams. It was especially frustrating for Roofer, since this was a different field entirely. He'd studied law, after all. Dr. Killian, are you looking for investment? Roofer asked after the demonstration. I'd much prefer a partnership. Aldrich Killian replied with utmost sincerity. Even though the Umbrella Corporation hadn't gone public yet, its market value had never stopped climbing. In comparison, Stark Industries, which always seemed plagued by misfortune since its key figure Tony Stark fell into a coma, lagged behind. Everyone knew the Umbrella Corporation was a better prospect than Stark Industries. At least it didn't experience the same endless ups and downs that could give even the healthiest person a heart attack. Naturally, Aldrich Killian wanted to ally himself with Umbrella. Connections with the vice president were nothing compared to Umbrella's immense global influence. He had no idea that Umbrella had only managed to leap to its current position by capitalizing on the vast network and assets left by the vampires, combined with the resources of Hydra. There have been plenty who tried to carve up a slice of the Umbrella pie during this rise. But those people were either eliminated by Red A's team or stopped by others. Roofer had complete faith in Red A's methods. He was utterly ruthless, second only to Kiritsugu Amiya, who'd already become an assassin. It's just a bit of a pity to waste all those chances at the lottery. The ultimate organism can generate temperatures up to 3,000 degrees Celsius, releasing massive amounts of heat and thermal radiation. In the military, it'd be a super soldier, and you wouldn't even have to worry about injuries or disabilities. Naturally, Aldrich Killian wanted the ultimate organism to break into the arms market. And right now, on the global stage, Umbrella Corporation was the undisputed giant, making it the best possible partner. As for the nanobio suit, it was essentially biological armor, top-tier technology in the field of bioengineering. Many countries had set up labs dedicated to reverse engineering the nanobio suit, all hoping to unlock its secrets. Yet, to this day, not a single one had succeeded. I'm very interested, Dr. Killian, Luffy said with a smile. So, to a fruitful partnership, Aldrich Killian exclaimed, delighted. To a fruitful partnership, Luffy echoed with a grin, though inwardly he thought, tonight, I'll take down your whole base. He knew full well that the real key to the extremist virus, or the extremist project, was actually Maya Hansen. But it seemed Maya had been deceived by Killian. She didn't realize the stability issue had already been solved. No matter. With the big boss on his side, Luffy figured the problem of the extremist virus was as good as handled. Aldrich Killian took his leave. Red A, start tracking, Luffy instructed. With Red A's sharp vision, there was no way Killian could shake him off. And perhaps because Killian was so excited, he didn't even bother hiding where he was going. The werewolf squad quickly gathered. Their mission, to blockade Killian's stronghold, where nearly 50 ultimate organisms were housed. Whether Luffy took them out or they went berserk and self-destructed, it was a dangerous situation. More importantly, the events of Avengers 1 hadn't even happened yet. For some unknown reason, Killian had abandoned his usual low profile. Something about him had changed, maybe due to Luffy's sudden emergence with Umbrella Corporation, or maybe because Tony Stark was still in a coma. Killian was in high spirits. Now that he'd sealed the deal with Umbrella Corporation, his plans would unfold much more smoothly. He no longer needed to orchestrate the downfall of the current president and prop up the vice president to shield him. Umbrella Corporation was more than enough to handle most of his problems. There was no need for the Mandarin plan anymore. Master, I've located the target, Red A reported. After materializing into spirit form, Red A trailed Killian without being noticed. That was the beauty of having a servant. Almost all of them came with stealth as a built-in skill. Unless they ran into some ultra-precise instruments, it was nearly impossible to detect their presence. Good. I'm already there, Lufa replied. Lufa unfurled his enormous jet engines, crafted from the cloak of envy, allowing him to soar skyward in a single bound and then streak across the sky at supersonic speed. It did make him rather conspicuous and eye-catching, but that wasn't much of an issue. The cloak of envy could mimic radar-absorbing coatings and isolate heat signatures, rendering Lufa invisible to machines. So when he took flight, he did so in utter silence, leaving not a trace behind. Red A, keep watch. If anything comes out besides me, shoot on sight. You have permission to use reality break, Lufa instructed Red A. Understood, Red A replied with a nod. Since Lufa's transformation into a demon, supplying Red A with magical energy was no longer a problem. Even without command seals or a magical contract, bodily fluids sufficed to meet Red A's needs. Lufa simply gave him his own blood. The vast, ocean-deep magic contained in that blood allowed Red A to wield his noble phantasms and even his reality marble without restraint. Lufa was wary of running into something truly formidable. A single ultimate being was nothing to him, but if dozens of such high-level monsters dropped in all at once, the situation could spiral out of control. He was also concerned about the possibility of some massive creature appearing. Alone, he stormed into the research base where Aldrich Killian was located, a facility born from Killian's collaboration with the military, where disabled veterans were turned into test subjects for the desperate extremist project. Who goes there? Shouted the two ultimate beings standing guard at the entrance, having had their DNA recoded and bodies enhanced by the extremist virus. Their reaction times far surpassed any ordinary human. If they'd been present during the Battle of New York, perhaps fewer lives would have been lost. But what greeted them was the flash of two blades, and the next instant, their heads tumbled to the ground. Soul Harvest. Lufa didn't give them the slightest chance to explode out of control. With both hands, he unleashed Soul Harvest and successfully refined both ultimate beings into two soul stones. These seemed to be of pretty good quality, Lufa mused, sensing that the soul stones were worth several times those of ordinary souls. If that was the case, he'd have to collect more extremist virus from ultimate beings. Later on, whenever he encountered criminals, he could inject them, let them transform, and then reap the rewards. What's an Umbrella Corporation if it doesn't dabble in viruses? Meanwhile, the commotion at the entrance had already alerted those inside. They rushed out in droves, and it was clear they brimmed with confidence, none bothered with weapons, charging out barehanded. But all that awaited them were hundreds of razor-sharp spikes impaling their bodies, pinning them mercilessly against the walls. Lufa strolled forward with an unhurried grace, his cloak launching sharp spikes that pierced through the bodies of any ultimate creatures that dared come close. This move was inspired by his mother's Zongzi technique, which sent spikes shooting from the body, except Lufa had swapped it for the envy cloak. Of course, it was never that simple to kill an ultimate creature. Unless you chopped off or destroyed their head, they were pretty much impossible to kill by ordinary means. But that didn't bother Lufa. He simply fed them all to the envy cloak, which had now grown significantly stronger than before. And then Lufa saw a monster, a truly massive beast, come crashing down right in front of him. What the? That was Lufa's most honest reaction, because the monster that landed was so outrageous, he could barely keep it together. It was the Mecha Minotaur King, the final boss from the Billmark Imperial Laboratory in the world of Disconnected City and the Weakened Warrior. The mechanical bull was ridiculously fast for its size. When it hit the ground, it unleashed a shockwave along with 3 bolts of lightning, just like the Electric Knight. If you were caught at close range and knocked back by the shockwave, you'd most likely get struck by all 3 bolts, and with the added shock effect, it was a real punishing combo. The mechanical bull could also summon eyeball-like devices underfoot to attack players, just like the boss in Floating City. Worst of all was its flamethrower attack, which could stun and burn you at the same time. In a twisted bit of humor, the mechanical bull could even launch players high into the air. But the most important thing to watch out for was when it summoned little robots. During this phase, it became invincible, and if you didn't destroy the robots quickly, they'd call in all sorts of small monsters from previous rooms. How did the Mecha Minotaur King show up? If the power system of Disconnected City and the Weakened Warrior ever became reality, it would be terrifying. Only the map's boundaries kept things in check. Ruhar, the Mecha Minotaur King bellowed and swung its massive axe down at Lufa. Thud! Lufa took the blow head-on. The colossal Mecha Minotaur King crashed through the building, leaving the ultimate creatures and Aldrich Killian utterly bewildered. None of them had expected such a monster to suddenly appear out of nowhere. Some kind of plant. Lufa cursed under his breath. He'd almost been knocked into his overmage form. The Mecha Minotaur King's strength exceeded anything he'd imagined. He thought he was strong enough to rival a second awakening, but the king's axe had cleaved him straight out of reality. Master, do you need help? Red A's voice sounded in Lufa's ear. No need. Lufa stood tall again, even though the blow had driven his feet deep into the concrete, leaving 2 long furrows behind him. Fortunately, his shoes were part of the envy cloak, otherwise they'd be gone by now. The thought of walking out barefoot made him feel awkward and out of place. The Minotaur Mecha King saw that Lufa was still able to stand, and without a hint of hesitation, opened its mouth to unleash a torrent of flames. But in the very next instant, Lufa vanished from where he stood. With blinding speed, he leapt toward the Minotaur Mecha King. No one knew when he had drawn his Enma blade, but it was already in his hand, gleaming as he thrust it straight through the Mecha King's head. A blade this small would normally pose no threat to the colossal Mecha King, but Lufa didn't stop there. Gripping the Enma blade tightly, he dragged it down, intent on slicing the mechanical behemoth from head to tail. Sparks exploded in every direction along the blade's path. Only the Enma blade could withstand such a reckless assault. The Mecha King thrashed, in wild desperation, trying to strike back at Lufa, but in the midst of dragging his blade, Lufa had already transformed into a superhuman demon. All onlookers saw was a flash of white streaking past. In the blink of an eye, the Minotaur Mecha King collapsed to the ground, split open from its forehead all the way down its back by Lufa's merciless blade. Move! Now! Aldrich Killian, though unsure what had just transpired, knew his research secrets couldn't be exposed. He immediately ordered the ultimate creatures to flee with the research data. But Lufa's gaze never left them. With the Mecha King already down, there was no way he'd let anyone escape. Yet, unbelievably, the Minotaur Mecha King stood back up. It's still alive? Lufa spun around, his face etched with surprise as he stared at the Mecha King. Red A, they're yours. Don't let a single one get away. With that, Lufa drew his second sword, a high-frequency Muramasa blade from Metal Gear Rising, Revengeance. He was determined to tear the Mecha King apart, piece by piece. No sooner had he spoken than Red A loosed an arrow, which struck one of the ultimate creatures square in the head. Suddenly, a deep, blue monster materialized out of thin air, a creature with electricity crackling across its back, hovering a few feet above the ground. And that wasn't all. The moment this blue, humanoid creature appeared, it launched itself at the remaining ultimate creatures. With a single hand, it unleashed a bolt of lightning, a terrifying blue-white flash that struck one of the creatures. In the next instant, the ultimate creature transformed into a crimson monster. What the? Though Lufa had already warned Red A that killing enemies could sometimes spawn new hostile or allied units, seeing it firsthand left Red A momentarily confused. Was this electrifying person an enemy or an ally? After all, among summoned heroes, you could find all sorts of bizarre beings, non-humanoid ones like Red Hair the Horse, for instance. Maybe this deep blue monster was an ally too. It just happened to look a little unconventional. Meanwhile, Lufa and the Mecha King were locked in a fierce duel, though in truth, it was the Mecha King taking all the punishment. Lufa fought cautiously, never growing greedy. For a strike, knowing that whether it was the high-frequency Muramasa or the Enma blade, both could cut through anything. Landing even a single blow was a victory in itself. On top of that, with the cloak of jealousy allowing him to switch to flight mode at any moment, Lufa could attack comfortably and with ease. In stark contrast, the Mecha Minotaur King found itself completely unable to use its skills. After all, this wasn't a game. Real life offered no such thing as invincibility. Frames. Once Lufa transformed into a superpowered demon, his strength instantly surpassed that of the Mecha Minotaur King, interrupting its attacks again and again. However, because his blade was too short, hacking at the monster felt more like giving a pedicure or scraping off calluses than delivering lethal blows. Only after Lufa finally managed to carve out a skeleton did the Mecha Minotaur King collapse for good. But as he turned around, he was stunned to find the battlefield suddenly swarming with all kinds of creatures: lobsters, green hulks, mad babies, mist phantoms, soul ninjas. An overwhelming flood of bio-phantoms had appeared out of nowhere. What the hell is going on here? Lufa was baffled. He'd only just finished off the Mecha Minotaur King and was about to reap its soul, but the scene had erupted into utter chaos before he could even react. Master, the situation is out of control now. Red A realized he'd made a grave error the moment he saw the deep blue monster unleashing its creations, sending them rampaging across the battlefield. But with so many of these tough, resilient monsters running loose, even Red A found himself at a loss for solutions. The werewolf troops had already rushed forward to hold the line, but it wasn't going well. In a virtual world, these bio-phantoms might be easily taken down with a few bullets, but here in reality, they were truly terrifying. Especially frightening was the fact that their trait of assimilating and infecting others to grow stronger had carried over into this world as well. Lufa spotted several blue Terminators among the chaos. These things could wield electric attacks and generate energy shields powered by nuclear energy. Thankfully, there didn't seem to be any other varieties of bio-phantoms from different game modes, or things would have been even harder to handle. Amazingly, Aldrich Killian was still alive, leading his ultimate life forms in a desperate struggle against the bio-phantoms, while both the werewolf troops and Red A fought with all their might to contain the outbreak. But the bio-phantoms proved incredibly troublesome. Some could rampage at terrifying speed, others hurled explosive charges that knocked their opponents back, some could turn invisible, and others unleashed thick clouds of black fog. The most formidable of all were those blue monsters. Red A had already tried, but ordinary arrows couldn't even scratch their defenses. To make matters worse, they seemed completely unfazed by anything below a B-rank attack. When Red A prepared to unleash a more devastating noble phantasm, the blue monsters would instantly deploy a powerful shield, rendering even his strongest attacks useless. Of course, he could use the pseudo-spiral sword, but without his master's permission, Red A wasn't about to trigger a nuclear-level explosion on the spot. Aldrich Killian fought his way out with his ultimate life forms, but before he could even taste the thrill of escape, he found himself face-to-face with a pure white demon. Good thing you're still alive. The pure white demon opened its mouth and spoke in a language of humans, its knife-like fangs sending chills down the spine. You? What are you? Before Aldrich Killian could finish his words, Lufa seized him by the throat, instantly prompting Killian to try and unleash his heat energy in a desperate attempt to kill Lufa. Soul Life Spirit will give me everything you have. Lufa launched his soul harvesting. This time, he intended to refine Aldrich Killian into a pure soul stone. In this way, he could gain the fullest extent of Killian's memories, which was what Lufa valued most. All of his experiences, knowledge, and even the secrets of the Doomsday virus could be obtained by devouring his soul stone. Watching as their leader screamed and was reduced to a crimson crystal, the remaining ultimate creatures stared at Lufa in shock and disbelief. Lufa had no time to absorb Killian's soul stone. There was a crisis of rampaging bio-phantoms that needed to be dealt with first. Strictly speaking, the most practical and profitable choice would have been to ignore the chaos and let the bio-phantoms run wild. After all, that would mean more opportunities for loot, and perhaps even a few of his wives might be liberated in the process. But after a moment's thought, Lufa realized he simply couldn't bring himself to be that ruthless. If he were truly heartless, he wouldn't have assembled a werewolf squad to help contain the threat in the first place, nor would he have let the Zerg escape, which would also have yielded plenty of hidden rewards. Suddenly, Lufa vanished, like a flash of lightning. He tore off the head of a giant lobster. This lobster, now fully evolved to its maximum level, wasn't just a creature with extra health and the ability to go berserk like in the games. In reality, it had received an immense boost in strength, speed, and defense. Still, it was no match for Lufa. But before he could relax, a chill ran down his spine. He spun around in an instant, crossing his arms just in time to block a massive sword. Sparks exploded in all directions as the force hurled Lufa backward, slamming him into a supporting pillar, shattering it. From the shadows emerged a dark, humanoid figure. The towering figure was clad in pitch-black heavy armor, spotless but exuding a stifling stench of decay and blood rust. Steel gauntlets gripped a bizarrely shaped great sword in a battle shield. Its helmet was adorned with demonic, ram-like horns of iron, and from the gaps, a crimson glow blazed. Just meeting its gaze was enough to make one's heart feel heavy. Damn it, a Black Knight! Lufa staggered to his feet, utterly shocked. He never expected a Black Knight to appear. These things could rival some of the Lords of Cinders, maybe even surpass them. They wore jet-black metal armor, standing tall and imposing. Once Silver Knights, they had transformed into anti-demon knights, specialized to fight against demons. During the campaign against Chaos led by King Gwyn, the Silver Knights and Gwyn himself took part in the war against the demons. In the course of this brutal conflict, some knights were corrupted by demonic power, their armor and equipment transformed. These warriors became known as the Black Knights. The chaotic flames scorched the Silver Knight's armor black, warping the metal and shaping it into cruel, jagged forms, twisted tips, and horn-like protrusions that mimicked the demons themselves. Stains of blood still linger on the Black Knight's weapons, proof of the slaughter they once wrought upon the demons. Yet they too suffered heavy casualties. Now, the survivors are scattered throughout Lordran, with others dispatched to the kiln of the First Flame to guard King Gwyn as he sacrificed himself. Their attire is nearly identical to that of the Silver Knights, save for its inky hue. Notably, the Black Knights wield much larger swords than their silver-clad brethren, blades especially effective against demons. Lufa's gaze met the crimson glow burning in the gaps of the Black Knight's helmet. Instinctively, he knew the Black Knight had fixed its sights upon him. Without the slightest hesitation, the Black Knight charged, unleashing a ferocious leap attack that radiated sheer menace. It was like a meteor crashing down from the heavens. Lufa found himself unable to dodge. He could do nothing but brace himself and take the blow head-on. The demon blade clashed with the Black Knight's great sword, the impact ringing out in a deafening clamor of metal on metal. Lufa lowered his body, his bones groaning under the force, when suddenly the Black Knight's massive shield came crashing toward his neck. A dull, thunderous thud resounded. At that crucial moment, an arrow struck the Black Knight beneath the arm, disrupting its swing with the shield. It was Red A. That timely shot broke the Black Knight's momentum. Of course, a normal attack could never phase such a foe. So this was a reality breaker at work. A violent explosion erupted. The Black Knight staggered a step, rocked by the blast. But then, as if untouched, it strode forth from the flames, the inferno's glow making its black armor look even more menacing. What kind of monster is this? Red A stared in disbelief. Even after taking a reality breaker head-on, the Black Knight had only been pushed back a little. Was this some kind of joke? To a Black Knight who had battled ancient dragons and demons, Red A's attack was no more than an itch. Yet even an itch could not move it unless it was strong enough. That heavy suit of armor was no mere decoration. If it weren't for such strength, the ancient dragons or demons would have torn it asunder long ago. Red A, get Scotty over here. Then go and inform Nick Fury. Lock down this city. Lufa had already rolled out of danger during the explosion, barely escaping the Black Knight's deadly assault. He quickly issued his orders to Red A. He'd just spotted dinosaurs emerging, creatures that had appeared after Red A shot down the bioghosts. The problem was, Lufa had played plenty of dinosaur hunting games. Everything from Cadillacs and dinosaurs to Escape from Jurassic Park, Lost World, Dinosaur Island, and more. Even though every member of the werewolf unit was equipped with the highest grade nano-bio suits, facing these monsters, they could barely hold the line. Understood. Red A responded crisply, without any hesitation, promising to protect the master. Since Lufa had entrusted him with these tasks, it meant he was confident in his ability to handle them. Besides, if Scotty arrived, most of the problems would be resolved anyway. Lufa rose to his feet, holding the Enma blade in his hand. It had just clashed head-on with the Black Knight's greatsword, sparks flying in every direction. Yet the Black Knight's sword remained completely unscathed. One could only say it truly deserved its reputation as a demon-slaying weapon. The troubling part was, did it mean that even he, a demon from another world, would be subject to its restrictions? The Black Knight stepped forward, moving with such terrifying speed that it was as if he'd teleported. His greatsword roared through the air, shattering it with a deafening blast as he swung it down at Lufa. Faced with such a ferocious assault, there was no way Lufa would try to meet it head-on. He'd already tried that once, and had nearly been smashed into the ground. If Red A found the Black Knight's strength hard to believe, then Lufa was even more incredulous. He was in his superhuman mode, further enhanced by the Yammadam Spirit Stone. He might not match Dante from Devil May Cry 4, but at least he was on par with the Dante from Devil May Cry 3. Perhaps the only things he lacked were combat experience and instinct. Riven had said as much. Lufa wasn't cut out to be a warrior. He didn't have the reflexes and intuition a true fighter should possess. After all, modern society had long since smothered any unnecessary animalistic instincts and wildness in people. Most people born into such a world were normal, while the rare few who met a warrior's standards either became soldiers, mercenaries, assassins, or turned into deranged killers. Yet now, confronted by a merciless Black Knight specialized in slaying demons, this shortcoming of Lufa's became a fatal flaw. He could hardly keep track of the Black Knight's movements. Every action seemed to far surpass what he'd seen in the game, especially those exaggerated attacks that shattered the air with shockwaves and moved as if unbound by any laws of physics. The pure white demon was sent flying by the Black Knight's greatsword, only to be hammered again by a relentless triple shield bash. Only when facing a clear, killing blow from the greatsword could Lu Fa manage to parry with the Enma blade. Yes, all he could do was parry against the Black Knight's relentless, hurricane-like onslaught, strikes that seemed to need neither recovery nor preparation. It was already a miracle that Lu Fa managed not to get cut down immediately. As for the shield, the kicks, or the occasional sweeping strike with the sword's hilt, Lu Fa simply couldn't react in time. It wasn't long before he was battered into a grievous state by the Black Knight. Why can't I just use a game controller or keyboard and mouse? If I could, I'd fly circles around you like an ace pilot in Ace Combat, and have you beaten in no time. Lu Fa didn't even have time to let out a roar. All he could do was scream in frustration inside his heart. He felt that his advantage lay in being used to game mechanics. Throwing him into a real fight now was no joke. But if he could only control himself, then Lu Fa, the assistant judge in turn who had created numerous ace dogfight videos and boasted millions of fans as a Billy creator, would certainly show this Black Knight the true meaning of ruthlessness. The reality, however, was that he didn't even know what skills he had now. In combat, he relied entirely on basic attacks, powerful swings, two-handed heavy slashes, and, when transformed into a demon, even stronger blows. He wanted to use the Royal Guard style, but had no idea how to activate it. In fact, he wasn't even sure if he had any combat styles at all. Although his wounds healed in a single breath and the vast surge of electricity had yet to be fully absorbed by the Amadam Soul Stone, at the moment it was churning out massive amounts of energy and magic to support him. His endurance had improved, but his combat prowess remained embarrassingly poor. Lu Fa. Tifa soared over. Yes, literally flew. Her entire body was wrapped in a tight, glowing green suit that perfectly accentuated her graceful figure. Green Lantern Tifa. In Lu Fa's eyes, Tifa's powers had always seemed too weak, especially since she hadn't brought along the Magicite from Final Fantasy. So he'd given her the Green Lantern ring. Strangely enough, the system-dropped Green Lantern ring didn't seem to require any special bond or authorization. Tifa could use it the moment she put it on. What impressed him even more was how quickly Tifa mastered the ring's abilities. The Green Lantern's power was vast. For instance, she could construct green energy forms, shaping anything from tiny objects to colossal structures. Her imagination was the only limit. The creations could be used for attack, defense, or seizing objects. In emergencies, the ring would even act autonomously and remotely to protect her. And then there were the even more formidable force field constructs, a protective shield, its strength determined by the wearer's willpower, that could isolate her from harsh environments like outer space, ensuring she could breathe safely. Unlike earlier versions, the current Green Lantern ring didn't automatically protect its wearer from harm. Conscious action was required. In the past, the ring would generate a protective field if the wearer lost consciousness. One ability Lu Fa valued greatly was the ring's mental shield, which could block telepathic communication or manipulation. In the Marvel world, abilities like that were everywhere, impossible to guard against. With Tifa wielding this power, Lu Fa felt much more at ease. And finally, from shimmering, harmless beams to destructive plasma lasers, the ring could unleash a spectrum of light and energy, producing beams and blasts of every color and intensity. A Green Lantern with enough willpower can create anything imaginable. Hal Jordan once forged a star in Green Lantern V6, and has even shattered several planets using a gigantic snooker cue. So, once Tifa wielded the Green Lantern ring, there was no longer any doubt about her strength. She might even unleash such power that not even Scotty could stand against her. Tifa, stay back. But Rufus still didn't dare let Tifa join the battle. The Black Knight, for his part, completely ignored her. Yet in a blink, Tifa vanished, and reappeared right before the Black Knight, a massive sword materializing in her hand. Fenrir style, six-fold? The Black Knight's greatsword clashed head-on with the Fenrir six-fold, but Tifa stood her ground, unmoving. In fact, she countered and sent the Black Knight flying. Rufus' face was a mask of shock. He knew the power of a Green Lantern could reach 100 tons, but this was the Black Knight. And it wasn't over yet. As soon as Tifa had sent the Black Knight soaring, the Fenrir six-fold sword dissolved on its own. No way. Rufa then witnessed Tifa unleash Cloud's Omni-Slash, or more precisely, Omni-Slash for her. 5. When Cloud uses this move, he first smashes his enemy into the air, then splits his sword into 5 blades which surround the target, while he himself holds one. He proceeds to attack from different directions, slashing with each blade, and finally brings the main sword down from above, cleaving through the enemy, and as he lands, detonating the Mako energy within his foes' body to finish the assault. This explosive effect is a special feature in Dissidia Final Fantasy. It doesn't appear in the movie Advent Children. The display of light and shadow is nothing short of spectacular. The true Omni-Slash is a 13-hit combo, striking all enemies on the field. That Tifa could use the Fenrir sixfold to perform such a move left Rufa astonished. Of course, what truly made it possible was the Green Lantern ring, which allowed Tifa to recreate even the most formidable technique she'd seen. Likely, in her eyes, the strongest technique of all. After all, it was powerful enough to defeat Sephiroth. Suspended in midair, the Black Knight managed a sudden twist, drawing Tifa's brows together in surprise. Normally, not even Sephiroth could move after being launched like that, but this Black Knight actually broke free from the force and rigidity of the upward strike. That wasn't all. While still airborne, the Black Knight hurled his greatsword straight at Tifa. Just as it seemed she would be struck, Rufa leapt in front of her at the crucial moment. The Rising Dragon Strike. Mastery of all martial arts. The Abomination Gauntlets armed his super mage form, and with that, he unleashed a fierce uppercut. A resounding thud echoed through the air. The terrifying power of the Black Knight's greatsword was forcefully knocked aside by Lufa's Rising Dragon Punch. In the blink of an eye, Tifa swept past him, landing a strike on the Black Knight. Even the knight's nearly impenetrable heavy armor shuddered from the blow. Immediately after, Tifa unleashed a rapid flurry of attacks. Yet, to her astonishment, the Black Knight managed to block every single strike with his shield. Her final overhead slash only succeeded in shattering the Black Knight's massive shield, failing to trigger the Mako energy within him. Though, truth be told, the Black Knight possessed no such energy. Both sides landed back on ground. The Black Knight cast aside his broken shield, while Lufa and Tifa stood side by side. So, this is what brute force over finesse looks like, just smashing through the technique, Lufa griped. The Omni-Slash was supposed to be invincible, after all, yet here in reality, the Black Knight had simply broken through it. Of course, perhaps it was because this move wasn't performed by Cloud himself. Nick Fury had just received word from Red Archer, and when he caught sight of the scene unfolding on the street, he was completely taken aback. "I thought you said you could handle everything. How did it end up like this?" Nick Fury demanded of Red Archer. "There were simply too many monsters breaking through the rift this time. We had to send more people to the other side. These are just the ones that slipped through, Red." Archer replied smoothly, not missing a beat. Bluffing to the extreme was his specialty. If it were Shiro Amiya here instead, he'd probably be apologizing nonstop. The other side? Fury seized on the crucial detail. "Our enemies aren't just aliens, Director Fury. There are monsters from other dimensional realms eyeing this world as well. That's why so many myths and legends across history tell of fantastical creatures that have no place in Earth's natural evolution," Red Archer explained calmly. "These days, it's already a miracle that most humans can live in ignorance and peace, and continue on that way," he added. As he spoke, Red Archer loosed another arrow, striking a mist wraith dead center. But this wraith had been transformed by the Terminator into an ultimate life form. Such a wound healed in the span of a single breath. Unperturbed, Red Archer invoked his reality overload. With a thunderous explosion, the ultimate mist wraith was obliterated. Extravagant. It was the first time Red Archer had ever spent his magical energy so lavishly. Once finished, he produced a bottle of blood as vivid and enticing as fresh rubies. It was Lufa's blood, pulsing with immense magical power. If a group of mages ever laid eyes on it, they'd stop at nothing to designate Lufa as a sealed specimen. So what do we do next? Nick Fury hesitated for a moment. Indeed, in this world, many people live their lives in mediocrity. You can't expect everyone to be an Einstein, to be a genius. But isn't what they're protecting precisely the right for these people to live in safety, tranquility, and blissful ignorance? Probably something like a biochemical gas leak, or a chemical spill, or a nuclear plant accident. Those are the disasters they know best. When the time comes, they'll be the first ones to run for their lives, Red A said with a laugh before hanging up. Nick Fury was left speechless, but the more he thought about it, the more it seemed true. Given the so-called free education in America, the quality of the lower class leaves much to be desired. Most can barely do basic arithmetic, let alone possess any deeper understanding or critical thinking skills. They probably only know that nuclear radiation is dangerous because of all those Hollywood blockbusters. Nick Fury reported the situation to the Security Council. He had no choice. As the director of S.H.I.E.L.D., he might look like he could do as he pleased, But in reality, locking down a city in a powerful nation like America without filing a report could very well get his salary docked, or worse. Nick Fury. Why wasn't anything about this mysterious organization or this Lufa reported earlier? And then came what Nick Fury feared and dreaded most. The Security Council didn't approve his request right away. Instead, they grilled him on why he hadn't reported this earlier. That, in their eyes, was the real priority. The safety of Los Angeles? Who really cared? In fact, it seemed they were almost glad to see Los Angeles suffer. To them, that was a good thing. The American counselor, on the other hand, was unfazed. He simply signaled for action to begin on their end, then joined in on criticizing Nick Fury. It was nothing more than an attempt to pry more information about this mysterious organization from Fury. They already knew about the alien monster invasion and about Lufa, this supposed representative or at least an administrator of the organization, and the power he had shown. What tremendous value and benefit this all held, especially when it came to intelligence. Had the mysterious organization already made contact and started cooperating with S.H.I.E.L.D.? How many aliens were there, really? What exactly was this so-called dimensional space? How many people did the mysterious organization have? How much power did they possess? How much did they know? Why wouldn't they cooperate with the council? The Black Knight grabbed 2 slabs of concrete and hurled them straight at Lufa and Tifa. Just then, Scotty arrived. With a leaping slash, she descended from above, her sword cleaving down to separate the Black Knight from Lufa. She stood in the gap between them. The Black Knight gazed silently at Scotty, while Scotty met his stare in return. Is this the formidable warrior summoned by Dr. TT? Be careful. He's very strong, Rufus warned Scotty. Understand, Scotty replied with a nod. The Black Knight had already lost both his greatsword and his massive shield, so if it came down to a real fight, Rufus felt Scotty had the upper hand. After all, they had managed to wound the Black Knight already. Still, they couldn't afford to let their guard down. Rufus gripped the Enma blade with both hands, and Tifa, too, now held an exceptionally long katana in her hands, the legendary manhwaresumen of Sephiroth. As the 3 closed in, ready to strike, the Black Knight didn't retreat. Instead, he lunged forward to attack first. Scotty was the first to meet him head-on, but she didn't seem concerned in the slightest. She swung her greatsword at the Black Knight, but he had no intention of meeting her blow for blow. Moving like an agile gymnast, he dodged her attack with ease. Planting both hands on the ground, he supported his heavy frame. In the next instant, his legs spun like a whirlwind, kicking toward Scotty's head with such speed that Rufus and Tifa were still charging in when it happened. His dodges and counterattacks unfolded in a single, seamless motion. In the blink of an eye, the Black Knight had completed the entire sequence. Even someone like Lancelot, with his boundless martial prowess, might not have been able to match this display. But Scotty wasn't caught off guard. She raised a hand to block the Black Knight's kick. A thunderous crash echoed out. The Black Knight's hands gripped the ground like roots, keeping his body utterly unmoved. Scotty, too, held her ground, though her feet sank into the hard concrete. The shockwave whipped her white hair wildly behind her. By now, Tifa had unleashed Sephiroth's signature move, Octaslash. She thrust the manhwaresumen at the Black Knight, but he clamped the blade between his legs. Before Tifa could pull it free, the Black Knight, dodging Scotty and Rufus's follow-up attacks, pushed off the ground with both hands and leapt into the air, spinning his body in a full rotation. The manhwaresumen, still trapped between his legs, shattered instantly. Rufus was sent flying. Even as the Black Knight spun in midair, he somehow kept track of his opponents and pressed the attack. Rufus barely registered what happened before a kick sent him reeling. Scotty, too, was forced back by the shattering fragments of the manhwaresumen. She realized that each shard had been imbued with the Black Knight's power, slicing through the air with a whistle, faster than the speed of sound. The fragments that missed their targets embedded themselves directly in the ground, and those that hit the walls left nothing but puncture holes and spiderweb cracks. Only then did the green, lantern-forged fragments begin to fade away. Scathach had already engaged in fierce combat with the Black Knight. After dodging the shards of the true sword that the Black Knight hurled at her, she swung her blade and struck the Black Knight as he landed. Though the Black Knight managed to intercept her greatsword barehanded, he had underestimated both Scathach's strength and the weight of her weapon. With a single blow, she sent him crashing to the ground. If he hadn't been a battle-hardened veteran, he would have been at Scathach's mercy in the next instant, cut to pieces in a relentless flurry of strikes. But now, pressed into close combat, and with Tifa and Lufa, who had previously been liabilities, no longer holding her back, Scathach unleashed a savage barrage of attacks, forcing the Black Knight onto the defensive. Was TT always this strong? Although it wasn't the first time Lufa had witnessed Scathacker's prowess, he was constantly amazed at how she shattered his expectations. And this was just Tidesong TT. Just how terrifying would she be in her corrupted form? Riven arrived a little late. Unlike Tifa, she didn't have a Green Lantern ring to take to the skies. Tifa had been worried for Lufa's safety. After all, Lufa had even called for Red A, so she didn't wait for Riven. Riven herself hadn't wanted to slow Tifa down. Lufa, I'm so glad you're all right. As soon as Riven arrived, she caught sight of Scathach clashing with the Black Knight, while two others stood off to the side. She quickly approached Lufa and continued, I'm fine. Thankfully, TT and Tifa got here in time. Lufa replied with a nod. That's a relief. Riven kept her eyes on the battlefield, astounded by the strength of both combatants. Lufa felt a growing anxiety over the Black Knight and the increasingly chaotic situation, but he didn't dare leave. He was terrified something might happen to TT. Meanwhile, the American military had begun to take action. They dispatched the North American Grey Wolf unit in their nanobio suits, as well as armor divisions, sealing off the area. They were deeply interested in these bio-ghost monsters. But it didn't take long for them to realize that these bio-ghosts were more troublesome than they had imagined. After all, these were creatures that wouldn't die even if shot in the head with a Barrett sniper rifle. Most of the bio-ghosts had once been ultimate life forms, making them even tougher and harder to kill. So far, Red A had only managed to kill a handful of bio-ghosts, and those were the ones that hadn't been ultimate life forms in their past lives. The ultimate bio-ghosts, transformed from ultimate creatures, shrugged off his attacks. With their regenerative breathing and rapid healing, they bounced back in the blink of an eye. Who are these monsters? They're not even afraid of vehicle-mounted cannons. Watching as the machine guns mounted on armored vehicles, infantry fighting vehicles, and military Humvees only sparked against the bio-phantoms, while those same monsters could easily tear apart the vehicles as soon as they got close, left everyone in shock. Most frightening of all was the massive green creature, reminiscent of the Hulk, its body bristling with glowing green spikes that radiated menace. With a single punch, it smashed open an infantry fighting vehicle, then reached in to snatch a soldier, devouring him without hesitation. Some soldiers were not eaten, but instead were transformed into new bio-phantoms, and, at that point, the American military completely fell apart. Werewolf units, fall back. Red A, prepare to use the pseudo-spiral sword, came the urgent command. Seeing the werewolf troops suffering heavy losses, Lufa didn't hesitate for an instant. He was ready to order a nuclear strike through Red A. Understood. Red A projected the spiral sword, set it upon his bow, and drew a steady breath, aiming toward the Black Knight. Lufa cast a regretful glance at the Black Knight. He'd lost his chance to claim the man's soul stone. Without hesitation, he ordered Tifa to create a hydraulic press to pin down the Black Knight. But Tifa had never seen a hydraulic press before, so in the end, she did the next best thing and summoned an entire mountaintop to crush the Black Knight beneath it. Then, Lufa urged TT not to linger and to make a swift escape. The Black Knight struggled beneath the mountain, but since it was Tifa's creation, she could increase its weight through sheer force of will, keeping the Black Knight trapped for now. The werewolf units, following orders, retreated decisively. They could fight to the last man, but when it was time to run, they could do that with astonishing speed as well. As Red A released the bowstring, a streak of light arced across the city. At that very moment, the mountain pinning the Black Knight shattered and vanished. And just as he broke free, Red A's pseudo-spiral sword came hurtling straight at him. Time seemed to freeze, mirroring the scene when Heracles once faced this very arrow. Reality shattered. Then came a deafening explosion, as unleashed magical energy swept across the area in a terrifying wave, flattening everything nearby. Unlike during the Holy Grail War, when Red A had restrained his strength, this time he poured in everything he had. With Lufa's blood to boost his power, his mana overflowed, and he channeled an overwhelming amount into the attack. This reality shatter was a blow far greater than the one Heracles had once endured. Did Lufa's team just use a nuke? Nick Fury stared wide-eyed at the enormous, blocky mushroom cloud blooming on the screen. It looked just like a nuclear explosion, except something about the shape of the cloud seemed off. As the director of S.H.I.E.L.D., after the American military suffered massive casualties and could no longer hold the line, the Security Council had no grounds to question him further. He returned straight to the Trident building and immediately began a live broadcast through his subordinates. Even though the situation was dire, bio-ghosts swarming everywhere, Nick Fury still hadn't decided if he should call on the Air Force for a bombing run. What he didn't expect was that Lufa and his team would strike first. If it could all be settled with a nuke, would I even need your help? Couldn't I just drop a fuel air bomb myself? Wouldn't that be safer? After the explosion died down, Lufa led Scotty and the others back in a flash. Where the Black Knight had stood, nothing remained. "This is way more over the top than anything you see in the cartoons," Lufa commented, his foot pressing against the blistering, scorched ground. The blast had taken out a fair few bio-ghosts, and even some ultimate bio-ghosts, but some were still alive, which meant the hunt was far from over. Just then, Lufa's phone practically exploded with calls from a certain bald-headed commander. "You actually used a nuclear bomb." Fury's voice crackled through the phone, wild and furious. "Calm down, it wasn't a nuke." "No fallout," Lufa replied, casually turning an ultimate bio-ghost into a soul stone and swallowing it before continuing. He was desperate for power. Watching Scotty and the Black Knight in action made Lufa keenly aware of his own weakness. Having such strength, yet being battered like a dog, unable to withstand even a single blow. If he couldn't turn fights into game battles with the system, then he'd have to brute force it, stacking his stats until he could crush his enemies outright. But how am I supposed to explain a blast like this? Fury was fuming. Just tell the public it was an underground natural gas pipeline explosion. As for the higher-ups, don't you know how to spin a story? Remember, before you ever had nukes, we already had weapons with this kind of destructive power. Lufa grinned as he spoke. Fury caught on instantly. You want me to play the threat card with the Council? A shadowy organization possessing the power of a nuclear strike long before humanity ever built such weapons. Who would believe that was all they had up their sleeve? After all, humans invented the hydrogen bomb, always striving for more powerful arms. Who's to say a mysterious group that's been around for untold centuries doesn't have something even worse? Fury knew that even a hint from him would send the Security Council's imagination racing. Even if these weapons didn't exist, no one would dare take that chance. Don't put words in my mouth. I have no idea what you're talking about. That's all. Lufa feigned innocence, pretending not to understand Fury's implication, and hung up the call. Nick Fury sensed that Rue Fa seemed to be avoiding having his words recorded, as if trying to distance himself from the situation. Yet, wasn't that exactly what he meant, just in different words? But why would he do that? Could it be that his organization also has a supervisory body, something like a security council? That's highly possible. Better make a note of it. At last, it's finally over. The Los Angeles biohazard phase had ended. Every last bio-ghost had been hunted down and destroyed. Through it all, Rue Fa was grateful that no xenomorph Terminator had appeared. Those things would have been even tougher to handle than the ultimate Terminator. The only real pity is the Black Knight. If I could have turned it into one of my magical tools, it would have been unbelievably powerful. Rue Fa thought this with a touch of frustration. With the Black Knight's form, maybe his first greatsword would have finally emerged. The Black Knight's greatsword was surely a formidable weapon. Unfortunately, the Black Knight was simply too strong. Rue Fa had been forced to use a map-wide attack to wipe it out. If the fight had dragged on, he wasn't so sure he could have counted on Scotty's support. Besides, who knew what other monsters might have shown up? Rue Fa was starting to realize that large-scale exterminations of powerful creatures were truly dangerous, just as this incident had proved. It was a harsh lesson for him. It made him keenly aware that he was still far from being able to act recklessly without consequence. Thankfully, at his lowest moments, Rue Fa still had Tifa and the others by his side. Otherwise, even though Rue Fa always told himself he wouldn't fall into depression or suffer from the kind of post-traumatic stress Tony Stark did after the first Avengers battle, picking himself up again would have still taken time. Rue Fa held Tifa close, working hard and making steady progress, always putting his intentions into action. Maybe one of the perks of becoming a demon was unlimited stamina and no refractory period. Or maybe it was thanks to the power of the adamantine soul stone. Either way, neither Tifa nor Riven felt any rivalry between them, and Rue Fa was able to satisfy them both, to the point that they were almost overwhelmed. Scotty could only watch enviously, unable to join in. When it was all over, the four of them slept together. Rue Fa was still able to share a bed with Scotty. Once the little orca fell asleep, she wouldn't toss and turn, which was a relief. Otherwise, things might have gotten complicated. Afterward, Rue Fa began to process the memories contained within Aldrich Killian's soul stone. He had absorbed so many soul stones that even he felt a bit muddled. Fortunately, as a demon, he wasn't at risk of developing split personalities like someone infected with the Blacklight virus. The memories were quickly suppressed and assimilated, and the combat experience from several ultimate bio-ghosts, once top-tier creatures, added to Rue Fa's own battle skills. Next came the most crucial part, the information about the extremist virus. Aldrich Killian only appeared in Iron Man 3, which took place after the events of the first Avengers movie, and by then, he had already solved the overheating problem. But now, unfortunately, he had not yet found a solution. The silver lining, though, was that by acquiring Aldrich Killian's memories, Lufa had essentially gained all of his knowledge. Even the things Killian himself had forgotten were now available to Lufa. If I could just fuse a few PhDs into a soul stone and consume it, I'd probably be on par with Tony Stark, at least in terms of academic credentials. Lufa didn't wake Tifa and the others, instead offering this silent, sarcastic thought to himself. But alas, he lacked the kind of inspiration typical of real researchers. Sure, he was a bit more inventive than a data-storing AI, but in practice, he probably still fell short compared to some ordinary lab assistants who, while less knowledgeable than him, had the right instincts. He needed time to process all of this. Tifa, Riven, how are you feeling? The next morning, Lufa checked in with the three of them. We're great. Tifa's cheeks were rosy and glowing, clearly having been well taken care of. Riven looked the same, while Scotty, as always, remained her pale self. The Black Knight is tied to the Abyss, and I'm a bit concerned the Abyss might erupt. Lufa shared his worry with them. There's nothing simple about anything that comes from Dark Souls. The Lords of Cinder represent the dregs of humanity. The Black Knights stand for the Abyss. If that were to break out here, it wouldn't just be a minor disaster. It was only during his reflections the previous night that Lufa remembered this. Even an Abyss without a root source could cause massive devastation. All four of them had been in close contact with the Black Knight, which made them all potential risks. Especially Scotty. He needed to keep a close eye on things moving forward. As for the site itself, Red A had already blasted it with a reality marble, so there probably wasn't any need to sterilize it with the first flame. Lufa never believed any problem had just one solution. When it came to Dark Souls, it was never about using only the first flame. Something that can't be resolved is, in essence, a kind of invincibility. But really, after slaying so many monsters, not a single new waifu dropped? The drop rate is just too low. Lufa had assumed he'd at least get a new companion out of it, but it turned out that, maybe because Red A's wide area attack had wiped out so many biozombies beyond his 3-meter radius, nothing had dropped for him. After all, even if Lufa thought he was pretty much unkillable, he still wasn't about to run into the blast zone of a reality marble just for the thrill. In a way, that was one way to stop more monster drops from happening. Dr. Samuel Stern, what's your view on the limitations of the Despair virus? Umbrella Corporation, Underground Research Facility. Lou F.A. was working alongside the big boss, Mr. Lon, conducting research on the Despair virus. At this point, Lou F.A.'s knowledge was finally deep enough to keep pace with the big boss's thinking. Dr. Lou F.A., the flaws in the Despair virus aren't the real issue. It's these bio-phantoms you brought back. Am I calling them by the right name? The virus inside them is the truly fascinating subject for research. Samuel Stern spoke to Lou F.A. with obvious excitement. You mean the catalyst agent and the biovirus? Lou F.A. was well versed in the biological models that crossed the threshold, especially now that his memory had been enhanced. He remembered more details than ever. During humanity's first bioweapon crisis, the Guardians retrieved a genetically mutated corpse from ancient ruins. They brought it back to their underground lab, where they secretly began experiments on bioengineered humans. Unexpectedly, the lab was attacked by a ghost unit from the infiltrators, who managed to steal the bioweapon virus. Fortunately, the Guardians' forces arrived just in time, stopping the infiltrators from accomplishing their mission. However, realizing the gravity of the situation, the Guardians decided to transfer the Hulk's corpse to their weapons research facility. But disaster struck again. The facility was attacked by the infiltrators once more. This time, the Guardians weren't so lucky. Not only was their next-generation weapon destroyed, but the infiltrators made off with the Hulk's cultivation chamber as well. With this new acquisition, the infiltrators became deeply invested in experimenting on bioengineered humans. They formed a special research group in their own laboratory, dedicated to studying the Hulk. This group would later become known as Blitz. For now, though, it was just a fledgling division within the infiltrators. Driven by their hunger to create even more powerful biophantoms, the nascent Blitz undertook closed-door experiments day and night, until at last they succeeded in developing the Hulk's biovirus. Human trials soon began. This was the true origin of the biophantom virus. As for the biophantom's bodies, retrieving them was imperative. If America ever got their hands on them, who knew what terrifying weapons they might invent? None of the biophantoms killed by Lou F.A. left behind a body. Each one had transformed into a soul stone. The ones with actual corpses had all been obliterated by Fantasia collapse. I prefer to call it the B-virus. It's a miraculous substance, something beyond imagination. Samuel Stern's excitement was unmistakable. Lufa considered it for a moment. This virus was indeed extraordinary. It could create all sorts of things, including demon terminators that seemed to defy science. Not to mention those colossal beasts and various monsters in challenge mode. All of them, in a way, were products of this virus. If Crossing the Waterline ever made a CGI movie, the bio-creatures from Resident Evil would pale in comparison. The most dangerous virus wouldn't be the G virus anymore. It would be this B virus. It is fascinating, but also extremely dangerous. Originally, Lufa had intended to destroy all the corpses of the biophantoms. However, Samuel Stern had expressed a desire to study them, so Lufa allowed it. Dangerous in what way? Its infectiousness or its mutability? Samuel Stern suddenly asked. Both. I don't like things that can't be controlled. Lufa thought for a moment before answering. What if I could eliminate its infectiousness and mutability? Samuel Stern pressed on. That still wouldn't do. Their appearance alone would never be accepted by people. Lufa shook his head. If he really wanted to go down the path of monstrous minions, he actually had plenty of options. But he believed that keeping a humanoid form was more important. You have to understand, this is a world where even experimenting on animals draws condemnation, let alone bows that are so obviously products of human experimentation. Super soldiers created by the blacklight virus were still somewhat acceptable. After all, they were just larger and looked mostly human, albeit with astonishing strength, enough to give even Alex Mercer a hard time, and their blades and claws were nearly impossible to break through. That issue can also be solved, Samuel Stern said without hesitation. This made Lufa look at him meaningfully. He truly didn't understand why the boss was so insistent on researching the B virus. Please don't misunderstand, sir. This is merely the fervor any scientist would feel when faced with the unimaginable. Samuel Stern quickly explained. His mind was 1,000 times sharper than most, making him all the quicker to sense the change in Lufa's attitude. Stern, who knew escape was impossible for him, had no ulterior motives. Isn't the Hulk serum and the desperation virus enough for your research? As far as I recall, you still haven't managed to give me a controllable Hulk dog. Lufa spoke calmly. He wanted to turn the camp's trained police dogs into Hulk dogs. Police dogs were already a weakened version of a primate killer, capable of taking down a human in seconds. The only question was whether they could do the same to Black Widow or Hawkeye. Still, they were obedient enough, and once turned into Hulk dogs, there'd be no worry about them losing control. The Desolation virus was something Lufa had prepared for his future wives. Whether it was the Originium disease or any other kind of rare, hard-to-treat illness, the Desolation virus held the possibility of a cure. Could virus be claimed the same? This thing was essentially a far more dangerous, enhanced version of the G virus, mutating in countless unpredictable directions. Lufa had no desire to watch the women he loved turn into monsters. The original concept for the Desolation virus was practically unrivaled. Its resistance to high temperatures and incredible regenerative abilities were just minor features. Its true power lay in the ability to manipulate genes at will. It was a scalpel and grafting tool for genetics itself. After rewriting a host's genes, the virus could even support the host through a physical transformation, with no negative side effects. To give an example, with wolf genes, it could transform all of humanity into immortal werewolves with body temperatures of 3,000 degrees. With the Hulk's genes, it could turn everyone into giant, heat-resistant immortals. It could even incorporate the genes of a thunder god. Not quite as powerful as the originals, perhaps, but certainly stronger than any ordinary human. After all, the physical density of the Asgardian gods far exceeded that of Earthlings. In a certain parallel world, someone once donned a Desolation virus battle suit, a striking silver-white Iron Man, and even rented out the virus to others, granting them good health. And even the ability to reshape their appearance, turning everyone into handsome men and beautiful women. This was just a minor use of the Desolation virus's vast potential. That's why, after Lufa studied it and realized it could achieve effects straight out of the comics, he took it very seriously. Sir, the research on the Hulk dogs will need a bit more time. After that, we'll be able to finish up, Stern hurriedly reported. He was overwhelmed, constantly trying to learn and improve himself, while also being responsible for all of Umbrella Corporation's research projects. Lufa hadn't even given him an assistant. Sometimes Stern wondered if he should just perform surgery on himself and grow 6 extra arms to handle everything. To Stern, the Hulk dog project seemed unnecessary, so progress was slow. If you can give me a Hulk dog, I'll allow you to continue researching Virus B, Lufa said to him. That won't be a problem, sir, Dr. Stern replied immediately. As it turned out, motivation breeds progress. 2 days later, Lufa witnessed a fully matured Hulk dog. The Hulk dogs were originally creations of Bruce Banner's father in the Ong Lee version of the Hulk, bioweapons capable of going toe-to-toe with the Green Giant himself. Of course, due to the breeds involved, the original Hulk dogs were ultimately defeated by the Hulk. But Lufa had access to a weakened version of the primate hunting police dogs, and by using them as the base breed, The resulting Hulk dogs far surpassed the originals in strength. Lufa gazed at the 10 police dogs before him, their bodies now significantly larger. They only swelled to such size when entering combat mode. Otherwise, like the Hulk himself, they could maintain their normal forms. Their muscle strength allows them to shrug off any attack from light infantry weapons, and even rockets aren't enough to deal meaningful damage. Most alloys are no match for their claws and bites, and on top of that, they follow orders without question. Stern said to Lufa, his excitement barely contained. It was clear that he was forcing himself to stay energized despite exhaustion, probably not having slept at all in the past couple of days. The allure of the bee virus was almost comical in its intensity. If Lufa weren't concerned about him causing some major incident, he would have considered letting Stern study the G virus as well. You can continue your research on the bee virus, but don't let progress on the desperation virus fall behind. Also, it's time to move forward with the Hulk Soldier project. Lufa nodded, casually tossing 2 more daunting projects his way. Stern looked troubled. He wanted nothing more than to pour all his energy into studying the bee virus, but now he was saddled with 2 more time-consuming assignments. The desperation virus was manageable, just a matter of putting in the hours. The Hulk Soldier project, on the other hand, wasn't something that could be solved with time alone. He still had to crack the problem of turning someone back to normal after becoming a Hulk. After all, if Lufa hadn't killed Emil Blonsky, the abomination, he'd never have been able to revert to human form. General Ross, the Red Hulk, never figured it out either, since he too was killed by Lufa. In the comics, they could transform freely, but the movies didn't seem to allow that. Even in the comics, Abomination was stuck in his monstrous form. He'd probably have complained about being discriminated against. What's more, turning a dog into a Hulk was a completely different challenge from turning a human into one. What's wrong? Is it too much for you? Lufa looked at him. No problem, sir. Dr. Stern replied immediately. After all, what were 2 more tough problems? That's what I like to hear. I have a lot of faith in you, Stern. Lufa wasn't entirely sure why the big boss's obsession with the Hulk had shifted to an obsession with the bee virus. But it didn't matter. As long as the task got done, Lufa was generous. While Lufa enjoyed his leisure, Nick Fury, who had been running himself ragged, was finally able to relax a bit as well. After much deliberation, he took Lufa's advice and responded to the Security Council members who had been clamoring for Lufa to fully cooperate with the American government and hand over all data on dimensional and alien invasions by using the threat-based argument. And just like that, their outrage died down. While they were deeply suspicious of such a theory, none of them dared to gamble on it, especially after Lufa and his team had already demonstrated their nuclear-level destructive power. The satellites detected no abnormal radiation levels in Los Angeles. The teams dispatched to the site could only find a crater of unimaginable size, and their instruments registered no trace of radiation. It was clear they had used a weapon of mass destruction unlike any nuclear bomb. What's more, the destructive range of this weapon is even greater than that of a nuclear bomb. I'm not talking about the fallout area, but an absolute zone of annihilation. The researchers at the scene recorded excitedly, explaining their findings. A nuclear blast creates temperatures of hundreds of millions of degrees at its core, the so-called absolute annihilation zone. Nothing can endure such heat. Everything is reduced to nothingness. Familiar houses and streets had vanished without a trace. All that remained was a bottomless pit, as if an abyss had opened in the earth. The area devastated by a nuclear explosion could perhaps rival this in size, but in terms of sheer, unadulterated destructive power, the experts could only sigh in dismay. Today's weapons of mass destruction could not hope to match it. After all, the energy required to vaporize and disintegrate such a vast region is simply beyond the limits of current human technology. We found no suspicious explosive residues at the site, reported Coulson, who had led his team in searching the area for several weeks before contacting his director. What's your take on this, Coulson? Nick Fury asked calmly. I honestly don't know, Director. The experts tell me that any technology capable of burning and releasing all its energy in this way is far more advanced than anything we have, let alone whatever it was that caused what we see here. Coulson let out a weary sigh. He had never imagined that Liu Fa and his associates possessed a weapon so far beyond a nuclear bomb. Was this mysterious organization truly so formidable? That's enough, come on back. With this data, the Security Council should finally give up their wild hopes. Nick Fury, though just as eager to uncover the secrets behind Liu Fa's weapon, didn't want his trusted aide stuck out in the field any longer. After all, he had to be prepared for the day this mysterious organization might try to seize control of the world, or when Liu Fa and his people, blinded by greed, might need to be confronted. There's an old and timeless truth. Unchecked power is the root of all corruption and chaos. Now, with this mysterious organization and Liu Fa emerging out of nowhere, if they use their power with integrity, the world might enjoy peace and stability. But if they harbored ambition and lacked principle, the world could be thrown into turmoil and peril at a moment's notice. So, should humanity's future and the fate of world peace really rest in the hands of the leaders of this secretive group? And in the end, this investigation was little more than the Security Council's refusal to accept the truth. The real headache for Nick Fury was that the mysterious organization was simply too mysterious, and Lufa was no pushover either. On top of that, their greatest trump card, Carol Danvers, was already known to both parties. So what strategies were left for him to deploy? Coulson shrugged. The World Security Council? All he could hope for was that they kept unnecessary meddling to a minimum. Lufa wasn't like those other transmigrators who were easy to approach. Neither Coulson nor Nick Fury could just pop by unannounced, much less threaten him. Honestly, what was the point of crossing over to this world if he still had to dance to their tune? He had seized the opportunity with the vampire incident to rise in the ranks, then leveraged his knowledge of the storyline to track down Alexander Pierce and join HYDRA. After a series of calculated moves, he'd secured his current position and lifestyle, most of it owed to sheer force and that unnerving sense of knowing everything. After witnessing his terrifying capabilities, Alexander Pierce and the other Hydra leaders lost any appetite for provoking the assassin. As long as the assassin didn't make trouble for them, they were happy to steer clear. Lufa had joined Hydra solely to tap into its vast network of connections. Otherwise, with Umbrella Corporation acting so brazenly, America would inevitably start plotting against them. It was just like when General Electric couldn't compete with a certain foreign company, so the government stepped in and forced their rival to break up. But with Hydra's network behind him, those concerns vanished. There were even Hydra agents among America's top officials, Gideon Malik, for instance. For the sake of the assassin, he'd still extend a helping hand. There was no getting around it. The assassin was simply too terrifying. He had revealed the identities and locations of every Hydra leader. Right from the start, who could help but wonder if this group of assassins was omnipresent, ready to snuff them out at any moment? Truth be told, even the League of Assassins from DC Comics couldn't match the aura of dread that Lufa's assassin instilled. As for the vampires, Lufa had completely wiped them out. At least in the Americas, they were extinct. Most of the vampires' assets in the Americas had been absorbed by the Umbrella Corporation. Elsewhere in the world, Umbrella had claimed a smaller share of their holdings. Under these circumstances, Lufa was practically invincible. And that's not even mentioning his plans to groom his own political pet. He'd already sent Emil Gillen to handle the matter. Emil was far more familiar with the necessary steps and procedures than he was. Lufa had no fear that, after rising to power, his political pet would discriminate against him for being Asian and go looking for a new master. After all, he never overestimated anyone's moral character. So from the very start, he made sure to establish some control mechanisms over his political pet. So dark, he mused. Yet, despite everything he'd done, Lufa felt his heart remained as clear as a polished mirror. He shrouded himself in darkness only to protect what he cherished most. Looking at Tifa, Scotty, and Riven, their graceful figures and radiant smiles, Lufa felt a deep sense of contentment. He would never allow anyone to ruin this happiness. Los Angeles Private Hospital. This was a hospital tailored exclusively for Stark's needs. Unconscious and unresponsive, Tony Stark had stayed here under constant care. With his wealth, he could easily remain in this condition for the rest of his days. Tony. Pepper Potts visited Tony Stark every day, hoping her voice might awaken him, but Tony Stark never stirred. The wound seared by hellfire had never closed. The doctors, baffled by such an injury, could only conclude that it was the cause of Tony Stark's persistent coma. No medicine or technology could mend this wound, so the doctors could only recommend Umbrella Corporation's regeneration cradle technology. That's right, the regeneration cradle now belonged to Lufa as well. As a transmigrant with foreknowledge of its existence, he naturally made sure it was under his control. Originally, Dr. Helen Zhao only intended to accept investment from Umbrella, but that soon turned into her joining the company. The regeneration cradle thus became an Umbrella product. Recently, Pepper Potts had been negotiating with Umbrella about this very matter. However, knowing what a quagmire hellfire represented, Lufa would never agree. Something with such a low success rate would only tarnish the reputation of both Umbrella and the regeneration cradle. Pepper Potts felt helpless. Yet she failed to notice, as she was speaking to Tony Stark, that his finger twitched ever so slightly. That night, a nurse made her rounds to check on Tony Stark's room, then quietly closed the door behind her. Once the nurse had left, the temperature in Tony Stark's room began to rise. The cool air from the air conditioner was quickly overwhelmed by the growing heat, and the temperature kept climbing. Bubbles started to form in the water cooler, the simmering motion revealing that the water molecules were being rapidly heated. With a sharp crack, the first things to explode from the heat were Tony Stark's saline bag and the glassware nearby. Next, the water in the cooler boiled vigorously, and as the heat continued to surge, the plastic water jug began to warp and collapse, shrinking before the eye and releasing a nauseous stench. Then, Tony Stark's clothing caught fire. This triggered the room's automatic fire extinguishing system. The alarms blared, and jets of water burst forth. What's going on? The sudden alarm startled the night shift nurses and security staff in the private hospital. Something's wrong. Mr. Tony Stark's room is on fire. The automatic sprinklers have been activated. What? The security guard charged up the stairs 3 at a time, his heart pounding with dread. He didn't dare imagine what would happen to him if Tony Stark got hurt on his watch. The rain-like spray from the sprinklers couldn't douse the flames engulfing Tony Stark. Instead, the rising heat turned the water into scalding steam before it even reached the ground, vaporizing in midair. The steel frame of the hospital bed glowed red-hot, twisting and warping in the inferno. Bursting into the room, the guard flung open the door and was met with a blazing wall of fire consuming the bed. For a moment, his mind went completely blank. Dear God, in a situation like this, even if the man survived, he'd be left with devastating burns. But there was no time to hesitate. He couldn't afford to lose this rare, high-paying job. Grabbing a dry chemical extinguisher from nearby, he rushed into the room, spraying the bed with all his might. Mr. Stark, the scorching heat in the room hit him instantly. 40 degrees Celsius is enough to make someone feel like they're suffocating, but here, the temperature had soared past 100. The guard's skin began to burn and blacken almost immediately. To make matters worse, the room was thick with steam. As he dashed inside, he felt himself being steamed alive. The pain was excruciating. He couldn't help but scream in agony. Worse yet, the extinguisher powder had no effect on the raging flames devouring the bed. He had no choice but to retreat. His eyes stung and watered so badly he could barely see, the pain overwhelming. Fire now consumed the entire room. Fresh air from the hallway only fed the inferno, making everything inside burn hotter. This hellish blaze could devour anything. Steel and water alike became its fuel. Amid the flames, Tony Stark rose from the hospital bed, reduced now to nothing but a skeleton wreathed in fire. Pepper. Tony's mind was foggy. He couldn't remember who he was, where he was, or what he was doing. All he could grasp were the echoes of Pepper's voice, calling his name again and again. Driven by that memory, he burst out of the burning room. He had to find Pepper. Mr. Stark. The guard and a nurse caught a glimpse of a burning skeleton bolting from the room, and terror gripped them both. But Tony paid them no mind. He crashed out of the hospital and tore down the street. Wherever he ran, cars exploded from the intense heat. The pavement melted beneath his feet, leaving molten footprints behind. Streetlights along the sidewalk drooped and liquefied like candles, collapsing to the ground in bursts of sparks. The chaos of exploding cars quickly drew the police. By then, Tony Stark had already leapt onto a motorcycle parked by the roadside. Hellfire forcefully seized the locked motorcycle. There was no need for gasoline. The Hellfire itself became its fuel. Tony Stark slammed down on the accelerator, and the bike shot forward like a bullet, crashing straight through a wall. He was thrown off by the impact. After all, he'd never ridden a motorcycle before. If it weren't for the Hellfire's power strengthening the bike, he wouldn't have just smashed through a wall. The motorcycle would have crumpled with him beneath it. That violent crash actually managed to jolt Tony Stark back to his senses. Where am I? He pushed himself off the ground, only to be confronted by the sight of his own hand. A flaming skeleton, burning bright. What is this? Tony Stark stared in disbelief at his hands. Not just his hands. His entire body seemed to have become a skeleton wreathed in fire. In a panic, he rushed out into the street and caught his reflection in a window, a blazing skeleton staring back at him. The image struck a chord of familiarity. Tony instantly remembered that night. The figure in black leather, riding a motorcycle with a flaming skull for a head. Now, he looked almost exactly the same. Am I dead? Tony wandered aimlessly, lost in a fog. Suddenly, the memory of Pepper Potts flickered in his mind, but before he could dwell on it, a tantalizing aroma caught his attention. A deep, soul-level hunger compelled him to seek out the source of the scent, making him forget all about Pepper. He followed it to a narrow alley, where he saw a woman stripped of her clothes, pinned beneath a burly man. The intoxicating smell was coming from a man. Just as the man was about to assert himself, a hand clapped down on his shoulder. Who's there? The man thought some meddler was about to play hero, but before he could turn around, the hand dug in with supernatural strength, hurling him across the alley. He crashed into the wall with a sickening thud. The impact shattered his shoulder blade. Pain robbed him of breath, leaving him writhing helplessly on the ground. Tony Stark stepped over the terrified woman. Shaking with fear, she scrambled away the instant he passed, fleeing for her life. The man, too, saw the burning skeleton looming over him. Eyes wide with terror, he was hoisted off the ground and pinned to the wall by Tony's skeletal grip. "You are guilty." Tony Stark stared into the man's eyes, his own soul hungering for the taste of sin. The man couldn't look away, caught in the depths of Tony's fiery gaze. Under the power of the penance stare, the man's soul was quickly consumed. Yet Tony's cravings weren't satisfied. Driven by a relentless, instinctive urge, he began searching for his next target. By the time daylight broke, his senses finally returned. He found himself as a naked vagrant on the street, scrambling to cover himself with whatever he could find, grabbing a few newspapers to hide his shame. Pepper Potts received a call from the hospital, and when she rushed to the scene and saw the footage, she fainted on the spot. But when she came to, she was told that Tony Stark had already gone home. Unlike Johnny Blaze, who would forget everything after turning into Ghost Rider due to the influence of Zarathos inside him, Tony Stark remembered it all. He had only acquired the Hellfire, becoming a Ghost Rider, nothing more. What happened to me last night? Tony Stark couldn't help but wonder. After becoming that creature, could he really still call himself human? And the answer to everything seemed to lie with the burning, skull-headed figure. Only by finding him, Tony thought, might he discover why he'd changed like this. On Lucifer's end, he was already aware that Tony Stark had woken up. Nick Fury, ever anxious about such matters, called to consult the expert. You can't wake up from the effects of Hellfire by sheer will, unless he's truly become one with it. Lucifer had already considered this possibility, so he wasn't at all surprised that Tony Stark had turned into a Ghost Rider. So you're saying that the burning skeleton who escaped from the hospital, that was Tony Stark? Nick Fury, even though he knew this was the only answer, still found it hard to believe. Yes, Lucifer replied. So, does that mean he's become an agent of hell too? Nick Fury was at a loss for words. Not quite an agent of hell. Not yet. He's only acquired a portion of the power. And remember, the devil's power is never so easy to claim. Sooner or later, a devil may come knocking. Lucifer spoke calmly. Mephisto might show up, eager to trick Tony Stark into becoming his knight. And once a devil sets his sights on you, all it takes is exploiting a weakness, like orchestrating some accident for Pepper Potts. That would be all it took for Tony Stark to sign away his soul willingly. This was exactly why Lucifer preferred not to get involved with Ghost Riders. Mephisto's schemes were always impossible to guard against. Lucifer had his own system and knew he'd become stronger in time. Why go coveting the Hellfire? The entire conversation between Lucifer and Nick Fury was then relayed, word for word, by Fury to Tony Stark. It was just like the original Marvel story. After Tony Stark publicly declared himself to be Iron Man, Nick Fury showed up at his house that very night to introduce himself as the guy with the eye patch. Only this time, it wasn't at night. Thanks to Lucifer, Fury came during the day. The reason for this change was Lucifer's warning. Don't go chasing after Ghost Rider, or you'll end up on the radar of a demon lord. Lucifer hadn't even bothered to mention Mephisto's name. If someone else had said it, Mephisto might not have reacted much, but coming from a demon like him, it was as if a direct line to hell had been established. There was every chance Mephisto would show up on the spot. Ghost Rider, the messenger of hell? Tony Stark looked at the bald man in black before him, sensing that he seemed to know a lot. It never occurred to him that Nick Fury was just repeating what he just learned. That's right. From now on, you'll remain in human form during the day, but when night falls, you'll transform into the Rider and hunt down the souls of the wicked. You won't be able to control this urge, and the souls you claim, they'll become fuel for the demon lord's power. Nick Fury was troubled by this whole affair. He'd asked Lufa whether there was any way to stop or resolve the situation, and Lufa's answer was, unless Tony Stark died, there was no escape. The only good news was, as long as the hellfire within him never went out, Tony would keep on living. Congratulations, you've gained immortality ahead of time, though you'll still grow old. Tony Stark was in a foul mood. Instinctively, he doubted Nick Fury's words, yet after last night's transformation, his throat scorched dry, unable to quench his thirst no matter how much water he drank. He couldn't deny something had changed. He never expected that a single act of justice would leave him unconscious for so long, and then, without warning, turn him into some kind of hell's messenger. A Ghost Rider? Going out at night to kill. It was a relief, at least, that his targets would be evildoers. But then Lufa had warned Nick Fury in dire tones. Once the Demon Lord had gathered enough souls, he'd have the power to invade the real world, turning Earth itself into a living hell. With the ancient one around, that was obviously impossible. Lufa was just trying to scare them. Still, it wasn't entirely an empty threat. Lufa's words might have been exaggerated, but in truth, that's exactly how Mephisto operated. That old devil was nothing if not patient. His riders could run free for years, and he wouldn't lift a finger. Johnny Blaze had been on the run, and Mephisto never bothered to chase him. Who could say what Mephisto was really after? To Lufa, Mephisto was a final boss he'd have to face one day, but not yet. The old devil was cunning, never leaving his own hell dimension fragment. Charging him would be like handing himself over to Mephisto as a plaything. Maybe, if he ever reached the power of the demon knight Sparta, who could stop the birth of chaos itself, then, just maybe, he could take down Mephisto in his own domain. You know, what you're saying sound just like the scary stories my nanny used to tell me as a kid. Predictable and cliché. Tony Stark feigned calm as he opened a bottle of whiskey. He had already drunk more than a dozen bottles of alcohol today, yet his throat still felt as parched as if it were scorched by fire. More importantly, he realized that he could no longer get drunk. Your heart will tell you the answer. Nick Fury stepped forward, reaching out to tap Tony Stark's chest with his finger. The new arc reactor was gone, every last fragment burned away by hellfire. Thankfully, it wasn't ordinary fire. If it had been, the explosion from that arc reactor could have been catastrophic. Tony Stark brushed Fury's hand aside, retreating until his back pressed up against the table. It was a clear sign of his lack of security, an instinctive gesture that Nick Fury, a level 10 agent, recognized immediately. He also understood that Tony Stark needed time to process everything, so he quietly excused himself. When Pepper Potts finally regained consciousness and learned that Tony Stark had returned home, she rushed over as soon as she could. What she saw was a haggard, defeated Tony, sitting on the floor with his Iron Man suit toppled beside him, his head resting against its metal shell as he drank. Oh my gosh, your body's only just recovered. You can't be drinking. Seeing all the empty bottles scattered on the floor, Pepper hurried over to stop him. It's fine. I've never felt better. Tony pulled Pepper into an embrace, but unlike before, he didn't greet her with a passionate kiss. After all, it had been so difficult for them to reunite. Pepper herself almost couldn't help leaning in for a kiss, but Tony gently turned away. Pepper froze for a moment, but didn't dwell on it. She didn't know that, deep inside, Tony was struggling and in pain. Who could accept that their beloved would turn into a flaming skull at night? Oh my God, Coulson's nose was nearly pressed against the glass. He looks exactly like he does in the documentaries. Of course, one of the S.H.I.E.L.D. scientists replied, excitement in his voice. The super soldier serum and the perfect preservation in ice kept his body intact. It's incredible. It's a miracle. We thawed him out and discovered he was still alive, the scientist continued. What? Coulson's eyes widened in disbelief. That's right. It's unbelievable. 70 years frozen, and no one's ever managed to achieve immortality through cryonics. But now, here it is, the world's first case. The scientist looked as though he could already see himself receiving every scientific award imaginable. But he quickly sobered. This was S.H.I.E.L.D. after all. The fact that Captain America was alive was bound to be top secret. Coulson finally understood why Nick Fury had sent him here. He was about to meet his idol in person and speak with him. Dear Lord, at Nick Fury's request, they first arranged the space with great care, making sure that when Captain America woke up, he wouldn't be overly shocked. This way, he could gradually come to terms with the fact that he had been asleep for 70 years. But clearly, SHIELD's staff weren't all that professional. The nurse's attitude made Captain America feel wary. At the same time, the news on the nearby television was broadcasting live commentary from a baseball game. The thing was, Captain America had actually attended that very game before, which meant it was a game that had long since ended. Realizing this, Captain America suspected he'd fallen into Hydra's hands. After a brief struggle, he broke through the flimsy wall and ran out into the streets of New York, right in Times Square. Yet, everything around him looked completely unfamiliar. At that moment, several vehicles arrived, surrounding him. Nick Fury had to rush over in a hurry, afraid that things might spiral out of control. Meanwhile, over in Hell's Kitchen, New York, Madame Gao's drug lab was under attack as well. This time, Lou Fa came prepared. He had people bring along more than a dozen Hulk dogs, and the security force was no longer made up of werewolves. Instead, it was the Hulk Squad, created by the Kingpin, Stern, who'd cracked the Extremis virus and combined it with Hulk serum. It was thanks to the Extremis virus acting as a bridge. Otherwise, they wouldn't have so many soldiers. After all, not everyone could withstand the Hulk serum. Only Bruce Banner's cousin, his girlfriend Betty, the late Red Hulk Ross, and Abomination Blonsky were among the few who could transform and wield Hulk's power. Of course, in the comics, there were others, but Lou Fa couldn't find them. These Hull soldiers were exactly the kind of super soldier General Ross had always dreamed of, except now they belonged to Liu Fa. Once transformed, each one became a Red Hulk, capable of generating searing heat hot enough to melt steel with ease, and possessing super strength and near invulnerability. They were also equipped with heavy weaponry, vehicle-mounted cannons that ordinarily only armored cars, infantry fighting vehicles, or tanks could use. Liu Fa had even wanted to look into the kind of electromagnetic gun that Brother 50 Bucks used, but Stern, the kingpin, had too many projects on his plate lately, so it just wasn't possible to spare the focus. Liu Fa hadn't rested for long. He still had so many wives waiting to be brought out, so how could he take a break? Madame Gao's drug lab was now more heavily guarded than ever. In addition to the 500 gunmen sent by Kingpin, Madame Gao herself had invested heavily, stationing nearly 30 ninjas on site. However, since nothing had happened for quite a while, the ninjas remained vigilant, but Kingpin's men had grown complacent. Isn't this just underestimating me? Liu Fa muttered, then charged right in. He noticed that many of the Chinese laborers were new faces. But that didn't stop Liu Fa from making his move. Anyway, thanks to countless hours of target practice and his own innate combat talent as a demon, his marksmanship had become flawless. Within a range of a kilometer, as long as the bullet could physically reach the target, he could hit it every time. As for the bullets Liu Fa used, they weren't magical rounds. His jealousy cloak was still perfectly intact on his body. But now, with a single shot, he could make half of his opponent's body vanish into thin air. Desolation virus armor-piercing rounds. Inspired by depleted uranium shells, and recalling how in the comics, the Desolation virus could even be forged into a metal nano-armor. Called the Desolation virus battlesuit, Liu Fa wondered if it could be weaponized. The big boss, Stern, solved this problem in just one day. The bullets were no longer made of pure metal. Inside each round, there was only a small amount of Desolation virus mixed with biomass. Upon impact, an uncontrollable reaction would occur at incredible speed, producing temperatures of up to 6,000 degrees Celsius. The only downside was that it was all flash and little substance, difficult to preserve, and complex to manufacture. Because these were Desolation virus plus biomass cultured rounds, they had to be stored in cold temperatures to halt the violent reactions. So cold, in fact, that even cells would freeze. Still, they were a lot of fun to play with. Most importantly, they could explode. Wasn't this basically the explosive bolter rounds from Warhammer? With a single shot, even a tank would be left with a gaping hole, unless it had reactive armor. Ordinary armor wouldn't stand a chance against a Desolation virus armor-piercing round. Using these bullets against people? Well, let's just say you'd be seeing the inside of a military tribunal. Along the way, a few minor monsters spawned. One was a blue buff, and another was a dragon straight out of some low-rated, trashy single-player game he'd played before. Liu Fa watched, dumbfounded, as the dragon glitched out in the sky for a long time. The game had such a low rating because the dragon was basically just a flat texture, and the monsters inside would constantly glitch and freeze in place. In the end, Liu Fa discovered that the final boss dragon scales were pretty tough, and he had to use his high-frequency Muramasa blade to finally slay it. Reality can glitch, too. Liu Fa felt a pang of sadness for the dragon texture that had just spasmed endlessly in the sky. But maybe this wasn't so bad after all. Afterward, Liu Fa bumped into a soft, warm embrace. My child! His pupils shrank in shock. Nimpris. He turned around and saw a familiar figure. A regal woman, her color scheme black and crimson, with a pair of red horns crowning her head. At that moment, she was gently cradling Liu Fa's silver-haired head against her heart. A heart big enough to gather and hold people together. Damn, here was someone even scarier than Titty. Frederick the Great. Or rather, the Empress Mother. She was one of the few ship girls in Azalane that Liu Fa had actually married. There was nothing to be done about it. Rufus' tastes were set in stone. He liked mature women, the queenly type, the experienced kind. Occasionally, a unique personality would catch his fancy and make him break his own rules, like Jeanne Darkalter. She wasn't the traditional mature type at all, yet the moment he set eyes on her, he was utterly smitten. After falling for Jeanne Darkalter, Rufa did take a liking to Scat-Hack and Tomo Guzan as well. But at the end of the day, Jeanne Darkalter remained his absolute favorite. That's why, in Azalane, even Eugen wasn't his type. She was simply too petite, not nearly grand enough. To him, the so-called lowly or young girl characters were just cute, nothing more. He felt no attraction toward them whatsoever. Glasses-wearing girls were also a no-go for him. He kept his distance and had no interest in that particular trope. Maid outfits failed to pique his interest as well, perhaps because they seemed too pristine, too pure. He preferred something with a darker edge. If it were a pure black maid outfit, though, he might consider it appealing. Black stockings were the only thing he truly liked, fishnets, white stockings, red ones. Anything else was heresy in his eyes. He simply wasn't interested. There was something even more particular. He had a thing for gloves. If his favorite mature woman happened to wear gloves, like the Empress herself, Rufa would get genuinely excited, second only to his love for black stockings. "I'm here, child." Friedrich der Grosse unfurled her ship rigging, ready to fight, since it seemed the commander was facing an enemy. "Stop!" Rufa was startled by Friedrich der Grosse's action. If she started firing here, the consequences would be unimaginable. After all, Friedrich der Grosse's specs were nothing short of explosive. According to her stats, she boasted a standard displacement of 53,400 tons, a full load of 63,600 tons, and a staggering 165,000 horsepower as a humanoid battleship. But what did 165,000 horsepower even mean? 1 horsepower was the force needed to lift a 70 kilograms weight 1 meter per second. Friedrich der Grosse didn't understand the reason, but still followed the commander's orders and ceased her preparations to fire. If she had unleashed her barrage, this entire place would have been obliterated, reduced to nothing but ashes. Now that they were in reality, ship girls were truly terrifying. "What's the matter, child?" Even after marriage, Friedrich der Grosse still called him child, which Rufa found hard to get used to. It was fine in the game, but hearing it in real life just felt awkward. "Friedrich, could you call me commander? Or just call me Rufa, if you like." With a few casual shots, Rufa finished off the remaining ninjas and Kingpin's lackeys. Honestly, Friedrich der Grosse's sudden appearance had left him too distracted to focus on anything else. "As you wish, my child." Friedrich der Grosse agreed without hesitation, though she didn't quite understand why the commander would make such a request. Just then, a ninja clad in red appeared out of nowhere. He had been hiding in the shadows for a long time, and when he saw the silver-haired man lost in the embrace of a beautiful woman, he seized the chance to strike. A gasp escaped. Then he exploded. With a gentle flick of his hand, Frederick the Great struck the red-clad ninja. The blade shattered into fragments, and so did the man. He was blown apart in an instant. Lufa had originally planned to cut down Yoshikawa Shin, the high-ranking hand ninja who had appeared in the TV series, with a single strike. He hadn't expected Frederick the Great to be even faster than he imagined. In a flash, the entire room was swept up as if a tornado had torn through it. A gust scattered the powdery substances that must not be touched. Seeing this, Frederick the Great grabbed Lufa and crashed straight through the wall, carrying him out of the room. Throughout the whole process, Lufa could only be held tightly, unable to move at all, his strength utterly overpowered. "Who's there?" Lufa's eyes darted sharply to a shadowy corner. Frederick the Great followed his gaze. Thanks to his keen night vision, Lufa immediately spotted someone hiding in the darkness. It was Lady Gao, one of the hand's 5 fingers. She looked almost just like her TV series counterpart, but there was a subtle difference in the aura that no actor could truly convey. Their faces were nearly identical, yet the feeling she gave off was completely different. It was as if they were 2 entirely separate people. There was nothing more to say. While Lady Gao hesitated over whether to reveal herself, Lufa simply had Frederick the Great open fire in her direction. Even at the lowest setting, the firepower of a battleship's arsenal was undiminished in the slightest. After all, she was a battleship. Frederick the Great, as a battleship, was equipped mainly with her main guns, secondary guns, anti-aircraft cannons, and various devices. The main and secondary batteries boasted 3 types of shells: standard, armor-piercing, and high-explosive. High-explosive shells had a chance to ignite targets, dealing extra damage to lightly armored enemies but less to heavily armored ones. Armor-piercing shells dealt more damage to heavy armor, piercing through multiple targets, but did less to light armor due to overpenetration. But for a battleship, what exactly counted as light or heavy armor? Especially for a battleship the size of a person, there was hardly any distinction between light and heavy armor, so armor-piercing shells wouldn't be as ineffective as in the games. Main battery. The triple-mounted 406mm 6 Malawian Quachas T3 was one of the most powerful main guns for battleships in the game, boasting stats higher than most gold-tier main guns, excluding research equipment. It was the top choice for non-barrage ships. Honestly, because it was a purple-tier weapon, it was easier to obtain. Secondary battery. Early on, Lufa used the gold high angle because it increased firepower. But in later stages, where suicide boats became common, a fast-firing secondary gun was needed to intercept them. Hence the use of the twin-mounted 120mm main gun T3. Anti-aircraft gun. The twin-mounted 113mm anti-aircraft gun T3. Equipment. The Emperor's mother was equipped by Lufa with a Type T0 armor-piercing shell, which not only boosted her firepower, but also improved her accuracy and greatly increased her critical hit damage. Following Lufa's instructions, Friedrich der Grosse used the lowest firepower anti-aircraft gun she had, but that was still a 113mm caliber anti-aircraft cannon. The moment the guns fired, an earth-shaking roar thundered out, almost deafening Lufa. He had forgotten. This wasn't a game anymore. This was the real world, with a ship girl brought to life. The guns might look smaller, but the shells packed the same terrifying punch. What did that mean in practice? Lady Gao was obliterated in an instant, reduced to scraps of flesh scattered in a heap of twisted metal. And it wasn't just Lady Gao who was gone. The entire poison factory was wiped out, as if the whole area had been scoured clean by a barrage. Only by crushing her utterly could they prevent the Han Society from reviving Lady Gao. And honestly, if Black Sky could still bring her back after this, Lufa would be out of options. He'd just have to take her down again. Friedrich, you've used up some ammunition. What do you resupply? Lufa belatedly asked. As long as there's physical ammunition that matches the required specifications, I can reload. Friedrich answered, gently wrapping her arms around Lufa. So that's how it worked. It felt a little different from before. Lufa pondered this. Without a doubt, this was an ultra-rare pull. He'd drawn the ship girl he wanted most in one shot. It was a pity the Emperor had arrived too late. If she'd been there during the Black Knight fight, she could have finished him off in an instant. Then he could have turned the Black Knight into a magic artifact. Friedrich, let me introduce you to a few people. They're similar to ship girls, but they're my subordinates from other worlds. Lufa Said to Friedrich der Grosse. Oh. Friedrich's response was calm and measured. She'd understood what was happening from the moment she was summoned, though it wasn't quite the same as it was in Kankali B. As for Lufa, her commander, Friedrich knew him well. He wasn't particularly interested in most ship girls. The ones he cared about most were herself and Tirpitz, maybe a few others. He'd only married a handful, which had left many of the other ship girls disappointed and saddened. Subordinates from other worlds. So he'd been visiting other worlds even during his downtime? A new recruit again? Riven, who had been quite happy to see Lufa return, wasn't so pleased when she caught sight of Friedrich der Grosse sticking close by his side, almost within arm's reach. That's right. This is Friedrich. She's even stronger than TT. Lufa quickly took Riven's hand, seeing the shift in her mood. If he'd still had zero experience in romance, he might not have even realized what was going on. Now, since Riven and Tifa had both been intimate with him, Lufa found himself growing increasingly attentive to them. This attention was subtle and gradual, almost imperceptible. But sometimes when he drifted off in thought, he would unconsciously fix his gaze on them. When he realized this, he only felt a deep sense of peace and happiness. Hello. The Emperor Frederick treated the commander and the ship girls like children in her care, but when it came to those from other worlds, she was always exceedingly polite. Hello, Frederick. My name is Riven. Feeling the warmth of their fingers interlaced, Riven immediately smiled and introduced herself. Tifa, on the other hand, felt a bit awkward. She didn't express herself as openly as Riven, but Lufa believed that if he did something for one, he ought to do it for the other as well. Otherwise, he feared it might leave someone feeling left out. Both their hands tightly entwined, Emperor Frederick looked on in slight surprise at the scene, as if noticing a change in Lufa. Or perhaps, she wondered, were all commanders from other worlds like this? Scotty emerged from her room, clutching the custom orca pillow Lufa had made for her. But as she glanced at the scene before her, she suddenly found the orca pillow in her arms had lost its comfort. When Lufa mentioned that the Emperor Frederick was even stronger than Scotty, both Tifa and Riven were quite taken aback, and Riven, in particular, felt a pang of disappointment. Tifa was better off. She had her Green Lantern ring. Becoming a Green Lantern had greatly increased her strength, though she did feel a little green about it. At first, Lufa had advised Tifa to use the Green Lantern ring only in dire emergencies, since all she had was the ring. She didn't have a lantern to recharge it, and there was no Green Lantern Corps in this universe to provide power. But after the incident with the Black Knight, when Tifa used the ring in a crisis, Lufa discovered the next day that the energy she'd expended had somehow fully recharged on its own. Could it be that, since the emotional spectrum energy of the Marvel Universe has never been tapped, it's become some kind of wireless charging system? Lufa considered there might be two explanations. One was as he'd guessed. With no one in this universe drawing on the emotional spectrum, the energy was simply available, automatically recharging like a wireless device. The other possibility was a little convenience from the system itself. A Green Lantern ring that didn't require a lantern or recharging, its energy automatically restored each day. Both possibilities seemed plausible. If it was the first, then perhaps Tifa might even have the potential to become a White Lantern, or the very first lantern of her kind. That prospect, he thought, was a bit far-fetched. But if it was the second, then there was nothing to worry about. Tifa could use her Green Lantern powers freely, without ever having to worry about recharging. As for Riven, at the moment Lufa couldn't think of a way to make her stronger. Perhaps he could just give her an infinity edge, something that would let Riven grow more powerful. In just a short time, the Emperor Frederick had already grasped the personalities of the three girls. So, when Lufa mentioned that Scotty might actually be able to arm wrestle with her, she wasn't all that surprised. After all, she wasn't some invincible powerhouse from her own world. There are plenty of battleships among the ship girls, after all. When Riven and Tifa heard Lufa say this, they realized that it was probably impossible for the Kaiser Friedrich to have any kind of relationship with him. There was just no way around it. Lufa was simply too weak. Of course, they probably didn't know that ship girls could be both gentle and tough. Otherwise, just one hug and bam, you'd be smashed against the alloy deck. There's a world of difference between their normal mode and when they're fully armed. So if you really wanted to, you could still have some fun with the Kaiser. After introducing Friedrich the Great to Scotty and the others, Lufa turned his attention to checking out the loot dropped by those people from the Han Association. Unfortunately, Lufa had grown much stronger by now. Most of the items from those games were barely of any use to him anymore. Maybe they would have helped when he was weaker, but at this point, they were hardly worth mentioning. At the very least, if you threw Lufa into a bare-knuckle brawl with the Hulk, he wouldn't be the least bit afraid. He might even be able to knock the big green guy out with a single round of heavy punches, just like Thanos did. Sharingan? Why is this thing here? Lufa looked at the single Tomo Sharingan. It wasn't something he'd have to transplant. If he chose it, he'd simply gain the bloodline of the Uchiha clan and become a ninja with a one Tomo Sharingan. He thought it over and figured that a demon plus a Sharingan didn't sound half bad. A devil fruit, Paramecia type, bomb fruit? Lufa hadn't expected to see two items from the Big 3 series. Maybe they dropped from one of his crossover fighting games, or perhaps from standalone One Piece game, or maybe one of those random flash games online. The bomb fruit, if memory served, that belonged to one of Crocodile's underlings, the gross guy who used his boogers as bombs. Any part of his body could explode, even his flicked boogers were no exception, and even blowing air out of his mouth could generate an explosion. It would probably be quite powerful after awakening, but before that, the ability was rather underwhelming. The body parts you could easily sacrifice tended to be things like fingernails, hair, or dead skin. You wouldn't really go as far as slicing off a pound of your own flesh just to use as an explosive, right? That'd be way too extreme. Forget it. Maybe I'll give it to an American soldier and turn him into a superhuman. After all, once the fruit is awakened, it could turn anything nearby into a bomb. At that point, he'd be like Killer Queen from JoJo's Bizarre Adventure. Lufa set the devil fruit aside and made a point to tell Scotty and the others not to eat it. Next up, there weren't any Zanpakuto from Bleach. Well, that made sense. There's no way all the Big 3 would show up at once. A Kamen Rider Gale survival card? I don't even have a Knight's deck box. Lufa looked at the Gale survival card in his hand. He'd actually pulled a trump card. But the mirror world was far too dangerous. Lufa had no interest in going in there, just to be torn apart. Let's wait until we get the card holder. Who knows what the survival forms of the other Mirror Knights are like. But the mirror world is actually quite useful for eliminating and sealing threats. Lufa mused to himself. Without a Kamen Rider to lead the way, anyone dragged into the mirror world would be slowly disintegrated, unless they were beings as powerful as the Black God, White God, or perhaps Oma. For most others, it would simply be a waiting game for death. After reviewing everything, Lufa shook his head. When would he finally get his hands on the Rebel Greatsword and the Spartan Blade? He longed for a shortcut that would let him become a true demon instantly. Commander, what's on your mind? Frederick the Great noticed Lufa's troubled expression and tried to comfort him. For Lufa, who was rather picky about wealth and status, this gesture immediately dispelled his worries. As for Frederick the Great's need for more ammunition, Lufa had already arranged for someone to buy the production line and equipment needed to manufacture shells suitable for Frederick. After all, this concerned his own wife. There was no room for carelessness. On another note, Lufa had also caught wind of what happened yesterday at Times Square in New York. So Captain America is back. That means the next step must be Thor's hammer descending to Earth, right? Lufa pondered the possibilities. More importantly, Tony Stark had discovered that turning into Ghost Rider didn't actually make him lose control. Of course, Lufa had always known this. He'd exaggerated to Tony Stark and Nick Fury, making things sound much more dire than they actually were. The same held true for the future S.H.I.E.L.D. agent, Robbie Reyes, who became Ghost Rider. Even after receiving the power of Hellfire from Johnny Blaze, he didn't lose his mind. He was able to master himself quite well. Not to mention, Tony Stark only had a tiny spark of Hellfire. If he hadn't consumed a few evil souls, that flicker would barely be enough for a single transformation. But now, things were different. Tony Stark had effectively recharged his cheat code. Even if he realized he could control himself and avoided consuming more evil souls, so as not to empower the demon lord. His situation had changed. Still, hellfire was inherently designed to devour souls. It was a built-in trait of every ghostwriter. Then, there was Tony Stark's accidental discovery. Hellfire could enhance his Iron Man suit. With this upgrade, the suit's performance soared beyond measure, and it no longer needed conventional ammunition. Hellfire itself was the most potent ammo imaginable. A single repulsor blast could punch clean through a tank, and the lingering flames would melt what remained. Missiles loaded into the suit became exponentially more powerful. For example, an ordinary anti-tank missile now packed enough punch to obliterate an entire street. It seemed that the new element reactor was incompatible with the Hellfire. Not only did it fail to enhance his suit, but it even caused some problems, forcing Tony Stark to remove the new element reactor. Though, truth be told, he didn't need it anymore. The power source shifted from burning new elements to burning his very soul. With this engine, the Iron Man suit's horsepower soared. Now, with a single punch, Tony could send the Hulk flying without breaking a sweat. Tony Stark was, on the whole, quite satisfied. The only thing he wasn't happy about was that he couldn't wear a helmet. No matter what he tried, the Hellfire would burn away anything covering his head, leaving only the exposed skull. He had no choice but to reveal his Ghost Rider visage. This left Tony Stark rather helpless. He'd hoped the Iron Man suit could help conceal his Ghost Rider identity, especially since that bald man in black had warned him. The Demon Lord might come knocking one day. But in the end, Tony's flamboyant nature got the better of him. He held out for only a few days before heading out again to serve justice. You see, people like him won't learn their lesson until they've paid a truly painful price. New York, the dark underbelly of the city. Kingpin sat in the shadows, his face clouded with gloom. Madame Gao was dead. All the Hand's ninjas were dead. His men were dead, too. For Fisk, who had just established himself as the emperor of New York's criminal underworld, this was a blow to his authority. Worse still, his people had found a huge pile of shell casings at the scene. The entire drug factory looked as if it had been hit by a battleship's broadside from the coast, completely obliterated. The problem was, this was New York, Hell's Kitchen, no less. Where could a battleship possibly strike with that kind of precision? The drug lab wasn't that big. It surely didn't warrant a full naval bombardment, did it? Have we attracted the attention of the military? Asked Wesley, Fisk's right-hand man, childhood friend, and most trusted confidant, his brow furrowed with worry. Calm down, Wesley. This is Hell's Kitchen. The cops, the DA, the courts, they're all mine. And I pay my taxes by the book. I'm not like some people. I haven't cheated the government out of a single penny, Fisk replied coolly. Madame Gao's death had made him suspect the military, too. But why would they bother? He was just a kingpin in New York's underworld. What possible interest could the military have in him? The first time the drug factory had been hit, he'd let it slide. But the second time, when they rolled out the heavy artillery, was this a warning? Or was someone trying to muscle in on his territory, refusing to let him monopolize New York's powder trade? The business was lucrative, and Fisk needed enormous amounts of capital. This operation was the main source. 80% of his funds, in fact, came from here. This is a warning, Wesley. Someone wants a piece of New York's business. Fisk took a moment to think. From his perspective, given his status, if someone targets him but leaves the rest of his businesses and criminal operations untouched, what else could it be but a warning? You couldn't really blame Fisk for this line of thought. The real issue was a lack of information. No matter how hard he racked his brains, Fisk would never guess that Lufa's true target was the Hand. His own men merely gave Lufa more chances to draw attention. It's a pity they don't realize there are people from the Hand involved in all of this. A sly grin crept across Fisk's face. He had it all figured out. Since the other side dared to make a move against him, to issue a warning, they must be confident, certain they could suppress any means of resistance he had. So, Fisk decided it was better to hand things over to the Hand. He was sure that if one of their 5 fingers was killed, they would be furious. This wasn't just some low-ranking ninja being killed, something that could be tolerated or negotiated over. This was one of the fingers being cut off entirely. And so, Fisk chose to inform the Hand, using the connections left behind by Madame Gao. Originally, it might have taken some time for the Hand to learn about this, since the 5 members were scattered across the globe and rarely communicated unless absolutely necessary. But once they heard the news from Fisk, the Hand slipped into a state of tension unlike anything they'd felt in centuries. Fisk had no idea what Madame Gao's death truly meant, but they understood all too well. Ever since the 5 of them had defected from Kunlun, no one had ever died. They were like Marvel's League of Assassins, equipped with a resurrection tool much like Ra's al Ghul's Lazarus Pit. The 2 organizations were remarkably similar, both filled with immortal ninja assassins. The only real difference was that the hand had more leaders. Death is a universal fear, and for those who had lived for centuries, clinging to life unnaturally, it was even more terrifying. The fact that Madame Gao had been utterly destroyed, with no hope of coming back, shook the remaining fingers to their core. It was precisely because they feared death and coveted life that they had once sought out the forbidden art of immortality, hidden in Kunlun, stealing its secrets and fleeing together. Now, they were being told that one of their own, once believed immortal, had fallen for good. It was a silent warning. The next could be any one of them. Who did this? Murakami, the representative from Japan, asked coldly. The so-called kingpin of New York, who once worked with Madame Gao, says it was someone trying to muscle in on his territory. The scene looked as if it had been swept by naval gunfire. Neither Madame Gao nor her ninjas made it out alive, Alexandra answered, her face dark and grim. Naval gunfire? They fell in a deep thought. After a while, one of the four leaders, Suwangda, a warlord entrenched in Africa, spoke up. That's all. You don't know any more details? Alexandra shook her head. The word from the gangs is that the other side might have military connections. That's the only way they could get artillery to thunder in Hell's Kitchen and pull off something so clean. Before it happened, no one saw any sign of cannons or heavy weapons being transported there. No wonder that gang boss suspected someone with a military background was involved. Even Alexandra and the others, after hearing this, couldn't help but wonder if the American military was eyeing the powder business and planning to support a frontman to rake in profits. It's not so odd. After all, that's how things have always worked in America. Either way, we can't let any possibility slip by. I can arrange a team right now. Let's go round up anyone in the military who might be involved and ask a few questions. Botu, a bearded leader of the hand, spoke in a low, grave voice. If it really is the military trying to support a puppet for their own gain, then as for Madame Gao, what rotten luck. All four of them were thinking the same thing. Normally, no one could stand up to Madame Gao. Don't let her age fool you. She could channel her inner energy and send a car flying with a single slap. Just that display alone would be enough to wipe the floor with all the Mark V and earlier Iron Man suits. Of course, that's just talking about pure iron armor. If Tony Stark got beaten up, you could bet he'd come up with some new counter-armor on the spot. But the energy from Kunlun, according to the lore, works much like the ancient Chinese legends. It deals real damage and has armor-piercing effects. Unless Tony Stark manages to invent something that can completely block this energy, even in his Hulkbuster suit, he'd end up in a sorry state. But if the enemy is ruthless enough to threaten them by using artillery, even heavy weapons, right in the middle of the city, then even Madame Gao, no matter how strong, would be doomed. She'd be blown to bits, with not even a trace left behind. No matter what, we'll make that guy pay. Murakami snarled. If the hand just swallowed this insult, wouldn't that mean anyone could walk all over them in the future? No one else objected. They were ready to mobilize the full strength of the hand for revenge. No one could afford to underestimate them. Meanwhile, elsewhere, Lufa had tracked down Maya Hansen. As for this female doctor, Lufa wasn't interested. His life was already surrounded by beautiful women, with plenty of future wives yet to appear. He had no time for such ordinary distractions. He simply wanted to build up his own team of researchers, with neither his researcher wife nor any key technical staff joining him yet. Just having the big boss Stern and the now crippled Ivan Vanko was far from enough. That was why he had no choice but to bring in this botanist who had done research and development on the extremist virus. When Maya Hansen laid eyes on the extremist virus, she practically went mad with excitement. She couldn't figure out how the problems with extremists had been solved and ultimately attributed the solution to Lufa, that super genius who had created a new element. As for the nanobio suit, such a thing couldn't even begin to compare with a new element in the eyes of a true scientist. So Maya Hansen had no objections to joining Umbrella. In fact, she felt as though her entire life was meant for this company. Of course, that last statement was really just her own personal declaration. Lufa was far too clear-headed to take such words at face value. In truth, his arrangement for the extremist virus was purely to develop pharmaceuticals. As for super soldiers, Lufa already had the very best, the Hulk Special Forces. Was there anyone out there stronger than them? Maya Hansen wholeheartedly supported Lufa's aim to research drugs that could heal the body, even regenerate lost limbs, cure disabilities, or help with weight loss. And then, without another word to Lufa, she dove straight into her research. Lufa didn't mind Maya Hansen's attitude toward him. Science, after all, was inherently cold. Science was not meant to blend harmoniously into the world. It demanded clear distinctions between right and wrong. And once those lines were drawn, it could mean that someone's lifelong research was rendered meaningless. But what science really requires is data and experimentation, not mutual appreciation between collaborators or polite deference to subordinates. The true drivers of scientific progress are exactly those people who detach from sentiment, throw themselves obsessively into their fields. Otherwise, look at those so-called experts who spend their days talking about self-cultivation and diplomacy, always careful to avoid offending anyone and maintaining good relations with everyone. Sure, they get along with everybody, but aside from spouting endless motivational cliches, do they have any real scientific achievements to show for it? As for Emil, Gillen, and Michael, when they saw their boss returning with two more beautiful women holding doctorates, they exchanged knowing glances. They were well aware that their boss already spent his days surrounded by three stunning women, and now he'd found yet another beautiful doctor, one even sharing her name with the battleship Friedrich. With the addition of Dr. Zhao Hailuan, who had joined Umbrella earlier with the Cradle of Life technology, and now Maya Hansen the botanist, it really seemed like their boss was quite the ladies' man. Michaela, however, felt that her own charm had taken a hit. She could accept being outshined by those four beauties, Tifa, Scotty, Riven, and Frederica, who seemed too stunning to belong to the real world. But what did Zhao Helen and Maya Hansen have that she didn't? She was younger than them, her skin was better, and her figure was no less impressive. Maya Hansen even had a child, for heaven's sake. If Lufa had a thing for mature women, then Miss Scotty certainly didn't fit that description. Not that Michaela had fallen for Lufa at first sight. Although this boss didn't look like any Asian she had ever met, his features matched Western standards of attractiveness perfectly. He was tall and powerfully built, and his short silver hair suited him remarkably well. But, most importantly, Lufa was loaded. He was a capitalist giant surpassing even Tony Stark and Stark Industries. From what Michaela had overheard from Emil Jelen, Lufa had even backed several district council members and political hopefuls running for Congress. Rumor had it, Lufa planned to put up $1 billion to help a politician become Secretary of State. Secretary of State, the chief administrator of a U.S. State Department, handling all foreign relations, a post equivalent to a prime minister. In some countries, now that was real power. After all, there were plenty of politicians, but only one Secretary of State in the whole nation. Michaela wanted to cut a few decades off her struggle for success, but as things stood, Lufa didn't seem interested in her at all. Someone left a bloody handprint on the windows of our company's building. The moment Lufa heard this, he knew exactly who was behind it. The hand. The security cameras caught someone dressed as a ninja doing it, Red A reported calmly to Lufa. Being from the same homeland, Red A could easily tell whether the person was a real ninja or just pretending. It's probably because of Madame Gao's death, Lufa mused. Madame Gao was one of those elite bosses. It was strange enough that she didn't drop a character when defeated. Lufa still wasn't sure whether her Sharingan or her explosive fruit ability was supposed to be her loot, or if maybe one of the ninjas was supposed to drop it instead. But as for the hand, since he couldn't find them, it was a good thing they were coming to him. Of course, Lufa could just ask Hydra for intel on the hand, but he played this assassin role a bit too convincingly. He'd already lowered his standing by asking Alexander Pierce for information on vampires. So this time, Lufa wanted to see if he could track down the hand on his own. If only I had a few people who really knew how to set up an intelligence network. Actually, can't I just recruit some agents myself? Lufa realized that intelligence was crucial, but he didn't have the army of agents that Hydra or S.H.I.E.L.D. did, nor the convenience of an AI like Jarvis. However, Rufus had the ability to make agents work for him. It was just a matter of choosing which ones to use. Umbrella Corporation soon launched a new line of products. At Shungsan Buke, thanks to their Cradle of Life technology, there was no pressing need to develop similar drugs at the moment, even though they were quite adept at handling the despair virus. But as the saying goes, rarity increases value, and nothing is more lucrative than a monopoly. The Cradle of Life technology certainly looked impressive and sophisticated, making it easy to extract money from the wealthy without hesitation. Many retired soldiers were even taking out loans to apply for the Cradle of Life procedure, hoping to restore lost limbs and recover from disabilities. Rufus didn't feel any sympathy for them. After all, these people had gone to foreign lands proclaiming justice, only to be injured and forced into retirement. In any case, American soldiers were the last group to deserve pity. Besides, Rufus was not exactly overflowing with compassion. After all these explanations, the truth was that Umbrella's new products were nothing more than weight loss pills, miracle cold and flu remedies, and various health supplements. You could say Rufus had his hand in all the most profitable medications. As for whether he might offend the giants of the American pharmaceutical industry, after all, he was stepping in to snatch their livelihood. Here, one must admit Rufus's remarkable foresight. He simply visited Gideon Malik and Alexander Pierce, the supreme leaders of Hydra in the Western world, in his guise as an assassin, and casually offered a few suggestions about the Insight Project. He also handed over a share of the profits, making it perfectly natural for Umbrella to begin direct sales of their drugs. There was no need for a massive market rollout. With sufficient clinical data in hand, the products were swiftly incorporated into America's health insurance system. The regulatory authorities approved the drugs without delay. Once included in the national insurance program, the next step was to export them abroad and take the world by storm. Naturally, Gideon Malik had reviewed Umbrella's clinical trials before throwing his support behind the company. He might be the patriarch of Hydra's oldest family, but when it came to money, there was never such a thing as enough, nor would he ever complain about having too much, especially when he needed to expand his own organization. For the 1% share of the profits presented by the assassin, along with the knowledge that the assassin could have managed all this alone if he'd wanted, but was simply choosing not to stir up too much trouble, Gideon Malik was perfectly happy to go along with the plan. As for Alexander Pierce, he didn't get a single cent in profit sharing. The assassin merely offered some pointed advice about the Insight Project, for instance, that a certain algorithm devised by Dr. Zola might have a few shortcomings, which Pierce agreed to address with a polite smile. Information and intelligence truly are the ultimate sources of power. Of course, Rue Fa was well aware that if it weren't for the unfathomable power he displayed, simply knowing this information would have been enough for Alexander Pierce to grind his bones to dust. Alexander Pierce's greatest fear was that the Insight Project might be discovered by the other Hydra leaders. After all, internal strife within Hydra was as common as breathing. Why did the Red Skull ultimately fail? How could a frail scientist, with the help of a handful of soldiers and agents, manage to slip through Hydra's grasp and Hitler's pursuit right in the heart of Germany? If it were possible, and if someone had arranged for that second super soldier to shout, "Hail Hydra!" right as he fought the Red Skull, the look on Red Skull's face would have been truly priceless. What's more, the thought had crossed Alexander Pierce's mind. The Insight Project could just as easily wipe out the other Hydra leaders in one fell swoop. In short, assassins posed a very real threat to Alexander Pierce. They had him right where it hurt. Rue Fa, however, seemed indifferent to the Insight Project. In response to Pierce's suspicions, he offered his reasoning. We all hide in the unseen corners of the world. There's no record of us anywhere. No matter how powerful Zola's algorithm is, it simply can't predict us. So, the Insight Project has no impact on us. In fact, a Hydra-ruled world aligns perfectly with our interests. That statement alone dispelled any murderous intent Pierce had harbored. First, the assassin's mysterious nature, especially the overwhelming force they demonstrated when they first appeared, had left a deep impression. Any one of them could dispatch the Winter Soldier without breaking a sweat. He absolutely did not want to wake up one morning to find an assassin sitting at the edge of his bed, turning a dagger in his hand and saying, "Why so serious?" Wait, that's the wrong line. It should be, "I'm going to destroy Gotham." Only then can the world be cleansed. Yes, Alexander Pierce had read some DC comics in his day. When the assassin made his first appearance, Pierce couldn't help but think of Ra's al Ghul, the demon's head. Second, if these people truly didn't care about the Insight Project, Pierce saw no reason not to cooperate. After all, his Insight Project was still far from completion. The World Security Council kept dragging its feet. This was probably the Council's one moment of genuine prominence. Therefore, Pierce realized he needed the assassin's help if he wanted the Insight Project to succeed. As for Umbrella's products, they didn't need any advertising at all. The company's brand alone drew countless people eager to give them a try. And then they simply sold like crazy. These medications, although containing only trace amounts of the Desolation virus, were carefully crafted by Lufa. After all, he had no intention of turning the world into a playground for ultimate beings. Besides, if the effect worked in just one dose, there would be no reason for customers to return. So, Lufa designed his drugs to act fast and deliver impressive results. However, to maintain those results, users had no choice but to keep taking them long-term. America is a country plagued by severe obesity, and it's also notorious for rampant drug overuse. In fact, over 70% of Americans take some form of health supplement, by which we mean things like vitamins and dietary additives. Brands like Centrum, Nature Made, Nutrilite. In America, many households regularly take dietary supplements, especially in cities like New York. For most middle-class families, popping a handful of chewable tablets every morning is just part of the routine. Across the nation, Americans consume over 30 billion dietary supplements each year, with a coverage rate as high as 80%. And the production cost of these supplements is just 10 to 15% of their retail price. Do you understand what that means? It means that, After accounting for other expenses, the profit margin can reach 400%. Our products are the best, so they should also be the most expensive. Lufa set the prices for Umbrella's medications 50% higher than any competing products on the market. And yet, because the effects were so remarkable, a flood of customers tried them once and immediately abandoned their old brands without a second thought. To them, it was worth every penny. Could any other company dare charge so much and still deliver results like Umbrella? With just one day of using Umbrella's products, people began to see noticeable changes, especially those weighing 300 or 400 pounds. For them, the results were dramatic. With daily use, they could watch the scale drop by 10 pounds a day. The transformation was visible to the naked eye. Thus, Umbrella's products became a new trend. Whether it was the revolutionary Lufa elements, the nanobio suits, or now, these medications, Umbrella had firmly established its absolute dominance. There simply wasn't any real competition in the field. Perhaps only Tony Stark's Iron Man suit could provide a rival technology, but Stark refused to sell his suits to the American military. A rainy night, Red A stood on the rooftop of Umbrella's headquarters, clad in a waterproof, skin-tight uniform, gazing down at the world below. Although Lufa hadn't given him any specific orders, Red A took it upon himself to keep a respectful distance from his master. He even handled the dirty and exhausting work that needed to be done, all on his own initiative. One had to admit, compared to those heroic spirits obsessed with knightly virtues and heroism, Red A truly was an outstanding servant. Another notable figure is Kiritsugu Amiya, the assassin-class servant. Father and son working together on the dirtiest, most grueling tasks, never uttering a single complaint. Lufa had always felt that assassins embodied the very power he needed. That's why he fabricated the idea of an assassin organization. As for Red Archer, there's even less need to elaborate. Returning to the present, he saw a group of ninjas approaching beneath the Umbrella Corporation skyscraper. They cast ropes, securing them to key anchor points on the building, and began to scale the facade. These were ninjas from the Hand. Since Lufa had swaggered in with Frederick the Great to deal with Madame Gao and the Hand, and although Hell's Kitchen lacked surveillance cameras, this was the second time they'd pulled such a stunt. Kingpin wanted to know if trouble would come knocking again. Naturally, he discovered Lufa was behind it all. But the founder and ruler of the Umbrella Corporation was far from someone a small-time mob boss like Kingpin could afford to offend. Fortunately for him, the Hand feared neither heaven nor earth. Master, the Hand's ninjas have arrived. Red Archer had already been informed about the Hand by Lufa, and had been keeping a vigilant watch on the surroundings lately. Lufa, who was in the midst of uncovering Frederick the Great's secrets, didn't let his expression change when he heard the news. He simply rose, excused himself to the bevy of beauties around him, and said he had urgent business. The Hand's ninjas, he wondered if they might drop anything worthwhile. Still, Lufa harbored a certain wariness toward the Hand, and that was chiefly because of the black sky. Behind the Hand stood an entity known as the Beast. In the MCU, its portrayal might be unimpressive, but in the comics, it was a powerful demon capable of toying with Ghost Rider at will. The black sky was a weapon of the Hand empowered by the Beast, and its strength was formidable. Of course, it was only wariness. Lufa thought that, with any luck, the black sky might turn out to be a generous windfall. The Hand's revenge was straightforward. Although they were surprised to learn that the mastermind was actually the Umbrella Corporation, that didn't mean they'd give up on vengeance. Given that Umbrella possessed those nanobio suits, their security force was bound to be formidable. So, they dispatched the bulk of their available ninjas, including Tashiro Makoto, who was on par with Nobu Yoshioka. In their minds, this many ninjas should be enough to take down the Umbrella Corporation. How's the situation? Lufa appeared next to Red Archer, his envious demonic artifact morphing into a sealed, rainproof battlesuit. There are 120 ninjas in total, but all are within striking range. Master, would you prefer to handle this yourself, or shall I take care of it? Red Archer replied calmly. Damn this rainy weather. Let's just get this over with quickly, Lufa said to Red Archer. He really couldn't be bothered to do it himself. After all, as long as he stayed within 3 meters of Red A, he could pick up all the loot dropped by the monsters Red A killed. Understood. Red A drew his bow and began picking off targets as if he were calling roll. Given the strength of a heroic spirit, the Hand Association's ninjas didn't even stand a chance. A single shot from the Hound of Red Plains struck one ninja, prompting the others to immediately dart away at high speed, trying to evade the attack. But what they didn't realize was that the Hound of Red Plains was one of Red A's signature, homing noble phantasms. Once it caught a scent, as long as the archer remained alive, the arrow would relentlessly pursue its target, no matter how many times it was shot down. What's more, Red A was so extravagant now that he could manifest a whole pack of hounds of red plains all at once, so it didn't take long for the ninjas to realize that no matter how they dodged, those arrows would always find them. Giving up on evasive maneuvers, they simply charged straight at Red A. The Hand Association's ninja assassins had no fear of death. They would be resurrected by the dragon bone unless their bodies were completely destroyed, so they felt no dread at all. Because of this, they fought ferociously, willing to trade their lives for even a single wound on their enemy. Even Hydra didn't want to mess with maniacs like the Hand Association. It just wasn't worth the trouble. But when faced with Red A, they quickly discovered that even with all their courage, they still couldn't get anywhere near the rooftop of the Umbrella Corporation's building. One man, with a bow, managed to suppress them all. Even Hawkeye couldn't have pulled this off. Only someone like Red A, who had slaughtered an entire Middle Eastern terrorist organization with bows and arrows in life and become a heroic spirit in death, could do it, and do it with ease. Meanwhile, Lufa would glance back from time to time, mainly to see if any characters had randomly dropped something. His demon powers in this regard were quite strong, and the Amadam Soul Gem also seemed to be influenced by Lufa's needs. Except for Scotty, whom he still couldn't handle. Even Frederick the Great had been defeated after a 3 million-word-long confrontation. Lufa had plenty of wives. Just counting Chaldea and Azalane, there were already a ton. If he wasn't strong, he really couldn't handle it. But before he saw any character drops, an enemy unit appeared instead. A green meteor plummeted from the sky, aiming directly for Red A and Lufa. What the heck is that? Lufa drew the Emma blade. No matter what it was, there was no way he'd let it crash into the Umbrella Corporation. If it hit, the entire building would be leveled. After all, it was a meteor. Falling from over 500 meters up, the meteor plummeted at a terrifying speed, even breaking the sound barrier. Lufa leapt up and slashed at the meteor with his blade. The enormous impact counteracted the Enma blade's indestructible nature, knocking Lufa straight out of the sky. Still, his strike managed to shatter the meteor in midair. Yet, as he looked at the green flames burning along the Enma blade, Lufa's face turned grim. Is that fell energy? As the meteor crashed into the ground with a thunderous tremor, an enormous, terrifying figure, one even more massive than the Hulk, slowly crawled out of the impact crater. Though its form barely retained hints of human features, the rocky texture of its body and the roaring green fell flames engulfing it made its identity unmistakable. This was the very meteor that had just fallen. Damn it all, it's an infernal. Lou Fa cursed aloud. In the game, an infernal might not be a big deal, but this was reality. Infernals are mindless giants, assembled by more powerful and cunning demons from matter and fell energy. As siege weapons of the Burning Legion, these brutish monsters typically break through enemy defenses with burning fists made of fell fire and stone. Summoned infernals plummet to the ground like blazing green meteors. Their sole purpose is to utterly annihilate all living things before them. Although their existence is short-lived, there are records of these mighty infernals destroying entire cities before their energy ran out and they returned to the twisting nether. And we're not talking about just any city. These are the cities of Azeroth's superhumans, where the average citizen is far stronger than any earthling. Good thing I have Frederick the Great. Lou Fa sheathed his Emma blade. Infernals are immune to magic and resistant to spells, but their physical defenses aren't nearly as impressive. And right now, he had a humanoid battleship at his disposal. Commander, at Lou Fa's summons, Frederick the Great ascended to the rooftop. The first thing she saw was Lou Fa transformed into his demonic form, trading heavy blows with a colossal, burning stone figure, though now his entire body had turned a vivid shade of green. Fell energy invasion. When fell energy reaches a certain threshold within a being, it can, in theory, transform any creature, especially those of flesh and blood, into a demon. The Drenii of Argus, for example, had become true demons, and those who wield fell energy, like warlocks and demon hunters, could temporarily take on demonic forms. Lou Fa had been wary of fell corruption, wondering if it would turn him into a demon. Yet to his surprise, he felt no discomfort at all. Instead, he found he could actually control the fell. Although he was already half-demon, Lou Fa still preferred to keep his human form. After all, he didn't want to lose his humanity and end up with hooves, horns, and scales. But it seemed that while the fell did try to corrupt him, Lou Fa managed to rein it in almost immediately. The power of fell and arcane magic are like two rivers that never meet. Could it be that, as a demon of a different kind, I'm immune for some special reason? After all, Lou Fa wasn't a demon native to the world of Warcraft. He was something entirely different. It's just that the Legion has already burned countless worlds, Gods and other demons must have seen all sorts of infinite scenarios by now, unless there's something unique about the demons of the Devil May Cry world. Lufa pondered this, but he had no intention of using fel energy. For one, fel was just too green. For another, he felt a lingering wariness toward that kind of power. Fel energy, aside from being violently opposed by the light, could corrode and pollute everything else it touched. Yet, unbeknownst to Lufa, the Yamatatum Soul Stone he carried began to react to the fel. It quietly absorbed vast amounts of fel energy, and then unlocked a new form. Super Mage, fel form. If it were Kuga, perhaps it would be called the fel Kuga form. So, when Lufa was slamming the Infernal into the ground, trying every trick but still unable to finish it off, he suddenly realized the fel flames engulfing him had vanished. In their place, new green components appeared across his body, subtle, gleaming spikes sprouting for his elbows and arms. Frederica, I've knocked it far enough. Hit that thing with everything you've got. There was no time to puzzle over what had just happened. The Infernal still needed to be dealt with. Understood. Empress Frederica didn't bother questioning why Lufa had transformed. She unleashed her full arsenal at once. A barrage even more terrifying than the Iron Troopers' apocalypse, a storm of ordnance raining down on the Infernal's position. The Infernal, completely immune to magic, was shattered instantly, though it quickly began to reassemble itself. Earlier, when Lufa had transformed into his Super Mage form, he'd utterly overpowered the Infernal, yet he couldn't kill it, no matter how hard he struck. Frederica hardly cared. Wave after wave of shells crashed down, pinning the Infernal beneath relentless fire, giving it no chance to rise or retaliate. Now at last, Lufa had a moment to study the new parts on his body. This is the Yamatatum Soul Stone. He could sense the changes within. Astonishingly, the fel had come under his control. Before, even when channeling it, Lufa never felt truly safe. Now with the Soul Stone harnessing the fel, he didn't know why, but he felt entirely secure. After all, this artifact could replicate and master virtually any power or skill. In theory, there was nothing the Yamatatum Soul Stone couldn't absorb or command. As for masterless fel energy, that was even easier. If it had an owner, Lufa might have had cause for concern. Oh well, let's just call this a new, unstoppable ability. Fel corruption was nothing to scoff at. Who knows? Maybe one day, even Thanos could be turned into a green-skinned version of himself. Lufa hesitated for a moment, unsure whether he should refine the Hellfire into a magical artifact. Did this thing even have a soul? It seemed to be nothing more than a war puppet. After all, he'd never played World of Warcraft. Lufa played Warcraft 3. But Lufa quickly abandoned the idea, because the Hellfire suddenly collapsed. Apparently, its time was up, it crumbled into a pile of stones, and the fel energy faded away. After some thought, Lufa instructed the Hulk squad to take care of the remains. These stones shouldn't fall into S.H.I.E.L.D.'s hands, better to destroy them completely. Yet, with the Hellfire and all that artillery, Nick Fury called again. What is it this time? Nick Fury's voice was urgent. He'd heard rumors of heavy firepower in Los Angeles. Correction, cannon fire. And his first thought was that Lufa's team was behind it. It's nothing, just a city-level disaster. It's already been handled, Lufa replied calmly. What? Nick Fury's single eye widened in shock. A city-level disaster? What do you mean by that? In our organization, we classify disasters by the level of destruction and threat, such as dimensional invasions or alien attacks. This time it was a crisis that could have wiped out all of Los Angeles. But I've already taken care of it, Lufa explained, sounding unusually cooperative as he spun the story for Nick Fury. He was deliberately building a sense of pressure and urgency for the bald director. The whole city of Los Angeles could have been destroyed. Nick Fury could hardly believe his ears. Incidents like this might become more frequent. After all, the convergence of the 9 realms is approaching. You'll get used to it, Lufa said. The convergence of the 9 realms? Nick Fury wanted to press for more details, but Lufa hung up before he could ask. This left Fury thoroughly frustrated, but there was nothing he could do. His expression darkened. Lufa's habit of hanging up on him wasn't just embarrassing. It made Fury feel truly threatened. That guy, no matter what happened, Lufa would always shut Fury up with lines like, "You're not part of our organization, so I can't tell you," or, "Just let S.H.I.E.L.D. handle the ordinary people. We've managed for thousands of years without a mistake. And your little organization hasn't even been around 100 years, yet you dare question us." He pulled open a drawer, revealing a file labeled Avengers Initiative. Inside were profiles. Captain America, Steve Rogers, Ghost Rider, Tony Stark, Hawkeye, Clint Barton, and Black Widow. Ever since his encounters with Lufa's group, unexpected incidents and accidents had grown more frequent, and Nick Fury was keenly aware of the increasing threat. Determined, he set out to push the Avengers initiative through with everything he had. And then, the World Security Council summoned him for questioning. Nick Fury was at a loss, but when it came to fooling the World Security Council, he faced no real obstacles. At this point, in the eyes of the Council, the mysterious organization was closely tied to Nick Fury. He always seemed to know a great deal, but kept them in the dark. Especially this time, after a disaster that could have wiped out all of Los Angeles. Nick Fury shamelessly claimed it was his timely intervention that saved the city from ruin, and then took the opportunity to ask for more funding. The Hand learned of the outcome afterward. Their entire force of ninjas had been annihilated, but they managed to obtain a precious recording. In the footage, a colossal stone monster, wreathed in blazing green flames, was locked in fierce combat with another creature. Just watching the stone monster alone was enough to fill the Hand with a sense of hopelessness, let alone the other fiendish being that relentlessly dominated the fight. Even Black Sky would stand no chance against such an opponent. What do we do? Should we still seek revenge? It was obvious Bot wanted to give up, though he couldn't be the first to admit it. It's not worth it. We shouldn't waste Black Sky for the sake of Madame Gao. The others quickly chimed in as well. If Madame Gao ever found out, who knew if she'd return as the Ghost Rider to take vengeance on them? Let's leave it at that. Alexandra brought the discussion to a close. If it had been the Beast, maybe things would be different, but as for Black Sky, Lufa truly paid him no mind. And if the Beast did show up, that was a joke. So long as the Ancient One was around, the Beast could never come. Anyway, Lufa figured that by the time the Ancient One retired, he might have already left Earth with his wives to find a new home among the stars. Even if the Beast came knocking then, maybe he'd finally be able to put up a fight. But this time, what dropped was something that genuinely thrilled Lufa. It was Dimension Slash, Virgil's signature skill, or more precisely, the unique technique for wielding Yamato. Damn, so skills are going to drop one by one? How long will it take for me to get double jump and all those martial arts finishers? Lufa joked, but beneath the banter, he was overjoyed to have received Dimension Slash. With Dimension Slash, he could cut through space itself, launching a strike that ignored distance and enveloped his target in a sphere, making it nearly impossible to evade. Virgil's Dimension Slash came in several variations, but the first time it appeared, it was all about spherical spatial slicing. The move unfolded in two stages. First, a visible expansion of space would extend from Virgil's blade toward the target, carving open a distinct rift between them. Then, at the far end of that rift, several flashes of blade light would erupt, slashing all enemies within the cut space. Each blade flash danced like a crescent moon, weaving through the air in a mesmerizing display. In Devil May Cry 5, the combat moveset has removed the spatial extension effect. Instead, the blade's flash now appears directly beside the target, making the attack much faster. Previously, Lufa had absolutely no way to wield the Yamato. The only true masters of the blade were Sparta and Virgil. When Dante uses the Yamato, his stance is merely an imitation of his brother's form, and he can only draw out a fraction of the sword's true power. In the official novel, after Dante destroys the Savior's Gem with the Yamato, he remarks, "Copying the technique feels pretty good." As for Nero, aside from swinging the Yamato or spinning it to deflect bullets, he never truly taps into its real power. More often, the Yamato simply serves as a catalyst to awaken Nero's own demonic strength. Therefore, without acquiring the Dimension Slash skill, it might take Lufa more than a decade to figure out how to actually use the Yamato. So that's how it is. Lufa gripped the Yamato, then settled into a classic Iato stance. Without drawing the blade, he simply let it pass through the scabbard, and with a single motion, he traced a blue-black line through the air. That line appeared out of nowhere on the distant clouds, slicing them into hundreds of pieces. Ignoring distance, ignoring defenses, I won't have to worry about most enemies from now on. Lufa was quite satisfied. Even if his foes had regeneration, it didn't matter. At the instant space was cut, the shattering force was enough to obliterate anything. What's more, anything destroyed in this way would be sucked into the spatial rift. Even someone like Deadpool would have to find a way to come back. The harder the monster, the better the loot. Ordinary monsters just drop things at random. If I think about it, it's actually more worthwhile to take down high-difficulty monsters. Lufa mused to himself. After all the games he's played, wouldn't it be reasonable to receive a heap of creation artifacts, Doomsday relics, Scion bloodlines, Kryptonian powers, and the like? Even with all those, Lufa still wouldn't feel safe, given that among hostile monsters there are beings like Doomsday and Broly. Even if he became a Sparta demon, a Scion, and a Kryptonian all at once, he'd still feel vulnerable. And let's not forget that Marvel itself is a high-level world, teeming with multiverse-level big shots, only slightly less overwhelming than DC. DC is constantly rebooting its universe, and Lufa doubted he could handle that. Lufa. Suddenly, Tifa's voice sounded right beside Lufa's ear. What is it? Lufa asked. The director of S.H.I.E.L.D. is here, Tifa replied. What's he doing here? Does he have that much free time? Lufa had no idea why Nick Fury would pay him a visit. For the mighty director of S.H.I.E.L.D. to be this free. Wasn't that just stealing a paycheck? I don't know. He insists on seeing you. Tifa knew that S.H.I.E.L.D. wasn't exactly a villainous organization. Well, if you took out 99% of its members, maybe there'd be no Hydra left among the handful who remained. At the very least, Lufa had told them that, for now, Nick Fury could be trusted. The reason she said for now was because Lufa couldn't quite figure out which comic book storyline this was, where Nick Fury was actually a Skrull imposter. In the comics, Fury had gone into space, and only then did the Skrulls take his place. But in reality, it was highly unlikely that a group of Skrulls would follow the original plot to the letter. After all, this was real life, not a comic, especially with all the massive changes caused by Lufa and the ripples of the butterfly effect. Iron Man had already become Ghost Rider Iron Man. At this point, what else could possibly follow the original storyline? Especially considering how terrifying the Skrulls' abilities were. That was why Lufa had arranged for all the guard dogs to be transformed into Hulk dogs as a precaution against Skrull infiltration. With the Hulk dog's ability to sniff out spies and instantly take down any human, not even the 6,000-plus superheroes of New York could match them, let alone the Skrulls. Still, Lufa had to worry about the possibility of a Super Skrull showing up. A Super Skrull could do more than flawlessly impersonate a target. They could even copy their abilities, which made them incredibly dangerous. One could only wonder why they hadn't bothered to impersonate Thanos. Given all this, it was no surprise that Lufa kept his distance from Nick Fury. But today, for reasons unknown, Nick Fury had actually taken the initiative to seek him out. Nick Fury sat in the conference room of Umbrella Corporation. It was clear the place had been cleaned until it sparkled. But as far as he knew, this conference room was almost never used. The company refused all visitors and any form of disturbance, shrouding itself in mystery. Naturally, this only fueled people's curiosity, especially the kind of Americans who just couldn't resist tempting fate. Many had tried to sneak inside, but with the Hulk dogs on guard, none ever succeeded. Instead, they ended up facing hefty fines. Lufa had already greased the palms of Los Angeles judges, district counselors, and more. To top it off, the LA chief of police, unlike Gwen's upright father in New York, was more than happy to serve the interests of the wealthy. What's the special occasion that brings you here today? Lufa strode in and took the seat at the head of the table, fixing his gaze on Nick Fury as he spoke. What exactly happened yesterday? Nick Fury produced a video recording. If the hand could get their hands on it, it was only natural that Fury could as well. Lufa glanced at the footage and immediately understood what was going on. Looks like he needed to urge the council members to pass the Privacy and Human Rights Protection Act soon, so they could finally get rid of all the surveillance cameras. Even if they can't remove all of them, they'll have to replace them with Umbrella Corporation's products. At least those are reliable. Whenever you need to turn a blind eye, you can count on them to do just that. Dimensional invasion. That monster is called Hellfire. Lufa thought for a moment and explained to Nick Fury. Hellfire? Nick Fury couldn't help but wonder, wasn't that Tony Stark in Ghost Rider? It's different. You could think of it like the difference between gold and an alloy. Lufa replied. So, this Hellfire is the cause of the disaster you mentioned, the one that could destroy all of Los Angeles? Nick Fury wasn't doubting Lufa's words, but somehow he just didn't sense that level of threat from what he'd heard. That's right. Don't underestimate it. It's practically immortal. Unless its core is destroyed, humanity would have to pay a steep price just to have a chance of eliminating it. Lufa nodded as he spoke. All right. Nick Fury didn't push the issue any further. What mattered more to him was the impending disaster itself. I'm here today because those above me, or rather, those at the very top, want to know. He finally voiced his purpose, and it wasn't really passing the buck to the Security Council. After all, that was exactly what they'd asked of him. Lufa seemed thoughtful. When it came to the Security Council, or Nick Fury wanted to know the truth, he was willing. Judging from the frequency of these recent invasions, it must be getting harder for you to keep things under wraps like you used to, right? Hiding everything, leaving no trace, must be nearly impossible now. Nick Fury looked Lufa square in the eye. There was no helping it. There was simply too much mounting evidence pointing in this direction. The turning point had been just before Lufa and his group arrived. Before that point in time, there might have been isolated incidents, but very few, certainly not on a scale that would overwhelm their mysterious organization's ability to conceal the truth. Otherwise, how could the authorities have gone so long without hearing even a whisper? But ever since that pivotal moment, official records of invasion incidents had started piling up at an alarming rate. The clues were all there, from the monster civilization's war machine, Golzon, invading Los Angeles, to the alien bioterror attack outside the city, and most recently, the citywide extinction crisis. One event after another, all connected. And when he recalled Lufa's offhand remark last night about the 9 realms merging, it all clicked. A mystery that had stumped the team investigating these secret organizations was suddenly solved. Enlightenment dawned on them all. So this was why, recently, dimensional and alien invasions had become so unnaturally frequent. The answer was as shocking as it was clear. The entire world's environment had changed for the worse. The truth hit them all with the force of a thunderclap. What does it truly mean for the 9 realms to become one? Nick Fury believed that the key lay within this very convergence of the 9 realms. Tell me, and tell us, Lao Fei. You must know how many people you could help by sharing this knowledge. And with that kind of preparation, there's so much more we could do, he urged. I know, in your eyes, S.H.I.E.L.D. has done many questionable things, and I'll admit that's true. But sometimes those things are simply necessary. Please, just tell us. Let's share the burden of protecting our world instead of leaving everything to you. Nick Fury's words flowed with conviction. After hearing Nick Fury's conjecture, Lao Fei maintained the calm facade of a gentle smile. But inwardly, he was deeply shaken. Good heavens, is that even a valid interpretation? He suddenly realized that, up until now, everything he'd revealed might have drawn too much attention. As for what Nick Fury said and the passion in his words, Lao Fei knew better. A level 10 agent wouldn't be so easily swayed by emotion. Displaying such vulnerability was only meant to make his argument more persuasive. Lao Fei, who understood Nick Fury's character, saw straight through the act. All right, there's no need to put on this show in front of me. I may be young, but I'm not easily moved, Lao Fei said to Nick Fury. Nick Fury's single eye met his gaze, searching for a reaction. Yet Lao Fei showed no hint of emotion. After all, with his power, he couldn't possibly be intimidated by a one-eyed, dark-skinned, hard-boiled agent. Compared to some of the things he'd faced, Fury's so-called presence was hardly worth mentioning. Even a single bioengineered ghost had more menace and gravitas than Nick Fury. At this, Nick Fury let his expression return to stoic calm. I understand you want to know more, Lao Fei said evenly. But the more you know, the greedier you'll become. The darker side of human nature on this land. I'm sure you're well aware of it. Then just tell me, Nick Fury replied, catching his meaning at once. Only you, and you'd never share it with anyone else? Lao Fei asked, his words layered with meaning. I won't tell anyone else. You know I won't, Nick Fury assured him. He thought it over. Even under SHIELD's compartmentalized protocols, he wouldn't share this with Alexander Pierce, not even though Pierce was his predecessor and former boss. Lao Fei fell silent, drumming his fingers thoughtfully on the table. Nick Fury waited, equally silent, knowing that Lao Fei was weighing his options. That was precisely what Fury wanted to see. For Lao Fei's hesitation meant he was no longer certain, which spoke volumes about the gravity of the situation. If Lao Fei still had everything fully under control, he wouldn't waver. The very fact that he hesitated was a warning sign. Could it be that even mysterious organizations like his were running out of solutions? The convergence of the 9 realms is an upheaval unseen in 1,000 years, a crisis powerful enough to drag humanity down from its lofty perch atop the food chain. Ru Fa pondered for a long time before he finally figured out how to spin things for Nick Fury. The moment he spoke, his words were so shocking that Nick Fury's eyebrows jumped uncontrollably. Even with Carol, it's not enough? Nick Fury's first thought was of Carol. She's incredibly strong, but she's just one person. There's no way she can handle so many threats at once. Ru Fa considered it for a moment. Actually, having Nick Fury call Carol back didn't sound like a bad idea. With Captain Marvel around, even if someone as dangerous as Lord Frisia dropped in, well, okay, maybe not even she could handle Lord Frisia. Why is that? Nick Fury was baffled. Because the convergence of the 9 realms is an astronomical phenomenon where multiple dimensions overlap onto a single one. That's why in ancient times, there's an explosion of myths and legends. Countless aliens and dimensional monsters invaded, leaving behind tales of gods, demons, and monsters. Ru Fa continued. Nick Fury's brow twitched again. So you're saying we'll be thrown back in the age of myths, with monsters and gods roaming everywhere? He had braced himself for bad news, but this was far worse than he'd imagined. In fact, right now, Nick Fury was seriously considering recalling Carol. The age of myths of all things. Relax. Humanity is much stronger now than it was back then. We're not going to end up like those days when a single frost giant could send a whole crowd fleeing in terror, and no one could stop it. Ru Fa deliberately mentioned frost giants, planting a seed for the future appearance of Thor on Earth. After all, When Thor eventually showed up, it would only serve to confirm Ru-Fa's words. As for whether S.H.I.E.L.D. would question Thor about the convergence of the 9 realms, well, it would be a miracle if Thor actually knew anything about it. Loki might, but Thor, bless him, wasn't exactly known for his insight. Besides, with us around, things won't devolve into a full-blown mythic age, overrun with monsters and gods. At worst, we'll see a few more sightings reported in the news, that's all. Ru-Fa's tone remained calm. Are you sure you can handle it? Nick Fury remained unconvinced. The true strength of this mysterious organization was still an unknown, and the idea of the mythic age returning was so far-fetched. Could a single group really stop something like that? Wouldn't it take the combined effort of all humanity? If this secret society faltered in the face of such upheaval, then ordinary organizations like his would have to find a way to save themselves. We have experience. These words radiated the profound gravitas and heritage of an organization that had endured since the mythic era, something Nick Fury had no way to dispute. There truly was no one in the world more experienced than them. Unfortunately, Nick Fury had no idea that the mysterious organization had never existed in the first place. What followed was an intense exchange between Ru-Fa and Nick Fury, reaching a fever pitch. Nick Fury was eager to know how the mysterious organization managed to accurately intercept every invasion. Ru-Fa simply replied that he couldn't disclose that. They just knew. Could you let us know as well? That way, we could minimize our losses, Nick Fury said, watching Ru-Fa intently. So, you want to know, just to gather information on aliens and creatures from other dimensions? Ru-Fa replied with a slight smile. I promise we won't do that, Nick Fury said earnestly. If you believe that yourself, that's enough. Don't expect me to believe it too, Ru-Fa retorted with disdain, thinking Nick Fury was treating him like some gullible fool. Anyone who genuinely trusted the word of a level 10 agent would be nothing short of a simpleton. Then who's responsible for the losses each time? Nick Fury demanded, his single eye wide with intensity. If that's your attitude, then I'm done here, Ru-Fa replied at once. I haven't even billed you for the cost of protecting you every time, yet you're asking me to take responsibility for the losses? Ru-Fa wondered if he should unleash Gorzen on them for fun. But if you tell us, we can arrange evacuations and keep the losses to a minimum, Nick Fury persisted. That's not my concern. We're only responsible for eliminating the invaders. Otherwise, with the strength of our organization, we could have unified the world by now. In that case, you wouldn't be the director of S.H.I.E.L.D. You'd be sweeping the streets, Ru-Fa shot back, completely unmoved by any appeal to morality. After all, he was the one orchestrating the whole affair. If Nick Fury hoped to pressure him with moral arguments or public opinion, Ru-Fa couldn't care less. Ru-Fa's words left Nick Fury looking grim. As the director of S.H.I.E.L.D., he was a master at hiding his emotions, so this was nothing but an act to make Ru-Fa think he was easily provoked. In fact, he'd already realized that Ru-Fa was no easy opponent, impenetrable, unyielding, nothing like someone of his age. There wasn't a trace of youthful naivety or idealism about him. If anything, it only proved how formidable the mysterious organization was, to have someone so young display such composure and skill. No wonder they entrusted Ru-Fa with the security of the entire Americas. Of course, when Nick Fury finally left, his face dark as thunder, he had at least achieved his goal. Ru-Fa would notify S.H.I.E.L.D. in advance. But every time, S.H.I.E.L.D. would have to pay a confidentiality fee. For each phone call Ru-Fa made to inform them, depending on the severity of the situation, the fee could range from 100 million to several billion. Nick Fury was truly generous. He agreed without hesitation. After all, this was exactly the outcome the Security Council desired. When the time came, the costs could be shared among the nations, and the whole thing would be settled easily. The return of the mythic age. Upon reading Nick Fury's report, the members of the Security Council thought they were looking at the plot of some novel. But Fury had already laid out example after example, making it perfectly clear that all of this was real. With their minds racing to thoughts of monsters and gods from ancient myths, the major powers behind the Security Council were visibly excited. Immortal gods, monsters with the potential to unlock secrets of human enhancement. Besides, they were far more advanced than the ancient primitives from thousands of years ago. Surely, experimenting on a few weaker monsters wouldn't be a problem, would it? Lufa was certain that Nick Fury would stir things up, but wasn't that exactly what he wanted? After they made a mess, Lufa had no intention of cleaning up after them. The only lesson humanity ever learns from history is that they never learn from history. Greed may be humanity's fatal flaw, but it's also the very thing that's driven them this far. America is so vast, they can withstand a few more disasters without falling apart. That's perfect. When the time comes, I can swoop in to save the day, be the hero, and get paid for it. So Lufa mused himself. In a way, Lufa was using others to boost his own influence and importance, while also dealing a blow to America. Of course, if matters involve the Abyss or demons, Lufa would handle them personally. But for other issues, he could selectively pass information along to S.H.I.E.L.D. Meanwhile, Nick Fury wasn't sitting idle, either. He now had the right to be informed, as promised by Lufa, and he needed to act fast to prepare. For the return of the Mythic Age, there was no time to lose. In fact, the Avengers Initiative had already been approved by the Security Council. This time, the Council hesitated only briefly before giving their consent. Fury had been ready to proceed in secret if they refused, but it turned out that wouldn't be necessary. Looks like these folks have finally realized that we need real power on our side, Fury thought. His first move was to visit Captain America, Steve Rogers, who was supposedly undergoing rehabilitation. Yet, considering Steve could demolish 10 punching bags in a single day, calling it rehabilitation was quite a stretch. "Captain, it seems your recovery is going well," Fury said, making small talk as he approached. Steve nodded and exchanged a few pleasantries before cutting straight to the point. "The Avengers Initiative? Who are we avenging?" He had seen the folder Fury brought, read the words on the cover, and that was his immediate reaction. Hydra was gone. The war had ended long ago. Why all of a sudden was there talk of Avengers? This is rather complicated. There's a new war brewing. Nick Fury fixed his lone eye on Steve as he spoke. A new war. Captain America immediately sat up straight. Nick Fury wasn't just anybody. He was the director of S.H.I.E.L.D., a top-level agent. When he spoke of war, it surely wasn't some border skirmish or another Iraq. No, it had to be something much bigger. Maybe even a Third World War. It's not a conflict we started. We're only trying to protect ourselves. Nick Fury could easily guess what was running through Steve's mind, so he explained. Steve opened the dossier and was met with the detailed outline of the Avengers Initiative, along with a list of potential members. Among them was Tony Stark, now the Ghost Rider. Ghost Rider? Steve's eyes fell on a photograph of a blazing skull, one encased in iron, wreathed in flames. There were also shots of Tony Stark before the transformation. He had never seen anything like this before. Even after encountering the Cosmic Cube, a power that defied all logic, at least that, as Red Skull claimed, was a mystical relic, the Dragon's Gem. But this? What on earth was happening now? Howard's son. He was attacked by Ghost Rider and survived. Afterward, he inherited the Ghost Rider's powers and became the new spirit of vengeance. But don't mistake it for a blessing. Nick Fury began his explanation. He had always coveted the power of the Ghost Rider, but Tony Stark wasn't foolish enough to let him get close to Hellfire. Besides, Tony figured that luck like his was in short supply. Even after learning the true horror of Hellfire and mastering its power, Tony could scarcely believe he had lived through it. Hellfire ignored physical defenses, burning straight through to the soul itself. And on the surface, it was just as devastating, melting or even charring any armor, no matter how strong. Steve was left utterly speechless by this. "What kind of enemy are we up against?" Steve managed to ask, his voice heavy. According to the dossier, Black Widow and Hawkeye were just agents. That was easy enough to grasp. But with Ghost Rider Iron Man, a hulking green giant, and himself in the lineup, what kind of threats required such a team? Monsters from myth and legend, including gods. Nick Fury steepled his fingers, striking a pose worthy of a commander contemplating the end of the world. And then finally, he uttered the final word. Gods. At that moment, Steve finally understood why they were needed. Myths? You mean all of that is real? He asked in disbelief. At least a great deal of it is. Nick Fury didn't reveal everything that Lucifer had told him, but even this much was enough to make Steve feel an overwhelming sense of pressure. After all, Steve didn't have much education. He was just a soldier. The only myths he could imagine were the simple stories he'd heard growing up. It was understandable. America, in truth, had little in the way of its own mythology. Perhaps there were Native American legends, but who could say for sure? Nick Fury took his leave of Captain America and went in search of Tony Stark. Tony Stark, however, was not nearly as easy to fool as Captain America. In broad daylight, Fury was startled to see a blazing, fiery skull. His instincts kicked in, and he drew his gun at once. "Did I scare you?" Tony Stark's deep voice echoed from the mouth of the skull, opening and closing as he spoke. "That's not a very funny joke." Nick Fury replied after a pause, holstering his weapon. "Relax, I've got it under control. I promise I won't burn off what's left of your follicles and scalp." Tony assured him. Nick Fury ignored Tony's banter. "Put your powers away. Have you forgotten this might draw the attention of the Demon Lord?" Tony shrugged, but the flames faded, leaving him standing there in a sleeveless shirt. Nick Fury then told Tony about the Avengers and the return of the Mythic Age. But unlike Captain America, Tony Stark couldn't be so easily convinced. He had no doubts about the return of the Mythic Era. After all, he himself had already crossed the line, from science into something else. No matter what technology or instruments Tony tried, none could detect his hellfire or the source of his power, let alone influence them. His devil-may-care attitude was just a mask, hiding his inner turmoil. Especially after what Fury had just said. One sentence, and Tony nearly lost his composure. Now, he almost wished the Demon Lord would come knocking, rather than spending every day in anxious waiting. Each day felt like a new form of torture. And now, Nick Fury had brought him another bombshell. I'm curious, how did S.H.I.E.L.D. even find out about the Mythic Age? You haven't been around that long. Tony knew all about S.H.I.E.L.D. Its firewalls were about as effective against him as leaving the doors wide open. You underestimate S.H.I.E.L.D., Fury replied. Of course, he wasn't about to mention Lou F.A. or let Tony get in touch with them. Not that they hadn't interacted before, but from what Fury had observed, Lou F.A. had little interest in Tony. Tony, for his part, didn't think much of Lou F.A. either. Perhaps a core common among geniuses? Still, the fact that Tony had once received a life-saving solution from Lou F.A. was a good thing, even if he no longer needed it now. This part of the story diverged from the original plot. Too much had happened. After only a brief hesitation, Tony Stark decided to join the Superboy Project. He was desperate to learn from Nick Fury about the events of the Mythic Era and about the Lord of Demons. Recently, Tony Stark had put aside his scientific research and, much like Johnny Blaze searching for a solution, had turned his attention to theology. But unlike Johnny Blaze, Tony Stark possessed resources beyond compare. He could even get his hands on rare, one-of-a-kind texts. Unfortunately, while the mythic tales on Earth were indeed true, most of them have been distorted over time, just as Norse myths twisted things until Loki became Odin's brother. The fact that Red Skull had managed to find the dragon's jewel, the cosmic cube, based on Norse legend was already an impressive feat. Lou F.A. was holding Jerusalem gently in his arms. He already had a fair idea of what Nick Fury's next move would be. This was the advantage of knowing the story ahead of time. It was nothing more than Fury wanting to form his Avengers. In fact, thanks to Lou F.A.'s own manipulative hints earlier, Fury would probably be in a hurry to assemble the team. Perhaps the Avengers had already taken shape by now. The Avengers, if they really get involved, it might cause a bit of trouble after all, Lou F.A. mused to himself. Tony Stark, in particular, was concerned. Once or twice was fine, but if he kept showing up, he was bound to catch on to something. Not that Lou F.A. was afraid Stark would uncover any secrets. He just didn't want Stark's attention focused on him. And on top of that, Tony Stark always risked bringing Mephisto along in his wake. Fortunately, Lou F.A. had already taken precautions against S.H.I.E.L.D. Using his connections with Alexander Pierce, the supreme leader within Hydra, he had managed to plant some of his own men inside the organization. These were all American soldiers recruited straight from the barracks. They weren't nearly as skilled as trained agents, of course, but since S.H.I.E.L.D. was in reality just a front for Hydra, getting them in wasn't difficult at all. Alexander Pierce, for his part, was more than happy to have Lou F.A.'s people embedded within S.H.I.E.L.D. It gave him an excuse to trace their origins, and he simply didn't believe that assassins could infiltrate entirely without leaving a trace. Yet, Lou F.A. sent him over 1,000 men at once, so many that Pierce was caught off guard. What was he playing at? Was the assassin trying to undermine him? Once he realized what was happening, Pierce simply decided to assign these newcomers to the strike teams. After all, those squads were desperately understaffed. In truth, the S.H.I.E.L.D. strike teams were a hotbed for Hydra. More than half of the team's members were already loyal followers of Hydra. After all, when it comes to real strength, it's better to keep those holding the big guns firmly under one's own control. Yet, this was the part Pierce worried about the most, since the makeup of these forces was simply too complicated. The strike teams weren't agents. Their turnover rate was alarmingly high. Anyone Rufa brought in would inevitably end up being sent to the strike teams by Alexander Pierce. However, Rufa insisted that while some could be assigned to the strike teams, a portion had to be trained as agents. Alexander Pierce couldn't quite understand why they needed Hydra operatives to help train agents. Wasn't he worried they'd brainwash them, only to turn them against them later? But Rufa truly wasn't concerned about Alexander Pierce pulling that off. Honestly, if you could actually brainwash the system soldiers, Rufa would have to admit Hydra was more formidable than he imagined. If only he had the means to produce spies himself, Rufa would never rely on others. Pierce couldn't make sense of the assassin's motives, but figured there must be a deeper meaning behind it. So he sent his trusted subordinate, Sitwell, the bald, bespectacled Indian American, to arrange things for the assassin's men. "Sir, how should we proceed?" Sitwell was at a loss. Suddenly, there were 1,000 new people, all without any identification, not even immigration records. Even without those, it was understandable. After all, not even Hydra could monitor every corner of the globe. Not to mention the existence of stealth flights, so border records were, at best, just for show. What truly mattered was that not a single Hydra branch worldwide could dig up any information on these 1,000 people. Even more striking, none of them were Asian. Every single one was white. If, like the assassin leader, they were all Asian, that would make sense. Hydra was familiar with the Eastern concept of death warriors and retainers. But that wasn't the case here. Their physical strength matched that of elite mercenaries, though they did come across as a bit stiff. Still, that wasn't much of an issue. Hydra interpreted this stiffness as a result of the assassin organization's deliberate training, to suppress most emotions and leave only obedience. By all appearances, this approach had succeeded brilliantly. Half to the strike teams, half to SHLD's Academy for Agents. Let them learn for themselves. After a moment's thought, Alexander Pierce made his decision. As for bringing them to Hydra's secret bases to be groomed as Hydra agents, Alexander Pierce wasn't that foolish. That would be as good as handing over all Hydra's secrets to the assassins. Even if the assassin might already know as much, Pierce had no intention of taking that gamble. Understood, sir. Agent Sitwell replied with a nod. What troubled him next was how to assign reasonable identities to these 1,000 men. As the saying goes, when the bosses wage their battles, it's the errand boys who end up suffering. He couldn't help but wonder if that assassin had deliberately left them without roles. As for the American soldiers, they were at least capable of following and executing orders. Once Agent Sitwell had assigned each of them an identity, he began sorting out who would join the operations unit and who would go to the spy academy. To his surprise, these assassins were extremely cooperative. Throughout the entire process, there wasn't a single complaint or hint of resistance. They were silent and expressionless, almost like machines. If they hadn't been able to speak, Agent Sitwell might have assumed they'd lost the ability to form words altogether. Sometimes, when you suppress a person's mind too much, it can drive them into silence, stripping away even the ability to string sentences together. In truth, Lufa was experimenting too, wondering if these American soldiers could grow stronger through training, perhaps even switch professions and become spies. In the game, that was impossible, of course. But now that this was reality, wasn't everything different? If they could become spies, that would make things so much easier. Still, Lufa knew he had to cultivate his own force of agents. On one hand, he could use these American soldiers to approach other operatives, be they SHIELD or Hydra, and try to poach talent wherever possible. And then, there was John Garrett, the so-called clairvoyant of Hydra. In the comics, the clairvoyant was a member of the Zodiac, but things were different in the MCU. With his knowledge of the characters, it was all too easy for Lufa to plan his next move. From what he knew, John Garrett suffered from a terminal illness. Leveraging his resources within SHIELD, Garrett had launched this Centipede project, the mishmash cocktail that would later become Centipede Serum, in a desperate quest for a super soldier cure. All of it was an attempt to save his own life with that serum. Originally, he hadn't been a Hydra agent at all, but the endless anonymity that came with fighting for justice, the knowledge that his deeds would go unrecognized, eventually drove him into Hydra's arms. As for curing Garrett's illness and restoring his body, that would be a trivial matter for Lufa. Whether it was extremists or something else, he could manage it with ease. And once John Garrett was under his control, Agent Grant Ward would follow soon after. In fact, Garrett and Alexander Pierce weren't so much superior and subordinate as equals within SHIELD. Winning Garrett over would give Lufa a tremendous advantage in everything to come. Who knows, perhaps one day he could convince Comrade Pierce to retire and let the assassin take over his legacy. But today, John Garrett received yet another piece of bad news. His beloved Centipede project had failed once again, and everything would have to begin anew. This nearly sent John Garrett's blood pressure through the roof. He wondered if a few more incidents like this would kill him with a brain hemorrhage before his time. And could he really live to see the day their research finally succeeded? Just as John Garrett, in a foul mood, was about to pour himself a drink to help him sleep better, he suddenly froze. Because he realized that, at some point, a stranger had appeared in his home, sitting in a chair, calmly admiring his collection of treasures. Who are you? John Garrett didn't rush for his gun. Anyone who could slip into this secret hideout, one even Alexander Pierce didn't know about, without raising a single alarm, was clearly no ordinary person. Agent John Garrett, or should I call you clairvoyant? The stranger turned to face him, but Garrett could see that the man's face was somehow obscured, preventing him from making out any real features. Now that there was more light, he noticed the visitor wore flowing white garments with a distinct, almost ancient style. I don't know what you're talking about, John Garrett replied, his expression unreadable. No need to worry. You've likely heard Alexander Pierce mention me. I'm the assassin. Finding Garrett's secret base had been child's play for Lou F.A. With Red A's clairvoyance, no matter how hard Garrett tried to shake the pursuit, it was hopeless. As long as the target was within 4 kilometers, Red A could perform a precise sniper shot using the clairvoyance ability. That was even more terrifying than Marvel's Hawkeye or Bullseye. 4 kilometers of pinpoint accuracy. What did that mean exactly? The world record for the longest sniper kill belonged to a Canadian marksman at 3,450 meters, a feat he might only achieve once in a lifetime. But Red A could do it again and again without fail. Unless Garrett had the ability to teleport or move his mind instantly, he could never hope to escape Red A's pursuit. Assassin. Of course, John Garrett had heard of this figure, rumored to be a newly joined leader of HYDRA, someone who knew the secrets of the other heads, making them all deeply wary. Even his nominal superior, Alexander Pierce, was on edge. And how could they not be? When someone could take down the Winter Soldier single-handedly, Pierce's sense of safety was shattered. What do you want with me? Now that Lou F.A. had laid everything bare, Garrett had no room to maneuver. If the assassin could even find this secret base, it was proof enough that his intelligence network was truly terrifying. However, he couldn't quite understand why the assassin would seek him out. Wouldn't it make more sense to go after Alexander Pierce, considering all the business with S.H.I.E.L.D. and Hydra? It's very simple, Agent John Garrett. You're sick, and I have the cure. Do you want it? Lufa spoke with a deep, meaningful tone. John Garrett's pupils contracted in shock. I don't understand what you're talking about, Garrett replied, his face a picture of confusion. The Centipede Project. Lufa uttered these words, shattering the last of Garrett's composure. You may think your illness is a death sentence, but to me, it's nothing. I can cure you. The real question is, John Garrett, are you willing to give up everything for it? Without allowing Garrett a moment to regain his footing, Lufa laid out an offer he couldn't refuse. Everything? At last, Garrett understood what Lufa was after. For him, giving up everything wasn't out of the question, as long as his illness could truly be cured. That's right, everything. Even your soul will belong to me. Though Lufa wasn't one for formal contracts, it didn't matter. In the end, once he refined John Garrett into a soul stone, wouldn't that amount to claiming his very soul? If that's what it takes, I have no problem with it. On one condition. Can you really cure me? Garrett fixed his gaze on Lufa, searching for any sign of deceit. This is Compound 1. Inject it once a year, and not only will it cure your terminal illness, but it will also slow your aging. The catch is, you'll have to keep taking it. Stop, and you'll age rapidly. Lufa produced a sleek, silver metal case, sliding it across the table to Garrett. The case opened automatically, revealing a vial of blue liquid encased in swirling cold vapor. It looked almost identical to the T-virus from those other stories, and the injection method was straightforward. Each end of the vial fitted with a needle. Of course, there's an upside. As long as you keep up with the injections, you never have to worry about your lifespan. Your body will keep going year after year. Garrett, hands trembling, picked up the vial, its icy chill seeping into his skin. After hearing both the cost and the benefits, he didn't hesitate. He injected himself with Compound 1, though in truth, it was the extremist virus. Then, John Garrett felt the serum begin to work its magic. The extremist virus was undoubtedly a remarkable invention, especially in that parallel universe with the White Iron Man, where they had perfected its use. A terminal illness was nothing to the extremist virus. As for staying young and living longer, well, even Nick Fury's regular injections could achieve that. The extremist virus, by comparison, was on another level entirely. The boss, Stern, took Rue F.A.'s advice and equipped himself with 6 highly sophisticated mechanical arms. These mechanical limbs perfectly matched the hyperactivity of his brain, as if he now had 3 extra versions of himself working at his side. His efficiency skyrocketed. Compound number 1, the desperate virus Rue F.A. was preparing to launch, was unlike any other drug. It wouldn't be mass-produced and would remain entirely under their control. Once I monopolize health, I'll be monopolizing life itself. Who will dare to challenge us then? And when we unveil these drugs, imagine the hope the world will place in us. People will look to us to create even better medicines, elixirs of immortality, youth restored, perhaps even resurrection from the dead. With hopes like these, who would dare move against us? Of course, such enormous profits must be guarded against outsiders trying to unravel our secrets. But Stern, with supreme confidence, declared that no one could crack his number 1 compound. How are you feeling, Agent John? Rue F.A. sat calmly, his gaze on John Garrett. I feel better than I ever have before, John Garrett replied. He felt as if he'd recovered his youth and vigor. Not just an illusion, but a real, tangible transformation. Even his shortness of breath had vanished. His sickness gone like silk drawn from a cocoon, leaving him more revitalized than he'd ever thought possible. Excellent. I trust you understand now, Ru Fa continued. And remember, this drug can only be produced by me. Every single batch of compound number 1 is uniquely identified and formulated, each with its own molecular lock. Ru Fa pressed the point, and John Garrett understood exactly why he was saying it. So, assassin, what is it that you want me to do for you? John Garrett asked. Something as vital as compound number 1. Garrett didn't want to lose it. He was already addicted to this newfound vitality and would do anything to avoid slipping back into his former frailty. It's simple, Agent John. I need you to take control of all Alexander Pierce's subordinates and resources. At the right moment, make him step down, then you'll take over the entire operation of S.H.I.E.L.D. Ru Fa revealed his plan. John Garrett stared at Ru Fa in disbelief. So, this was about swallowing up Alexander Pierce's Hydra faction? To take over all of S.H.I.E.L.D., it wasn't outside Garrett's abilities. After all, within Hydra's ranks in S.H.I.E.L.D., he and Pierce were neck and neck in terms of influence. Otherwise, how could John Garrett have played the role of the all-seeing eye, leaking SLD's secrets time and again without arousing suspicion? Instead, people credited him with some supernatural ability to foresee the future. He also consumed a vast amount of S.H.I.E.L.D.'s manpower and resources, and the Centipede project he ran in secret was a prime example of this. Alexander Pierce had absolutely no way to control him when it came to such matters. Therefore, if it came to seizing power, John Garrett was entirely capable of doing so. However, his focus had always been on curing himself and simply staying alive. Since Alexander Pierce never sensed any ambition from him to vie for power, he left the Centipede project alone. If the Centipede serum succeeded, it could also be used to create his own super soldiers, a win-win situation. But if Alexander Pierce were to fall from power, what about the other Hydra members? John Garrett couldn't help but worry about this. If you take out Alexander Pierce and put yourself in his place, do you really think the rest of Hydra would just look the other way? No, they'd be worried that your actions might inadvertently expose Hydra's secrets. After all, Alexander Pierce's public identity was S.H.I.E.L.D.'s former director and a Security Council advisor. If something happened to him, there was no way Nick Fury wouldn't launch a thorough investigation. If that were to attract Nick Fury's attention, Hydra would have every reason to worry about their own exposure. Don't worry. I'll wait for the right moment and let the right person send our former director into retirement, said Lufa calmly. As for what that right moment would be, of course it was when the Chitauri invaded Earth. When the time came, Alexander Pierce dying under the firepower of aliens would seem perfectly reasonable. And besides, a division as large as this couldn't go leaderless for a day. A snake cannot live without its head. As an assassin, it was only natural for me to step up and nominate Clairvoyant as the Hydra head within S.H.I.E.L.D. John Garrett had no idea what the assassin was planning, nor who or what would be considered the right time or the right person. All he could do was hope the assassin would act rationally. He was already on board this ship and naturally didn't want anything to go wrong. Lufa, how does it taste? Tifa asked. It's delicious, Lufa replied, giving her a nod of approval. He knew Tifa was an exceptional cook. After all, she was the star of the Seventh Heaven Bar, but he hadn't expected her cooking to be quite this good. Riven, Scotty, and Friedrich the Great were also full of praise. At first, Riven had felt awkward and even a bit hostile about Tifa's arrival. But as their group grew larger and with the camaraderie of fighting side by side, Riven and Tifa had become close friends, much like Jessie and her. Scotty, on the other hand, was much more straightforward. She didn't give it too much thought. After all, she was rather simple-minded. The only time Scotty might show a hint of jealousy was when it came to Spectre or Lufa, the legendary swordsman. Frederick, on the other hand, got along quite well with Scotty, mainly because, among everyone here, only Frederick the Great could handle Scotty's casual bursts of superhuman strength. Looking at the scene before him, which now radiated the warmth and energy of a true home, Lufa felt deeply content. He might still miss his old home on Earth, but if he ever got the chance to return, he was absolutely certain he'd bring everyone here back with him. If your cooking is always this delicious, Tifa, you'll have to make meals for me more often from now on, Lufa said to Tifa. After all, Red A wasn't the sort of cook who would slip in strange additives or glowing powders. So compared to Red A's cooking, Tifa stood out, each of them evenly matched in skill. Given the choice, Lufa naturally preferred to enjoy meals made by a beautiful woman. As long as you want it, Lufa, Tifa replied. Tifa had always longed for a place she could truly call home. In the original story, Avalanche became her family, and she had dreamed of building a home with Cloud. Now, that wish had finally come true. Compared to her in-game self, she was far more lively now. It seemed that with so many of her worries resolved, Tifa's life had grown fuller and more vibrant. Yes, vibrant indeed. After all, on one hand she enjoyed Lufa's generosity and material comforts, and on the other, she was nourished by the happiness he brought her. "I could try cooking for you too, Lufa," Riven chimed in at once. "Sure," Lufa said with a smile. He understood what Riven was worried about. She was afraid of being left behind, and she felt that her only value to Lufa was her skill in combat. But now with both Scotty and Frederick the Great as top-tier fighters, powerful enough to be considered just below the gods even on a cosmic scale, her role seemed less unique. Not to mention, Lufa himself was no slouch in battle. He could easily spar with both Riven and Tifa at once, and even withstand Scotty's monstrous blade, though that often left him nursing bruises inside. Scotty's sword, after all, was no ordinary weapon. It had carried her through hordes of sea monsters, carving a path with overwhelming force. Facing it was no small feat. In this situation, Tifa had her cooking skills to offer. But what about Riven? She felt like nothing more than a super soldier now, and so she was eager, desperate, to find new ways to be valuable to Lufa, to hold on to his attention. The old Lufa would never have been this perceptive, but whether it was the blood of the Spartan demons or the power of the adamantine stone, something had sharpened his senses. Now, he could keenly sense changes in Riven's mood and in those around him. This ability to read others' emotions, well, it made winning hearts all but effortless, and it ensured that Lufa would never overlook the feelings of anyone by his side. He naturally had feelings for Riven as well, whether they began with her looks or her body. So, just because Riven, like Tifa now, had become someone who needed protection, he wouldn't belittle or ignore her. Of course, Tifa wasn't someone who actually needed protecting, either. After all, she had the Green Lantern ring. She didn't need to recharge it. It restored itself daily, a product of the system. An incredibly powerful ring that didn't even require a lantern for power. Lufa wasn't one to obsess over strength. He was all about true love. The fact that TT was the first high-star operator he fully upgraded was proof enough. Riven made up her mind that, from now on, she would study cooking with Tifa. Lufa didn't try to stop her or tell her she didn't need to do anything. He simply liked Riven just the way she was. But sensing her determination, he decided to respect her resolve and support whatever she chose. The Kaiser Frederick looked at Lufa and Riven with a knowing smile, finding their youthful earnestness rather amusing. They were still just kids, after all. After finishing the meal, Lufa headed off for training. In order to win over Scotty as soon as possible, Lufa was pushing himself to the limit. Never underestimate the willpower of an SP. His training spot was the gravity chamber that Big Boss Stern had constructed. At first, Lufa wasn't sure if this Scion-style gravity training would do any good, but as his body adapted to the heavier conditions, he realized it really did make him stronger. After all, both his Spartan demon bloodline and the Amadam Spirit Stone were the adaptive, evolving types. It's just that they weren't as overpowering as Doomsday or the Leaf Rot. Now he was training in an environment with gravity 5.5 times that of Earth. When he started at twice Earth's gravity, his Spartan demon bloodline adapted immediately. Only when he gradually increased to 5.5 times did it start to feel like a real challenge. Under this intense gravity, Lufa struggled through every movement, whether walking or running. Of course, the gym equipment couldn't withstand this kind of gravity, so all of Lufa's exercises had to rely on his own strength. Luckily, just moving around in such an environment was already a huge drain on his energy. Once he adapted, the training would be complete, and he could try 6 times Earth's gravity next. While Lufa was pushing his body to the limit on one side, on the other, a meteor was detected by SHIELD satellites. Ordinarily, a meteor of that size would have burned up in the atmosphere. But SHIELD satellites reported that, after this meteor broke through the atmosphere, its size and mass remained completely unchanged. This immediately set off SHIELD's alarms. Where did this meteor come from? Where's it going to land? Normally, even meteors made of iron or metal wouldn't remain intact under such friction. Otherwise, SHIELD wouldn't bother to monitor the data of just any random meteor. It was precisely because of this unusual situation that SHIELD began to pay close attention. The impact point is in New York City. Judging by the size of the meteorite, it might just wreck a car or injure a few pedestrians, the SHIELD technicians quickly calculated. Nick Fury hadn't expected even something like a meteorite to warrant his personal attention, although it was remarkable that the meteorite's size remained unchanged after passing through the atmosphere. It seemed to him that such a small meteorite should be handled by NASA or the space agency, not SHIELD. New York City, a bustling metropolis teeming with people. As crowds made their way along the busy streets, a sudden whistling sound filled the air. Instinctively, people looked up, only to see a blazing fireball hurtling down from the sky. A meteorite, someone cried. Run. Thanks to countless Hollywood blockbusters, Americans have become quite adept at running from meteors or missile-like objects. What's more, the meteorite's landing spot was easy to spot. So when it finally hit the ground, shaking the earth, sending out a shockwave, and radiating intense heat, not a single person was harmed. Once the commotion died down, those with a bit more courage and less concern about potential radiation ventured closer, curious to see what had fallen from the sky. After all, most people would never see a meteorite in their lifetime, so it was only natural that curiosity got the better of them. And as for meteorite radiation, the only kind of radiation most people knew about came from nuclear bombs. The idea that a meteorite could be radioactive didn't even cross their minds. Wait, this looks like a hammer. To everyone's astonishment, the object that had crashed to Earth wasn't just a meteorite shaped like a hammer. It was an actual forged metal hammer. Intrigued, someone reached out to pick it up. Fortunately, the meteorite cooled down quickly. Otherwise, he might have burned his hand off. I can't lift it. This hammer is heavy, he exclaimed. Step aside, kid. Let me try, said a burly man with a thick waist, pushing past the struggling young man to try his luck. Yet, even he couldn't budge the hammer in the slightest. By the time SHLD's Agent Coulson arrived at Nick Fury's orders, the street was crowded with people eager to try their hand at lifting the hammer. Someone had even brought in a construction crane, hoping to haul it away. To them, this hammer was a treasure, maybe even something that could fetch a fortune. Once S.H.I.E.L.D. arrived, they cordoned off the area. But even with all their equipment, they couldn't move the hammer. They even tried digging up the ground beneath it, but the hammer remained perfectly still. Left with no other choice, S.H.I.E.L.D. could only seal off the entire area. Fortunately, the hammer landed in Queens. Had it fallen elsewhere, things would be very different right now. Director, I've got eyes on the meteorite. But it looks like a hammer, came the report. After Coulson secured the scene, SHLD's research team was brought in to determine whether it was truly a meteorite or just a hammer. It didn't take long for the scientists to reach a conclusion. This thing was definitely a hammer. Its design was clearly shaped for human hands, adorned with distinct patterns and engravings. The structure was composed of several separate parts, making it obvious that this wasn't some freak accident of a metallic meteorite forming a hammer by chance. A hammer. Nick Fury muttered in disbelief. Never in his wildest imagination did he expect an actual hammer to fall from the sky. If it had just dropped from the atmosphere, maybe you could blame a tornado for tossing it up there. But this hammer had crashed through the atmosphere like a meteorite. Once the photos from the scene arrived, Fury fell silent, lost in thought. This had to be categorized as a mysterious event, something along the lines of an alien incursion. Meanwhile, after finishing his workout, Lufa pushed open the heavy alloy doors of the gravity chamber and stepped out, only to catch the breaking news on TV. A hammer had plummeted down into New York. At that, he promptly spat out his ice-cold cola in shock. What the heck? It landed in New York? A hammer had fallen straight from the heavens, crashing into New York, and the citizens of the city had already tried, and failed, to lift it. Especially telling were those fleeting images and flashes of photos on the screen. They confirmed Lufa's suspicions. The mighty Mjolnir, Thor's hammer. It hadn't landed in New Mexico as in the stories, but rather right here in New York. Why would it have fallen in New York? That would throw a wrench into how Thor was supposed to meet Jane Foster. Could this change be because of me? Lufa mused. After all, he was the greatest variable in this Marvel universe, and his presence had already caused many shifts. When General Ross became the Red Hulk, Lufa had already sensed the threads of fate twisting. And then there was Iron Man, Tony Stark, who had become the Ghost Rider Iron Man, never encountering Extremis or Killian, never facing Ivan Vanko, but instead crossing paths with the spirit of vengeance. So perhaps it wasn't strange at all that Mjolnir, too, had been affected and ended up in New York instead of New Mexico. The Earth was spinning, after all. Maybe Odin had been delayed for a moment when tossing the hammer, and it just so happened to land in New York. But what about Thor? Was he in New York as well? At that thought, Lufa's eyes lit up. Maybe he could get a sample of Thor's cells. And after all, wasn't his Umbrella Corporation all about one thing? Specializing in BOW research. The most crucial aspect of organic biological weapons is controllability. The American soldiers summoned from the barracks are sufficiently controllable. Even if they're transformed into Hulks, they won't betray you. But as individuals, they're simply too weak. If Rufa could get his hands on Thor's cells and genes, he could produce clones of the Thunder God. Even an average Asgardian is physically much stronger than a human, not to mention a member of the Asgardian gods like Thor. With that, the Hulk soldiers produced from this process would be at least powerful enough. The encounter with the Black Knight taught Rufa a harsh lesson. Even though he has grown much stronger since then, facing the Black Knight still fills him with pressure. So Rufa decided that when faced with a formidable enemy, he'd rely on the sheer weight of numbers to wear them down. Of course, he would never use his own wife or his subordinates for such a tactic. He prided himself on being a conscientious master, never the type to order his own spearmen to march to their deaths. Well, probably not. If he were to use this tactic, it certainly couldn't involve ordinary people. No matter how many died, it wouldn't be enough. After all, he only resorts to such a strategy against opponents even he can't handle, so it's impossible for regular folks to stand a chance. What he needed were cannon fodder with enough strength. The Hulk soldiers made from American troops were decent, though for some reason, they couldn't match the strength of the original Green Hulk, not even close to the Abomination. Maybe it was because they lacked that villainous aura? Or perhaps their original bodies were just too weak. But now, if he used the cloned bodies of Thor to create Hulk soldiers, surely they couldn't be called weak anymore, right? Just as Rufa was considering sending someone to find Thor, maybe fool him into thinking he needed a physical exam and then draw 1,000 milliliters of his blood. Nick Fury called. That thing. Have you heard about it? Nick Fury's tone was as enigmatic as ever. What kind of riddle are you talking about? Rufa replied. He had no interest in making riddles a universal pastime. Only he could make riddles fun. When others did it, it just made him want to draw his sword. New York. The Hammer. Nick Fury finally clarified. Of course I know. It's all over the news. How could I not? Rufa said calmly. After all, he'd accepted S.H.I.E.L.D.'s hefty consulting fee for insider information. He couldn't just hang up on him like he used to. Naturally, the price for his advice had also skyrocketed. Lately, Rufa had been considering buying an island to found his own nation, or maybe just finding a large enough piece of land to start one. The Sahara Desert seemed promising. With the extremist virus, he could create a man-made oasis. The only problem would be acquiring resources. Probably 99% would have to be imported, but at least energy wouldn't be an issue. Is this the work of aliens? Nick Fury asked bluntly. Yes, Lufa replied. After all, Asgardians are technically aliens, and Lufa had no intention of letting Nick Fury get involved if he wanted to find Thor. I thought so. So what does it mean when they throw down a hammer? Nick Fury pressed on. It's a declaration of war. Get your people ready for combat. We have defenses in outer space, but the enemy has the ability to teleport through time and space. There's a chance they'll try to send individual operatives to carry out sabotage. Lufa explained, intentionally misleading him. Nick Fury understood what Lufa was getting at. Large-scale or group incursions wouldn't make it through, but individual infiltrators could slip in and wreak havoc. And that was exactly what they needed to guard against. How advanced is their technology? Nick Fury was determined to know his enemy and himself. Intelligence was everything. Their tech is SOSO, but on average, every one of them could overpower Captain America. Lufa answered. It was true. Their technology was only mediocre, whether it was Asgardians or Frost Giants. As for the Bifrost, what was that anyway? That was magic, not technology. SOSO technology? Nick Fury frowned deeply. He couldn't tell if Lufa was being serious or just dismissive of their tech. Did Lufa really think this was like some sci-fi blockbuster, where aliens capable of interstellar travel could be taken down by a simple Earth virus? If aliens with the power to cross the stars ever showed up, there wouldn't be any hope of resistance. Earth would just have to greet them with open arms. As for each of them being stronger than Captain America, Nick Fury didn't take that too seriously. After all, he'd seen plenty of people who could outmatch Steve Rogers. Never mind someone as far away as Captain Marvel, Carol Danvers. Even closer to home, there were the Hulk, Tony Stark as Iron Man, and Lufa himself. So claims about overwhelming Captain America just meant they had strong individual combat abilities. If that was the case, he'd just need to arrange for heavy weaponry. He didn't believe for a second that heavy arms couldn't solve the problem. Technically, S.H.I.E.L.D. didn't have direct authority to mobilize the military. On top of that, due to a series of complex reasons, S.H.I.E.L.D. and the U.S. military didn't have the smoothest relationship, making coordination a major hassle. But with Lufa's involvement, things were different. All the world powers behind the Security Council had their eyes on this mysterious organization, and given the strength they displayed, it was clear they wouldn't be easy to handle. After all, that one devastating attack from Red A's Phantasm crash had already caused more than a few sleepless nights around the world. After receiving information from Lufa, Nick Fury wasted no time and immediately contacted the American military through the Security Council. The military responded quickly. They had always been deeply concerned about the prospect of an alien invasion. When they heard that it was likely just a single enemy infiltrator causing trouble, and that the major threat had already been intercepted, the American military regained their confidence. Some even thought they might be able to capture the alien and study it. Lufa set boundaries for them, keeping the focus on New York, mainly because he wasn't sure if Loki would continue to use the destroyer armor as he did in the original story. After all, Thor's hammer had already landed in New York City. If the destroyer armor came into play, there could well be a fierce battle ahead. Who knows? Maybe Loki would go as far as those fanfics suggest and send the frost giants to kill his own brother. Luffy wasn't particularly worried about the frost giants. At worst, they'd just end up as cannon fodder for his experiments. But the destroyer armor was another matter entirely, and that did trouble him. In the movies, it all seemed simple enough. Thor made his triumphant return and smashed the destroyer with a single blow. But in reality, did Luffy really believe the destroyer armor would be so easily dealt with? Still, if I have the Enma blade, I should be able to hurt the destroyer armor, Luffy mused. He pondered for a moment. In the comics, the destroyer armor wasn't just blessed by the gods of Asgard. It was imbued with divine power from gods across various pantheons: Chinese, Egyptian, Greek, and more. Odin, clad in this armor, once single-handedly took down a celestial, though he was later beaten and strung up by the other celestials. The movies didn't include this backstory. After the destroyer armor was destroyed, it never made another appearance, not even when the Dark Elves invaded. Otherwise, with 4 times Thor's strength, the cursed warrior might have met his end right there. But I myself am the greatest wild card here. I can't judge things based on the movies, Luffy muttered, clearly conflicted. In broad daylight, under the watchful eyes of the public, a burly man with wild blonde hair was stunned with an electric shock and taken away. The bystanders didn't dare say a word, mainly because the people taking him were all in black suits and sunglasses, driving black vehicles. They looked like the kind of people you didn't want to mess with. The blonde man was none other than Thor. He had just arrived on Earth and hadn't even started searching for his hammer when Luffy's agents spotted him. And so, he was taken away. Even if the surveillance cameras caught the whole thing, it would probably be dismissed as just another mob kidnapping. Such incidents were commonplace. In America, the bystanders wouldn't react, worried about getting involved. So long as it didn't affect them, they'd rather keep their heads down. After that, Thor was thoroughly washed and cleaned by the excited leader, Stern, who then drew a full 1,000 milliliters of his blood. Fortunately, even though Thor had lost his divine powers and had become more or less like an ordinary person, his very nature was still somewhat different. Otherwise, losing that much blood might well have sent him into shock. Blood of a god. Stern was beside himself with excitement. He went on to collect samples of Thor's skin cells, hair, nails, and more. He would have loved nothing more than to dissect Thor completely, but Laufey dared not provoke Odin. The whole process might seem outrageous, but as long as Odin and the Ancient One didn't show up, there would be no trouble. Once everything was done, Thor was dumped out onto the street. S.H.I.E.L.D. and the U.S. military were on high alert, while on Laufey's side, they were waiting for the arrival of Sif and her companions. As the 4 warriors of Asgard, Sif and her friends were far stronger than the average Asgardian. Their genetic material was of even greater value for extraction. However, Laufey didn't end up meeting Sif and the others. Instead, he encountered a pack of frost giants. New Yorkers, ever reckless, were still trying to break through to where Thor's hammer lay, shouting about their constitutional rights to freedom and information, and refusing to be cowed by what they called Gestapo tactics. They charged recklessly ahead. And then disaster struck. A dozen frost giants dropped from the sky, each towering over any human, their skin a pale, icy blue, some with solid chunks of ice embedded in their bodies. No sooner had they landed than they spotted the crowd, and without hesitation, began their slaughter. Don't be fooled by their fierce, monstrous appearance or the fact that they are sworn enemies of Asgard. In truth, among Asgard's adversaries, the frost giants are the weakest. Their hulking frames are not built for brawling. Frost giants are, by nature, ice mages. Born to wield the power of ice, their strength across the 9 realms only surpasses that of Midgard. Really, it's just that Odin is a masterful actor. Both Thor and Loki genuinely believe the frost giants to be the greatest foes of Asgard, but in reality, the truly dangerous enemies had either already been subdued by Odin and Hela, or, like the Dark Elves, wiped out by Odin's father or grandfather. All that being said, the frost giants are still far superior to the people of Midgard. Their orders were simple: eliminate Thor. Perhaps it was Laufey's influence that made Loki so quick to send the frost giants after Thor. Laufey even had Red Archer keep a close eye on Thor's hammer, ready to loose an arrow at any suspicious, invisible figure. There was no need to worry about accidentally killing Loki and angering Odin. After all, the Ancient One was around. But in the end, Red Archer never spotted a thing. "Master, there's a group of frost giants appearing now. What should we do?" Red commented that these frost giants weren't like any he'd seen before. Yes, not like the ones from FGO. Frost giants? I remember S.H.I.E.L.D. has troops on site, right? Though Luffy said this, he still hurried to set out. At this moment, S.H.I.E.L.D. and the American military had already engaged the frost giants in battle. On the military side, Having heard the enemy was extraterrestrial, they'd come equipped with heavy weaponry. Every soldier was clutching an M249 light machine gun, with either a single-use rocket launcher or a revolving grenade launcher slung over their backs. As for regular assault rifles, sorry, those were left at home. When the Frost Giants appeared near Thor's hammer, and after they'd slaughtered hundreds of New Yorkers who had gathered to watch, the American forces arrived at the scene. Using armored personnel carriers as cover, they opened fire on the Giants. And as they unloaded their ammunition, it was clear many of the ammo crates bore radiation symbols. Depleted uranium armor-piercing rounds. Looks like the Chemical Defense Unit would have their work cut out for them after this fight. The air thundered with the roar of gunfire and explosions. The M249 might be a light machine gun, but it was still a machine gun, and when used on people, well, let's not go there. It's just too brutal. Yet, when these bullets hit the Frost Giants, these creatures, flesh and blood yet unarmored, completely ignored the M249's rounds. The American troops, who believed that nothing made of flesh, not even a revived African elephant or a T-Rex, could shrug off bullets, stared in disbelief. Are you kidding me? You're made of flesh and blood? Still, while they weren't dying, the Frost Giants weren't as tough as its guardians. The bullets hurt them all the same, and pain made them angry, which only fueled their rage. One of the Frost Giants, charging forward, conjured a long spear of ice in one hand and hurled it with force. The instant the Frost spear left its hand, it vanished from sight, and the next moment, an armored personnel carrier shuddered violently. The spear had pierced straight through the armor, skewering two soldiers who'd been sheltering behind it. Damn, what the hell was that? Some kind of railgun. Reporting, sir, it's an ice pop. Soldier, are you telling me our outrageously expensive APC just got skewered by an ice cream bar? Sir, we need fire support. The American military's comms channel descended into chaos, a cacophony of explosions and gunfire nearly deafening. Fortunately, they'd brought noise-canceling headsets. Otherwise, they'd be dealing with permanent hearing loss by now. 20 self-propelled artillery pieces, guided by coordinates from satellites and drones, unleashed a barrage onto the street where the Frost Giants stood. The city trembled under the relentless pounding of cannon fire. The human artillery unleashed a visually stunning and overwhelming spectacle of destruction, and they believed that no living creature could possibly survive such a relentless bombardment. 20 cannons, 20 of them. But then, with a howl that pierced the chaos, the first Frost Giant burst forth, charging forward behind a shield of solid ice half a meter thick. The American soldiers were utterly dumbfounded. You gotta be kidding me. Never in their wildest calculations had the American military imagined that anyone could survive, let alone push through, the firepower of 20 self-propelled guns with nothing but an ice shield. The American military, Frost Giants, times have changed. Frost Giants, no, the times have not changed. The shock was so great that the American forces were left speechless. It was simply beyond anything they could have imagined. Had these aliens appeared wielding high-tech weaponry or clad in powered armor, that would have made more sense and wouldn't have been so difficult to accept. But what they saw instead were bare-chested Frost Giants, each armed with primitive ice spears and shields. Hardly a threat, or so they thought. Are you telling me that, after spending hundreds of billions of dollars on our military every year, our forces can't even handle a bunch of alien savages armed with spears and shields? General, when word reached the congressman in the rear, disbelief swept through the chamber. What's more, unlike the clueless soldiers and officers at the front, the folks in Congress knew the truth. They knew these Frost Giants weren't part of some massive invading army. They were just a handful who'd slipped behind the lines after the main force had been intercepted by Liu Fa and his allies, sent to wreak havoc in the rear. Throughout human history, there have been countless examples of such tactics: suicide squads, cannon fodder, special operations teams. These are never meant to stand toe-to-toe with regular armies. And yet, the American military had suffered an astonishing casualty ratio. If the troops hadn't fled in a panic, the compensation payments alone would have given the government a major headache. Not that they were particularly inclined to pay out anyway. What had seemed like a guaranteed victory now looked anything but. Director Nick Fury, what do you think we should do now? Nick Fury was, of course, keeping a close eye on the situation, but his expression was dark and thunderous. My suggestion is that we reach out to him immediately. Though Nick Fury didn't say Liu Fa's name, everyone in the know understood exactly who he meant. Absolutely not. The bigwig shot down the idea at once. It had taken a lot of groveling to secure Liu Fa's consulting help, and they'd just paid him a hefty fee. If they went running to him now, admitting that they couldn't even handle a few infiltrating aliens and needed his organization's help, it would be humiliating. Not that they cared about their pride. After all, that was long gone. What they really cared about was their interests. In this unprecedented era of monumental change, as the age of myths returns, if they gain nothing from it, they might as well be dead. Right now, they were gamblers betting almost everything they had. If we don't reach out to them, our only option is to send in the Avengers, Nick Fury said, his words laden with meaning. He knew exactly what kind of people these were. That's why he first mentioned the Defenders, expecting a swift rejection from them, and only then did he bring up the Avengers. Director Fury, are you sure the Avengers can handle the Frost Giants? I'd rather not have to rely on the military launching missiles in the end, said a general from the Air Force Command, representing the military's high command. Launching missiles in New York would be utter madness. Even though New York isn't the capital, it is, without a doubt, America's most important city. The situation was clear. Tanks and self-propelled artillery were no match for the Frost Giants. Instead, they suffered heavy losses. If the military wanted to take them down, their only options were to deploy the Air Force and use even more powerful weapons. The Avengers were created and assembled for situations just like this. Nick Fury replied, his single eye gleaming with unprecedented intensity. After some discussion, America's top leaders agreed to let the Avengers step in. Upon receiving the order, the Avengers mobilized. Captain Steve Rogers donned a nanotech biosuit designed by Umbrella Corporation. It was his first time experiencing such advanced technology, and he found it rather uncomfortable. Even so, clad in the nanotech suit, he still carried his iconic shield. Hawkeye refused the nanotech suit, thinking it felt cumbersome. Little did he know, a bow and the nanotech suit would have made the perfect combination. Black Widow felt the same way. Rufa couldn't quite understand why Nick Fury had assembled this Avengers alliance, or, more accurately now, the Avengers organization or department. The two most crucial assets were still missing. Dr. Bruce Banner, the Hulk, was nowhere to be found. As for Ghost Rider Iron Man, although he could transform during the day, his power was too unpredictable. Nick Fury intended to keep him as a trump card, only to be played if all else failed. That explained why, despite the chaos in New York, Tony Stark, with his love for the spotlight, hadn't yet made an appearance. Even so, when the Avengers entered the battlefield, they did cause the Frost Giants some trouble. After all, the Avengers had an aura about them. The Frost Giants, who should have been able to crush them with ease, repeatedly missed their mark, only to be taken down themselves. Just then, Rufa arrived at the scene and ordered the Hulk soldiers to secure the perimeter. Who are you? Captain America turned to Lou F.A. after seeing him order the area sealed off. No comment, Lou F.A. replied, drawing the Enma blade as he spoke. Lou F.A. Black Widow, however, recognized him immediately. How did you get here so fast? She asked, unable to hide her surprise. Well, what did you expect? Did I just stand here and watch you all play circus games? Lou F.A. glanced over just in time to see Hawkeye loose an arrow straight into a Frost Giant's eye. The arrow detonated, the rapidly expanding gas. Bursting outward, Frost Giant brains simply weren't tough enough for that. The giant's skull exploded with a sickening force, killing it instantly. Hawkeye was holding his own, but Lou F.A. couldn't help but wonder just how many explosive arrows did he have left. Then there was Captain America. His approach was truly baffling. Why was he trading blows with the Frost Giants, shield in hand, as if locked in a bare-knuckle brawl? Wouldn't it be smarter to do as Hawkeye did? Shove a couple of bombs into a Frost Giant's mouth and be done with it? Do you know him? Captain America turned to Black Widow with a question. She hesitated for a moment, but then nodded. Yes, he's from that organization. After a brief moment's thought, Black Widow decided there was no harm in telling Steve. So she filled him in. Captain America looked over at Lou F.A., surprised at just how young he was. Nick Fury, for his part, had never figured out what to call this mysterious organization, so secretive that even their name was unknown. The only members ever seen were the women who accompanied Lou F.A. Each of these women possessed extraordinary abilities, skills that far surpassed those of ordinary people, and even super soldiers. Nick Fury had made sure the Avengers were briefed on Lou F.A. and his organization. It was a precaution. If Lou F.A. and his people ever tried anything drastic like taking over the world, someone needed to be ready to intervene. Red A commenced clearing the field. Lou F.A. strode into the midst of the Frost Giants. One by one, Red A picked off the giants by name. As they drew near Lou F.A., Red A's arrows pierced each of their skulls with merciless precision. What an incredible archer! Hawkeye felt as if he'd finally met his match. He scanned the area, searching for this mysterious archer, but saw nothing. Red A was firing from over a kilometer away. Hawkeye never even considered looking that far, so naturally, he found nothing. Bows are not like sniper rifles. A sniper can take down a target from extreme distance, but a bow, well, it simply doesn't have that kind of power or velocity. Not to mention, the wind can play absolute havoc with an arrow's flight. Frederick, prep the artillery. If anything truly dangerous appears, I want suppressive fire. Don't hold back. Liu Fa issued the order to Frederick. Understood, Commander. Emperor Frederick, stationed high above, deployed her full ship's arsenal. After the last encounter with Hellfire, she wasn't going to take any chances. TT, be ready to support me at any moment. Tifa, use the Green Lantern to put up a barrier. Seal this place off. I want to make sure that nothing that comes out of here can escape. As he walked, he issued commands to his operators, servants, and ship girls. Yes, Dr. Tower. Understood. Tifa raised her hand and tossed a sphere of green light into the air, which exploded above the head of the frost giant. Immediately, radiant green energy spread out in the air, forming an inverted bowl that encapsulated the frost giant within. This also cut off Captain America and his companions from the scene. With a furious roar, the frost giant swung its axe at Lufa, but Lufa deftly avoided the blow. His Enma blade sliced through the giant from head to abdomen as smoothly as a hot knife through butter. Dimensional slash. Lufa sheathed the Enma blade, then drew it halfway once more. In that instant, every frost giant on the battlefield bore the mark of the dimensional slash. In the next moment, they all fell to pieces, scattered across the ground. Suddenly, Lufa spun the Enma blade behind his back, blocking an energy blast that had appeared out of thin air. It was a thunderous impact. However, he had underestimated the power of that energy blast, and the force of the explosion sent him flying. Lufa. The others immediately looked at Lufa with concern. I'm fine. Lufa unleashed his dimensional slash again. The enemy who had ambushed him hadn't expected that the slash didn't require Lufa to see his target, and was instantly cut in two at the waist. A predator? As the creature was bisected, fluorescent green blood sprayed out, and a wave of electrical distortion rippled through the air. The camouflage and cloaking device failed, revealing the grotesque body wrapped in netted metal wires. Lufa recognized the corpse. It was a predator. Stealth and a plasma cannon. Good thing Lufa hadn't let his guard down. When he used the Enma blade to block the attack from behind, he had instinctively reinforced the blade with magical energy. Otherwise, that shot might have left a gaping hole in his chest. Seeing Lufa ambushed, and yet able to stand unscathed, Captain America and his team were all stunned. Even more astonished were Nick Fury and the American military further back, who, with their most advanced instruments, had measured just how terrifying that energy blast had been. And yet Lufa stood there as if nothing had happened. How is that possible? Even if his body were as dense as iron, he shouldn't be able to shrug off the damage from a weapon like that. The researchers fell into heated debate. Nick Fury was less fazed. After all, he'd witnessed Captain Marvel headbutt a starship, so he managed to keep his composure. Right now, all eyes around the world were fixed on New York, and for good reason. The surface-level alien invasion was drawing everyone's attention. With a massive crash, a colossal creature plummeted from the sky. What the hell? Is that the Ninetales? Lufa was stunned by the sight of the gigantic beast. With a bone-shaking snarl, the Ninetales roared out. Is that a fox? Nick Fury was stunned. Where did this fox come from? Such a massive fox. Could it be another war machine created by that monster civilization? Unfortunately, he had no idea that the Ninetales was far more dangerous than Golza. After all, at its worst, Golza could only blast a few buildings. Apart with its ultrasonic rays, the Ninetales, on the other hand, could probably demolish half of New York with a single-tailed beast bomb. The destructive power of a tailed beast bomb could easily wipe out an entire mountain range or erase a hidden ninja village from the map. Lufa had played countless Naruto-themed games. Some were just reskins, some were more original, some were mobile games, and some were just simple little games. As for the system, it didn't care what kind of game it was. As long as you played it, anything from it could potentially be summoned. So, it wasn't really that strange for the Ninetales to have appeared. What mattered now was that this Ninetales had the pattern of the Mangekyo Sharingan in its eyes. In other words, this was the very Ninetales from the night of the Ninetales Rampage. It was mindless, impossible to reason with, and bent on destruction. A true force of devastation. Even more troubling, the only way to deal with it was to seal it away. If you killed it, it would simply respawn somewhere else. Or maybe that wasn't entirely accurate. Suddenly, Lufa remembered his soul harvesting ability. If he could refine the Ninetales into a soul stone, would that mean he'd gain chakra? The Ninetales, spotting Lufa and the others just a short distance away, immediately struck down with a massive paw. A deafening crash followed. Without a second's hesitation, Emperor Frederick the Great opened fire, his ship's cannons blasting into the Ninetales and wounding it. After all, the firepower of these cannons was at least on par with an A-rank or even S-rank ninjutsu. The damage was significant, but as a tailed beast, the Ninetales quickly recovered from such injuries. But that wasn't the end. Scotty leaped into the air, swinging her greatsword down with tremendous force. Waybreaker Strike. The Ninetales tried to swat Scotty away with its tail, but she sliced off one of its massive foxtails in a single blow. Are they all this powerful? Captain America, Steve Rogers, couldn't help but ask as he watched Lufa and the others battle this colossal beast. Yes, Black Widow replied, equally shaken. Most humans harbored a deep-seated fear of giant creatures, let alone a monstrous being that radiated such palpable malice. The fact that they hadn't fled already was a testament to the extraordinary strength of their will. Having lost a tail to Scotty's sword, the Ninetales howled again. This time, it began to gather chakra, forming a tailed beast bomb, clearly aiming to wipe out Scotty in one strike. High-energy reaction detected. The shield helicarrier had already taken to the skies, mainly as a precaution against the unexpected. Now, their sensors picked up a terrifying surge of energy erupting from the battlefield. I can't just let you out here, even though I'd really love to see what would happen. But, after all, that would damage both Lufa's prestige and the mystique of the secret organization. If it hadn't broken free, things would be much simpler. Dimensional Slash. A streak of silver flashed across the Ninetales' neck, and in an instant, the beast's attack was halted. Its enormous head fell cleanly to the ground. Is it dead? None of them had expected the monster to be dispatched so effortlessly. Lufa quickly approached the fallen Ninetales, pressing one hand against its body. Soul Harvest, activate. As his magic surged forth, the Ninetales' body melted away like candy, and finally, a soul stone the size of a car took shape in Lufa's hand. At first, Lufa had worried that the Ninetales might not possess a soul at all, but now he saw otherwise. In fact, the quality of this soul stone even felt higher than Golzen's. There was no time to absorb it now, so Lufa tossed it into his system inventory. So far, it looks like they really do have the situation under control. Captain America had thought the Ninetales' appearance would spell disaster, but he never expected the creature would be dealt with so swiftly. How much time had even passed? The Ninetales was already dead? The sheer speed was staggering. It was proof, once again, of just how capable this secretive organization was. After all, they'd handled one alien invasion or monster outbreak after another. America, along with the leaders of other informed nations, fell silent. Up until now, they'd only heard rumors. Without seeing it for themselves, they'd always harbored some doubt about just how formidable this organization could be. But now, after witnessing the giant fox so easily destroyed, each of them couldn't help but wonder, if it had been up to them, what would it have cost to take down such a creature? We've just finished analyzing the energy signature from that attack. And what did you find? Incredible. That energy was strong enough to wipe a third of New York off the map. After all, this was an attack that could erase a mountain from existence. Thankfully, Lufa had interrupted it before it fully formed. Otherwise, New York would have suffered catastrophic losses. Wall Street might have been wiped out entirely. And yet, the Ninetales was only the beginning. More monsters were on the way. Lufa suspected some dark hand was manipulating the drop rate. Otherwise, how could so many monsters appear at once? Even if these were just minor creatures from various games, some of the games had monsters of real renown. Thankfully, none of the SCP monsters from the Foundation games he'd played had appeared. Still, with all the games he'd played, who knew when something like the Ether Dragon, capable of ending worlds, might drop in? Under this crushing pressure, Lufa sometimes wondered if he should just give up and settle down, living a peaceful life with his wives as things stood now. However, the looming crises and major events made it impossible for Lufa to live in peace. Though the MCU universe only had a handful of films so far, that didn't mean the dramatic arcs from Marvel's comics wouldn't come to pass. A sudden, earth-shaking roar split the air. In an instant, Lufa and the others snapped their heads upward, gazing into the sky. The endless, thunderous bellow echoed above as a mythical beast soared through the void. It was a dragon, shrouded in deep shadows, its monstrous jaws spewing torrents of flame. The creature was so massive it blotted out the sun, its emerald, slit-pupiled eyes gleaming with a savage light. Just meeting that gaze sent a chill down one's spine. Across the dragon's chest and abdomen, bright green markings glowed with a strange radiance. Doragon. That's Doragon, isn't it? How could a dragon possibly exist? Everyone was stunned speechless. Lufa's first instinct was to dodge the dragon's raging breath of fire. Fafnir. Lufa didn't recognize the dragon at first, but the unmistakable emblem on its belly gave it away. No way. Could it really be the evil dragon, Fafnir? And then Lufa saw her. Standing atop Fafnir's bowed head was a figure clad in battle armor, a young woman gripping a flag adorned with irises. Holy crap, it's a gold card pull. But why was it the dragon witch who could command the evil dragon Fafnir? This wasn't the Jean Dark altar he'd drawn from the gacha and maxed out his bond with, but the one from the 100 Years' War with the evil dragon. The original Jean Dark altar. Damn, this is an ultra-rare card. A fierce, burning desire flared up in Lufa's heart. The urge to have her. The Shinjuku Jean, this original Jean Dark altar, the one he'd summoned to Chaldea. He wanted them all. Is she a friend? Tifa asked, noticing the excitement Lufa couldn't hide. Apparently, he'd had the same look on his face when they first met him. I don't know. Right now, she's an enemy, but she might become an ally later on. Lufa remained cautious. After all, he couldn't see any affection in Jean Alter's eyes directed at him. If it were the max-bonded Chaldea Jean Alter, she'd probably treat him like Riven and the others did. The Dragon Witch Jean, such a being simply didn't exist in the Throne of Heroes. The Dragon Witch of the 100 Years' War was nothing more than a counterfeit forged by Castor with the Holy Grail. This version, known as Alter, was not just another facet of the saintly Jeanne d'Arc. Instead, she was born from the grief of Gilles de Rice, Marshal of France, over Jeanne's death. His wish upon the Holy Grail gave rise to this avenger, whose sole purpose was vengeance. If it were truly Jeanne herself, even at the stake she would forgive her executioners. But as a counterfeit manifesting as an avenger, Jeanne Alter was utterly incapable of such mercy. Forgetting may be part of human nature, but a true avenger never forgets. They are doomed to live in an endless cycle of hatred and pain, and only by doing so can they be called specters of vengeance. Only thus can they sustain their very existence. Precisely because of this, even if she is but an imitation, as long as she continues to exist, the pain will never fade or be forgotten. That is why the dragon, which longs to see the world consumed in flames. Is that the Black Jean? Archer of Red had naturally noticed the silhouette standing atop the wicked dragon Fafnir's head. This turn of events was truly beyond anything he could have imagined. More importantly, both Lufa and Archer of Red worried. Was it really only the Black Jean who had shown up? Could some abomination, like a pillar of the demon god, have followed as well? An enemy? Scotty was a little confused by the situation. Is that a child we haven't managed to tame yet? Frederick the Great alighted behind Lufa. With such a massive dragon present, he'd have to make sure Lufa was well protected. With a guttural roar, Fafnir, under Black Jean's control, unleashed a torrent of flames straight at Lufa. All right, now she's definitely an enemy. But nobody move, Lufa said, as Frederick the Great swept him up in an embrace and leaped, narrowly dodging Fafnir's inferno. Then he turned to the others and spoke. Tifa, I'll need you to set up a barrier, one big enough to keep anything from going wrong. And I'd rather nobody see what's about to happen inside. Understood. Tifa didn't say much more. She would always support and trust in Lufa's decisions. But the energy from the Green Lantern is running low. The barrier won't hold for long, she added. That's fine. It only needs to last a little while, Lufa replied. All he needed was for the barrier to conceal his demonic form. A thunderous surge of magical energy shot skyward amid a flash of white light. The white demon charged straight toward the Dragon Witch. Fafnir, the evil dragon, roared and swung his claws down at the white demon. On my way. With a single punch, Lufa struck Fafnir's talon. The difference in scale between them was immense, yet the result was Fafnir being sent sprawling by just one blow. The Dragon Witch watched the white-clad demon race toward her. She showed no reaction. She didn't even lift her battle standard or draw the black sword at her waist. She simply stared. Then, suddenly, a wyvern materialized in midair, blocking Lufa's advance. Damn it! Lufa hadn't expected this turn. But in the 100 Years' War of the Evil Dragon, it had indeed been said that Black Jean was born with the ability to tame dragons, a power, perhaps derived from Gilles infusing the Black Jean with the legends of Saint Martha and Saint George, whose tales spoke of driving away dragons, only twisted in reverse. In that chapter of the 100 Years' War of the Evil Dragon, Black Jean had once ravaged the land of France with this very skill. In a flash, the Yamato blade appeared in Lufa's hand. Just like when Virgil wielded the Yamato and transformed into his demon form, the scabbard fused seamlessly with Lufa's arm, allowing him to draw the sword at will. With a pitiful shriek, the wyvern was sliced cleanly in two by Lufa's blade. Dragon blood rained down from the sky. Luckily, Tifa's barrier concealed the spectacle from prying eyes. Otherwise, anyone witnessing the scene might have thought the age of myths had returned, what with both wyverns and great dragons roaming the skies. From there, the path ahead lay wide open, no more obstacles left in their way. It was only then that Black Jean made her move to retaliate. Her signature noble phantasm was the curse flag, or rather, the flag of wrath, a banner whose mere wave could unleash burning magical might. Lufa had no intention of testing his own endurance against the fury of Black Jean's flag. He hesitated to use the Yamato against it, fearing he might destroy her banner entirely. Golden, slit-pupiled eyes met the gaze of her magical, bewitching eyes. In the next instant, Lufa vanished into thin air, only to reappear right before Black Jean. A look of confusion flashed across her face. Then Lufa struck her squarely with a friendship breaker punch. A thunderous impact echoed as Black Jean plummeted from the skies, crashing into the earth below. Lufa was about to press the attack, but Fafnir, the evil dragon, came barreling back into the fray. Damn it, Golza! With a furious roar, Lufa activated his monster card. Golza transformed into a beam of light, and in the next moment, a colossal Golza descended from the heavens, landing squarely atop Fafnir. The two massive beasts rolled and wrestled across the ground, though in truth, Fafnir was smaller and no real match for Golza. Seizing the opportunity, Lufa leapt down to confront Black Jean once more. "Why do you keep coming after me like this?" he demanded. Black Jean rose to her feet. Lufa had pulled his punch just now. Otherwise, finishing her off wouldn't have been a problem. "Weren't you the one who attacked me first?" He shot back at the so-called dragon witch, knowing full well she was not easily swayed. Thanks to Gillis, her heart was consumed with vengeance now. She was nothing like the easily embarrassed, easily deceived Black Jean Chaldea had summoned, the one who could be tricked into a night together 8 times over. In fact, her class wasn't even Avenger right now. So, Lufa decided to employ a little physical persuasion first, and then try to win her over after. Dragon, Witch, Shinjuku Jean, Chaldea Jean, Swimsuit Jean. Wasn't this the ultimate Black Jean collection? Black Jean's face twisted with anger. She drew the Crimson Lotus holy sword from her waist, and a storm of blazing crimson fire surged forth, roaring toward Lufa like a raging inferno. Compared to Jean Dark's fortress-like defenses, the Black Jean is a weapon of mass destruction. Pure firepower with virtually no defensive skills, all offense, and no shield. Lufa wasn't surprised by Black Jean's sudden ambush. After all, that's exactly the kind of thing the Dragon Witch would do. What worried Lufa more was her noble phantasm, Roar My Rage. This noble phantasm is similar to St. Jean's in that it can take the brunt of an enemy's attack. However, it doesn't just absorb the blow, it amplifies the damage and hurls it right back. That is the key difference between the two Jeans. No matter what, the Saint would try to understand, to forgive, never considering turning pain back on others. But Black Jean is quite the opposite. She never lets a slight go unavenged. If she's hurt, she'll make sure to pay it back, no matter what. That's exactly the image of Jean that Gillis dreamed of. Faced with Black Jean's furious flames, Lufa chose to push forward, braving the raging inferno. If his Amadam Spirit Stone could absorb this blazing crimson fire, he might even unlock a new ability, something dramatic like atomic ignition. As for why he didn't choose to endure the flames of the accursed flag, well, those were far more dangerous. Black Jean had no idea what madness was driving Lufa, but seeing him advance through the searing flames to get closer to her made the dragon, which bare her teeth in frustration. Her cheeks still ached from that punch he'd landed earlier. Could he really be trying to get close just to land another hit? As Lufa lunged toward her, Black Jean was seized by a sudden, inexplicable sense of dread, almost as if she was about to be caught and humiliated, reduced to nothing more than a plaything. The dragon which struggled, but compared to the white-haired devil before her, her resistance was utterly futile. Somewhere along the way, Lufa had grown so powerful he no longer needed the protection of agents, servants, or heroes. In just a few swift moves, he had the dragon, which securely bound. "You bastard, what are you trying to do?" she demanded. That lingering sense of malice made the dragon, which deeply uneasy. After all, she carried fragments of Jean's memories, specifically the ones Gillis believed she should hate most. That's why, upon manifesting, Black Jean attacked Lufa. She assumed she was in France. Naturally, she set out to destroy France, never expecting to run into such a tough opponent. Now Lufa was acting strangely, as if tying her up would actually keep her restrained. "Behave yourself," Lufa said, hoisting the dragon witch onto his shoulder and giving her a firm smack on her shapely behind. Instantly, the flames around her blazed even higher. His own skin was burning, nearly down to the bone, yet he remained unfazed, even joking lightly, which made Black Jean wonder if she'd run into some kind of lunatic. Did he not feel any pain at all? No true tough guy is immune to pain. Only lunatics and perverts take pleasure in agony and treat it as a thrill. "Tifa, pack up. We're heading back." Lufa spoke to Tifa. Then, he transformed Galzin back into a card. As for the evil dragon Fafnir, it had already been knocked out cold by Galzin. So, transporting it back would be easy now. Outside, the Avengers and S.H.I.E.L.D., who had been waiting for a long time, saw the Green Lantern barrier vanish. What greeted their eyes was nothing but ruins, as if some wild, furious, and savage beast had rampaged through, tearing everything apart. Everyone who witnessed this scene couldn't help but imagine what might have happened here. They pictured the mysterious organization locked in battle with some colossal monster or something of the sort. The only regret was that the scene had been cleaned up a little too thoroughly. This left those hoping to collect a bit of alien biological material deeply disappointed. Looks like the situation is under control. Nick Fury received a report from the site. Without delay, he sent S.H.I.E.L.D. agents to secure the area and prevent the American military from barging in. All on-site investigations were entrusted to his most reliable agent, Coulson. Unfortunately, Agent Coulson reported that the people from the mysterious organization were too formidable. They had literally scraped away most of the ground, leaving nothing behind. All the surveillance cameras had been destroyed, so there wasn't a single useful piece of footage to be found. If there's nothing left, then let the military in. Nick Fury had already been bombarded with calls from the American military, but he simply hung up without batting an eyelid. The military was left helpless. After all the resources and the hefty defense budget they'd poured into this operation, they came away empty-handed. As for the site itself, well, given the pace of American construction, it might still be under cleanup 10 years from now. Unless, of course, Wall Street was affected. Otherwise, for anywhere else, it would all depend on the circumstances. On the other side, Lufa, carrying Black Jean and still blazing with crimson fire, returned to Umbrella Corporation's headquarters. He set Black Jean down on the ground, her face the only thing visible beneath the shroud of the jealousy artifact, which wrapped around her like a burial cloth. Covering Black Jean with the jealousy artifact was the only way to prevent her from suddenly lashing out with fire. After all, the dragon which was still extremely dangerous. Ignoring her grumbling and curses, Lufa suddenly collapsed to the floor, overcome by discomfort after the Amadeim's spirit stone within him absorbed the crimson fire and began to change. Luckily, he had anticipated something like this might happen and had told Tifa and the others in advance not to worry about him. Even so, Tifa and the others remained deeply worried, for they discovered that Lufa's body temperature was alarmingly high. So high, in fact, that even after moving him into the ice chamber, his temperature refused to drop. Instead, the frigid air within the chamber was gradually warmed by the heat radiating from his body, turning the chill into uncomfortable warmth. A gentle sigh of relief swept through the room. Lufa remained in a deep sleep for nearly 10 hours before finally awakening. "Lufa, are you all right?" Tifa asked with concern, sitting at his bedside. After his temperature had soared to dangerous heights for 3 hours, it finally began to decrease, at which point Tifa and the others felt safe enough to move him here. "I'm fine. In fact, I feel better than ever," Lufa replied, knowing that he had just undergone a new transformation. However, he could sense that the crimson lotus fire of the dragon, which had not given him as significant a boost as he'd expected. He attempted to transform, and found himself once again in his usual white demon form. He soon discovered that he seemed to have gained a new transformation. "Tifa, stand back. All of you, give me some space," Lufa instructed, planning to test out this newfound form. Once Tifa and the others had retreated a safe distance, Lufa transformed from the white demon into a being wreathed in blazing flames. His skin turned a deep red over large swathes, the crimson flesh shining with an inner glow, while jets of steam hissed outward, his body temperature soaring ever higher. Power surged through him. Lufa felt an unprecedented sense of strength coursing through his body. From head to toe, he resembled Dante's true demon form from Devil May Cry 5. In fact, the Amadeim Spirit Stone had fashioned this new shape by drawing upon Lufa's innermost desires and mimicking Dante's appearance. With the Dragon Witch's Crimson Lotus Fire as a catalyst, he had awakened his Crimson Lotus Demon form, reminiscent of Godzilla's burning form. This transformation was pure fire and heat. Just by standing still, the ground beneath Lufa's feet melted in a molten rock, his skin radiating a temperature of 1500 degrees Celsius. The Crimson Lotus form, developed from his basic demon shape, was akin to Kuga's mighty form in Kamen Rider. Essentially, it was a new transformation. In this sense, Lufa was now like a Kamen Rider, though with one key difference. He didn't need to shout Henshin or any fancy phrase to transform. The White Demon was his base form. The Crimson Lotus Demon was his powered-up state, infused with a fusion of Spirit Stone energy, magic, and the superheated flames of the Crimson Lotus Fire. Even with Lufa's warning, Tifa and the others found themselves forced to retreat by the searing heat and waves of blistering air washing over them. It was reminiscent of Yama Brown's transformation, an eruption of heat, shock waves, and fire powerful enough to ignite everything flammable in the vicinity. But Lufa's transformation was even more overwhelming. With a single shockwave and blast of hot wind, he incinerated everything, flammable or not, within range, leaving behind nothing but scorched remnants. 1,500 degrees Celsius. That's hot enough to melt steel. It might not look as terrifying as the apocalypse virus, but in reality, Lufa could feel the terrifying heat coursing through his body. It was as if he could breathe out a scorching heat ray at any moment. The temperature of this heat ray was anyone's guess. The blazing fire could be manipulated at will, just like this. Blazing sword, Lufa yelled, striking a dramatic pose. Instantly, a sword of fire formed in his hand, imitating the blazing sword skill of the flame demon from Lost City and the frail warrior. The roaring flames weren't ordinary fire. They weren't bound by water or air. Even if he plunged it into a block of ice, it would keep burning right through. As long as there was something combustible, be it matter or energy, the fire would never go out. However, since it was a malleable energy construct, the blazing sword couldn't be used to parry attacks. You wouldn't see a lightsaber duel here. It simply incinerated anything it touched in a burst of flame. So if you want to defend yourself, you'd better stick to good old atomic recomposition. There's also a flaming whip, long and flexible, packing just as much punch. Seeing his own house about to get completely wrecked, Lufa quickly reverted to his white Magus form. Lufa, just now. It was hard to imagine such heat coming from any living being. Tifa wanted to say something, but in the end, she kept it to herself. Lufa reassured her he was fine. If anything, he'd gotten stronger. Even if he ran into Nyen again, with her sky-high internal temperatures, he could probably transform into Crimson Lotus Magus and devour her. Though that would be a bit monstrous. So, what should we do about this child next? Emperor Frederick pointed, with great interest, at the dragon, which tightly wrapped in the envy relic. Jean. Lufa walked up to the dragon which, sensing nothing but hostility in her eyes and expression. Anyone would feel the same after being hit with a so-called friendship punch and then tied up in a way even less dignified than a shibari knot. Actually, you're not Jean. From her demeanor, Lufa had already guessed that this dragon, which was probably a counterfeit just created by Gillis, not yet battered, or rather, enlightened by Ritsuka Fujimaru, and she hadn't crossed paths with the infamous Gadako. So, the way to win her over was simple, either brute force or a silver tongue. Of course, Lufa wanted both her body and her heart. A rare card, one that could be lost in a single move. Oomph. The dragon which shot him a classic French look of disdain. What I'm saying is true. Think carefully about your memories, those so-called memories of Joan of Arc. Do you remember what you were doing when you were 5 years old? Do you remember what you did before you left your village? And why did you leave? Was it really for France? No, it was to reduce the taxes. Lufa said. Then the dragon, which fell into a thoughtful silence. You don't have memories of those past years, do you? Lufa watched her expression gradually shift as confusion and uncertainty crept in. Characters like this are easy to read, he thought. Their emotions plainly written on their faces. Unlike someone like Coulson, who always wore a smile no matter the situation. While that kind of approachability was nice, it actually made Lufa less inclined to interact with them. So what if I don't have those memories? The dragon which wasn't so easily persuaded or fooled. Even though she had begun to question and doubt her own existence, she still stood her ground. Lufa stepped forward, closing the distance until he was nearly face-to-face with the dragon who hung suspended in midair. It matters a great deal. Without those memories, you don't have to bear the hatred of others. But the dragon which ignored him, refusing to respond. Come on, let go of the hatred and anger that never truly belonged to you. Start a new life for yourself. Lufa coaxed her gently, though he was painfully aware that he lacked the charm of someone like Ritsuka Fujimaru, who seemed able to win over every servant with effortless warmth. Simply put, Lufa just wasn't that kind of gentle soul. He was only gentle in the most extreme sense. Still, he wasn't worried. After all, he already had her in his grasp. If nothing else, he could always work things out later. Who knows? Maybe feelings would grow with time. Lufa, that girl? Frederick the Great asked with interest. She's just like all of you, one of the most important people to me. Lufa replied to Frederick. Of course, if you're being honest, there'd probably be a long string of names after most important people. But that couldn't be helped. Lufa's love was vast and inclusive. To ask him to give up any of his most important people was simply impossible. In her, hearing that the dragon which was considered just as important, Riven was puzzled by the way she treated Lufa. Think of it this way. Before she met me, It's like how I hadn't started playing with you, Riven. Lufa explained, putting it into words they would understand. I see. Riven nodded in understanding, and in fact, all of them seemed to get it. After all, they were well aware that they were game characters, and as for their in-game backstories, those felt more like a second life to them. If you put it that way, it was hard to say whether they were the original or a copy. But Lufa didn't care about any of that. Original or copy, as long as they were his wives, he was content. Let me talk to her, Tifa offered. Tifa. Lufa was deeply moved and scooped Tifa up in his arms, intending to give her a well-deserved reward. But just as Lufa was about to act, while Tifa blushed with shy anticipation, he received a message from Red A. After Lufa had dealt with the frost giants, as well as the sudden appearance of the nine-tailed fox and the dragon, he ordered his subordinates to clean up the scene. Not even a single cell from the frost giants could be left behind for S.H.I.E.L.D., so they might as well scrape up the very ground itself. At that moment, Red A reported some news. He had spotted a group matching Lufa's description, 3 men and 1 woman dressed in outlandish costumes. The 4 warriors of Asgard? Why are they only showing up now? Lufa was a little surprised. At last, the 4 warriors of Asgard arrived on Earth, in New York City. All one could say was that they'd come a step too late. If not for Lufa, Thor would probably have already met his end. We need to find Thor first. Let's ask someone for directions. However, because of their bizarre attire, people assumed they were cosplayers. No one took their questions seriously. Instead, they were swarmed by people asking for photos. Well, that was to be expected. It was New York, after all. This kind of thing wouldn't happen in New Mexico. Even though the city had just experienced a disaster with the frost giants slaughtering humans, the eyewitnesses had all been taken away by S.H.I.E.L.D. to assist with the investigation. They weren't allowed to leave until they admitted they hadn't seen any frost giants and were simply making up stories. The truth was, no one could endure staying in such a stifling, oppressive environment for long. Most would break down on their own, giving up any idea of spreading word about what they'd seen. As for the thrill-seekers who kept telling their tales after they got out, well, that was no matter. They'd just be dismissed as exaggerators, and S.H.I.E.L.D. couldn't be bothered to intervene with these small fry. The 4 warriors of Asgard wandered around, trying to find out where Thor was, which led people to think there was some kind of comic convention going on, or maybe a movie being filmed on the street. Naturally, they found nothing. Hello there. Red A approached them with a genial smile. Who are you? The 4 warriors of Asgard immediately sensed something was off about him. The unease came from Red A's presence. Not quite human, more like a soul. I heard you're looking for Prince Thor. For his safety, we've kept his identity secret. After all, this place was just attacked by frost giants who were targeting him for assassination. Red A shrugged, repeating the lines Lufa had given him, addressing the 4 wary warriors. Frost giants? Where are they? Sif and the others became visibly agitated. Frost giants, here in Midgard? This was serious. They had to stop them at once. Please follow me. Red A led them to the headquarters of Umbrella Corporation. No sooner had they stepped inside than Scotty and Frederick the Great knocked them out cold from behind, each taking down one. It's worth noting what happened to Sif. Scotty's blow sent Sif's head flying a good distance ahead of her body, her neck stretched like taffy, and only then did her body follow, crashing through the wall with a deafening smash. Scotty apologized, admitting she might have used a bit too much strength. After all, Lufa had told her that Asgardians were far more resilient than humans, about on par with elite Terra warriors. So she had used enough force to knock out a Super Terra. Here, Super Terra refers to elite and powerful Terrans at the level of Azure Gold or higher, not just any ordinary Terran. Faced with Scotty's innocent expression, Lufa couldn't really blame her. Of course, he forgave her. That's odd. TT, have you gotten stronger? Lufa asked, puzzled. He was pretty sure he hadn't made a mistake. Sif and her companions had already demonstrated their strength on Earth. For example, Sif had once sent a heavy truck flying with a single kick. Plus, since Asgard's gravity was several times that of Earth's, it was reasonable to deduce that the average Asgardian's strength and physical resilience were roughly equivalent to a typical Terran. Sif and her companions, being the 4 warriors of the palace, were certainly far stronger than the average Asgardian. So matching them to Azure Gold, or even the likes of the Silver Spear Pegasus, among Terra elites shouldn't be a problem, right? Who knows, maybe Sif was even as strong as a Blood Knight. Yet, Scotty had nearly killed her with a blow intended only to knock out a Super Terra. Suddenly, Lufa wondered if, after his own journey to this world, Scotty had somehow grown stronger, which would explain what had just happened. Have I gotten stronger? Scotty herself wasn't sure. She didn't feel like she'd changed at all. Oh well, Lufa thought. Since Odin hadn't blasted them with the Bifrost, he must have tacitly approved of their actions. So without wasting time, Lufa ordered the unconscious 4 warriors of the palace to be packed up and sent to the lab to extract their genes, cells, hair, skin, and so on. Afterwards, the still unconscious group was dispatched to keep Thor company. At this point, Thor was still unconscious. Even if someone tossed him onto the street, no one would pay him any mind. Fortunately, the frost giants hadn't invaded this particular street. Otherwise, Thor might have gotten caught in the crossfire and died. Seeing Thor sprawled on the sidewalk without a soul paying attention was nothing unusual. New York had no shortage of drunks or people knocked out and robbed. After Sif and her companions collapsed as well, some people started to get ideas. Luckily, though Scotty had been a bit heavy-handed, the Asgardians' resilience allowed them to come to their senses rather quickly. Where are we? Sif and the others had a nagging feeling that they'd forgotten something, but the moment they saw Thor, they pushed it out of their minds. After all, this wasn't unfamiliar. Every time they finished a great battle and celebrated with hearty drinks, they'd black out, and waking up was always like this. Thor, wake up! Sif shook Thor with such force, she nearly kneaded him like clay. For Thor, who was now just an ordinary man, this was far more than he could handle, so he quickly snapped back to consciousness, dragged awake by the discomfort. Thor, you're awake? Seeing him struggle to open his eyes, Sif exclaimed with excitement. A crowd was gathering around them, watching with growing curiosity, as if a movie was being filmed right before their eyes. Sif, you're here too? Thor had just been sure he was about to die. Perhaps he'd been caught and tortured by the frost giants. But as he woke, he remembered he had already been stripped of his godly power as punishment. Thor, why do we find you unconscious here? Something fell off to Sif and the others. That was when Thor remembered his quest to reclaim his hammer. After a quick discussion, they decided to help Thor retrieve Mjolnir. Thor could sense exactly where his hammer was, and he knew that once he reclaimed it, his godly strength would return. But it wouldn't be as easy as it was in the original story. New Mexico hadn't had much in the way of security, but this was New York. S.H.I.E.L.D. could easily cordon off the hammer's landing site and post a small army to guard it. All the Avengers were here except Tony Stark. As for Tony, he was keeping watch over other parts of New York, making sure no new wave of aliens appeared. Nick Fury had shown him footage of the frost giants. Completely unfazed by artillery fire, their flesh and blood bodies able to shrug off humanity's most powerful weapons. It was no wonder such creatures could overpower military hardware. Worse still, their ice axes and spears could pierce tank armor with ease, which made Tony Stark doubt whether his Iron Man suit could hold up against their attacks. Luckily, he still had Hellfire. As long as he used it to supercharge his suit, his combat power would surge tenfold in an instant. He wouldn't even have to worry about running out of ammo. If only this power weren't cursed, Tony thought, he'd use it all the time. Just then, he received an urgent message. Someone had broken into the base. Captain Steve Rogers was stunned. With all the tight security and so many S.H.I.E.L.D. agents on guard, he hadn't expected anyone to just walk in barehanded. Though, not all of them were unarmed. Aside from the burly blonde man, the other 4, dressed in outlandish costumes, looked like they'd be anything but easy to handle. Thud! He caught Volstag's axe with a shield, and Volstagg was utterly shocked that this Midgardian could actually block his blow. After all, Volstagg was the master of weapons among the warriors 3 of Asgard, renowned for his bravery and undefeated record fighting alongside Thor. Midgardians, are you standing in the way of the mighty Thor reclaiming his power? Volstagg roared, his voice booming. Thor, the god of thunder. Steve Rogers, Captain America, looked completely bewildered. Wasn't that just a figure from myth and legend? Vandrel, wielding his fencing sword, faced off against the agile Black Widow, but he held back from using lethal force. His choice of a fencing sword, like something from a sports match, made it clear he was quite a particular sort of man. Still, Black Widow quickly realized this man was no easy opponent. Hogan was busy clearing a path for Thor, while Sif escorted the now powerless god of thunder forward. Warning, if you come any closer, we will open fire. S.H.I.E.L.D. agents drew their pistols, aiming at the Asgardians. You dare point such tiny weapons at me? Thor felt insulted, but then noticed Hogan and Sif pressing forward, apparently oblivious to the danger posed by firearms. The S.H.I.E.L.D. agents, of course, hastily reported to their superiors, retreating as they fired at Thor and his companions. A volley of gunshots rang out, sharp and relentless. Sif's expression shifted. If Thor still had his powers, this would be nothing. Asgardians, after all, had conquered 9 realms and traveled the cosmos. They were no strangers to firearms. But most Asgardians never took guns seriously, except for one notable exception. Metallic clangs echoed as bullets were deflected. Hogan and Sif's skills were superb. While not quite the level of Volstagg the Master, they were more than capable of batting away bullets. Sif took her place in front of Thor, using her own body to shield him from any stray rounds. Just as the Warriors 3 and the Avengers clashed in their chaotic first encounter, a sudden burst of flamboyant, electrifying music filled the air, as if someone was blasting tunes from a souped-up car. "Agent Romanoff, looks like you're in a spot of trouble. Need a hand?" A voice called out, and, as the music soared, Black Widow and the others instinctively looked up. A figure clad in steel rocketed through the sky at incredible speed, circled overhead, and landed beside Natasha on one knee. Stark, Steve Rogers, Captain America, stared at Tony Stark in his flashy, bright red armor, his expression complex. Especially after having learned all about Tony Stark, Steve found his feelings even more tangled. He certainly hadn't expected Tony Stark to show up here. You do realize you're walking around with a power that could attract a demon lord at any moment, right? Can't you try to behave yourself for once? Oh, were you guys supposed to be Robin Hood or something? Tony Stark called out in exaggerated fashion when he saw Sif and her companions, then continued speaking. Of course, before arriving, he'd already watched the security footage. He knew these oddly dressed people were all superhumans. He just didn't know where they came from or which organization they belonged to. Up to this point, the Avengers hadn't suspected them of being aliens. They merely assumed they were superhumans. After all, Asgardians look far too much like humans. If they had even a few more horns, it would be obvious. "Listen, Tin Man, you dared attack the mighty son of Odin and even try to kill him. You will pay dearly for that," Sif said, her voice full of anger. "What? Did you say Odin's son? Sorry, you lost me there. Sound like a load of, well, never mind." Tony Stark shrugged, unimpressed. "Odin's son? That was a bit much, even for him. Looks like I'll need to reserve some beds for you guys at the psychiatric hospital. Superpowered lunatics are dangerous, you know. Stand still, lady. I don't want to hurt you. Maybe we can talk later." With that, Tony Stark fired a repulsor blast ray to Hogan. Sif was attractive, so Tony had no intention of hurting her. But the moment Sif saw Tony Stark using an energy weapon, she immediately upgraded his threat level to maximum. Without a word, she charged forward and drew her sword against Tony. Tony didn't have time to react himself, but his emergency combat protocols, programmed by Jarvis with every fighting technique in the world, kicked in. Jarvis took control, dodged Sif's sword strike, and followed up with a punch. Sif hadn't expected such a response, but she quickly flipped backward, evading Tony's punch with grace. "Impressive," Tony quipped, then settled into a Ba Ji Quan stance. He suddenly realized it might be a bit unfair to use energy blasts against these sword-wielding opponents. Sif charged again. Tony, feeling overconfident, used the Iron Man suit's armored forearm to block her attack. But Sif's sword sliced right through the golden titanium alloy, as if it were tofu. Fortunately, Jarvis's reaction speed was far superior to Tony's. The moment the armor was breached, Jarvis registered the damage and blasted Sif in the abdomen before she could do any real harm. The force sent her flying. "How did you do that? You actually cut through my suit." Tony Stark was utterly stunned. He had originally thought that the cold weapon would break, even if Sif was a superhuman. After all, the materials used for such weapons were limited, and they shouldn't have been able to withstand so much force. Yet, the reality was that his Iron Man suit had been pierced, while both Sif and her sword remained completely unharmed. Tony Stark couldn't understand it, but he was thoroughly shaken. "Your armor is far too weak," Sif declared as she rose to her feet. Despite having taken a direct hit from the palm repulsor to her abdomen, she was entirely unscathed. Looking utterly unimpressed, she continued, "Forget about this tin can armor. My sword is cut through stone creatures and even metallic beings. This is nothing." Tony Stark found himself unable to argue back. After all, his suit had indeed been effortlessly sliced open by Sif. "Jarvis, did you record that?" Tony's voice rang out, laced with his usual touch of irreverence. "Recording complete, Mr. Stark," Jarvis responded. "Make a note of it. Remind me when we get back to look for materials that can withstand this kind of attack," Tony instructed. "Yes, sir." Jarvis acknowledged, simultaneously logging the note and maneuvering the Iron Man suit to dodge Sif's sword. Tony Stark felt the pressure on him intensify. Jarvis's evasive maneuvers might have kept Sif's attacks at bay, but for Tony inside the suit, it was far from pleasant. "Damn it, when I get back, I definitely need to increase the suit's tolerance for stress and fix this part of the program." Tony fired another palm repulsor blast, sending Sif flying. The previous blast had been at reduced power, but ever since Tony struck a deal with the Umbrella Corporation and acquired the new element reactor, he no longer worried about running out of energy. Even a continuous volley of repulsor blasts would barely dent his energy reserves by 10%. Only flight mode really consumed any significant amount of power. This time, Tony ramped up the output, and the repulsor blast flared with blinding intensity. The American military, as well as domestic satellites and a variety of sensors, all detected the sudden surge of high energy. A high-intensity energy release is usually accompanied by electron transitions, electrons dropping from a higher to a lower energy state, emitting photons in the process. Both combustion and nuclear fusion release energy this way, producing light as a result. That's the principle behind optical measurement sensors. By measuring changes in light radiation intensity, you can calculate the energy output using specific formulas. Sif didn't understand any of this, but she could judge the strength of the attack from the brightness alone. After all, the more powerful the strike, the greater its impact. She dodged the latest repulsor blast, which struck the ground and left a small crater. It wasn't large, but the sight was enough to make anyone's skin crawl. Sif realized that they had to deal with this man in iron as soon as possible. Otherwise, not only would Thor be unable to reclaim his hammer, but they themselves would be in danger. Now, hands up. Surrender, Tony Stark said, both of his palms glowing with the energy of his repulsor beams as he issued his warning. Unfortunately, surrender was clearly out of the question for Sif and her companions. On Earth, it might be a normal thing to do, but in Asgard, asking a warrior to lay down their weapon and surrender amounted to the gravest insult. So, without understanding why, Tony Stark suddenly found Sif bursting toward him in a fury. Left with no choice, Tony decided he would have to subdue this madwoman first. Otherwise, with her strength, she could cause unimaginable trouble and destruction. Before Tony Stark could react, Jarvis took control of the Mark V suit, initiating evasive maneuvers. But this time, the two sides were simply too close. Even with Jarvis's supercomputer-level processing power, predicting Sif's movements took hundreds of microseconds, and firing up the thrusters would take even longer. Stark, Captain America, Steve Rogers, shouted as he saw Sif slash through the Iron Man armor with just 2 or 3 strikes, leaving deep gashes that nearly exposed the man inside. Alarmed, he teamed up with Black Widow and Hawkeye to push back Volstagg, then flung his shield at Sif. Sif, though her back was turned, suddenly spun around and kicked the shield away. Tony seized the opportunity. Jarvis! Full barrage, he shouted. The Mark V's back armor unfolded like a cascade of scales, revealing a hidden missile array beneath. Missiles whooshed out in quick succession, weaving through the air like a swarm of angry hornets before slamming into the warriors 3 and Sif. A series of deafening explosions followed as 24 anti-tank micromissiles, each strong enough to pierce the frontal armor of a main battle tank, struck their targets with precision. The warriors of Asgard were sent flying by the blasts. Though it wasn't enough to kill them, injuries were inevitable. Sir, their vitals are still active, Jarvis reported dutifully. That's impossible, Tony Stark exclaimed in disbelief. These were anti-tank missiles, after all. Ever since discovering there was a hidden side to the world he didn't understand, and learning from SHLD's military records about the battles with the Frost Giants, Tony had specifically developed this batch of anti-tank missiles for maximum destructive power. And yet, the warriors of Asgard emerged from the explosions, battered but very much alive, leaping back into the fray against the Avengers. While the Avengers and the 4 warriors of Asgard were locked in a heated battle, Lufa was racking his brain, trying to figure out how to contain the evil dragon Fafnir. This dragon was simply enormous, unlike Golzin, who could be conveniently tucked away into a card at any time. But it wasn't an option to just slay the dragon. After all, it was the mount of the Dragon Witch. Lufa still wanted to preserve her combat strength. He just wasn't sure if those wyverns had been brought here by Black Jean herself, or if this world still had its own wyverns lingering about. As for the evil dragon Fafnir, there was little doubt. He must have been brought here by Black Jean. Otherwise, how could she truly be called a Dragon Witch? Fortunately, when they brought him back, they used Tifa's barrier to isolate him, and S.H.I.E.L.D. didn't dare to intercept them for research. It's only going to get more inconvenient from here on out. Maybe it's time to consider an island. Lufa mused aloud. An island, perhaps. He remembered there was an island called Rhodes. Rhodes was the 4th largest island in Greece, the country's premier tourist destination, and one of the cradles of Aegean civilization. It also boasted the richest sunlight in all of Europe. Located in the southeastern Aegean Sea, Rhodes sat at the crossroads of the Aegean and Mediterranean. Its center lay about 430 kilometers from Athens and just 17 kilometers from the coast of Turkey. Rhodes was the capital of the Dodecanese Islands and the easternmost city in Greece. The island covered an area of 1,398 square kilometers, with a population of around 125,000. About half of them lived in the northern city of Rhodes, which served as the island's capital and tourist hub. But for Lufa, acquiring an entire island was no simple feat. If land isn't an option, do I have to build an undersea base? Lufa considered another possibility. Islands, especially those belonging to a sovereign nation, were tricky business. If he asked for help, That would mean someone would have a permanent eye on this territory. Umbrella Corporation was already under enough explicit and covert surveillance. Luffy had no wish to attract even more attention. What would be the point, then? But building an undersea base would be far too challenging. The greatest obstacle underwater was pressure, dealing with the crushing depths and the risk of decompression. That sort of terrifying pressure would be unbearable even for superhumans from Terra. Scotty might not care, since she was native to such an environment. Or maybe an airborne base? But then there's the issue of concealment and how to land. Luffy pondered for a moment. In the end, an airborne base or a flying fortress seemed like the true answer. The sky offered endless space for construction, and with the right navigation, it would be easy to avoid crossing paths with other aircraft. Just like SHLD's helicarrier. Except Luffy has the new element arc reactor, so he doesn't have to worry about the energy consumption required to keep it floating. He could stay up in the sky forever without ever coming down. Resource resupply would be the only real hassle. And construction isn't a problem either. If S.H.I.E.L.D. could pull off something as outrageous as launching a helicarrier into the sky, there's no way Luffy couldn't do it. He planned to use the extremist virus suit technology to create morphable, high-strength nanometal for building this aerial base. In the comics, the silver Iron Man armor was made from this very extremist virus metal, giving it extraordinary power. This seamless material would be far sturdier than the patchwork floating bases cobbled together by others. Luffy also intended to track down the vibranium dealer, Ulysses Clow. This guy was active all the way until the Age of Ultron storyline, so finding him wouldn't be a problem. Not to mention, Luffy still had intel from Hydra. Once he had the idea, Luffy wasted no time and quickly sought out the big boss, Stern. Sir, you want me to manufacture extremist virus nanometal? Stern was visibly astonished by Luffy's request. Originally, he hadn't considered that the extremist virus could be used to create nanometal robots. But with Luffy's suggestion, Stern's imagination was suddenly ignited. Of course, given the properties of the extremist virus, there were so many potential directions for its development. So what do you think? This shouldn't be too hard for you, right? Luffy looked at him expectantly. After all, Stern was hailed as the most brilliant mind of humanity, discounting cheat-level geniuses like Dr. Strange or the knowledge-cursed Tony Stark. 3 days. Stern, full of confidence, gave Luffy his guarantee. 3 days? That's acceptable, but I need a lot of it. Luffy needed a huge amount of material to construct a floating, mobile base. With that, Stern got right to work. As for Luffy, he wanted to find the vibranium dealer, Ulysses Clow. Because of vibranium's unique properties and rarity, Ulysses Clow and his family had trafficked in it for generations. Once he heard Luffy was looking for vibranium, Ulysses Clow took the initiative to reach out. That's the privilege of power and status. Not to mention, Luffy now had crowds of people, both in the open and behind the scenes, eager to serve him. Just like those elite talents who spent a lifetime studying, all in hopes of one day serving the people in power. Ulysses Clow might never have been short on money, thanks to selling sound-absorbing metal, but for a renowned genius like Luffy, there was always a time when he'd need his help. Better to build a good relationship now. In the original storyline, Ulysses Clow sold Ultron a fortune's worth of vibranium, tens of billions of dollars worth. If you go by the international price of $10,000 per gram, that would mean roughly 100,000 grams of vibranium. But the amount Rufus got was far more than that. Eager to curry favor with him, Ulysses Clow sold every last scrap of vibranium he had, and even got in touch with a Wakandan prince on Rufus's behalf. In the end, Rufus acquired a staggering 500,000 grams of vibranium. That's half a metric ton, 1,000 gene. It might not be enough to build a floating fortress, but vibranium is the finest shock-absorbing material on Earth. With this much at his disposal, even if his airborne base were to plummet from the sky, it would emerge unscathed. Strange, why am I even considering the possibility of it crashing down from the sky? Rufus shook his head, tossing aside these aimless thoughts. If you're able to get your hands on more vibranium in the future, we could work together on a long-term basis. Rufus addressed Ulysses Clow. Of course, vibranium is practically a universal currency. There's never any worry about finding a buyer. To anyone else, Rufus's words might have sounded like empty pleasantries, but Clow's face immediately lit up with delight. This was exactly the favor he'd been angling for all along. Wasn't that the whole point of his efforts? As long as you wish it, sir, Clow replied eagerly. Good. Rufus knew just how much benefit a single sentence like that could bring him, but he didn't much care. The destroyer armor has descended to Earth, but that's not my concern. Rufus mused for a moment, then decided to keep his distance. After all, Avengers Assemble was playing out over there. What business would an outsider like him have meddling, especially with Tony Stark, now the Ghost Rider Iron Man, taking charge? Handling the destroyer until Thor regains his hammer shouldn't be a problem. Well, truthfully, Rufus felt a bit guilty. After all, he'd stirred up so much trouble. Who knows if Odin, lurking in the shadows, might sick the destroyer on him as payback. He was tempted to use the Amadam Soul Stone to absorb the destroyer's power, just to see if he could evolve into a new form. But after a moment's thought, he decided against such a reckless move. No need for unnecessary risks. There were far safer ways to get stronger, starting with the enormous, fiery nine-tailed Soul Stone resting before Rufus. And in the future, there was always the chance of encountering the Space Stone, the Tesseract, and gaining new abilities or forms, maybe even the Mind Stone. Since the Amadam Soul Stone could absorb any kind of energy, Rufus absolutely intended to set his sights on the Infinity Stones. Even a fraction of their power would be a tremendous gain. After all, relying on system drops for demon skills was far too slow. Not to mention anything else. If only Rufus could get a Royal Guard style, or even Dante's Quicksilver style that can stop time, that would have been something. After Rufus devoured the Soul Stone of the Nine Tails, he immediately sensed a transformation within his body. A torrent of immense magical power surged into him all at once, even more vast and overwhelming than what Gorzin possessed. The terrifying rate at which his magic increased quickly surpassed Rufus's ability to control or contain it. Flooded by that surging power, Rufus instantly shifted into his super demon form. Yet almost at once, that form began to mutate. This mutation, however, wasn't steering him toward a true demon's evolution, for Rufus contained many elements within him that were not of demonic origin. Most notably, the Amadam Soul Stone. Currently, his mutation was the result of absorbing too much magic in a single stroke. All the power left by Gorzin and the magic from the Soul Stones of various demons and devils he'd dealt with recently erupted at once. The might he gained from this was no less than what Virgil received after consuming the fruit of the Cliffith tree. Though, of course, the nature of that power was different, primarily because it came from the Cliffith itself. According to V, the Cliffith is a colossal demonic tree that grows in the underworld. When it gathers enough nourishment, it bears a single fruit, and any demon who consumes it is blessed with divine power. Such a fruit appears only once every few millennia. Trish mentioned that the last to consume such a fruit was Mundus, which is how he became king of the underworld. Without the Cliffith's transformation, there is no true source of demonic power. What remains is merely pure magic. If Rufus possessed only demon blood, things would have been simpler. He might have completely fulfilled the needs of his demonic lineage in one leap. Even if he couldn't become a true demon, he would have at least advanced another step, becoming a demon powerful enough to stand toe-to-toe with true demons. After all, the magic he'd acquired was immense. But that wasn't the case. He also bore the extraordinary Amadam Soul Stone, the original version, no less, forged directly in demonic form. Thus, once the Amadam Soul Stone absorbed this explosive surge of magic, the abundant power triggered a new round of evolution and transformation within Rufus. Networks of Soul Stone nerves spread throughout his entire body, entwining tightly with his original demon nerves. A deafening crash thundered. The entire building shuddered from Rufus's actions, the tremors spreading across several nearby streets. The commotion was so intense, it sent everyone in the area fleeing in a panic, as if caught in the middle of an earthquake. Sensing the disturbance he'd caused, Rufus broke through his own rooftop and soared into the sky. Yes, soared. He had now grown the wings of a demon, and no longer needed to envy the magic tools of others. And his flying speed was astonishing. At 100 meters per second, he shot off as a streak of white light and vanished from sight. Rufus, Tifa, and the others realized what had happened only after the fact, their worry for Rufus's safety overwhelming. Little did they know, Rufus had left to avoid causing a greater commotion. He sensed something within himself building, something he wasn't ready to unleash just yet. Was he becoming a true demon? Or had he already surpassed the power of the demon swordsman, Sparta? After a moment's hesitation, Rufus decided not to head for the North or South Pole, places where he could easily disrupt the planets. Climate. The ocean was out of question too. One wrong move, and he might trigger a tsunami, flooding vast stretches of land. So, he ultimately chose the Sahara Desert. America's mainland was more than 6,000 kilometers from the Sahara, but Rufus covered that immense distance in less than 20 hours, then dove straight into the heart of the desert. A thunderous roar erupted. The impact sent millions of tons of sand hurtling into the sky, scattering in all directions. No longer holding back, Rufus unleashed all his magic. Instantly, the air currents above the Sahara shifted violently, sweeping up mountains of yellow sand and spinning them into a massive, inverted whirlwind. The clouds above were drawn into a swirling vortex, leaving a gaping hole in the sky. Those in the desert, witnessing the spectacle, immediately understood that a sandstorm was coming. They shouted warnings, calling friends and family to flee for their lives. A sandstorm of this magnitude often grew into a colossal sand tornado, a disaster no one could afford to take lightly. Lightning split the sky, thunder rolled, and darkness fell. Yet, amid the storm, a figure in an orange-yellow cloak strode forward against the wind, invisible to everyone else around. What a powerful, demonic aura, but I've never sensed one quite like this before. She looked up into the heart of the storm, winds whipping back her hood to reveal a gleaming bald head. Despite the delicate, feminine features of her face, there was an aura about her that defied description. It was the Sorcerer Supreme, the Ancient One. She had been aware of Rufa ever since he first transformed into a super demon. At the same time, she sensed he was half human, half demon, and so assumed he was the child of a demon and a mortal. It wasn't so strange. Despite the barriers set by the three great sanctums to defend against dimensional invasion, some demons and devils were simply too weak to trigger the wards. In truth, the magical defenses didn't even register their presence. They were simply too feeble. What threat could they pose? As for how the Blackheart demon managed to slip through, that was Mephisto's doing. Rufus crossing between worlds was beyond her sight. After all, even the Ancient One couldn't constantly peer into the future using the Time Stone. If she had to check every person's fate, she'd be exhausted. Did people really think the Eye of Agamotto came without a price? In truth, she hadn't used the Eye of Agamotto for quite some time. But this time, she noticed something unusual. Lucifer was acting out of character, making a grand show of transforming into a demon and soaring through the sky in full view. Although, he didn't deliberately fly over the New York Sanctum in an act of open provocation. The overwhelming demonic aura he released still triggered an immediate response from the Sanctum. The head of the New York Sanctum cried out in alarm, exclaiming that a great demon king had descended, far beyond their power to contend with, and urgently called for the Sorcerer Supreme to come and banish the evil. This was only to be expected. It was common knowledge that among the Ancient One's apprentices, none could match her prowess. The gulf between them was vast, a legendary sorcerer flanked by a group of first-year students at a magical academy, still learning the basics. The Ancient One was well aware of this. So when she heard the frantic claims of a demon king, she simply answered with calm composure and made her way over. There was no other way. If she didn't come herself, no one else could handle the threat. With no capable subordinates, whether it was Demon King or Lesser Fiend, she had to deal with it personally. Yet upon arriving, the Ancient One realized that, for once, the New York Sanctum hadn't been exaggerating or mistaking a minor spirit for a demon lord. The intensity of this demonic presence, its unrestrained expansion, even provoked a faint ripple in the planetary will, manifesting as subtle shifts in the weather. It was rather like the jolt a person might feel after being shocked by a small generator. Noticeable, if not catastrophic. Even so, it was remarkable. Among all the deities and demons the Ancient One had encountered over the centuries, this one would easily rank in the top 100 million. That number shouldn't be underestimated. The Ancient One had lived for so long and fended off countless bizarre invaders from innumerable dimensions. Only the most formidable ever caught her attention. The rest, though she considered mere riffraff, could be dealt with almost effortlessly. By now, she'd lost count of the number of gods, demons, and dimensional creatures she'd dispatched. She used to keep a tally, but after the numbers grew unwieldy, she gave up. By her estimate, her record likely surpassed the sum total of every human being who had ever lived and died on Earth, by 10 or even 100-fold. Such was the difference between the Marvel multiverse and the single universe of Devil May Cry. A demon swordsman like Sparta, who could halt the stirrings of chaos, might be invincible in Devil May Cry's world, but in the Marvel universe. But to return to the point, the Ancient One was always reasonable. Discovering such a powerful demon in Lucifer, she left him be. Now, seeing him, apparently struggling to contain his demonic power and deliberately coming to the desolate Sahara Desert, she found herself even somewhat impressed. She had met countless heroes and champions, perhaps even chatted and debated with most of the legendary figures from myth and legend. With age comes experience and knowledge, which naturally accumulate over time. Unlike her disciples, who saw the world in stark black and white, she understood that a person's worth could not be judged solely by appearances or strength. If it were otherwise, then by that logic, given that she herself had borrowed dark energy from the dark dimension and even roughed up a debt collector who came to her doorstep, wouldn't that make her a villain as well? Rufa's evolution was now complete. His appearance had transformed. He looked no different from Dante and Virgil in their true demon forms in Devil May Cry 5. There was now a distinct bestial, wild, almost berserk quality to him. His body was encased in a hard, pure white carapace, with 2 pairs of wings, each set separated vertically. Golden, dazzling energy pulsed through both pairs of wings, as well as inside his body and head, casting a radiant glow. His entire form was nearly all white, except for his chest, hands, tail, and the inner sides of his wings, where golden, glowing fissures traced intricate patterns. The horns atop his head were unlike Virgil's hammerhead shark style or Dante's long, twin horns. Instead, Rufua's horns resembled the bull horns from Ichigo Kurosaki's Vasto Lord form in Bleach. With his pair of horns, his entire demonic appearance, aura, and bearing were wild, unrestrained, and fiercely intimidating. Though the process was fraught with challenges, with the aid of the Yamatam Soul Stone, Rufua had now become a true demon. So, just how powerful was he now? In Devil May Cry 5, Capcom never explicitly showed the destructive capacity of a true demon form. Still, based on lore in previous games, we can make an educated guess. The original Demon Emperor created an entire universe the size of a planet on a whim. Nightmare, in his berserk state, could shatter stars. The Savior's world-ending blast was apocalyptic in scale, yet Dante in his demon armor and the other demons withstood it. The Savior's body, nearly indestructible, was still crushed by Nero's bare hands. Abigail could unleash a 100-meter-tall energy blast with nothing more than a roar, and an ordinary Dante could fight him to a standstill. Yet Demon Dante defeated him in a single move. The Lord of Chaos twisted space itself, only to be shot down in one blow. The true demon form could leap through the sound barrier and reach the top of the demonic tree, tens of thousands of meters high, in mere seconds. Nero's demon burst could send him into the atmosphere in the blink of an eye. When the 2 true demons clashed, the world itself seemed to darken. Had Nero not intervened, their shock waves might have torn open the very sky. In Devil May Cry 3, when Virgil and Dante fought, their blows sliced through the air itself, while the mythical demon fruit was said to bring anyone who ate it close to godhood. As Rufua reveled in the cataclysmic power now coursing through him, his gaze suddenly shifted to a particular direction. The Ancient One, Supreme Sorcerer, appeared, and Rufua's pupils contracted in alarm. He remained deeply wary of the Ancient One, even though she no longer possessed the Eye of Agamotto. For even without the eye, when she drew upon the dark energies of the Dark Dimension, the Ancient One was still capable of overwhelming entire legions of dimensional demon gods without breaking a sweat. Of course, let's begin the translation while maintaining the original paragraph and line breaks. Naturally, Liu Fa wouldn't think that just because he now surpassed the strength of the demon swordsman Sparta, he could take on the Sorcerer Supreme, the Ancient One. Only an incredibly naive person would believe such a thing. The movies might not have shown it due to the high cost of special effects, but even by the original setting, the Ancient One is truly terrifying. Don't worry, I mean no harm. The Ancient One could sense Liu Fa's wariness and surprise, as if her appearance was some earth-shattering event. Such raw, instinctive thoughts were impossible to hide from the Sorcerer Supreme. So many travelers from other worlds fancied themselves capable of fooling the Ancient One with clever words, but in truth, she possessed telepathy. Magic in the Marvel Universe is more like a superpower, teleportation, instant transmission, and the like. Naturally, telepathy was well within the Ancient One's reach. That's also why she once said a certain doctor harbored an arrogant attitude toward magic, because she could see straight into the other's heart. You know who I am? The Ancient One asked. I've heard of you. Liu Fa regained his composure. He knew the Ancient One would never attack someone without cause, unless it was someone truly unreasonable. Then, and only then, would she use force to teach them a lesson. Would you mind having a chat? The Ancient One nodded gently, her face calm and unreadable, betraying neither joy nor anger. I wouldn't dare refuse. Liu Fa shifted back into his human form. He felt powerful now, powerful enough to finally do what he wanted with Scotty. Your eyes, the Ancient One remarked, somewhat unexpectedly. My eyes. Liu Fa was puzzled, until he noticed his own irises had turned gold, a striking, unmistakable shade of gold. They looked a bit like a rare disease, though in truth there was a key difference. His eyes now resembled the vertical pupils of a wild beast. How did this happen? Once Liu Fa realized this, he began to examine his own body. He found that networks of spirit stone nerves spread throughout him, winding their way through every nerve, muscle, and even into his very cells. He tested his strength, and found his body had become incredibly tough. The Emma blade, oh, it still cut through with ease. If he hadn't reined his power in time, he might have lost a finger. At the very least, he was far stronger than before. Incidents like the family's infamous knife in the back probably wouldn't happen now, unless someone brought the Emma blade to do it. And as for rebellion, it probably wouldn't even pierce his skin. But if that's the case, what would happen when he finally acquired the rebellion greatsword and the blade of Sparta? How would he absorb Sparta's power then? It seems your body has undergone quite a transformation. The Ancient One spoke calmly, her tone serene as she addressed the situation. She, too, had noticed that something unusual was stirring within Lu Fa, something that seemed to be the source of his current transformation. Lu Fa didn't say much. He himself wasn't sure if having the spirit stone nerves coursing through his body was a blessing or a curse. After all, he had no concept of ultimate black or red eyes, nor did he see himself as any kind of weapon of war. Fortunately, the spirit stone nerves couldn't invade his mind, so there was no danger of him being turned into a mindless weapon. On the other hand, that meant Lu Fa no longer possessed abilities like atomic ignition, killing intense shockwaves, or any of the other powers associated with such weapons. What remained, however, was his body's ability to regenerate at the atomic level. So long as a single atom survived and there was enough energy, he could fully recover. This isn't something you need to worry about, Ancient One, Lu Fa replied. He actually thought the golden vertical pupils looked rather impressive, if a bit intimidating. In the modern world, no one would really bat in. People would probably just assume he had some kind of iris disorder, a genetic mutation, or maybe he was simply wearing colored contacts. Very well. I really just wanted to ask, do you know where you come from? The Ancient One asked, her voice still calm. She wasn't one to meddle unnecessarily, but it was important to trace the origins of the demonic power and bloodline within Lu Fa. For what she could see, this demon was far from ordinary. Lu Fa understood exactly what the Ancient One was getting at, but his answer was, of course, that he didn't know. After all, the demon world from Devil May Cry wasn't one of the fragments of the Hell Dimension in the Marvel Universe. There was simply no way for them to intersect. The Ancient One could tell Lu Fa was holding something back, but she chose not to press the issue. Just then, a terrifying rainbow beam descended from the sky, its energy so overwhelming it sent a chill down the spine. Lu Fa felt that he'd need to unleash his true demon form just to repel it. Ancient One, are you not going to do something about this? Lu Fa gestured toward the Bifrost. I have an arrangement with the king of Asgard, she replied, shaking her head. Lu Fa wasn't surprised. With her level of power, it was only natural that she'd have dealings with Odin, the king of Asgard. Otherwise, as one of the 9 realms, Midgard would have long since been invaded for neglecting its duties as a vassal state. Just look at how Thor later brought the other rebellious realms to heel, yet left Midgard untouched. By all rights, Midgard should have submitted to Asgard as well. If there's nothing else, I'll take my leave now, Ancient One, Lu Fa said respectfully. She made no move to stop him, and Lu Fa, eager to be on his way, was already thinking, "TT, I'm coming." With a thunderous roar, he transformed into his true demon form. Waves of white energy and golden light burst forth, radiating in all directions without restraint. Lu Fa noticed that his 4 wings were different from Dante's and Virgil's. Virgil's wings were attached to his waist, and when not in use, the 4 demonic wings looked just like the tails of his coat, giving him an extra touch of elegance. Dante's true demon form, on the other hand, had all 4 wings on his back, looking wild and untamed. As for Lu Fa, one pair of his wings sprouted from his shoulders. When folded, they resembled a cloak, but when unfurled, they became enormous bat-like wings, covered in a layer of white keratin and tipped with 2 bat-like wing claws. The smaller pair of wings grew from his back. They weren't nearly as large as the first pair. That first set was big enough to wrap around Lu Fa's entire body. This particular design of demonic wings suited Lu Fa's taste perfectly. It was just a pity they weren't black. Otherwise, every time he transformed, he could shout, "Black-winged demon." In the blink of an eye, Lu Fa shifted from stillness to motion, turning into a flash of white light as he shot out of the Sahara Desert. Now, with his newfound speed, returning to Los Angeles wouldn't even take several hours. Tifa and the others, who had spent the whole day worrying about him, couldn't help but embrace him tightly the moment they saw Lu Fa return safe and sound. "Lu Fa, are you all right? Where did you go?" "Commander, disappearing without a word is a serious offense, you know." "Lu Fa, you seem stronger now." Lu Fa had never experienced this kind of concern from anyone other than his parents, so he apologized over and over. It all happened so suddenly. I didn't expect things to turn out like this. He explained the situation to them as he apologized for worrying them. "So you're saying, you've become stronger now?" Scotty asked, her excitement barely contained. "That's right. I become stronger, strong enough that even in human form, I'm formidable. Liu Fa looked at Scotty as he spoke. Now, Liu Fa couldn't claim that his human form was stronger than his previous super demon form, but at the very least, there wasn't much difference between the two. That meant the time had come. Scotty could finally have her wish. A commotion erupted among the group. In the past, there might have been jealousy here and there. Liu Fa worried that if a few Yanderists showed up, things could get bloody. But after fighting side by side for some time, they'd all come to terms with it. Since it was impossible for any one of them to have Liu Fa all to herself, or to satisfy him alone, they might as well all be together. But now isn't the time for that, Liu Fa said seriously. He knew exactly what the Bifrost had dropped off earlier, the destroyer armor. And right now, that thing was in New York. Although Los Angeles is quite a distance from New York, and no matter how much havoc the destroyer armor wreaks, it seems unlikely to reach this far. Things aren't so simple now. Since this world isn't following the plot of the first Thor movie alone, who knows what unexpected events might occur. Upon hearing Rufus say this, Scotty could only put aside, for now, her long-awaited plans to get close and intimate with the Doctor. New York. The once bustling streets were now shrouded in chaos and devastation, scarred everywhere by the aftermath of explosions. After Loki sent the destroyer armor to Earth, it began attacking indiscriminately, all to force his brother out into the open and to kill the 4 warriors of Asgard who refused to obey his orders. Originally, Loki had hoped the frost giants would take care of his brother. Yet, even stripped of his power, Thor managed to survive while the frost giants were utterly wiped out. A complete failure, making matters worse rather than better. This time, Loki unleashed the destroyer armor, determined to crush everything with his strongest card. Have we made contact with Rufus and the others yet? Nick Fury kept his gaze locked on the unfolding chaos. Once the destroyer armor appeared, the American military stationed at the scene came under attack. Yet their counterattacks had little effect, even. After the desperate measure of using a 2,000-pound bomb, the destroyer remained unscathed, as if it had merely been polished, while the blast only caused collateral damage to their own side. The destroyer armor forced America to recognize its own limitations. They simply couldn't handle this kind of alien weaponry. If they were out in the wilderness, they might try all sorts of large-scale destructive weapons. But this was New York. That 2,000-pound bomb was already the limit of what they could risk. Sorry, we haven't been able to get through to Rufus and his team. Maybe they're caught up in something as well, Coulson said anxiously. Damn it. Nick Fury, hearing they still couldn't reach Rufus, slammed his fist onto the table in frustration. Rufus had obviously dealt with the frost giants before. Now, with such a formidable alien machine on the loose and no sign of Rufus, what did that suggest? Did it mean Rufus had fled the battle out of fear? No. Judging from the unwavering confidence and strength Rufus had always displayed, that was impossible. It could only mean that Rufus and his mysterious organization were embroiled in a fierce fight of their own, perhaps against a whole wave of these alien machines. If they were already struggling just to handle one stray destroyer, how much worse must it be for Rufus and his group? Could this truly be the greatest crisis Earth has ever faced? Should he consider requesting the use of a nuclear weapon? But to use a nuke in New York, afterward, even if Nick Fury didn't have to resign in disgrace, it was unlikely that S.H.I.E.L.D. and America's relationship would ever recover. However, the 4 warriors of Asgard and the Avengers on the ground, having set aside their old grudges and joined forces against the destroyer armor, still find themselves outmatched. Liu Fa is now observing the battle closely. The abilities the destroyer armor displays are almost exactly as they appeared in the movie, seemingly unchanged. But Liu Fa isn't about to charge and recklessly. He only steps forward when he's absolutely confident of his chances. As for the destroyer armor, he's content to leave it to the Avengers. After all, he's just a foreigner here. There's no need to meddle in other people's business for no reason. Whether or not this affects the mysterious organization's reputation doesn't matter much. As long as Liu Fa and his group continue to display strength and show no signs of weakness, even if suspicions arise, no one will dare make a careless move. In the first Thor movie, just the 4 warriors of Asgard were struggling like this. Now, even with the Avengers added in, it's still a stalemate. Is this the legendary 50 to 50 luck aura of Captain America at work? Liu Fa mused, gazing thoughtfully at the evenly matched struggle below. In truth, the only reason they've held out this long against the destroyer armor's eternal fire is because Captain America's shield has blocked every one of its attacks. The 4 warriors of Asgard and Thor himself are all stunned by the sight. They know just how terrifying the destroyer armor truly is, so seeing a Midgardian block its attacks with nothing but a shield is nothing short of astonishing. Is it that the destroyer armor has been shoddily made and isn't as powerful as the legends say? Or has Midgard advanced so rapidly that in just a few thousand years, their material science has caught up to Asgard's? Neither explanation seems believable. Otherwise, that Tin Man wouldn't be lying motionless on the ground after taking a single hit. Everyone thinks Tony Stark is dead. In reality, not only has Tony survived, he's still full of energy. He just chooses not to get up and fight again since the situation is still under control. He's busy analyzing the destroyer armor and considering whether to use Hellfire. Steve Rogers, Captain America, knows Tony Stark isn't dead. After all, he's become the cursed spirit of vengeance. He's not that easy to kill. Still, with the fight locked in a stalemate, Thor is missing out on that sense of urgency and desperation that comes with a true life-or-death struggle. In the original story, he fought to protect his beloved, but now, Thor has no such person. Jane Foster is still back in New Mexico. Should he fight for his comrades? But they're all alive and well, showing no signs of being in danger. It looks like they could keep fighting for hundreds of rounds and still be fine. Should he fight for the people of Midgard? But they stopped him from reclaiming Mjolnir and even fought against him. Now, although no one is keeping an eye on him, and he's managed to grip the hammer, he still can't move an inch. At this moment, Thor was still sunk in despair, wallowing in the loss of his godly powers, unable to lift his hammer once more. Suddenly, the destroyer armor underwent a dramatic transformation. Dazzling, multicolored lights erupted from its body, instantly capturing everyone's attention and making it clear that something extraordinary was about to happen. A warning to all that it was about to unleash its ultimate move. As expected, with so many unforeseen twists, that old Fox Odin was bound to intervene. Lufa watched this scene with no surprise at all. In fact, he felt fortunate that he hadn't been greedy enough to jump into the fray himself. After all, he was the one who had drained Thor's blood and dissected Asgard's 4 warriors. If he showed up now, wouldn't he just be asking for trouble? Of course, Lufa was confident that once he transformed into his true demonic form, it would actually be the destroyer armor that would have a rough time. But there was no need for him to reveal too much, whether it was the terrifying form of the true demon or the full extent of his strength. A hidden trump card is what gives peace of mind. Going all in? That's never been his style. Back to the story. After the destroyer armor's spectacular light show, it vanished in an instant, reappearing right behind Captain America, Steve Rogers, and sent him flying with a single punch. The blessing of the god of speed. Lufa immediately recognized the ability at work. Before Sif and the others could react, the destroyer armor smashed its fist into the ground. The solid earth buckled and heaved under the blow, flinging Sif and her companions into the air. In the next instant, the sky exploded with thunder and lightning, striking them down. After fighting side by side with Thor for so long, they were used to seeing enemies struck by lightning. This was the first time they'd experienced the sensation themselves. The power of Zeus? No, Odin wouldn't waste it like that. That was just the blessing of the god of strength, which he can use more freely. According to the comic book lore, the destroyer armor is imbued with the blessings of Earth's gods. It possesses a multitude of divine powers and abilities, making it Odin's most formidable weapon. With it, he becomes the almighty All-Father, capable of slaying a single universe-level celestial. However, these divine blessings are by no means unlimited. Each use depletes their reserves, and now, with the gods unwilling to replenish them, there's only so much to go around. Watching the destroyer armor suddenly go berserk and take down both the Warriors 3 and the tank on their own side in a matter of moments, Black Widow and Hawkeye began to panic. Tony Stark could no longer lie back and play dead. If he didn't get up now, it looked like the whole team was doomed. Stark, Black Widow and Hawkeye had no idea that Stark could revive himself. When they saw him stand up, they were absolutely stunned. It simply defied belief. But what happened next left everyone even more stunned. Tony Stark took off his helmet, revealing his face underneath. Suddenly, his face burst into flames, blazing up fiercely. Without hesitation, Black Widow rushed forward, trying to tackle Tony Stark to put out the fire. But the flames spread too quickly. Within moments, all that was left was a flaming skull. A skull engulfed in roaring, hellish fire. Every time he used the power of Hellfire, Tony had to sacrifice his helmet. It always burned away, though the fire spared the rest of his suit. So, he was forced to remove it each time. Now let's begin round 2. Tony Stark's flippant voice emerged from the jaws of the flaming skull, leaving both Black Widow and Hawkeye completely bewildered by the surreal scene before them. Captain America, Steve Rogers, let out a sigh. Naturally, he didn't want his old friend Howard's son to resort to such power. But there was no other way. The destroyer armor was beyond their ability to handle. And this was New York, a place far too important, teeming with fearless onlookers. People scrambled to record and take photos with their phones, eager to upload everything to YouTube. Except now, the whole platform had come under heavy control. Of course, S.H.I.E.L.D. and the American authorities weren't fools. They knew all too well what their citizens were like, especially since this was their first collaboration with a mysterious organization. Failing to intercept the threat and having to call for backup was humiliating enough. To let the whole world witness it? Unthinkable. If it were some trivial matter, the upper echelons and the powerful elites wouldn't have cared. But this was a task assigned by the mysterious organization. And what did that mean? It meant stakes unseen for a millennium, a world-shifting opportunity. With the return of the mythic era, humanity might well be knocked off its place atop the food chain. In such times, anything involving the mysterious organization was treated with utmost seriousness. Even Congress and the Titans of Wall Street had issued strict orders. Under no circumstances could other nations learn the details of the mysterious organization, even if S.H.I.E.L.D. had already leaked some information about Lufa and the group. But there was one thing absolutely no one knew. This was the very first cooperation between the mysterious organization and America. The intricate relationships and potential gains at play were enough to drive the 5 major powers into a frenzy. If we can't evacuate everyone, then so be it. For the sake of making America great again, their sacrifice will be remembered. That's right, General. Launch the nuclear missile. We can't let the mysterious organization think we're weak. We don't necessarily have to use nukes. We have plenty of other weapons at our disposal, Mr. Vice President. The military's tendency to reach for nuclear weapons at the slightest provocation can only be blamed on the way Hollywood blockbusters portray them. In reality, they have a vast arsenal at their disposal. There's no way nukes would be their first choice. It's as if nuclear bombs are their only option. Wouldn't that be an insult to all the weapons researchers and developers, making their efforts seem worthless? However, before America could even set its plan in motion, Nick Fury was already in the know. He'd always kept a wary eye on the Americans, well aware of their unpredictable nature, a group capable of stirring up a major incident at the drop of a hat. What exactly are you trying to do? The moment Nick Fury's enormous face appeared in the conference room, everyone froze. Where was security? How'd he get in here? Naturally, Nick Fury wasn't about to reveal that, as a level 10 agent, he had his ways. In truth, it was SHIELD's frontline squad led by Crossbones Rumlow, who'd taken down the security guards outside. The situation was urgent. Fury simply couldn't stand by and do nothing. Otherwise, if some massively destructive weapon actually landed on them, not to mention the fact that it would likely wipe out the Avengers, leaving only Tony Stark behind, the damage and loss alone would be enough to give Nick Fury a splitting headache. Granted, this was America's turf. No matter how recklessly they acted or how much they hurt their own people, S.H.I.E.L.D. technically had no authority to intervene. But the moment Lofa's message came through, Fury was thrown into a frenzy. Lofa had told him that an alien prince was under attack, and that this prince's civilization was unimaginably powerful. If they wanted to avoid another Sarajevo incident, it was best to stop America's reckless actions and protect the blonde man kneeling in despair beside the hammer that had fallen from the heavens. Alien prince, Sarajevo incident, a civilization of overwhelming power. Those 3 pieces of information made Nick Fury jump to his feet, caring little about why Lofa wasn't handling this personally and was instead leaving it to S.H.I.E.L.D. Fury didn't believe it was out of trust in their abilities. Far from it. From the very beginning, Lofa's attitude toward them had been one of impatience, disdain, and a barely concealed contempt, all wrapped in the air of an enigmatic organization with untouchable status. He looked down on S.H.I.E.L.D., an organization barely older than the country itself, a fleeting union for world peace. And who could blame him? Although Lofa didn't behave much like the heir of a truly deep-rooted, mysterious organization, his actions gave S.H.I.E.L.D. the impression that he might have clawed his way up from the bottom ranks. That would certainly explain his earlier behavior. After all, the true heirs of great powers or organizations never let their emotions show so plainly, for that would give away far too much. Lufa told Nick Fury about this, mainly because he wanted to see chaos and bloodshed. Well, not exactly. The real reason was that since they would inevitably learn Thor's true identity soon, it was better to let them know now rather than later. Back to the main point. After Nick Fury stopped America from acting recklessly, he contacted Black Widow and Hawkeye at the front line and informed them of the situation. The news made both Black Widow and Hawkeye's hearts skip a beat. They realized they had just fought with a prince, actually trading blows with him. Thankfully, the prince they were supposed to protect hadn't been injured. Otherwise, how could they ever atone for such a blunder? What happened next was almost inevitable. Black Widow wanted to move Thor to a safer location, but the Warriors 3 of Asgard refused. They had just finished a fight themselves, and even though they had teamed up against the destroyer out of necessity, that didn't mean they trusted each other. Tony Stark sensed real trouble. Once the destroyer armor entered its second phase, it became nearly impossible to deal with. At first, Tony thought his upgraded firepower and defenses would be enough to take it on. But during the test, the Hellfire energy cannon, supposedly unstoppable by any earthly alloy or material, did nothing more than polish a thin layer of dust off the destroyer's surface. When the smoke cleared, the armor was perfectly intact. Even a more powerful Hellfire missile only managed to make the destroyer stagger back a few steps. And that was it. No further effect. The first phase could be knocked back, but in the second phase, the destroyer was completely unshakable. This only made Tony more interested in studying the technology behind this alien armor, which so closely resembled his own Iron Man suit. Tony held out for a while, but eventually he was knocked to the ground by the destroyer. This time, he was truly down for the count. He'd used up too much Hellfire, and it had all been for nothing. The destroyer strode toward the Warriors 3 and Black Widow's group, who were trying to help Thor escape. Black Widow and Hawkeye had no choice but to support Thor on either side and flee as fast as they could. Thor didn't resist, either. Because the circumstances here were completely different from before, Loki hadn't come to deceive him about Odin's death, and the Warriors 3 hadn't had a chance to tell him about Loki's schemes. In short, after Thor landed on Earth, he barely had time to look for his hammer before Lufa knocked him out and dragged him away, only to leave him on the street. When Thor woke up, he met the Warriors 3, and his only thought was to reclaim his beloved hammer. The Warriors 3 also hoped that once Thor recovered his hammer, they could all just return home, so there was no need to explain much else. Now, however, everything had turned into a frantic escape, leaving Thor dazed and confused. All he could think was that his hammer had abandoned him, his father no longer cared for him, and he was left stumbling along, barely conscious, as Black Widow and Hawkeye dragged him to safety, with the destroyer relentlessly pursuing them. Having such a massive force in pursuit is no trivial matter. It smashed straight through a building, barreling down a direct path after Black Widow and her team. Black Widow and the others had no idea that if they simply dropped Thor in front of the destroyer armor, all this chaos would come to an end. Their orders were clear. Protect this prince, who seemed to be the target of a palace coup and was now on the run. Naturally, their only option was to do everything they could to escape. They commandeered a car and began a wild chase through the streets of New York with the relentless destroyer, armor hot on their heels. Close behind were the 4 warriors of Asgard, desperate to halt the armor's rampage, and Captain Steve Rogers, the last Avenger still in the fight. In theory, S.H.I.E.L.D., or anyone on Earth, shouldn't so recklessly interfere in the political upheaval of an alien civilization. The dragon's power was tempting, no doubt, but from any angle, Thor's chances of success seemed non-existent. After all, he'd been exiled to Earth. What hope would he have left? Yet Nick Fury considered the situation. Even if they didn't help Thor reclaim the throne, they absolutely couldn't let him die on Earth. What if his rivals seized power and, to quell internal strife, decided to start a war against outsiders? If the prince died on Earth, it wouldn't be hard to paint Earth as his murderer, and launching an attack on Earth wouldn't be out of the question. This is a hot potato, through and through. No matter what, they couldn't let Thor die here. They had to find a way to get him off the planet. As far as Nick Fury could see, there were only 2 options, either the Skrulls or Lufa and his team. In the end, it would have to be Lufa and his group who handled it. This can't go on, Hawkeye shouted, leaning half out the car window. He drew his bow and fired an arrow at the destroyer armor, which was opening its faceplate to unleash another blast. But the arrow struck the eternal flame burning within the faceplate. Instead of exploding, it was instantly reduced to ash by the immortal fire. It was laughable, really. The eternal flame, a source of never-ending energy, was far from something ordinary could touch. Even URU metal would melt in its heat. An arrow made from earthly materials never stood a chance. Through the rearview and side mirrors, Black Widow saw the arrow's failure. She spun the steering wheel sharply, swerving to avoid the blinding beam that tore down the street, leveling everything in its path. Is it just me, or are those blasts getting stronger? Hawkeye exclaimed, disbelief in his voice. The destruction rivaled the most deranged explosives and came at speeds that left little room to dodge. But if a direct approach wouldn't work, then it was time to try from another angle. Hawkeye is not just a master archer. He's a true tactician, adept in a variety of strategies and weapons. After Thanos' snap, he ventured alone into the neon-lit city, taking on several gangs in brutal combat. Years passed, and he survived unscathed, while those gangs were ruthlessly hunted down by him instead. So this time, Hawkeye chose an explosive arrow and fired it at the ground beneath the destroyer armor's feet. A deafening blast echoed, The explosion shattered the ground under the destroyer armor. Given its massive weight, both feet sank straight into the earth, and its energy beam shot harmlessly up into the sky. The terrifying energy beam soared nearly a kilometer high before stopping. That was only because the destroyer armor deliberately ceased its attack. Otherwise, it could have kept firing all the way from the ground to outer space. After all, the eternal flame provides it with limitless power, and its sustained output would outclass any energy weapon. Unless Odin suddenly ramped up its power, it could keep firing indefinitely with no trouble at all. The destroyer armor stopped using its energy beam and switched to a savage charge, barreling straight through buildings in its path. Luckily, its compact size meant the holes it punched weren't too large, unless, of course, it happened to crash straight into a load-bearing column. Still, smashing through a column or two wasn't a big deal. Buildings aren't that fragile. The real trouble comes afterward. Load-bearing columns can't be easily repaired or replaced. Once they're damaged, the building is as good as lost. Wow, there goes another building. TSK. By the way, where exactly is New York Sanctum? Watching the chaos unfold, Lufa couldn't help but wonder if Odin would dare direct the destroyer armor to crash into the Sanctum Sanctorum. But seemed unlikely, since Black Widow and the others had already started running toward the outskirts of New York, deliberately heading for less populated areas to avoid civilian casualties. At this point, the destroyer armor actually slowed down, as if it were intentionally letting them escape. The Ancient One had agreed to let Odin test his son on Earth, so Odin wouldn't want to cross the line by demolishing the Sanctum Sanctorum. Naturally, he'd give them time to get away. Black Widow and her group weren't thinking that far ahead. Once they made it out of New York, they saw the destroyer armor descending from the sky. It can fly. Black Widow and Hawkeye were both in despair. If it could fly, why didn't it just do that earlier? At that moment, the American military, having no choice, charged in. The value of an alien prince was immense, but the importance was even greater. They simply had to act. Nick Fury felt his blood pressure was about to burst. He couldn't understand why Lufa and his group still hadn't shown up. Wasn't the presence of an alien prince reason enough? Or was Lufa's side really so tied up that they couldn't break away? Countless rounds of ammunition struck the destroyer armor, but the second phase of the destroyer armor was nothing like its previous, sluggish self that just took hits without fighting back. This time, as soon as the barrage arrived, it retaliated. Beams of light cannon roared forth, sweeping across like a screen-clearing attack. With a single sweep, a massive wave of incoming bullets, missiles, and shells was wiped out. The few that remained were intercepted by a second blast from the destroyer armor's light cannon. What an incredible identification and interception system. Just 2 energy blasts, and everything was stopped. An astonished researcher exclaimed from the rear. "Gentlemen, I know alien technology is impressive, but now isn't the time to marvel at it," a military officer said helplessly. The situation was already dire, yet they were still caught up in awe over alien tech. What the military needed was a solution. The general let out a sigh. Maybe this is why they're so much smarter than us, but it's still ordinary people like us who run this world. The military had no intention of constantly using high-powered destructive weapons. Any stronger, and the collateral damage would be out of control. So, one expert suggested, since this alien robot could intercept and identify missiles, why not try an electromagnetic railgun? Railguns are cutting-edge, highly penetrative, and much faster than traditional artillery. The American military had long been researching and even deploying railguns. After a series of feasibility analyses from the research teams, a massive railgun was assembled and transported to the front lines. The target hasn't moved. Lock on and calculate its possible evasive trajectory. Predicted trajectory received. Inputting coordinates, adjusting barrel. Charging complete, ready to fire. The frontline commander pressed the launch button. Instantly, a projectile carrying blue arcs of electricity burst forth with a sharp crack, breaking the sound barrier, reaching 20 times the speed of sound as it slammed into the destroyer armor. A thunderous boom erupted, blasting the air and sand outward in a sweeping shockwave. The destroyer armor had already been shaken by Hellfire missiles before. How could it withstand a railgun shell that was orders of magnitude more powerful? It was sent flying at once, but quickly stabilized itself in midair and landed firmly on the ground. "Report the target's status," came the urgent call from the rear. "The target is undamaged." "Repeat, the target is undamaged." The researchers in the rear could hardly believe it. A direct hit from a projectile at 20 times the speed of sound, and the enemy showed no damage at all? Was the technological gap between them truly that vast? Detecting a high-energy response from the target, the shrill blare of alarms, along with the rapidly rising energy readings on the nearby radiation detector, made it clear to everyone that the enemy was about to strike back. Get the railgun team out of there now. The general snatched the communicator and roared into it at the people on the other end. But the speed of the energy cannon was far beyond that of any radio signal. In the blink of an eye, it delivered a devastating counterattack. A single blast flattened the hill where the railgun team was stationed, erasing it entirely, leaving behind only a towering pillar of smoke that blossomed into a mushroom cloud. The military could no longer hold back their shock. This was just too terrifying. Good heavens, its energy output is even higher than before. Damn it, does this thing have no upper limit? The American military dispatched a jet, black and sleek, possibly a fifth-generation fighter, which screamed through the sky and dropped. 2 cylindrical devices over the destroyer armor. Each canister was fitted with thrusters that activated the moment they were released. The destroyer lifted its head, the eternal fire within its mask flaring brightly. At that instant, the military triggered the explosive charges inside the 2 cylinders. Suddenly, 2 blazing suns appeared in the sky, so bright that everyone instinctively shut their eyes tight. Thermobaric bombs? Unlike the others, who gasped and thought of nuclear warheads, Lufar recognized these as thermobaric bombs. Known as the most powerful non-nuclear weapon, these bombs create extreme temperature and pressure upon detonation, with a shockwave that lasts longer and hits harder than conventional explosives. Though classified as conventional weapons, thermobaric bombs possess extraordinary destructive and lethal potential. In enclosed spaces, their kill effect is even more pronounced, making them especially effective against troops in caves, underground bunkers, and buildings. Compared to weapons of mass destruction, thermobaric bombs deliver immense devastation at relatively low cost, earning them the nickname quasi-nuclear weapons. Their penetrating capability allows them to punch through 3 or 4 meters of concrete, and their explosive force is 7 times greater than ordinary TNT. Judging from the sheer, unrestrained power of these 2 bombs, it was clear they contained a special, enhanced payload, far more destructive than standard thermobaric ordnance. Black Widow and her team frantically wrenched the steering wheel, trying to evade the shockwave, but it was futile. The surging blast overturned their vehicle, sending it spinning through the air 3.5 times before crashing down. The relentless shockwave rolled the car for over 100 meters before it finally came to a halt. And this was with some distance from the blast, nowhere near the epicenter. Black Widow barely noticed her own injuries. Blood streamed from her nose and mouth. Hawkeye felt his ears ringing so loudly it drowned out all other sounds. His vision darkened from burst blood vessels, making it hard to see, but he managed to grope for Thor and Black Widow, dragging them out of the wreckage. The situation looked grim for Thor. Blood was streaming continuously from his nose, and it wouldn't stop trickling from the corner of his mouth either. The initial suspicion was that his internal organs had suffered a shock. His lungs were likely filling with blood. In other words, he was suffocating. If they didn't examine and treat him quickly, things could turn fatal. Black Widow pressed a few spots on his body, checking for injuries. There were no broken ribs, and his lungs showed no obvious collapse, so it seemed the lung wall had been damaged. Even so, the outlook was still far from hopeful. Their car was gone, and with the relentless pursuit of the destroyer armor, escape was impossible. Thor was still in a daze. He simply couldn't understand why the destroyer armor was hunting him down. Suddenly, the ground shook as 2 missiles exploded near the destroyer armor. Tony Stark swooped in again, this time wearing a brand new Iron Man suit. Alien Prince, huh? Looks like he's in pretty bad shape, Tony remarked as he landed beside them. Black Widow and Hawkeye, at their wits' end, finally breathed a sigh of relief as their savior descended from the sky. I need to give him an adrenaline shot, Tony told the 2 of them. After scanning Thor, he found that his anatomy was quite similar to a human's. No strange organs or extra bones. The injuries seemed internal, so unless they injected adrenaline and got a medical treatment soon, he wouldn't last much longer. Stark, he's an alien, Black Widow quickly reminded him. I know, but this is all we've got. My suit doesn't come with any emergency meds. Tony understood her concerns, possible drug allergies, or that human adrenaline could be toxic for him. But with things as dire as they were, there was no time for second-guessing. This was a gamble they had to take. Jarvis, give me a suit, Tony called out. After learning about the alien prince from Nick Fury, Tony hadn't hesitated. He'd come charging in, even if it meant burning through every last ounce of his armor's power. If they didn't handle this, the whole world could be dragged into an interstellar war because of his prince. Black Widow didn't try to stop him again. They simply had no other options. Fortunately, as soon as the adrenaline shot was administered, Thor's eyes flew wide open. He seemed to be all right, though from that moment on he developed a lasting fear of needles. Just like in the original story, when he was injected with tranquilizer, it left its mark. Tony had Jarvis deliver an Iron Man suit and fit it onto Thor, but it was a bit too short. Thor was much taller than he was, but Tony figured it didn't matter. As long as Thor's head was covered and his torso protected, it would do. Take him for emergency treatment. Leave things here to me, Tony told Jarvis. Yes, sir. Jarvis activated the Iron Man suit on Thor, barely managing to get it airborne. Thor was simply too tall, and the preset flight parameters had to be recalculated. Of course, the destroyer armor wasn't about to just let Thor fly away. Hey, it's round 2 between you and me now. This Iron Man suit Tony Stark was using had just been developed, specifically designed to work with Hellfire. It's just that he no longer had Hellfire, but that didn't matter. The onboard weapon systems were still formidable. Suddenly, the destroyer armor took off, leaving Tony completely baffled. Since when could this thing fly? The next moment, the tables had turned. Now, it was the destroyer armor, chasing after him, beams of energy firing from its mask, explosions rippling out wherever they struck. Seeing that his opponent could fly and was hunting down Thor, Tony had no choice but to intercept with everything he had. But his attacks on the destroyer armor were like tickling a giant. The armor didn't even flinch, soaring through the air with unshakable determination, not the least bit affected by Tony's assault. Tony Stark realized he was utterly helpless against this metal monstrosity. Say, if I pumped fell energy into Tony Stark, would he turn into a Hellfire Demon Knight? Lou Fa wasn't worried at all, nor did he mind stirring up trouble. The bigger the mess, the better. After all, this wasn't happening back in China. On one hand, Thor would obviously survive. On the other, the Avengers were sure to make it through. So what did he have to worry about? What really interested him was how long the Ancient One and Odin planned to keep this up. Thor was missing quite a few crucial pieces of information, and with his simple-mindedness, could he really figure out on his own? Would he just keep bumbling along forever without ever seeing the big picture? If so, Lou Fa really felt sorry for America's side of things. So dull. I want to see rivers of blood, a world in flames. Lou Fa was musing when he suddenly noticed that the destroyer armor and Tony Stark were flying toward Los Angeles. You gotta be kidding me. Lou Fa was instantly startled. He was certain either Odin was controlling the destroyer to herd Tony Stark in this direction, or it was the Ancient One. Either way, they were trying to drag him, the bystander who never shies from chaos, right into the fray. What rotten luck, Lou Fa muttered under his breath. What's wrong, Lou Fa? Tifa and the others saw him frown, and his mood visibly darkened. Looks like trouble's heading our way. Lou Fa replied calmly. Driven by the destroyer armor, Tony Stark was forced to flee toward Los Angeles. That's when he remembered Lou Fa's mysterious organization and its rumored branch, the Umbrella Corporation, said to be located in L.A. Thinking of this enigmatic group that had remained silent until now, Tony made a decisive course adjustment and flew straight for them. On the rooftop, Lufa gripped a sniper rifle forged from an artifact of envy, pouring a torrent of magic and demonic energy into its core. He took careful aim at the destroyer armor. Ordinary firearms, even when empowered by magic, might pack a formidable punch, but piercing the destroyer armor was another story. Only a force as potent and penetrating as demonic energy could truly break through. At first, Lufa had considered demonic energy to be a nuisance, even though the Amadeim's Soul Stone had miraculously absorbed it and transformed it into his own power. With a sharp report, Lufa squeezed the trigger after locking sights on the destroyer armor. A thunderous boom echoed out. Magic, in place of traditional gunpowder, unleashed a colossal force, propelling the magic bullet forward. Almost simultaneously, Red, A, and Lufa, one after the other, loosed arrows imbued with the power to shatter reality itself. Their coordinated attack, one from above, one from below, sealed off any escape for the destroyer armor. A tremendous explosion followed as Red A's arrow struck true. He immediately unleashed its reality-shattering magic, causing the projected weapon to erupt in a brilliant blast. The destroyer armor was swallowed by a raging inferno, and Tony Stark was hurled away by the shockwave, crashing through a rooftop water tower. At that very moment, Lufa's bullet struck the eternal flame. The destroyer armor had just opened its visor, and the bullet, laced with demonic energy, set off yet another explosion. The armor could no longer hold itself together. It was torn apart, pieces flying in every direction. The scattered components became targets for Friedrich the Great's battleship armaments, which unleashed a relentless barrage upon them. What just happened? Tony Stark rose from the torrent of water pouring out of the shattered tower, only to witness the utter destruction of the destroyer armor. That alien suit of invincible technology, obliterated by this mysterious organization in an instant. The others who witnessed the scene were left utterly stunned. With a single, decisive blow, the alien automaton was defeated. This was far beyond anything they'd imagined the mysterious group was capable of. A burst of demonic energy probably turned the insides a sickly green by now, Lufa commented. He'd poured every last bit of his own demonic power into the attack. If he hadn't already mastered this energy, he wouldn't have been able to wield it again. The destroyer armor struggled, attempting to pull itself together, but its core was now tainted by an indelible green. The demonic power spread, consuming everything it touched. At that moment, Lufa approached the heart of the destroyer armor, the eternal flame. As for this source of the armor's power, Lufa's curiosity was piqued. He had already claimed the Crimson Lotus Flame from Black Jean, but that was not nearly as potent. If he could obtain a fire like the eternal flame, one that would never be extinguished, that would be ideal. But just at that moment, the destroyer armor rapidly reassembled itself, trapping Lufa inside. A deep, thunderous pounding echoed from within. Lufa, however, was not so easily confined. He attacked from inside the destroyer armor, unleashing a deafening cacophony. Tifa and the others grew frantic at the sight, but they dared not strike at the armor, fearing they might harm Lufa, trapped within. Inside the destroyer armor, the eternal flame flared up, scorching Lufa's body. Yet Lufa's body was no longer as fragile as before, allowing him to withstand the searing heat. He hadn't expected Odin to have such a trick up his sleeve. He harbored no illusions that Odin would spare his life. After all, he was a demon, half-demon perhaps, but killing him was nothing. Even the Ancient One would not hold Odin accountable for his death. So you really think you've got me cornered? With a furious roar, Lufa unleashed his full demonic power. He completely converted his magical energy into fell energy. The fell energy, once depleted, now surged visibly, flowing out from his body. Confined inside the destroyer armor, the spreading fell energy began to corrupt the armor, causing it to malfunction. Then, Lufa opened his mouth, swallowing a mass of eternal flame, and in an instant he transformed into his true demon form. A tremendous explosion shook the air, shattering the already weakened armor, corroded by fell energy. The white ring of light from his transformation had barely spread before Lufa reverted from his demon form. He effortlessly broke free from the destroyer armor, and without a word, drew the Enma blade. In a flash, he unleashed a dimensional slash, enveloping every part of the armor in spherical rifts. A relentless metallic clashing rang out as the spatial rifts tore through everything in their path, matter and energy alike. But the destroyer armor was anything but ordinary. Even corrupted and weakened by fell energy, it somehow managed to barely withstand the onslaught. That said, it was only just holding together. Its surface was now marred with countless blade marks, not polished this time, but sliced to pieces. Suddenly, the destroyer armor vanished. Lufa glanced around, seeing no sign of the armor's remains. It seemed Odin, unable to bear the damage, had recalled it. The armor itself was easy enough to forge. It was merely URU metal, after all. But once shaped, the blessings of the gods were what made it truly valuable. Now, after Lufa's brutal attack, even if they could repair the URU metal, the divine enchantments would have been severely diminished by the fell corruption. Fell pollution was a nightmare to deal with. Unless you were a demon like Lufa, with an adamantine soul stone to control fell energy, even touching it was revolting. All that fighting for nothing. What a loss, he muttered. Lufa couldn't help but complain. If at least something had dropped, he wouldn't say a word. The real problem was that nothing at all had dropped. As for the eternal flame he'd swallowed, that didn't count as loot. That was his own now. A sudden fit of coughing seized Lufa, and he spewed flames from his mouth and nose. Tony Stark, who had been about to step forward and greet him, was stunned on the spot. What the hell was that? Are you okay? Tony Stark forgot all about their past disagreements for the moment. Honestly, their little spats meant nothing in the grand scheme of things. After all, Lufa had saved his life. If it hadn't been for Lufa collaborating with Pepper on the new element, the Lufa Element Project, he would have died from palladium poisoning long ago. Even though Tony later insisted it was all Pepper's doing and had nothing to do with Lufa, deep down he knew the truth. If Lufa hadn't appeared out of nowhere, all of Pepper's efforts would have been in vain. Tony had already tried every method and was on the brink of despair. Before he could get any closer, though, a group of beautiful women surrounded Lufa. Well, looks like I'm not needed here. Tony Stark saw that all these stunning women were fussing over Lufa, and from their looks and the way they gazed at him, it was clear they all had some kind of history with him. What made Tony even more jealous was that each of these women was far more beautiful than anyone he'd ever been with. Their flawless skin, exquisitely perfect features that looked as if they'd stepped out of a painting, and those graceful, alluring figures. If he didn't already have Pepper, he'd probably be seething with envy. Now, Tony Stark just felt that Lufa reminded him a lot of his younger self. Yes, all geniuses are playboys at heart. Lufa, meanwhile, was feeling absolutely terrible. The eternal flame was burning inside him, uncontrollable. While the adamantine spirit stone had absorbed the flame, mastering its power would take time. "I'm fine," Lufa said with a smile to Tifa and the others. But even as he spoke, he breathed out another burst of flame. "That's what you call fine?" Tifa eyed him skeptically, but aside from the scarily high temperature radiating from his body, Lufa did seem otherwise unscathed. "Really, I'm fine." Lufa patted his chest for emphasis. He had the Spirit Stone's energy network running through his whole body, plus the physical enhancements from becoming a true demon. Without those, he would have been reduced to cinders by now. For the destroyer armor to use the eternal flame as a weaponized energy cannon, one could only imagine how violent and destructive that flame truly was. What should we do next? Frederick the Great, much like Tifa, didn't believe that Lufa was perfectly fine, but she chose to respect her commander's pride and dignity. Since Lufa insisted there was nothing to worry about, she and the others would let it be. "Next, I probably won't be needed." After causing such a commotion, the Ancient One won't let Odin keep escalating things. Besides, if Odin continues, it's hard to imagine how he'd bring this to an end. Lufa thought for a moment and spoke. He had nearly destroyed the destroyer armor, and now that Odin had retrieved it, there was no guarantee the armor would be sent after Thor again to force his hand. Asgard. Loki was furious. He had previously ordered the destroyer armor to kill Thor, but all his efforts had been in vain. Since he'd never controlled the armor himself, Odin's interference hadn't seemed out of place to him. He was simply enraged that even such a mighty weapon had failed to kill Thor. His brother's luck truly seemed boundless. Yet Loki had no way to leave now. He had already contacted his real father, Laufey, the Frost Giant, and convinced him to assassinate Odin. Now Laufey and his Frost Giants were already on the move, itching for action. Damn it, Loki could only go deal with Laufey's situation first. Meanwhile, after being delivered by the Iron Man suit, Thor was rushed into emergency care at Stark's private hospital. But faced with this extraterrestrial prince, no one dared to act rashly. Adrenaline wasn't a problem, but what about other medications? What about Earth's bacteria and viruses? Even with the best sterilization protocols and isolation wards, there was no guarantee Thor wouldn't have a reaction. An allergy to the disinfectant, for example, was no laughing matter. In this critical moment, Tony Stark stepped up. He knew nothing about medicine, and even his genius wouldn't allow him to learn on the spot, but he could take responsibility. He immediately began running tests on Thor. As for the blood samples that had been drawn, he didn't hide any away. Who could say if an alien's blood type matched a human's? If not, then only Thor's own blood could be used for transfusions. After a thorough examination, Thor underwent surgery to treat his internal injuries. Incredible. His wounds should have been much more severe, but he's already starting to heal. The doctor exclaimed in astonishment. That was a good sign. The doctor also noted that Thor's hematopoietic function was extraordinary. Before long, fresh blood was already being produced. Tony Stark and the others breathed a sigh of relief, only to see the destroyer armor appear once more. Yet compared to before, the destroyer armor was now covered in scars and dents. It's back again. What's going on? Is its target really the alien prince? Black Widow stared in disbelief, puzzled by the armor's battered appearance. Even thermobaric explosives hadn't left a mark before, so how had it gotten this damaged? Who could possibly have the power to break it? No matter who its target is, we can't let it run wild here. Tony Stark spoke through gritted teeth. The four warriors of Asgard followed close behind, arriving at the scene as well. At that moment, Thor awoke. "Father!" He struggled to his feet and walked right up to the destroyer armor. The destroyer hesitated for a moment, uncertain, staring at him in confusion. "Understand now, Father. Strength and slaughter aren't the answer to every problem." Thor suddenly had an epiphany, or perhaps he was enlightened. Until now, he simply couldn't fathom why his father would send the destroyer to kill him. After all, he hadn't seen Loki, so he knew nothing of Loki's schemes. But Thor's simple way of thinking was never easy for others to grasp. Piecing together the clues and what little he knew, he worked out a logic in his own mind that made sense to him. He believed his father wanted him to experience what it felt like to be powerless, to be helpless before overwhelming force, to watch his friends and brothers thrown into danger as well. This, he thought, was the tragedy of the weak and the ruthlessness of the strong. So Thor believed he had reached enlightenment, that great power and war brought only pain and catastrophe to those without strength. Faced with Thor's sudden flood of philosophical insights, Odin was, for a moment, at a loss for words. Well, it wasn't quite according to the script, but but it seemed Thor had grasped a lesson close enough to what Odin intended. As for whether Thor would become a merciful king because of it, Odin wasn't worried. After all, his son was still a battle-hardened, war-loving warrior at heart. If anyone thought Thor had changed, become a pacifist, they'd be mistaken. He'd merely learned compassion. His strength remained undiminished. And so, the destroyer armor didn't deliver a crushing blow to Thor. In the distance, Mjolnir, the mighty hammer, began to tremble and then shot up into the sky. It's coming. Thor felt his connection to Mjolnir return. He raised his hand to the heavens. No one else knew what he was doing, except the 4 warriors of Asgard, who were visibly thrilled. The hammer came hurtling down from the sky, landing squarely in Thor's hand. Instantly, his Asgardian armor reappeared. The winds howled, lightning flashed, thunder roared. In the blink of an eye, the awe-inspiring god of thunder stood before everyone. So he's not just a pampered noble who needs protecting? Tony Stark couldn't help but quip. He'd assumed this alien prince was just a privileged figurehead, completely useless in a fight, relying entirely on those 3 men and 1 woman, the 4 warriors of Asgard, for protection. And by the way, those 4 were no joke. The first time the Avengers all fought together, they were nearly wiped out by them. If the prince's personal guards were this formidable, it was almost unthinkable how powerful Asgard itself must be. Now, as they watched the sky, where thunder and storm were summoned, and then the god of thunder, Thor, descended before them, a question began to form in their minds. If the prince is so formidable, then what's the point of having a royal guard? And why did he seem as ordinary as any of them before? That hammer! Tony Stark and the 2 sharp-eyed agents immediately noticed the difference, the hammer that no one else could lift. Once Thor reclaimed it, it was as though divine power coursed through him. His very presence had changed. His aura was nothing like before. If he was like a golden retriever earlier, now he was more like a golden wolf. Noble, untamed, and dangerous. When Thor turned his gaze on them, a chill ran down everyone's spine. Thor, thank goodness. You've lifted your hammer again. We need to get back immediately. Loki. Sif rushed forward at this moment. What happened to Loki? The moment his beloved brother was mentioned, Thor's expression shifted, concern written all over his face, fearing that something had happened to Loki. But once Sif explained that Loki might be attempting a coup to seize the throne, Thor couldn't believe it. My brother would never betray me. Still, he knew he had to return at once. Without Jane Foster to hold him back, all his thoughts were now on getting home as quickly as possible. Listen, people of Midgard, I thank you for protecting me. Neither I nor Asgard will hold you accountable for stopping me before. Thor looked at them as he spoke. Asgard honors warriors and heroes. With that, he strode to an open space and called out Heimdall's name in a booming voice. At that moment, Heimdall was frozen in ice by the casket of ancient winters under Loki's command. But this was Asgard, Odin's own realm. Nothing unexpected would happen. The plot was unfolding as written. In truth, this story was prepared by Odin for both Thor and Loki. The difference was, although Thor had veered wildly off course from the start, disregarding every rule, somehow he still arrived at the intended destination, coming to understand what it means to be a true king, even if, in Lufa's eyes, the whole thing was utter nonsense. Loki, on the other hand, followed the path perfectly, step by step, only to find that even the right path can lead astray in the end. Odin felt utterly exhausted by it all. It's over. Lufa had endured that excruciating ordeal. In the original story, Yusuker Godai survived the transformation only by dying and being revived by the Amadam Stone. But Lufa simply couldn't die. Or rather, it wasn't that easy for him to die. The Amadam's transformation could only work while he was conscious. This made the pain almost unbearable. Yet, he refused to let Tifa and the others worry, forcing a smile through his agony. He even joked with Scotty, telling her it would be her turn tonight, before going off to deal with matters concerning the construction of the aerospace carrier. With a deep exhale, a wave of scorching air escaped from Lufa's lips, instantly raising the temperature of the entire room to a sweltering 60 degrees Celsius. Both the Eternal Flame and the Crimson Lotus Flame had been absorbed by the Yamadam's Spirit Stone. Who could say what formidable new power might evolve from that? Lufa had actually considered whether he should use the Inma Blade separation ability to extract the Yamadam Spirit Stone and give it to Riven. Now, Riven had become the weakest among them, while Tifa had received the Green Lantern Ring, an item crafted by the system itself, with automatic power supply and limitless potential. Especially when Tifa transformed into a Green Lantern, that skin-tight suit. Mr. Lufa, isn't it a bit wasteful to use sound-absorbing steel as the foundation? Asked Boss Stern, who had come to see Lufa as soon as the plan to build the Empyrean was set in motion. The Empyrean was an aerial fortress reminiscent of Rhodes Island, a mobile city in the sky. At first, Lufa intended to construct an aerospace carrier, but quickly realized it might not be large enough. So the idea evolved into a sky city. Yet, a city in the clouds would still need mobility and formidable defenses. Thus, the concept became a flying fortress, or rather, a citadel among the clouds. Truth be told, Lufa had always dreamed of dropping something like the XIG aerial base from Gaia Ultraman, the frontline floating base of the Earth Defense Union, the one officially called Aerial Base. That thing was massive, capable of floating for long stretches, and much more concealed than the Victory Team's base in Tiga Ultraman. It was equipped with a repulsor lift anti-gravity system designed by the Star of Alchemy, keeping it perpetually soaring above the clouds. Inside, the base featured a command center, power room, maintenance bay, fighter launch hangar, crew quarters, mess hall, and other amenities. It was equipped with radar to monitor signs of monster activity, and the bridge mounted automated turrets for self-defense. But now, after playing so many games, Lufa wondered how long it would take to acquire a base like that, whether it was the MCV from Red Alert, the command center from StarCraft, or even Rhodes Island's ship. None would let him pull off any particularly flashy maneuvers. After all, this was Earth. Every territory, airspace, and sea had some form of surveillance. The only places to truly hide were the deep ocean or the open sky. None of these conditions were easy for Lufa to satisfy. In fact, if not for obtaining the new element reactor, he'd never have even considered building a sky base. The sound-absorbing steel was just the finishing touch. What mattered most was having an energy source powerful enough to keep the base perpetually aloft, hovering high above the world. Sound-absorbing steel has excellent kinetic and energy absorption properties. It's simply the best material for shock absorption. Using it as a foundation is certainly no problem at all. Ru-Fa spoke calmly, although, later on, official sources retconned things, saying that shock waves, ultrasonic waves, and even extreme heat could affect sound-absorbing steel. There was no denying its value as a shock-absorbing material. Especially remarkable was its non-conductive property. It didn't transmit energy at all. This meant that if someone were clad in sound-absorbing steel armor and fell from tens of thousands of meters in the sky, they wouldn't be shaken to death upon hitting the ground. By contrast, the original adamantium was indestructible, its hardness and melting point far superior to sound-absorbing steel. If you fell wearing adamantium armor, the armor would be unscathed, but the person inside would turn into pulp from the shock. The ideal construction plan, then, would be to combine original adamantium with sound-absorbing steel for the foundation. If original adamantium wasn't available, true adamantium could make do as a substitute. The only problem was in this world, there were no X-Men, and so no such alloys existed. But the performance of sound-absorbing steel is so outstanding. Boss Stern's face looked just like those researchers from Wakanda, aghast at seeing vibranium being used for shovels and plows. Think about it, Stern. Sound-absorbing steel is great, but if you could develop an atomic reorganizer, wouldn't that mean you'd have an endless supply of it? Ru-Fa patted one of his mechanical tentacles as he spoke. An atomic reorganizer? Why not just hand me a fusion reactor while you're at it? If I could invent something like that, would I still be here? The whole of humanity would be worshipping at my feet. Boss Stern hesitated, opening his mouth to speak, then stopped, forgetting what he wanted to say. All he could do was mourn the loss of the sound-absorbing steel as he left, regretful. Ru-Fa watched Boss Stern's departing figure and mused that, yes, sound-absorbing steel was in rather short supply. Should he try to get his hands on more? But the sound-absorbing steel dealer, Clow, had already handed over his family's entire stockpile, amassed over generations. Asking him for more would be harder than asking for his life. And Wakanda's defenses were airtight, not easy to breach by any means. I can't do the dirty work myself. Ru-Fa pondered aloud, eyes falling on the clones before him, grown from the extracted cells of Thor, the Warriors 3, and the Frost Giants. Cloning technology had always existed, but the process of growing clones was long and slow. However, if one didn't care about the clones' lifespans, you could pump them full of nutrient solution to accelerate their growth. So, there were already fully formed clones. Of course, to avoid later copyright disputes with Odin and the future Thor, their facial features had been tweaked. Each clone looked like they'd been modeled after Dwayne Johnson, Sylvester Stallone, or Schwarzenegger. They looked for all the world like a lineup of Terminators. Maybe he could rent out a few Hulk soldiers and have Klaus go steal the sound-absorbing steel? No, that wouldn't work. If he did that, Wakanda would easily trace it back to him. Even though Lufa wasn't an Avenger and never claimed to be a superhero, he still needed a flexible moral bottom line to maintain the mystique of his organization. Otherwise, just outright stealing the sound-absorbing steel sounded way too crude. How about summoning Golzin to cause some chaos? Then I could swoop in to save them and secretly take a portion of the sound-absorbing steel. Lufa considered his options. Fafnir the evil dragon wouldn't do. The Black Gene was supposed to appear after him, but Golzin would work. Even if Wakanda tried to investigate, the only lead Shield would have was that Lufa once said Golzin was a monster weapon from the monster civilization. In that case, they just have to chalk it up to bad luck, teleported right into their laps. Of course, this was all just speculation for Lufa. After all, when Ultron showed up, he'd definitely try to seize the sound-absorbing steel. The steel originally meant for Ultron was now in Lufa's hands, so if Ultron wanted it, he'd have no choice but to go after Wakanda's supply. Lufa didn't know if Ultron would succeed, but he decided that if Ultron failed, he'd give him a helping hand. When the time came, all the infamy and blame would fall on Ultron, while Lufa quietly reaped the rewards. The preliminary construction plan requires at least $800 billion, and that's assuming the dollar doesn't depreciate. If it does, the cost will be even higher. Lufa still hadn't acquired the indispensable management AI that every Transmigrated seemed to have, so for now, it was up to Michael and Emil Gillen to handle the Airborne Fortress project. At first, they were shocked by the idea, but once Lufa laid out the feasibility studies and the project proposal, they realized their boss genuinely intended to create the world's first airborne city. It sounded incredibly creative and futuristic. Just imagine, it would be the most prominent, unprecedented city in the world. Sure, there were the Hanging Gardens of Babylon and legend, but this would be a real, modern sky city. The first city in the clouds, the true mark of status and privilege. Compared to this, New York, the city of global finance, and the so-called most prosperous cities in the world, would all pale in comparison. Living here would be the ultimate symbol of being above the rest. Everyone else would be left behind, truly beneath the feet of those in the sky. To stand in the heavens, looking down on both people and cities. Those who consider themselves elite would never refuse such a view. $1 million per square meter? What a joke. $100 million per square meter would be more like it. And if the dollar depreciated, prices would have to go up even further. $100 million per square meter. Could anyone afford that? Plenty of people could. There'd be buyers for houses spanning thousands of square meters. This plan is excellent, but boss, there's a problem we need to address first. Emil Gillen spoke to Lufa. What problem? Lufa didn't see any issue at all. If workers were needed, there were Hulk soldiers. At most, he'd have to hire a few engineers or a top-tier laboratory construction team. After all, his airborne fortress would likely have much higher requirements for a lab. At the very least, it couldn't end up as shabby as the infrastructure on Rhode Island. The funding, boss. If we want to make the Celestial project a reality, we'll need a massive amount of capital. That means we'll have to seek investment or even take loans from major banks. Emil Gillen spoke with utter seriousness. Such an unprecedented project naturally meant unprecedented spending. From a technical perspective, it was indeed possible to build a city in the sky. Not only one that could float, but even move, provided it had permission to enter a nation's airspace. But all of this hinged on securing investment. If they relied solely on Umbrella's own resources, the financial strain could snap their cash flow. Don't be fooled by how much money Umbrella seems to make every day. Those profits don't all end up in Lufa's pocket. Cash and assets are two very different things. We don't have enough money. Lufa gave him a look that seemed to say, "Are you kidding me?" Sir, the main revenue streams for Umbrella right now are from pharmaceuticals, weight loss pills, health supplements, cold medicine, fever reducers, and the like. The profit margins are high, but it's impossible to amass a huge sum of money in a short period. Emil Gillen explained the company's situation to his boss. They were wealthy, certainly, but it all depended on context. The pharmaceutical business relies on volume sales with slim margins. Umbrella had indeed made a splash at first with their weight loss drugs and sold out quickly, but the market can only grow so much before it becomes saturated. Recently, Emil had already begun negotiating with countries around the world to expand cooperation and export their medicines. The goal was to broaden the consumer market and earn more revenue. But to expand, there were all sorts of indirect costs. Opening new stores, manufacturing medicine, increasing production lines, purchasing factories, and hiring more workers. Then came negotiations with local authorities and a whole series of other measures. As they expanded, much of their earnings were funneled right back into these efforts. It might sound unbelievable, but compared to other pharmaceutical companies, none could match Umbrella's pace, expanding their market worldwide in less than a year. Most competitors would need years, if not decades, to reach that stage. It required careful planning, studying local markets, weighing the economic environment, and understanding local consumers' purchasing power. That's still not enough, because often, many things look good on paper, but once you try to put them into practice, you discover all sorts of problems. Emil Giron was confident in his family's pharmaceuticals. No matter where they were marketed, unless it was somewhere as remote as parts of Africa, he never worried. About sales, repeat customers were a certainty because Umbrella's medicines worked fast, produced outstanding results, and left the competition in the dust. That's why he was so quick to start expanding the consumer market, spending these days almost constantly in the air, flying from place to place. As for the documents requiring approval, once Lufa looked them over and found no issues, he'd sign off, leaving Emil Giron to do all the legwork. While frontline and mid-level management could be delegated to others, when it came to negotiations with local partners, Emil Giron had to handle them. Personally, in truth, Lufa would have had even better results if he'd shown up himself, but he flatly refused to run around for the sake of money. Just listening to Emil Giron recount all this made Lufa's head ache. At first, he thought Emil was merely falling back into his old habits, but when a mountain of documents and files landed on his desk, Lufa finally realized that running a company was nothing like he'd imagined. It took more than just having a great product. Tony Stark had it much the same, except he benefited from having an excellent assistant in Pepper Potts to help manage these affairs. Besides, Stark Industries didn't face nearly as many headaches as Lufa's pharmaceutical business. Medicines brought a whole different set of troubles. For example, every country had its own drug testing laws and regulatory bodies, and if one of them decided to make things difficult for you, it could be a nightmare. You couldn't get away with not paying up, and even if you refused to play ball, it wasn't as if they'd come begging you for your products later. If that were the case, there would be no such thing as smuggled medicines. In reality, when regulators blocked you, there was no chance they'd turn around and plead for your goods. Even with Umbrella's superior products, things just didn't work that way. Then there was the matter of public relations. Lately, Umbrella had faced a slew of negative commentary and accusations about its medicines, with even some sensational news stories claiming that people had died after taking their weight loss drug. There was no helping it. Umbrella had taken too big a bite out of too many interests, outshining the global pharmaceutical industry. Even with Hydra as a powerful backer, shielding them from most of the underhanded attacks, there was no stopping every petty schemer. Unless Lufa was ruthless enough to hunt them all down and silence them, or at least issue a warning, this kind of thing was bound to happen. Lufa's response was simple. If you don't like it, I just won't sell to you. Let's see who suffers more. He was genuinely curious. When someone's life was on the line and only his medicine could save them, would they still be so stubborn? And if they were, well, after their death, Lufa wouldn't mind sending along a note that simply read, respect. After all, even the dead deserve their due. Anyone who could hold out until death without needing his medicine. Of course Lufa admired that. Why bother fussing over someone who's already gone? As for the joint project with Stark Industries to develop the new elemental energy, the prospects, profits, and potential all look very promising. Possibly. Even more so than our pharmaceuticals. However, for now, all we can do is keep pouring money into it. Any real returns are still a long way off. Emil Giron explained that, at present, this new elemental energy project was nothing but a money pit. Only a company like Umbrella, with its deep pockets from pharmaceuticals, could afford to keep it afloat. A revolution in energy, especially one of this magnitude, was much like the advent of electricity in its day. Naturally, the old energy giants would fight tooth and nail to block this. After all, it threatened their slice of the pie, and there was no intention of letting them join in. Even now, with Stark Industries and Umbrella joining forces, it was still incredibly difficult to suppress the might of those old energy behemoths. There were even some of those energy giants within Hydra itself, so relying on Hydra could, at best, even the odds. But to go so far as to mobilize official government resources, that would be beneath them. So, you're saying not only am I not making money, I'm losing it? Lufa's eyes widened in disbelief. He'd thought that, with the extremist virus giving rise to those medications, he'd be able to spend the rest of his days lounging on mountains of cash. But now Emil Giron was telling him that wasn't the case. Actually, we're making money. It just depends on how you choose to spend it, sir. Emil Giron hurried to explain. There was no way Umbrella wasn't profitable, nor was it short on cash. But the way the money was spent, that made all the difference. Take the big boss Stern, for example. Never easy to please, always demanding the best materials for his research. Once a project was approved, he'd come asking for funds, and then nothing but radio silence. Investment, after all, is supposed to yield returns. When someone like Big Boss Stern asks for a fortune, along with all kinds of expensive instruments and materials, only to vanish in a thin air afterward, it's a huge blow to the company's cash flow. Emil Giron knew full well that it was normal for research projects to go decades, even a century, without results. He hadn't wanted to invest, but since Big Boss Stern claimed Lufa had signed off on it, he'd had no choice but to agree. This was only possible because Umbrella was flush with funds. Otherwise, it would have been impossible. Even so, Emil Gillen was already planning to expand the pharmaceutical market to stem the losses and to generate more revenue to keep the company running. Then there were the nanotech combat suits. Countries bought them once and never came back for more, mainly because they were too expensive. It was the same with Stark Industries. They kept releasing new models, the military kept buying the latest versions, and then, just like that, the story ended. The high-end market is certainly impressive, but when it comes to sales volume, it just can't compare to the mid and low-end segments. Right now, the fact that Umbrella Corporation manages to keep its revenue higher than its expenses is already a testament to the strength of its products and to Emil Gillen's remarkable personal capabilities. He truly feels grateful to Lufa for stepping in to save his entire family at a critical moment, rescuing him from bankruptcy and sparing his wife and children from a life on the streets. At that time, Emil Gillen had even considered ending his own life so that his wife could raise their children with a sizable payout from his accident insurance. That's why he does everything he can. Besides, he never would have had the chance to run such a massive company as Umbrella before, an enterprise filled with so many elite talents. He would never have been given such an opportunity otherwise. Lufa knew that research projects were money pits, but he never anticipated just how fast even someone of his wealth could burn through funds. He'd always thought himself quite rich, but in reality, he couldn't even scrape together the hundreds of billions needed to repair the Sky Fortress. He still had to seek investors, maybe even approach banks for loans. Granted, banks would definitely agree. Oversized, low-interest loans weren't out of the question, especially with Umbrella's drugs being so effective. A surefire profit with almost no risk. Yet Lufa disliked the feeling of others getting involved in his affairs. That was the nature of investment, after all. And as for loans, he wasn't fond of borrowing money. He never used credit services, and taking out a loan was simply out of the question. Would selling off all the assets acquired from the vampires be enough to fund the construction of the Sky Fortress? Lufa pondered the question. After all, quite a few of these assets required ongoing maintenance expenses. When the financial situation wasn't as tight, he hadn't paid much attention to these costs. But things were different now. Take the golf courses, for instance. They'd always been money losers. Lufa himself had never played a single round. In his view, if he had time for golf, he'd rather play billiards. But even selling these loss-making businesses wouldn't be easy. Anyone considering a purchase would certainly look into their history, and they'd quickly realize these ventures had always been in the red. It's hard to find a fool who thinks, if they're losing money, I'll just take over and turn profit. Selling them off at a bargain price wouldn't bring in much, either. Still, they had to go. There was no sense in holding on to money sinks. Lufa called in Michael and Emil Gillen to discuss the matter. Emil Gillen agreed that they could sell, but warned that they'd probably have to accept half their value. Raising investment is a perfectly normal thing to do, and so is seeking bank loans. Emil Gillen couldn't understand why Lufa was so averse to such approaches, so they could only look for solutions elsewhere. Meanwhile, Lufa was also considering whether he should take a page from the Extremis virus Iron Man playbook and develop a cosmetic app based on the Extremis virus. It was a massive moneymaker, after all, though the consequences could be rather tricky to manage. Although the comic version exaggerated things a bit, making it seem as if the whole world was against Iron Man. In reality, the other superheroes believed Iron Man had gone astray, while everyone else was simply chasing their own interests. No one was blind to just how much money was at stake here. It was nothing short of an endless gold mine. The reason why Lufa's weight loss pills were selling like crazy now was the same. America was a country plagued by obesity, with nearly half the population overweight. A fast-acting weight loss pill that required no exercise appealed not just to ordinary people, but also to celebrities who needed to maintain their figures. Everyone was using it. Naturally, this threatened the interests of the fitness and health supplement industries. Rumors were popping up everywhere, claiming the pills had severe side effects or could even be deadly. If weight loss pills were already causing such a stir, what about the beauty app? With the press of a button, you could slim down, whiten your skin, or enhance your looks. These miraculous features were even more disruptive. As for the idea of cutting costs by targeting the big boss Stern, Lufa wasn't eager to go that far, unless he managed to bring in some other top-tier scientists in the future. Big Boss Stern was still incredibly valuable. Most of Lufa's research projects relied on him. Emil Blonsky had no idea that some research projects had already succeeded. Stern simply disdained to tell him, and only reported to Lufa. For example, the Asgardian clones, cloning technology, the Hulk soldier experiments. All these projects were top secret and could never be revealed to outsiders. Under these circumstances, there was no way Lufa would cut off Stern's resources. The only way to get a large sum of money quickly seems to be stealing or robbing, Lufa mused. Every day, Lufa had a new criminal life hack to share. Of course, he knew the real problem. He'd been spending recklessly with no returns, which was why Umbrella's finances were so strained. Small expenses were one thing, but the Sky Fortress project was a whole different level of spending. Still, Lufa quickly remembered that he actually had a secret plan already in place. That was John Garrett, the clairvoyant of Hydra. Just think, Alexander Pierce had enough money to build 3 helicarriers. Sure, it was technically the Security Council's budget allocated to S.H.I.E.L.D., but who would believe that Pierce hadn't pocketed a hefty sum for himself? So, Lufa made his way to John Garrett's secret base. This time, he even ran into Garrett's protege, Agent Ward. Thanks to the compound Lufa had given him, which was mixed with extremis, John Garrett had regained his youth and health. However, this also made him deeply wary and respectful of the assassin's methods. When he saw the assassin appear again without a sound, he quickly stopped Ward from making a move. "My lord, what can I do for you?" John Garrett hurriedly got to his feet, not daring to remain seated in front of the assassin. "How much control do you have over Alexander Pierce's people?" Lufa asked, ready to make his move against Alexander Pierce, and conveniently seize all his assets as well. "I've already brought quite a few under my control." John Garrett seemed to realize what Lufa was planning. Ever since Lufa had asked him to place his own people within S.H.I.E.L.D. and gradually take over Pierce's subordinates, Garrett had suspected that this assassin intended to take action against Alexander Pierce, to remove Alexander Pierce and take his place, expanding his own influence. You really had to admit it. This kind of ambition and drive was worthy of one of Hydra's supreme leaders. Now, with Lufa's question, Garrett knew the time had come. "If I want you to gain control over Alexander Pierce's assets and all his funds, can you do it?" Lufa nodded and pressed on. "That's a tall order. I'll need some time." Garrett considered carefully before replying. Only Pierce himself truly knew the full extent of his assets and resources, but most of it had been poured into the Insight Helicarrier project. He valued this plan above all. If it succeeded, Hydra would rule the Earth, and Alexander Pierce would rule Hydra. Success would be his. But Lufa, of course, had nothing but disdain for Hydra's Insight project, using mass slaughter and terror to rule, crushing all resistance and destroying the very soil where knowledge could grow. Such a regime would end up as nothing more than the king of savages. And what would they do if aliens invaded? Try to fight them off with just those 3 helicarriers? This kind of short-sighted, destructive approach was pure folly. "How long do you need?" Lufa asked, keeping his tone calm. His own Sky Fortress didn't even have its foundation laid yet. If it wouldn't take too long, he could afford to wait. After all, Umbrella's financial chain wasn't so tight that they couldn't cover part of the construction. "About half a year," Garrett answered after careful thought. Half a year was actually quite impressive. Only Garrett could manage such speed. In S.H.I.E.L.D., he might have seemed subordinate to Pierce, but in reality, the two were equals. Pierce himself referred to Garrett's section as his part. They each managed their own domains. That alone spoke volumes about Garrett's authority. That was also why Garrett had the power to sway and control so many S.H.I.E.L.D. agents. Half a year. Lufa pondered for a moment. He remembered that in the proposal Emil Gillen had given him, it was mentioned that the initial funding could be a bit relaxed, but within at most half a year, the funds must catch up. Otherwise, it would delay the construction schedule. A project of the scale of the Sky Fortress would take an exceptionally long time to build, even with workers like the Hulk soldiers. Of course, thanks to Lufa's imaginative thinking, the big boss Stern was inspired to develop the extremist virus nanometal robots. If these robots could be mass-produced, the construction time for the Sky Fortress could be shortened by more than 80%. This method was far sturdier than traditional welding and other techniques, virtually seamless. The only problem was that production would consume a significant amount of resources. "I can give you half a year. When the time comes, carry out the plan, kill Alexander Pierce, and then take his place." Lufa turned to John Garrett as he spoke. "I understand, sir." John Garrett nodded. Agent Ward, standing nearby, overheard their conversation and found it hard to believe. What was his foster father talking about? It was as if he couldn't make sense of any of it. "Oh, and to enhance your self-preservation, to prevent Alexander Pierce's people from eliminating you. Here is compound number 2. After injection, not only does it grant the health and youth preservation of compound number 1, it also gives you the abilities of a frost giant." Lufa produced a small metal case and pushed it toward John Garrett as he spoke. The extremist virus could integrate any gene into the human genome. The frost giant's ability to manipulate and create ice was quite an extraordinary superpower. After some research by Stern, this enhancement agent known as compound number 2 was created. Frost Giant. John Garrett, of course, knew what a frost giant was. The military and S.H.I.E.L.D. had just fought against them. There was even footage. John Garrett was well aware of the frost giant's formidable power. Agent Ward understood as well, since John Garrett never kept secrets from him. Now, upon hearing about Compound Number 2 and its effects, Ward realized why his father had chosen to betray Alexander Pierce. Is it true? It can really make me? Unable to restrain himself, John Garrett opened the small case. Inside was a clear, dazzling, icy blue liquid that filled his eyes with longing. Of course it's true. Not only will you have the ability to control and create ice, but your physique will far surpass that of an ordinary person. Probably. On par with Captain America. However, just like with Compound Number 1, you'll need to get a yearly injection to prevent aging and disease. Luffy replied calmly. Comparable physical abilities to Captain America? John Garrett knew very well that when Captain America first woke up, S.H.I.E.L.D. arranged for a full physical examination, and every result shocked everyone who saw it. If he could possess that kind of physical strength, there'd be nothing more to say. Agent Ward looked at the vial of Compound Number 2. Was this the method the assassin used to control his father? An injection was required every year. There was truly no way to break free. Besides, who could really refuse the temptation of becoming a superhuman, especially one with extraordinary abilities? I wonder if you could grant me another vial of Compound Number 2? John Garrett suddenly asked. Agent Ward tensed up. He immediately understood what his foster father meant. Then, he noticed the shadow beneath the assassin's white hood seemed to turn in his direction as well. It appeared that the assassin leader also understood exactly what John Garrett was getting at. Let's wait until he proves himself. I don't shortchange anyone, Lou F.A. replied evenly. Yes, sir. John Garrett said no more. Agent Ward, however, felt a surge of excitement. This was the stuff that could turn someone into a superhuman. Did he have a chance at it too? As for earning merit, wasn't that up to his foster father to decide? Of course, it would still depend on the assassin leader's word, but there probably wouldn't be any surprises. Now, they could already guess at the power behind the assassin's organization. At the very least, mastering the technology to create superhumans spoke volumes about their strength. Just being able to create these superhumans was already impressive, even if they couldn't match frost giants or stand up to modern weaponry, even at half their power. If they could ignore the damage from rifles and sniper shots, it would be utterly mind-boggling. Umbrella Corporation's nanobio suits had already shown the world the terrifying reality of individuals who could shrug off bullets from rifles and sniper rifles. For beheading operations, such superhumans were unstoppable. Even tanks couldn't hold back a squad of nanobio suit soldiers. The impact of these nanobio suits was gradually reshaping the world. Once again, personal weapons were evolving, and so were interception systems. At present, only the close-in weapon systems on aircraft carriers could intercept these nanobio suit-enhanced super soldiers. Weapons that were dense, high-tech, fast, and deeply penetrating were on the rise. To counter the high mobility of these nanobio suit super soldiers, electromagnetic rifles, electromagnetic machine guns, and electromagnetic sniper rifles were all in development. Hammer Industries kept failing. The technology eluded them. And even if Tony Stark figured it out, he certainly wouldn't put it up for sale. All in all, the advantage that superhumans possessed was simply overwhelming. The reason why Luffy decided to give the enhanced version of Compound Number 2 to John Garrett was because he was worried that Garrett might be betrayed and killed by Alexander Pierce. Whether it was the Winter Soldier or any hidden tricks Alexander Pierce might have up his sleeve, the risk was always there. After all, if Luffy went through all the trouble of elevating him, only for Alexander Pierce to turn around and eliminate him in the end, it would all be for nothing. Now, with this unexpected insurance policy in place, things were different. The second compound incorporated frost giant genes, which greatly enhanced the body's capabilities. Compared to Captain Steve Rogers, John Garrett's stats would be superior across the board. Of course, everyone knows that Captain America's ability to face any challenge head-on is legendary, so the two can't really be compared. But at the very least, with skin tough enough that pistols couldn't break it and only machine guns could do harm, John Garrett will be able to deal with most emergencies and dangers. Luffy vanished into thin air, disappearing without a trace. Both John Garrett and Agent Ward watched him fade away, feeling an even greater sense of awe toward the seemingly unfathomable skills of the assassin leader. Ward, you're in the loop now, too, John Garrett said to Ward. Yeah, Ward replied. He had no strong opinions about his father changing sides and aligning himself with another Hydra leader, especially since Luffy seemed much more promising. But he couldn't help feeling worried. What if his father ended up losing control over his own fate? John Garrett saw the concern in Ward's eyes, but he didn't say anything. After all, they were the ones seeking help, and the assassin leader's offer was simply too tempting to refuse. Ward was still a bit naive. Not only did they have no real choice in this matter, but for the sake of survival, John Garrett could only do his best to serve the assassins. Lufa returned to Umbrella Corporation. Scotty was swimming in the pool in her swimsuit. When she saw Lufa come back, she surfaced from the water. "It's incredible. She's even more at home underwater than we are," remarked Frederick the Great, standing by the pool. The Argonauts had really piqued Frederick's interest, especially Scotty. She wasn't even a ship girl, yet possessed terrifying strength and physical abilities. Her only flaw was her lack of self-control, which could easily lead to accidental harm. Dee and the others are cyborgs. Not all Argonauts are that powerful. Lufa corrected the Emperor's misunderstanding. Even though he tended to attract characters from the deep-sea fleets, who knows? Maybe even non-character types could show up. Hadn't he just gotten the Dragon Witch card? That one was a limited edition. Other masters would be green with envy. "Doctor," Scotty said, her wet body leaning against Lufa. Lufa gently patted Scotty on the head, and that very night, he devoured her completely. He didn't even spare her swimsuit look. He had an identical swimsuit custom-made for her, along with a red orca plush. So now, his relationship with Scotty had taken a step further. But Scotty was simply too formidable. The little orca's fighting power was astonishing. Tifa would have to turn into a Green Lantern to even come close, and even then, only Emperor Frederick could really measure up to Scotty. That night, their fierce battle lasted a full 17 hours, finally ending with Lufa subduing all resistance. The body of a true demon really was something else. Even without transforming, he could be this powerful. If only he could gain the Iron Body trait, that would be even more satisfying. After a playful swim with Scotty and Emperor Frederick, Lufa went to visit the imprisoned Dragon Witch. The evil dragon Fafnir was with her, both confined in an underground chamber Lufa had hastily dug out. Otherwise, there simply wouldn't have been enough space for a dragon as massive as Fafnir. Now, the Dragon Witch no longer needed to be bound by the chains of envy. "Hey, let me out now." When she saw Lufa, the Dragon Witch shouted at him. "No can do. You're far too important to me. What if I let you go and you run off?" Lufa's words had the tone of a jailer. The Dragon Witch had already come to terms with the fact that she was a fake, her memories nothing but fabrications. The burning desire for revenge she once held was now gone. In its place was a search for the meaning of her own existence. "Come on, I'll take you to watch the meteor shower tonight. I hear it's going to be spectacular." Lufa wasn't sure how to win over a pure-hearted girl, so he decided to help the Dragon Witch find a reason to exist first. With all the false memories Gillis had implanted set aside, there was very little left that truly belonged to Jean Alter. Lately, Lufa hadn't done much of anything else, opting instead to spend time out and about with his wives. "You don't tell me you want me to fall for you, just like they did?" The Dragon Witch looked at Lufa, surrounded as he was by beautiful women, and voiced her suspicion. "Of course. Why would not?" Lufa replied with utter confidence. "Disgusting. I'd rather die than end up like them." The Dragon Witch immediately wore an expression of classic French disdain, finding Lufa's words utterly revolting. "If you want to discover the meaning of your existence, you ought to try everything, including love." Lufa handed her a skewer of grilled meat. The Dragon Witch stared at the skewer, the aroma wafting into her nose, making it twitch. She looked as though she found it rather tempting. She remembered some moments of eating in the past, but, well, it was France, so you can imagine what the food was like. Now, as the Dragon Witch tasted something delicious, she suddenly realized, if this is what good food is, then what had she been eating all those years? "Tastes good, doesn't it?" Lufa watched as the Dragon Witch devoured her food with relish. "Barbecue with a generous heap of spices from our homeland. No matter how you put it, it was bound to be delicious. After all, back in Jean's era, even nobles and kings could never have tasted these flavors." Red A frowned at how unhealthy it all seemed, so Lufa simply sent him off to eat elsewhere, letting himself indulge. Then Lufa got busy grilling more skewers for Tifa and the others. He didn't let the thrill of having the limited edition Dragon Witch card make him fickle or neglectful. All those alternate universe fan stories about scummy Dokudas or Gadakos had nothing to do with him. Lufa considered himself a true lover. He would never neglect someone just because he'd finally gotten them. To him, that was impossible. On the contrary, having them made Tifa and the others seem even more alluring and irresistible. Especially with all those tight-fitting outfits. Recently, Lufa had been researching both ancient and modern styles for a bit of variety. He could finally understand those kings from history who lost themselves in pleasure. Those indulgences really ate up your time. Sometimes, after just a single night, you wouldn't resurface until the afternoon of the next day. Compared to the burdens of statecraft, these pleasures were far more enticing. And so, bit by bit, the court was neglected, and he earned himself a reputation as a feckless, incompetent ruler. "Hurry up with the grilling. You're too slow," the Dragon Witch said. eyeing Lufa impatiently. Don't rush. If you eat too fast now, you won't be able to finish later. Lufa spoke from experience. With barbecue, the more you rush at the start, the less you end up eating. If you slow down and savor it, you can eat so much more and truly enjoy every bite. Tifa and the others didn't seem bothered by the dragon, which competing for their food. It reminded them of how they themselves had been when they first met their master, or Dokuda, or summoner, or commander. Of course, none of them had ever been so proud or hard to approach as the Dragon Witch. Lufa didn't treat everyone the same, either. He was clearly more partial to his wives. This exasperated the Dragon Witch. Why was it that she only ever got a single skewer? But then, watching Lufa and Tifa feeding each other, sharing bite after bite, the Dragon Witch suddenly felt full. She even felt a bit nauseous, almost sickened by the sight. She couldn't explain it, but every time she saw Lufa and the others being so lovey-dovey, an intense irritation welled up inside her, an urge to set something ablaze. If she weren't sure she'd lose to any of them in a fight, she would have done just that. As it was, she could only sit there fuming by herself. Hey, didn't you say you wanted me to like you? Then shouldn't you at least do something about it? The Dragon Witch, seeing Lufa and the others wrapped up in their affection for hours on end, finally couldn't hold back her anger and blurted out. Don't be impatient. I can't just go around flirting with other women in front of my wives, can I? Wouldn't that make me a total scoundrel? Lufa was in no hurry at all. He merely suggested a possibility, but the Dragon Witch ran with it in her imagination. The more indifferent Lufa seemed, the more it got under her skin. After all, he'd admitted he was interested in her, but then acted like he didn't care at all. How could the Dragon Witch tolerate that? Now, hearing Lufa's explanation, she suddenly felt as if she'd thrown herself at him. No, wait, that can't be right. Wasn't he the one pursuing me? The Dragon Witch found herself completely thrown off by Lufa's words. And, to make matters worse, her background as a simple village girl meant she didn't have the education to sort it all out. She just had a nagging sense that something was wrong, but couldn't put her finger on what it was. All she could do was glare at Lufa and Tifa and the others, fuming in silence. Then she stood up. Lufa had brought them to a place known as the home of the world's most beautiful night sky. The Natural Bridges National Monument, located in Utah, USA, is one of only 4 international dark sky parks in the world. Here, above the Awachomo Bridge, the night sky sparkled with countless stars, casting a magical glow over the landscape. This park was the first ever designated as an International Dark Sky Park by the International Dark Sky Association. The award recognized the exceptional quality of the night sky in this region, where light pollution is minimal. Under such deep darkness, it's easy to spot the Milky Way, the Andromeda Galaxy, and other distant cosmic wonders. Tonight, that vast and boundless sky stretched out overhead. Once the Dragon Witch settled her thoughts, she found herself truly enjoying the sight. Beautiful, isn't it? So peaceful, Lufa suddenly said, settling in beside her. The Dragon Witch glanced at him out of the corner of her eye. Finished entertaining your harem? She asked with a sarcastic little laugh. Yep, now it's your turn, Lufa replied with perfect candor, leaving the Dragon Witch at a loss for words. After all, she'd only been alive a few days at most. No way she could convincingly pretend to be an adult. Her thoughts and feelings were still so easily swayed, so transparent. There are so many wonderful things in this world, Lufa continued. Take food, for example. Grilled meat is nothing. In our homeland, there are thousands of delicious dishes. Even if you spent 100 years, you couldn't try them all. Most of them, you never get tired of. They just make you want more and more. He reached out and rested his hand on the Dragon Witch's shoulder, gently pressing her down onto the ground. Before she could protest, he lay down beside her. And then there are all the breathtaking sights. Even just being a sightseeing enthusiast would be a far better life than what you had before. Seeing Lufa lie down too, the Dragon Witch gave up struggling. A moment ago, she'd thought he was up to something else entirely. The Dragon Witch said nothing, and so Lufa continued speaking to himself. He relished these moments, lying beside someone he cared for, gazing up at the starry sky. As he talked, he gradually drifted off to sleep. The Dragon Witch turned her head and caught sight of Lufa's sleeping face. Are you really that unguarded around me? She propped herself up, studying Lufa intently. If she wanted to run away, or even kill Lufa right now, would he have time to react? Yet Lufa slept on, utterly at peace. Though the Dragon Witch had a reputation for wickedness, anyone who took the time to understand her would find that beneath her proud exterior, she was simply misunderstood. So when Lufa awoke to find himself perfectly unharmed, he discovered, however, that the Dragon Witch was nowhere to be seen. Tifa, where did Jean Alter go? Lufa asked anxiously. She said she wanted to take a look at France. Tifa replied, having made no effort to stop the dragon witch from leaving. In her eyes, Lufa was already well on his way to winning the dragon witch over. But rather than forcing her to find new purpose, it was better to let her come to terms with her past. What's she going to do in France? She's not planning to burn the place down, is she? Her enemies have been dead for ages, Lufa said, perplexed. I heard that tonight. The most famous opera is being performed at the Royal French Opera House. A play about Saint Jeanne d'Arc, Tifa answered. Lufa was even more baffled by Jeanne Alter's actions. Nevertheless, he went looking for her. He arrived to find that the entire theater was empty, save for Jeanne Alter alone. The golden-haired dragon, which sat in a chair, watching as the trembling troupe performed on stage. How dull. So this is what she looks like in your eyes. The dragon which realized she could never become Saint Jeanne d'Arc. Just the thought of it made her feel sick, so at odds was it with her own beliefs. To be fair, that's how ordinary people see her, Lufa said, his tone earnest and unwavering. Even he didn't truly know what the real Saint Jeanne was like. The only Jeanne d'Arc he knew was Jeanne Alter, fair and unyielding. Come on, there's nothing to gain from watching someone else's story. Now that you've been given a new lease on life, why not go out there and create your own? Lufa had never understood these theatrical performances. He could only suppress a yawn. The dragon which felt the same, she'd take rock music over this any day. Once she left the theater with Lufa, the troupe finally breathed a sigh of relief. But that relief didn't last long. Agents from S.H.I.E.L.D. soon arrived, dashing any hope of peace. The dragon which hadn't tried to hide her presence at all, she cleared the audience out with a burst of flames, then commanded the troupe to perform just for her. S.H.I.E.L.D. had originally suspected a superpowered individual, but upon spotting Lufa, they realized the situation was far more serious. So, what are we doing now? The dragon witch asked, following Lufa out of the Grand Theater. Whatever you want to do now, go ahead. I'll support you, Lufa said with a smile. Aren't you afraid I might never come back? The dragon witch arched an eyebrow. Afraid? Of course I am. But I believe, in this world, you won't find any place to belong except here with me. Lufa nodded. So, it seems you're not so eager to let me go after all. The dragon witch stepped closer to Lufa, her golden eyes gazing at him from up close. Is it Jeanne d'Arc's body you want so much? She asked with a teasing smile. Mom, this wicked woman is flirting with me. I have no interest in Jeanne d'Arc the Saint. It's you I like, Jeanne Alter. Lufa replied earnestly. Just as some men are drawn to darkness, Lufa had little interest in the saintly Jeanne, but it was the darker Jeanne Alter who truly captivated him. Jeanne Alter? The dragon, which repeated the name. Very well, from now on, call me Jeanne Alter. She agreed. Then, let's get to know each other again. My name is Lufa. I'm a master of Chaldea, doctor of Rhodes Island, admiral of the naval base, commander of Griffin, on my OG of Heian Kyo, knight of princess. Connect, dress-up master of the land of miracles, operator with Rainbow Squad, commander in Grey Raven, duelist of Duel City, demon hunter who can cry, witcher who collects Gwent cards, and an unkind-bled Ash. Lufa introduced himself to Jeanne Alter with a smile. The more Jeanne Alter listened, the more bewildered she became. What was with this endless list of titles? They all sounded incredibly impressive. She didn't quite understand, but couldn't help being in awe. Stop, stop, stop. Seeing Lufa's words pour out like a never-ending river, Jeanne Alter finally couldn't take it anymore. What's wrong? I haven't finished introducing myself yet. Lufa asked, confused. What are all those things supposed to be? Jeanne Alter questioned, unable to make sense of it. Well, it's nothing really. It's just that I'm the savior of countless worlds and share identities with many heroic figures, so I've collected quite a few titles. Lufa explained. And with that, Jeanne Alter finally understood why there were so many girls around him. So this man's past and status were truly brilliant and dazzling. So are you planning to gather your former subordinates and start a new world-saving mission here? Jeanne Alter asked. Absolutely not. We're just here to protect humanity. Saving the world isn't our concern. Lufa firmly rejected her assumption. Humanity? And what exactly is that? Jeanne Alter still looked puzzled. Lufa then took the time to explain the concept of humanity to her. So, it's just like being an audience member? Jeanne Alter concluded after hearing the explanation. Exactly right. Lufa nodded. Take you, for example, Jeanne Alter. You're what's called a servant and a heroic spirit. Lufa continued, explaining patiently. Servant and heroic spirit? So does that mean I should call you master? Jeanne Alter caught on quickly. That's right. Lufa affirmed with a nod. Then where's your command spell? Jeanne Alter wasn't so easily fooled, and pressed further. I'm no longer Chaldea's master, so I don't need that sort of thing. Lufa replied without hesitation. Jeanne Alter pondered his answer and found it oddly convincing. Master, she called out, just a little too easily swayed. So gullible. Lufa cheered inwardly, barely containing his excitement. All right, Jean Alter, let's go home, he said, gently taking her by the hand. Strangely, the moment Lufa took her hand, Jean Alter felt a rush of nervousness. But this dragon, which didn't have the same tsundere airs as the later Jean Alters from Shinjuku or Chaldea, so she kept quiet. Now, she felt as though she'd finally found meaning in casting off those false memories of her past. She was not the Saint Jean d'Arc, nor a mere imitation. She was herself, Jean Alter. Lufa didn't rush things by pouncing on Jean Alter the moment they got home. He thought she deserved some time to settle in. After all, what if he scared her off? Jean Alter, for her part, had assumed that to truly become part of Lufa's circle, she'd have to do that sort of thing with him. She'd already prepared herself mentally, but to her surprise, Lufa merely held a simple welcome ceremony for her, and that was it. This left Jean Alter doubting her own allure. Could she really not compare to the other women? Jean Alter? Lufa was holding Tifa, who had just transformed into the Green Lantern. Her waist was already slender, and the skin-tight suit made her almost impossible to resist. But unexpectedly, Jean Alter was standing right at the doorway to his room. Her golden eyes glowed in the darkness, making Lufa, still holding Tifa, feel more than a little embarrassed. What? Jean Alter's question came out of nowhere, leaving Lufa momentarily baffled. Why won't you do that sort of thing with me? She pressed on, voice unwavering. Isn't it a bit too soon? Lufa's eyes widened at her straightforwardness. Too soon, Jean Alter countered, unblinking. If you ask me, the sooner the better. I'm the type who falls for someone at first sight, driven by desire and all that. I want you plain and simple. Lufa didn't even try to deny it, shamelessly confessing his thoughts. Then what are you waiting for? Jean Alter asked, genuinely puzzled. Because I don't just want your body, I want your heart as well. I've already told you, I'm not in love with the Holy Maiden Joan of Arc. I'm in love with you. The Holy Maiden's beauty is undeniable, but it's your soul, your spirit, that truly draws me in. Lufa looked calmly and directly into Dark Jean's eyes, his golden, slit pupils meeting her golden gaze. There was not a hint of wavering between them. Dark Jean held Lufa's gaze for a long time. Then, she turned and walked away. Lufa, aren't you going to run after her? Tifa whispered in Lufa's ear. No, right now. You're the most important thing to me, darling. Lufa shook his head. Come on, let me see if I have a place in your heart. Oh, you're terrible. This outfit can't be torn off, you know. You don't understand. That's what makes it interesting. Seems like Green Lantern's suit could have a little opening down below. Not just that, it can even change colors. Dark Jean returned to her own room and flopped face down onto her bed. Her mind was a chaotic storm. For the first time, it felt as if her thoughts weren't her own. Her head was filled with nothing but Lufa. The words he'd just spoken, all the things he'd said before. The look in his eyes, the expressions on his face. He says he wants both my body and my heart. Haven't I already offered myself to him? What more does he want? Dark Jean grumbled in frustration. As for love, how would she even know what that truly feels like? S.H.I.E.L.D. reached out to Lufa once more. This time, it was about the trouble involving the Frost Giants and Thor. It turned out Thor wasn't just some ordinary figure. He was actually a prince from another world. And why did his name sound so much like that god from Norse mythology on Earth? In fact, he is the very same Thor from the Norse myths. Right now, Lufa was strapped for cash, so he couldn't afford to be as carefree as before. Of course, getting a bit more funding out of S.H.I.E.L.D. was always a welcome bonus. Nick Fury breathed a sigh of relief. At least Lufa hadn't hung up on him this time like he used to. Otherwise, there really wouldn't be much Fury could do. What do you mean? Nick Fury had already begun to suspect, but he didn't want to accept the truth. I think my meaning's pretty clear. There's no need for me to spell out, is there? After all, you're the director of S.H.I.E.L.D., a level 10 agent. Lufa replied. So you're saying Norse mythology is actually their legacy? These people were the extraterrestrials who came to Earth in ancient times. Nick Fury pressed. That's right. Just as the Frost Giants you captured on video with S.H.I.E.L.D. have appeared on Earth before. Lufa immediately began to drop some major revelations on Nick Fury. You mean the stories recorded in Norse mythology are all true? Nick Fury had always assumed those ancient tales were just the result of primitive people catching glimpses of alien visitors. Hearing what Lufa had just said, he suddenly realized something. Back when the Frost Giants descended on Earth, they intended to use a treasure from their clan, the Casket of Ancient Winters, to turn the entire planet into a new ice age, and I mean an irreversible one. Instead of directly answering Nick Fury's question, Lufa began recounting the tale as if telling a story. An irreversible ice age? Even though Nick Fury knew humanity's survival to this day meant the Frost Giants' plan must have failed, a chill ran down his spine nonetheless. After all, Carol Danvers, his trump card against both alien threats and superpowered beings, her grandmother probably wasn't even an egg cell at that time. So humanity had come within a hair's breadth of annihilation. Would they stop by your organization back then? Nick Fury was now convinced that the existence of such secret organizations was absolutely necessary. To be precise, we were preparing to intervene. Luffy denied Nick Fury's assumption. There was no need to steal the credit. Once Thor spent more time with the Avengers, all the details would come out anyway. Better to maintain their mystique. After all, back then they'd simply watch from the sidelines, and even the gods of Asgard hadn't noticed their presence. But then the Asgardians arrived and put a stop to the Frost Giants' plans. So that's when they left behind the myths and legends about them. Nick Fury finally understood. Just remember to transfer my consultation fee immediately. Luffy said nothing more. Wait, I can wire you that fee right now, but I have a few more things to ask. Nick Fury quickly interjected, anxious that Luffy might end the call. Hearing only silence on Luffy's end, Nick Fury wasted no time and had a hefty sum transferred to Luffy's account. Staring at the extra digits on the balance, Luffy sighed. For the sake of making a living, for his wife, he had no choice but to work a little harder and earn what he could. All right, what else do you want to know? Luffy asked. I'd like to know, are there many alien civilizations like Asgard that could just come and go on Earth as they please? It was an interesting question from Nick Fury. You're trying to trip me up, but all I can say is, yes, many. As for the specifics, you'll have to use your imagination. Luffy made it clear he had little patience for Fury's games with words. I can add a bonus. Nick Fury caught on immediately. Even if you knew the exact number, what could you do with that information? At the end of the day, you still have to rely on us. Luffy hesitated. Intel, Nick Fury insisted. There are about 9, give or take, Luffy said after a moment's thought, finally giving Fury the answer. After all, he had only mentioned a number. So, how powerful is Asgard? The moment Nick Fury heard that there were as many as 9 alien civilizations targeting Earth, he immediately wanted to call Carol Danvers back. That's your second question. Rue F.A. reminded him. I know. Nick Fury had no complaints about Rue F.A.'s eagerness to charge for information. If intel could be bought with money, he'd actually prefer it that way. To give you a familiar example, if Carol Danvers were to attack Asgard, there are at least 2 people there who could kill her. Those words left Nick Fury utterly silent. Was Asgard truly this formidable? To be honest, after witnessing Carol Danvers single-handedly battle an alien fleet and even frighten off the Kree commander Ronan, Nick Fury had come to believe that she was the most powerful being in the universe. And since then, Carol Danvers had been carrying out justice across the cosmos, never returning to Earth. Nick Fury could only caress that pager of his, longing to summon his goddess back, yet always hesitating for fear of disrupting her greater cause. Still, the fact remained. Carol Danvers was Nick Fury's ultimate trump card, the one thing that gave him true confidence. That had never changed. He wasn't sure what Rue F.A. meant by comparing Carol Danvers to Asgard. Was this a warning, telling him and those behind him not to overestimate themselves and provoke Asgard? But wasn't it Asgard who was invading them now? So what about you? Can you handle Asgard? Nick Fury asked. That's not something I can disclose. Rue F.A. replied calmly, neither confirming nor denying. If he really had to face Odin and Hela, given their movie versions, Rue F.A. could now easily overpower them both. Unless Hela drew immense strength from Asgard itself. If she grew stronger, Rue F.A. also had ways to destroy Asgard's homeland. However, after coming face-to-face with the destroyer armor, Rue F.A. realized things weren't so simple. Even the Ancient One, the Sorcerer Supreme, became unfathomable in his eyes. After all, if the destroyer armor could wield the godly blessings as shown in the comics, then if Odin donned it, the power he'd unleash would be terrifying. Rue F.A. wouldn't dare face him head-on. That armor could even decapitate Celestials on a cosmic scale. Even if, by lore, the true demon is supposedly on par with an all-powerful Odin, practical combat is a different story. If it were Dante and Virgil, maybe they could win. Even Sparta, the demon swordsman who once stopped the stirrings of chaos, might be able to hold his own. But for someone like Rue F.A., whose practical experience was only SOSO, he might not even be able to use half of his god-level abilities. He was still too young, and his battles too few. Luffy preferred overwhelming victories, and he played it safe, so both his combat experience and instincts were quite weak. If you asked him to fight a battle where forces were evenly matched, there was a good chance Luffy would lose. Of course, if it was a game that required precise controls, Luffy could confidently say that no one could outplay him. At best, it would be a 50-50 split. After all, he was one of the hottest members of the GGZ strategy team, with hundreds of thousands of followers on a certain website. He never made witty remarks. His video walkthroughs were silent from beginning to end, which made him less popular than other team members. But when it came to technical skills, Luffy considered himself among the top 3 in the group. By day, He was an intern judge's assistant, upright and impartial. By night, he transformed into a cold-blooded, relentless gaming strategist, controller in hand, focused solely on the thrill of the hunt. Anyone who knew him would never imagine these two personas belonged to the same person. But back to the topic at hand. After receiving Lu Fa's non-committal answer, Nick Fury pressed on with another question. Will they come back? This was the question most members of the Security Council, and the major powers behind them, were desperate to have answered. Yes. This time, Lu Fa didn't bother to hide the truth. After all, the story was about to move into Avengers territory. Loki would show up to steal the Cosmic Cube, and then call down the Chitauri. Still, there was a chance things could play out differently. Lu Fa wasn't sure if Asgard's storyline had changed. Earth, after all, was already unrecognizable. The Destroyer armor had chased Thor through 9 blocks, from New York all the way to Los Angeles. It was utterly absurd, but it had introduced Thor and the Avengers to a lot of people. You could call it a small-scale Avengers incident, except this time, Thor didn't join the team. When? Nick Fury asked immediately. No comment. Lu Fa replied, unyielding. Nick Fury fell silent. Knowing the enemy was coming, but having no idea when, it was maddening. He understood that Asgard might not be the enemy. Tony Stark and Steve Rogers had both said that what happened with Thor was just a misunderstanding. Thor only wanted his hammer back, so the conflict was more a case of rivals becoming friends. But Nick Fury thought further. Thor himself might have no ill intentions, but what about the rest of Asgard? No matter how you looked at it, they were a powerful alien civilization. Even if only a handful, or just one, of them bore malice toward Earth, it would spell disaster. And besides, who's to say that wasn't just Thor in disguise? Tony Stark and the others didn't have enough experience. They could easily be fooled. Still, today's conversation with Rufa yielded plenty of information, and that was a decent harvest in itself. But once he returned, Nick Fury would probably mobilize his people to prepare for a possible alien invasion. After what I said, that Baldy might just hurry up the research on the Cosmic Cube. Rufa mused, considering the likelihood. It seemed quite possible. The only uncertainty was whether Loki would be the next to show up here. Or perhaps the Black Order under Thanos might arrive instead. I'm still too weak right now, Rufa admitted, his gaze drifting to the table, where a sheet of printer paper lay. A bloody handprint was stamped across it. The hand. Don't misunderstand. This wasn't a provocation from the hand. Ever since he'd terrified them, the hand had been far too scared to cross Rufa again. He simply needed monsters, which was why he'd set his sights on the hand once more. But the hand wasn't his only target. The 10 Rings and Kingpin were also on his list of candidates. As for Kingpin, while the quality of his men wasn't the best, he had plenty of small fry. If the quality of the monsters didn't affect what they dropped, then sheer numbers might just offer a pleasant surprise. The 10 Rings, on the other hand, were just a terrorist organization. Their supposed leader, the Mandarin, was nothing more than an actor. And after Rufa had already dealt with Killian, the remaining terrorists were nothing but a scattered rabble, also useful for farming numbers. The difference was, the 10 Rings operated in places that wouldn't easily draw America's attention, making it easier to keep things hidden. If I play this right, maybe the hand can help me control Nobuyoshi Kamaya in Neon, Rufa thought. He knew the hand's headquarters were in Neon, but going there meant risking an encounter with another Ghost Rider, Nobuyoshi Kamaya. This Neon Ghost Rider wielded the combined might of Xidagarba and the 10 Kings of the Underworld, but that didn't trouble Rufa much. He was never truly wary of Ghost Riders. It was devils like Mephisto that gave him pause. After all, Rufa himself could be called a major demon. In the Hell Dimensions, he could even become a king, at least to the unclaimed fragments. But if he entered a domain with a master, he'd just be cannon fodder. Soon, intelligence on the 10 Rings landed on Rufa's desk. With a glance, he realized the 10 Rings weren't so simple after all. Except for the member who'd kidnapped Tony Stark, eliminated by Obadiah Stane. The rest of the 10 Rings had each found new backers and were doing quite well for themselves. The organization boasted nearly 2,000 armed personnel, all equipped with advanced weapons from Stark Industries. In the original story, they even had access to all sorts of missiles Tony Stark himself had designed. But there was something odd about it. Why were they buying missiles that required satellite guidance to work? And worse, they left them out baking in the sun. Even with Stark Industries' quality control, that kind of carelessness was dangerous, to say the least. Thanks to the constant support from Stark Industries, the 10 Rings were able to establish themselves in Afghanistan, eventually becoming the underground rulers of the region. But that's all in the past now. With Obadiah dead, the steady stream of weapons and advanced equipment naturally dried up. Still, that wasn't the end of the world. Obadiah had provided them with more than enough before. If they rationed their supplies, it would last them a good while yet. The real problem was Tony Stark's relentless campaign against them. With his Iron Man suit, soaring through the sky and armed with cutting-edge weaponry, Tony Stark wiped out a number of the Ten Rings bases. Of course, just as the saying goes, a cunning rabbit has 3 burrows. The Ten Rings were no exception. If they were so easy to eliminate, the American military would have taken care of them long ago. Granted, part of the reason they hadn't been wiped out was that the American military deliberately chose not to finish the job. There were even traces of CIA involvement behind the Ten Rings, making the whole situation much murkier than it appeared on the surface. The fact that Tony Stark eventually stopped attacking the Ten Rings was likely due to pressure from the United States. After all, the relationship between the U.S. troops stationed in Afghanistan and the Ten Rings was rather ambiguous, mostly because of the Taliban. With shared enemies and mutual interests, it was only natural that their relationship became complicated. The U.S. military even went so far as to send personnel to train Ten Rings fighters. Terminator Team 1, in position. Tyrant Team 2, in position. A silent, Mayfly-like transport helicopter touched down near a Ten Rings base in Afghanistan, and squad after squad of Hulk soldiers disembarked. All of these Hulk soldiers were cloned Asgardians, transformed into Asgardian Hulks after being injected with Hulk serum. They were far stronger than regular Hulk soldiers. One Asgardian Hulk could easily take on 10 ordinary Hulk soldiers. But Lufa found the codename Asgardian Hulk too much of a mouthful, so he renamed them Terminators, Tyrants, and Trackers. The names suited their appearance perfectly. It's a pity they can't get stronger the angrier they get. Like the real Hulk, Lufa thought with a trace of regret. He was, after all, a perfectionist. When it came to sealing off the area, these Terminators were more than up to the task. Unless something truly outrageous dropped in, they could hold off most monsters for quite some time. And that wasn't all. There was also a squad of Frost Giant clones, who had erected towering ice walls as barriers. Although these Frost Giant clones weren't as powerful as the originals, the ice they created was tougher than steel and could be shattered and reformed at will. If only magical ice wasn't so hard to preserve, Lufa mused, it could have made for an excellent building material. Once everything was set, the members of the Ten Commandments gang finally sensed that something was amiss. Why was there suddenly a ring of ice encircling their base? And this was Afghanistan, notorious for its scorching heat. Where could all this ice possibly have come from? All right, let's begin. Lufa led Black Jean, who had only recently joined, straight into the Ten Commandments base. A group of armed men spotted them and started shouting, in a language Lufa couldn't understand. Judging from their looks and leering expressions, it was clear their attention had been caught by Black Jean. It wasn't every day they encountered such a stunning woman. It was as if fortune had dropped a rare treasure right into their laps. Fafnir. Black Jean summoned forth the demonic dragon Fafnir. Ordinarily, she would not have had the magical energy for such a feat. After all, she had lost access to the Holy Grail's power with Gillis gone, and she had no contracts with any new master. That she could even move was a miracle in itself. But Lufa's blood proved potent beyond belief. After drinking it, Black Jean's magical energy surged to overwhelming levels, so much so that she could summon Fafnir at will, anywhere she pleased. Wipe them all out. With a sweep of her war banner, Black Jean sent a gust of black fire roaring forward. Several armed men in front were instantly engulfed, their screams cut short as they were reduced to ash, leaving behind nothing but a trace of their agony. With a thunderous roar, Fafnir unfurled his mighty wings. The sound echoed across the base, sending a wave of terror through the rest of the Ten Commandments fighters. A dragon. It's a dragon. That can't be real. Open fire. Infantry fighting vehicles and jeeps mounted with cannons and machine guns unleashed a hail of bullets at Fafnir. Yet, the rounds merely bounced off his scales, no. More troubling than a tickle. Fafnir simply opened his jaws, and with a single breath of dragon fire, the armored vehicles and jeeps melted into rivers of molten metal. As for the men atop them, none survived. Their fate was sealed in an instant. A sudden explosion rang out as one of the fighters hefted a rocket-propelled grenade and fired it at the dragon. The warhead streaked through the air, struck Fafnir, and erupted in a burst of flame and smoke. But from amidst the blaze, a massive dragon claw emerged, crushing the attacker into a bloody pulp. But then Lufan noticed that these militants weren't just armed with small arms. They had heavy ordnance too. Missiles, to be precise. These missiles were designed for anti-air or wide-area bombardment. Who knew what kind of exotic weaponry Tony Stark's research had produced? Thankfully, there were no Jericho missiles. Otherwise, things would have been far more dire. Those monstrosities could level mountains, with a blast radius stretching for kilometers. If a Jericho missile were to be launched, Lufa could still grab Black Jean and escape. Now that he had become a true demon, his flight speed was unmatched. As for Fafnir, even when faced with a barrage of missiles, including armor-piercing warheads and bunker-busting bombs. He remained undaunted. Luffy couldn't help but wonder why these terrorists were stockpiling such specialized weaponry. Were they planning to hunt Godzilla? However, the effect on the evil dragon Fafnir was quite remarkable. Fafnir was injured by the explosion. Even for a dragon, mystery isn't exactly a glamorous trait. Brute force can shatter clever tricks. If your attack is strong enough, even gods can be slain, let alone dragons. Friedrich, Rufa called out, and in the next instant, the thunderous roar of artillery filled the air. The site where the missile was launched was wiped clean, as if a battleship's cannons had swept over it, flattening everything in the blink of an eye. I thought we were just supposed to observe. Why are we massacring them? It was only now that Black Jean asked this question. We're slaughtering them for the sake of humanity's foundation, of course. Rufa replied, maintaining a look of utmost seriousness as he tried to convince Black Jean. For the sake of humanity's foundation? Black Jean gazed at the scene before her. Was this really for the sake of humanity? Or were they just making up excuses as they went along? Suddenly, a deafening roar shattered the air, and a massive monster appeared, drawing everyone's attention. You see, this is why we have to wipe them out. Monsters are hiding among them. Rufa charged forward and hacked the creature to pieces without even bothering to see what kind of monster it was. As far as he was concerned, if it wasn't something he recognized, it was probably just fodder from some forgettable game or a minor boss from an arcade shooter. Maybe it was even something out of Contra or Metal Slug. With a swift and decisive dimensional slash, Rufa sliced the monster into fragments, confirming his suspicion. And besides, they're all guilty enough on their own, so there's no need to waste time figuring out which one is hiding a monster inside. Wait, what the? Rufa was explaining to Black Jean when he suddenly blurted out in surprise. Because, right after he cut down the monster, it dropped a rare and precious item for him. A complete Hogyoku. He couldn't believe this thing could actually drop here. But then again, considering how popular the Bleach franchise is, it made sense. There were countless games based on it. The problem was Rufa was now at a loss. Who was supposed to use this thing? Sure, later on it's revealed that the complete Hogyoku is just the tip of the Soul King's finger. But there's no denying its terrifying power. It lets its possessor transcend their limits and continue evolving into higher dimensions. Though, of course, that's probably just exaggerated fanspeak. The upper limit of Bleach's world is pretty straightforward. The Soul King sits at the top. Neither Yawatch nor a fully Hogyoku-fused Aizen ever have a hope of surpassing him. The Hogyoku possesses its own will. It can absorb the desires of those nearby and manifest them, and it can protect its host from death, making them immortal. When a host reaches their limits or their life is threatened, the Hogyoku can trigger their evolution to the next stage. The Hogyoku can grant its possessor immense spiritual pressure, as well as extraordinary regenerative abilities and defensive power, reaching the pinnacle of speed and strength found in both Shinigami and Hollows, even enabling breakthrough evolution. Yet, in Luffy's eyes, the Hogyoku's true brilliance lies in the ability Aizen Sosuke once described, its genuine hidden power. According to Aizen, Kisuke Urahara believed he had created the Hogyoku as a substance capable of shattering the boundaries between Shinigami and Hollows. In reality, however, that was merely Urahara's desire. The Hogyoku responded to his wish, thus developing the power to break those boundaries. The core of the Hogyoku's strength is to manifest the deepest wishes of its owner, turning them into reality, provided the host possesses the strength to see those wishes fulfilled. In other words, as Luffy understands it, the Hogyoku can turn its host into a perfect being. Anything that once was a weakness or threat can now become a source of strength, and this transformation doesn't have to follow Aizen's path of monstrous in human evolution. It could be adaptive evolution, much like Doomsday or Leaf Decay. Of course, both are considered monstrous in their own right, but as long as Luffy wills it, the Hogyoku won't alter his appearance. He'll never become a monster against his wishes. Aizen Sosuke only lost his human form because Ichigo Kurosaki forced him into a corner, leaving him with nothing but the pursuit of power to surpass Ichigo, leading to his complete transformation. Now that Luffy understands this, he can restrain the Hogyoku from warping his form, allowing himself to adapt gradually, becoming perhaps a human-shaped Doomsday. But I already have the Amadam's Soul Stone. Will that conflict with the Hogyoku? Luffy hesitated, weighing the possibilities. At this moment, all the Ten Rings armed personnel had surrendered and were being watched over by the Terminators, giving Luffy ample time to ponder. By rights, the Amadam Soul Stone is key to unlocking Luffy's potential to acquire all 6 Infinity Stones, granting him even greater power. But the Hogyoku could very well do the same, and more. While the Amadam Soul Stone might resurrect the dead, the Hogyoku could accomplish this even more completely. Comparing the two, the Hogyoku seems superior in almost every aspect. As for whether the two artifacts would conflict if used together, it's hard to say. The Hogyoku operates on the level of the soul, while the Amadam Soul Stone is rooted in the material plane. They shouldn't interfere with each other. In fact, if they could complement one another, Lufa's potential would be staggering. After all, living in a world like Marvel's, you have to go all out to grow stronger. Only then can you hope to keep your family safe amid endless crises. But then, Lufa's thoughts drifted to Riven. This loyal, dog-like Riven may not be the same Riven from the continent of Aloran, but she truly belongs to him. While others gained cheats or were powerful to begin with, only Riven remained unchanged. She never complained, quietly fighting for Lufa. Lufa felt a deep ache for her, and always hoped to find something that could make Riven stronger. No matter what it was, as long as it didn't change her very nature, it would probably make Riven stronger, wouldn't it? Lufa's silence brought a hush over Jean Alter as well. She didn't know what to say to him. Their lessons had only just begun, and the study plan Lufa had arranged left her restless and impatient, perhaps due to her peasant temperament. Illiteracy made her irritable. Lufa. At that moment, Riven and the others approached. None of them knew why Lufa had suddenly fallen silent. Riven, you're here. When Lufa saw Riven's worried expression, he made up his mind without hesitation. Lufa. But before Riven could even react to Lufa's words with joy, they saw him draw the Enma blade and drive it straight through his own chest. They knew all too well how formidable his sword was. Its sharpness could cut through anything, and Lufa himself had said that slaying demons with it was as effortless as slicing through fruit. Yet now, he turned it upon himself? What are you doing? Jean Alter was the closest to Lufa, but she couldn't stop him in time. All she could do was rush forward, reaching out to steady him. Yet Lufa stood there as if nothing had happened. I'm Fina. There's no need to worry. Lufa felt no pain. His senses were still sharp, but as he gripped the Enma blade, he activated its power to separate. This was also the reason the Enma blade could unleash dimensional slashes. Once you learned how to release that technique, you understood how to use the sword to separate anything. Naturally, what Lufa wanted to separate was his own Amadam Life Stone. Since this stone hadn't been forged into a warrior form like Agito, once Riven received it, she would become something akin to the monstrous Garangi. Only this time, the monstrous form would be powered by the strength of Lufa, the true demon. So Riven's power would far surpass even the Zero Dagoba. Wolf King wouldn't stand a chance against her. Perhaps Riven might even awaken atomic ignition or bloodlust attacks. Separate. Lufa pulled out the Enma blade. From his own body, a fearsome stone tumbled out, looking just like the Amadam Life Stone from before. Except now, it shimmered with many colors. The powers of fell energy, Jean Dark Alter's crimson flames, the eternal fire from the Destroyer's armor, the bloodline of the Spartan demon, and the chakra of the Nine Tails. All these forces fused together, making the Amadam Spirit Stone blindingly brilliant. What is that? Riven and the others were stunned, watching as Lufa roared and wrenched this thing out. How could something so massive have come out from inside him? Lufa felt utterly drained. While the Enma blade could indeed sever anything, forcibly separating the Amadam Spirit Stone, which by now had spread its neural network throughout his entire body, was excruciating. Especially that sensation of having his power stripped away. Of course, if he wished, he could have chosen to split his humanity and his demonic side, gaining overwhelming power, just as Virgil had done. Yet, Virgil's demonic incarnation, Urizen, was ultimately no match for a true demon. Lufa had no intention of making such a short-sighted trade. Lufa, are you all right? Riven hurried to support him, and the others, for once, paid no attention to the dazzling gemstone. It was their first time seeing Lufa in such a weakened state after he had become so strong. Having lost at least a third of his strength, Lufa was naturally weakened. Yet he didn't care about this loss. In fact, the more he lost, the better, for that meant Riven would only grow stronger. Now that he possessed the Hogyoku, such losses hardly concerned him anymore. Riven, this is for you. Once you use it, you'll become stronger. Lufa picked up the Amadam Spirit Stone and pressed it to Riven's chest. Freshly separated, and not having lain dormant for years as in the original story, the Amadam Spirit Stone was still brimming with energy. The moment it touched Riven's body, it began to merge, its power saturating her instantly. Riven had seen the Amadam Spirit Stone before, and Lufa had explained its abilities and effects to her. I can't take this. This isn't yours to Riven had just begun to refuse when her body convulsed with change. The Spirit Stone's neural energy spread like wildfire, forcibly reshaping her body. She could feel new strength pouring through her, unending and unstoppable. At that moment, Lufa drew out the Hogyoku and pressed it to his own chest. Sosuke Aizen had bent the Hogyoku to his will through sheer strength and indomitable spirit, but Lufa had no need for such efforts. The fully awakened Hogyoku he'd gained from the system was simple-minded, no submission required. Now, by fusing with the Hogyoku himself, Lufa awakened its full potential. He did so for a single reason, to influence Riven through the Hogyoku, so that the Amadam Spirit Stone would not overpower her, turning her into nothing more than a fierce warrior. He himself, with the Spartan demon bloodline, was immune to the Spirit Stone's battle-hungry will. Riven, however, might not have been able to endure it alone. The spiritual stone's energy spread throughout Riven's entire body. Even her brain was not spared. At that moment, with the help of the Hogyoku's power, Lufa recovered. Instantly, becoming even stronger than before. His body now radiated a spiritual pressure that belonged only to Shinigami and other beings from the world of the dead. Thanks to the Hogyoku, Lufa began the soul fusion exchange. Far away in Asgard, Heimdall also sensed the terrifying surge of spiritual pressure and magic shooting up from Earth. His gaze immediately shifted toward the planet. This power, I must report it to Odin immediately. In the presence of this aura, Heimdall felt his body trembling uncontrollably, overtaken by a pain he could hardly endure. Any mortal who approached Lufa now would be reduced to ashes by his spiritual pressure alone, not to mention the magic swirling within it. Lufa wasted no time. He used the Hogyoku's power to halt the adamantine Spirit Stone's influence over Riven. The Spirit Stone's strength was no longer as easy to handle as it had been at the beginning, but it simply couldn't match Lufa, whose power now outclassed it completely. Riven felt no pain at all, because Lufa had thoughtfully used the Hogyoku to block her sense of pain. Such a transformation was excruciating, and the adamantine Spirit Stone, accustomed to a powerful host like Lufa, could hardly adapt to Riven's fragile body. Jean Alter and the others could tell that Lufa was trying to help Riven grow stronger, though his method was incredibly extreme. First stabbing himself, then willingly weakening himself just to strengthen her. He's willing to go this far for these women. Jean Alter watched Lufa, her feelings a complicated tangle. Half an hour passed, and Riven's transformation was complete. Lufa's fully awakened Hogyoku entered a dormant state, merging with his body. This was a subtle, invisible process, body and soul fusing ever closer. When the awakening and metamorphosis finished, Lufa's power would climb to yet another height. After all, his potential was in no way inferior to anyone in the world of the Shinigami. In theory, I should be able to manifest my own Zanpakuto if I just set my mind to it. Lufa mused. Of course, what he really wished for was to obtain Kyoka Suigetsu or Ryujin Jaka. Those Zanpakuto looked incredibly cool, especially Kyoka Suigetsu's abilities. He could even do without Ryujin Jaka, as long as he had Kyoka Suigetsu. Of course, he could also develop his own ability for complete sensory hypnosis. Lufa. Riven, lying in his arms, opened her eyes. Seeing Lufa, she spoke softly. How do you feel? Lufa asked her gently. I feel power surging through my whole body. Riven stood up, feeling better than she ever had before. The Yamatatum Spirit Stone will make your body continuously stronger, so you've become much more powerful now. But the most important thing is the ability to transform. Lufa told her. It's just like in the original story, where after Yusuke Godai returned from his journey, he was able to defeat the mighty wolf king Garangi, who was even stronger than Dagobah, using only his base form. That alone shows how much stronger Yusuke had become. This kind of enhancement is subtle, working quietly beneath the surface, but it's always pushing you further. No one knows if there's a limit to it yet. Lufa himself hasn't pushed it to the edge either, since the Spirit Stone's nerves haven't broken through his skin to become golden horns. Transform. Riven looked down at her own body. Would she turn into what Lufa had looked like before? I think you'll probably take on the same form I did. Lufa mused. After all, the Yamatatum Spirit Stone hadn't been modified to mimic Agito's Kuga. For now, its only template was Lufa's demon form. Come on, Riven, give me a transformation. Let's see how it looks. Lufa was genuinely curious about what Riven would look like as a female demon. Would she end up with especially prominent muscles on her chest? The mere thought made him laugh to himself. He certainly didn't feel excited by the idea. Who could seriously be interested in something so inhuman? If we're talking about cute, we should be thinking more along the lines of Terra's beast-eared girls from Arknights. Now, that's adorable. A living, breathing, beast-eared girl. Not something utterly inhuman. Riven nodded, then struck a pose just as Lufa had described. She swung her arms around and pressed her hands to her chest. Henshin, transform. But nothing happened, so it doesn't work after all. Lufa said, seeing Riven standing there unchanged. He shook his head. No big deal. He'd only meant it as a bit of fun anyway. If it didn't work now, maybe she'd just have to rely on her instincts. Riven, of course, wasn't an ordinary person. Her control over her body was far beyond that of most people. It wasn't long before she found the right feeling. A deep boom echoed out. Flames erupted with explosive force, the air around them heating up rapidly, waves of scorching heat rolling over them. So hot, Black Jean darted behind Lufa for cover, while Tifa turned into a Green Lantern on the spot. Yet even she felt the intense heat, breaking out into a glistening sweat that caught Lufa's eye despite himself. Standing before them was a gigantic demon. It stood nearly 2 meters tall, its body clad in a black, demonized armor reminiscent of Devil May Cry's unique style. Unlike Lufa, it didn't have that peculiar white coloring. Lufa couldn't help but wonder why his own form was white. Riven's transformation seemed so standard, truly a black demon. Had he somehow mutated his genes, creating a rare white demon variant? Or was he just an albino among black demons? However, Riven's version of the Black Infernal was still a bit different, likely influenced by Fel Energy, Nine-Tails Chakra, the Crimson Lotus Fire of Jean Alter, or perhaps even the Eternal Flame. Her entire figure had been enlarged proportionally, with her limbs growing even longer and more slender than before. Her black-painted nails extended outward, the keratin hardening into sharp, slender claws. From her forehead, a pair of spiraling horns curved backward like those of a mountain goat. The bones of her legs mutated from the calves down, stretching and bending into reverse joints, her feet transforming into delicate, cloven hooves. If not for the fearsome appearance of the Black Infernal, she might actually have been considered beautiful. At least, these details revealed her slender form and unmistakable feminine features. How odd. I only gained Fel energy, not shadow, so why does this transformation lean so much toward the demonic? Lufa pondered as he watched Riven's transformation unfold. Shadow, a form of energy in World of Warcraft's universe. Demons, both warlocks and priests, are adept at harnessing shadow energy. There is no doubt that shadow energy was regarded as the most sinister force in the World of Warcraft. It was said that most demons fell from grace precisely because of their prolonged exposure to Shadow's corruption. Lufa, did I do it? Did I succeed? Riven could feel an unprecedented power surging within her, though she was unaware that she actually possessed skins even stronger than this one. Lufa, however, had no way of unlocking those, as they belonged to other Riven incarnations. If he really could unlock them, Lufa, well, he'd probably be overjoyed beyond measure. Riven experimented with her new strength, feeling confident now that she could truly be of help to Lufa. To Lufa, Riven's current power far surpassed Tifa's. She might even stand toe-to-toe with Scotty, while Frederick the Great might find himself a bit outclassed. As for Jean Alter, there was simply no comparison. Although Jean Alter possessed firepower on the scale of a battleship, her own defenses were weak, relying entirely on her mount, the evil dragon Fafnir. If she were to face Riven, chances were that Riven wouldn't even need to transform to strike directly at her vulnerabilities. Care for a bout? Let's see just how much stronger you become. Lufa called out to Riven. Of course. Riven naturally didn't refuse. She also sensed that Lufa seemed not only recovered, but even stronger than before, which eased her worries about accidentally hurting him. Lufa, weren't you just? Tifa, on the other hand, was still worried about Lufa. The frailty he'd shown earlier was definitely not an act. Don't worry, I'm fine now. This thing has made me even stronger. Lufa pulled open the front of his shirt, revealing the Hogyoku embedded directly in his flesh. The sight left Tifa and the others momentarily stunned. The thing was actually fused into his very body, giving him a strange and unsettling appearance. Although Tifa had played with magic crystals before, she'd even fused them into her body and watched them glow. She likely wouldn't think of them as anything quite like the Hogyoku. Riven decided against using her rune greatsword. Worried she might accidentally hurt Lufa, she intended to rely solely on her fists and feet. Lufa didn't protest. Instead, he asked Tifa to protect Black Jean and the others, so they wouldn't get caught up in the clash between him and Riven. As soon as his words fell, Riven burst forth with a staggering speed. A heavy thud echoed. At that speed, Lufa nearly couldn't keep up in his normal state. True, the Hogyoku made him stronger than before even when not transformed, but Riven was now in her demon form. Just blocking Riven's punch with his hand sent a numbing shock through all 5 of Lufa's fingers. At first, Riven held back, afraid she might accidentally hurt him. But when she saw Lufa's pupils contract in surprise, only to raise his arm in time to block her blow, relief flashed across her face. Still not going to transform, Lufa? Riven teased, her confidence evident. No, I'm getting used to your speed and strength, Lufa replied, his golden, slit-pupiled eyes locking with hers, exuding a chilling, almost soul-piercing pressure. It wasn't spiritual pressure or magic, just an overwhelming sense of dominance. Riven, taken aback for a split second, didn't see Lufa's punch coming. It landed squarely on her. Though her demonized body barely registered the pain, she went flying, crashing hard into a mountainside. That looked like it hurt. Aren't you being a bit too rough? Don't you love her? Black Jean exclaimed in disbelief. It's precisely because I love her that I refuse to hold back, Lufa answered, his words leaving Black Jean completely baffled. Without another explanation, he dashed toward the mountainside. But Riven had already emerged from the rubble, excitement blazing in her eyes. Her blood roared with heat, those demonic instincts rising to the surface. With a deafening blast, she moved so fast she broke the sound barrier, the sonic boom scattering rocks in every direction. Lufa, now accustomed to Riven's previous speed, was caught off guard by her exhilarated assault. Her punch landed square on his cheek, distorting his face, harder and tougher than steel though it was. He shot across the sky, the brightest meteor on the horizon, his body tearing at the air so fiercely his clothes were incinerated, revealing a powerful, sculpted torso. Only his enchanted pants, transformed by the jealousy magic tool, remained intact below the waist. With a thunderous crash, Lufa slammed into the ground, plowing a trench several hundred meters long and a couple of meters deep before finally coming to a halt, smoke billowing from his overheated body. But as the Hogyoku embedded in his chest began to glow, Lufa stood up once more. He had now fully adapted to Riven's speed and strength. His entire body was undergoing evolution, greater strength, faster speed, and tougher defenses. Added to this, Lufa already possessed the potential for unleashing the Hogyoku, so he quickly caught up to Riven in both speed and power. At that moment, Riven caught up to him, launching a flurry of punches. Each of her blows unleashed energy exceeding 400 million joules. To put this in perspective, the explosion of 1 kilogram of TNT produces 4.2 million joules. Given that 1 joule equals 0.102 kilogram meters, the energy from a kilogram of TNT could theoretically move a 1 kilogram object 420 kilometers or a 100 kilogram object 4.2 kilometers. Of course, this is under ideal conditions, where all energy is converted into kinetic energy. In reality, a 76mm high explosive shell contains about a kilogram of explosive and can reduce a small 2-story house to rubble. A hand grenade contains about 50 grams of explosive. Within a 10-meter radius, survival is unlikely. A kilogram would be the equivalent of 20 grenades detonating at once. The air was violently compressed by Riven's fists, warping the light around them, and shockwaves rippled outward in expanding rings. All across Afghanistan, people could hear the thunderous roar of Riven's punches. Some thought the American military was launching yet another bombing run on Afghan soil. Only this time, the scale of the bombardment seemed even more massive. At the very least, compared to previous attacks, this was on an entirely different level. Many cursed the damned American forces as they scrambled into basements, desperate not to become victims of another missile strike. But even the American troops stationed in Afghanistan were baffled. They detected the energy surges, and honestly, the commotion was so intense that instruments weren't really needed. Everyone could feel it. At first, they assumed a firefight had broken out somewhere. But after checking with every unit, they found no reports of combat. And yet, the sheer magnitude of the disturbance made them suspect that someone had dropped 1,000-pound bombs, again and again, in rapid succession. With no other explanation, they had no choice but to send out teams to investigate. If some unknown force was carrying out this kind of absurd bombardment in Afghanistan, they needed to report it home as soon as possible. Meanwhile, Riven had no idea she'd become the focus of every faction across Afghanistan, stirring up such unrest. She herself was astonished that every one of her punches now shook the earth and rattled the mountains. Yet these terrifying blows were all being caught by Lufa. Under the influence of the Hogyoku, he had adapted to such strength and speed, and in no time he had caught up to Riven. Incredible, Riven exclaimed, a hint of surprise in her eyes. Suddenly, flames ignited around her fists, blazing with the crimson fire of the Red Lotus and the eternal flames of immortality. Even within the flames, there were flickers of eerie green fire. Demonic energy mingled with Riven's own, forming terrifying fists of flame. Now, there was no way Lufa could simply withstand Riven's flaming punch head-on. Both kinds of fire were perilous. Though he trusted the power of the Hogyoku, he wasn't eager to take a hit. So, He lashed out with his long leg, landing a solid kick on Riven's shoulder. The force of the blow sent her body spinning out of control, launching her violently away. Seizing this moment to catch his breath, Lu Fa stood up, only to find that Riven had already returned, seemingly out of nowhere. She drove her knee straight into his abdomen, pinning him down and grinding him against the sandy ground. Now, Riven was thoroughly exhilarated. Seeing that Lu Fa didn't seem to get hurt, she completely let loose. Blah blah. Lu Fa, spitting out a mouthful of sand, finally lost his temper. A surge of spiritual pressure erupted from him, blasting Riven away. Let me think. Fiddle. He extended a single finger, imitating Ulquiora's signature pose. For a moment, nothing happened. Then at last, a crimson glow welled up at his fingertip. A red Zero? Lu Fa watched as the blast struck Riven head-on. A thunderous explosion followed. The American drones that had just approached were obliterated by the shockwave, and all of Afghanistan witnessed a scarlet pillar of light descending from the sky. With his current strength, Lu Fa could easily overpower even Hollow Ichigo. Naturally, the Zero he unleashed was far more powerful than Hollow Ichigo's own. But what truly delighted Lu Fa was that he'd managed to realize his idea. If he could use Zero, what about a Zanpakuto? Alas, the Zanpakuto couldn't be manifested. After all, a Zanpakuto was the creation of a Soul Reaper. Unless he actually obtained one, the Hogyoku couldn't conjure up things like Kyoka Sujetsu, Ryujin Jaka, or even the Great Monk's legendary blade. If that day ever came, Lu Fa might even manage to summon Muramasa, and then his fabricated Zanpakuto would turn into a whole crowd of blade spirits, each with their own personalities and forms. He wondered idly if Kyoka Sujetsu's spirit was pretty. With a name like that, surely she must be beautiful? Not that Lu Fa meant anything by it. While he might have a thing for ships, he drew the line at swords. Trust him, he wouldn't do anything inappropriate with gun spirits, either. Twin pistols materialized in Lu Fa's hands. Infinite Reload, Zero. Lu Fa had always loved Stark's abilities, and this move, Infinite Reload Zero, was among his favorites. After all, he admired Dante's dual pistols and Virgil's sword. Now, he possessed Virgil's blade, and even the Dimensional Slash, but he still lacked a pair of truly powerful pistols. Carrying them around always seemed inconvenient, too. But not anymore. With his jealousy-fueled magical gear transformed into twin pistols, paired with Zero, Infinite Reload was no problem at all. Every shot was a red Zero, each blast powerful enough to obliterate nearly anything in its path. Red flashes burst out in rapid succession as Rufa squeezed the trigger again and again, flooding the area where Riven stood. A barrage of explosions thundered through the air, one after another, relentless. The American military was utterly baffled. What on earth was happening up ahead? Was it a fuel-air bomb sweeping the ground, or a thermobara blast clearing the field? If not for the never-ending detonations echoing around them, they might have suspected a nuclear bomb had gone off. With a furious roar, Riven, as if guided by instinct, mastered the technique used by the destroyer armor, compressing the eternal flame to unleash a beam of pure energy. She opened her mouth wide, and with a howl, the light cannon shot out, striking Rufa, who was still firing manically. The force of the blast hurled Rufa hundreds of meters backward, his skin melting under the searing power of the beam. The attack was devastating, its strength amplified by Riven's use of magic as fuel. But Riven had no intention of exchanging fire at a distance for long. Close combat was her true passion, and even in her current demonic form, that remained unchanged. She shot into the air. Rufa, surprised by Riven's ferocity, realized he no longer wished to be tangled in a duel with her. He wanted to dominate, utterly. With unlimited demonic power at his disposal, why not use it to its fullest? A primal scream tore from his throat. A surge of terror, pressure, and magic exploded outward as Rufa transformed in an instant into a true white demon. He moved, his body shattering the sound barrier with a thunderous boom. His fist collided with Riven's, the impact unleashing a deafening shockwave. Anyone within 100 meters would have their organs ruptured and eardrums burst by the sheer force. Death inevitable. Even at a kilometer away, the shockwave would knock people off their feet, leaving them dizzy and vomiting. Severe cases might even suffer concussion. Rufa's punch sent Riven crashing into the ground below, her demonic roar echoing with defiance. The impact was so immense that, even at such close range, she created a crater like a meteor strike. All of Afghanistan felt the tremors, buildings crumbled, and the aftershocks were so intense, even neighboring countries sensed the quake. But Riven would not surrender. Flames erupted across her body, 3 different fires twisting together. Her form shifted and transformed. A new shape emerged, reminiscent of Dante's true demon, yet bearing a closer resemblance to an infernal flame demon. She was no true Sparta demon. Her transformation was but an imitation. Yet she faced no pressure matching a real devil's might. This new form could be called Kamen Rider, Inferno Demon. The previous one was simply Demon. Riven's magic boiled over, igniting her from within, her body wreathed in fire, blazing outward in an unstoppable torrent. The air around her shimmered with unbearable heat. Within 100 meters, everything was bathed in red, as if the very atmosphere was ablaze. Lifting her head, she stared up at Rufa in the sky above. And in the next instant, a thunderous blast shook the heavens. In the sky, a violent clash erupted, exploding through the air with both visible and invisible shockwaves radiating outward from a single point. Thunderous rumbles echoed across the heavens. The tremors this time were far stronger than before, making it impossible for anyone on the ground to keep their footing. A swath of sky overhead had turned blazing red, as though the heavens themselves were set ablaze. A strange, mirror-like network of cracks appeared, slowly and steadily spreading outward. Rufa and Riven gripped each other's hands in a fierce contest of strength. The terrifying power of 3 interwoven flames burned across Rufa's hands, yet in his true demon form, his flesh was so incredibly resilient that he remained unscathed. So hot, so hot, so hot. But just because he wasn't burned didn't mean he didn't feel the heat. Rufa's hands felt like they were almost on fire. Even the golden light radiating from his body began to shine more intensely. At that moment, the conspicuous Hogyoku embedded in his chest flared, with blue light once more. Accompanied by a sound effect reminiscent of an Ultraman transformation, Rufa suddenly sensed a change in his hands. Riven's fire no longer burned him. Riven noticed it too, but she was in the throes of an explosive transformation, her form now reminiscent of a flame demon, granting her power far beyond her usual demonic state. Rufa's true demon form could barely hold her back. These maniacs, why are they fighting to such extremes? Black Jean was stunned and utterly baffled. Were these two supposed to be lovers? This looked more like bitter enemies. Jean, you don't understand? Tifa looked at Black Jean kindly, her tone friendly. Don't call me that name. I am Black Jean. Black Jean snapped, visibly irritated. The name Jean only reminded her that she was but a counterfeit. Though Rufa had always told her she wasn't a fake, but the rarest treasure in the world. A priceless gem he'd always yearned for, but could never obtain. Not a counterfeit at all, he insisted, just like a newborn, pure and unique. It was hard to say whether Black Jean's willingness to become his and join him after what they did wasn't swayed by Rufa's words. Black Jean. Tifa had only used that name out of affection, meaning no harm. But hearing Black Jean's reaction, she immediately realized her mistake. Clearly, Black Jean still cared deeply about such things. What do you mean? Do you actually understand them? Black Jean turned to Tifa, Scotty, and Emperor Friedrich. I can't say I understand, but I've seen situations like this before. Tifa considered for a moment before replying. She'd encountered those born with a love for battle, true martial fanatics. Riven may not have seemed like that on the surface, but judging by her current behavior, perhaps they never truly understood her. I do understand. The commander is simply trying to fulfill that child's wishes. Emperor Friedrich smiled as she spoke. Scotty couldn't really understand what was going on, but it was enough for her to see that Lufa and Riven seemed happy. To Scotty, nothing else really mattered. Jean Alter was speechless. Was Lufa actually trying to please that woman? So, was this just a display of affection? But who does it like this? The battle raged on for over half an hour, and then Lufa returned, holding Riven in his arms, back to where Jean Alter and the others were waiting. After a fierce outburst, Riven was left completely drained. Once she recovered, though, she would likely become even stronger. All right, it's over now, Lufa said with a smile to Jean Alter and the others. What happened to her? Jean Alter asked, curiosity in her voice. Riven looked perfectly fine, no injuries to be seen. Yet Lufa was carrying her, and it seemed she had even fainted. She's just exhausted, that's all, Lufa replied, as if it were nothing unusual. Is that normal? Jean Alter looked at Lufa, clearly perplexed, wanting to hear his explanation. Not really. Riven isn't usually like this, and it's not in her nature. She'd just been holding back for too long. This time, she let loose under the influence of her demonic instincts. I was only there to keep her from causing too much destruction. Lufa shook his head as he explained. Riven wasn't a battle maniac, but anyone could become frustrated after being unable to help for so long. So, you're saying this won't happen again in the future? Jean Alter pressed further. Probably not, unless the next new arrival turns out to be a real battle maniac. Lufa considered for a moment before answering. But there were only a handful who could truly be called that. All right, let's deal with the rest of them, and then we'll head back. Lufa turned his gaze to the armed militants who had earlier been locked away in a sturdy warehouse. Taking precautions, Lufa hadn't let the Terminator soldiers confiscate the militants' weapons. But it seemed the prisoners had no intention of resisting anymore. "I'm going to slaughter you all. Aren't you even going to try fighting back?" Lufa released them, voicing his challenge. Armed resistance was far more interesting than dealing with ordinary thugs, and the loot would likely be better too. Monster, please spare me, Lufa transformed into his true demon form and began the massacre, provoking their will to fight back. The monstrous sight overwhelmed their senses, leaving them with only the primal urge to resist, flee, or survive. This was exactly what Lufa wanted. One by one, he wiped them out. Souls steeped in terror. Those yield the greatest power. After slaughtering them, Lufa also acquired a large cache of soul stones, enough to trade with the demons and devils of the infernal dimension without issue. Fear itself ranks among the most intense of human emotions. Compared to it, the other original sins are simply not in the same league. He did, however, almost get crushed during the massacre by an aircraft carrier that fell from the sky. At first, Lufa thought someone was ambushing him, but soon realized the thing had dropped right out of the game World of Warships. With a thunderous crash, the aircraft carrier landed. This carrier was no lightweight, and since Lufa dodged rather than try to catch it head-on, he wasn't Superman after all and lacked a biofield. Even if he could catch it, the ground beneath him would surely give way, burying him under its weight. So he simply let it slam into the earth. Only afterward, upon realizing it was his own ship that had fallen, did Lufa feel a mix of emotions. What the heck am I supposed to do with an aircraft carrier? I want something that can actually fly, like a mothership from Stellaris or something. He had no intention of salvaging the downed carrier. It was already badly damaged, and to him, an aircraft carrier wasn't of much use. But just as Lufa finished his grumbling, a massive, flying warship suddenly descended from the heavens. Holy! Lufa's eyes widened at the sight of the ship. Was that the Artis? It was straight out of the world of Ultraman Tiga, a gigantic mothership developed by the Victory team. Its design was so unique, and Lufa recognized it instantly, having owned the toy version as a child. Manufactured by the TPC, this enormous mothership could serve as a frontline base. Measuring 150 meters long, it could reach Mach 3 on Earth and, in space, fly even faster, up to Mach 42, 14,292.6 meters per second, or 51,453.36 kilometers per hour, using the Mega's wave energy system. Inside, it was equipped with the Guts Falcon 1 and 2, as well as a host of other gear. Its arsenal included laser cannons, the Drake cannon, and the ultimate weapon, the Mega's cannon, powered by that same Mega system. Developed by Dr. Yatsuo, this giant carrier, outfitted with the Mega's wave energy system, could house both Falcon 1 and 2 and plenty of other equipment. It was large enough to accommodate the entire staff of TPC's Far East branch. This time, Lufa didn't let the Artis crash. He threw himself into stopping it, straining every muscle to slow its descent. Seeing this, Scotty and Friedrich the Great rushed to help. Meanwhile, Tifa flew above the Artis and, with the power of the Green Lantern, conjured a web of glowing ropes to bind the massive ship. Lufa soared up to join her, took over holding the ropes, and together, they kept the Artis secure. With the strength Lufa possessed now, forget about the 8-dis, he could even hold back something as massive as the Archangel from the Gundam universe, as long as the force was distributed evenly. Otherwise, the only concern would be whether the materials could withstand strain. The true demon unfurled its devilish wings, and after a round of sheer brute force, plus Scotty and the Emperor Friedrich supporting from below, the 8-dis finally touched down safely. Holy crap, did I just jinx this into reality? Rufus still couldn't believe what was in front of his eyes. He'd actually gotten his hands on the 8-dis. Granted, the 8-dis wasn't even considered top tier among the Ultraman series warships, but on Earth in the Marvel world, it was overwhelmingly powerful, a force that would crush anything in its path. Rufa gave it a try, and the 8-dis was smoothly stored into his system space. As for the remaining armed thugs, they didn't drop anything else good for Rufa. In fact, just getting the 8-dis was already a huge windfall for him. So, wasting no time, he hurried his wives back to Umbrella Corporation and went straight to the big boss, Stern, to have him figure out how to operate the 8-dis. The 8-dis was only the beginning. It gave Rufa a glimpse of hope for the future. If he could draw the Archangel next, that would be big enough to count as a true space fortress. What is this? Stern, the big boss, was dumbfounded, staring at the 8-dis in utter disbelief. Rufa didn't care whether it would tear down the Umbrella Corporation building. After all, the place wasn't that big to begin with, and if it got demolished, so be it. He could afford the repairs. Besides, because Rufa had so many secrets he needed to keep, he'd bought up all the surrounding buildings and turned the area into the Umbrella Corporation's own private zone. A space battleship. Rufa said calmly. He wasn't lying. The Aegis really could fly into space. As long as it had enough energy, even interstellar travel wouldn't be a problem. Not to mention, its propulsion system was incredibly powerful. Of course, Stern realized it was a space battleship. Anyone could tell just by looking at it. He just couldn't believe his boss had managed to get his hands on one so quickly. Where did it even come from? And why hadn't he heard a thing? Figure out how to start up first. Rufa instructed. Stern was the only technical expert on hand. Fortunately, this guy had equipped himself with a few extra arms. Otherwise, he'd be completely overwhelmed. Stern was at a loss for words, but he didn't have time to dwell on it. Eagerly, he began exploring the Aegis with feverish excitement. Once inside, he waited for a while before there was finally some response from the Aegis. The lights came on. How's it going? Lufa walked inside, finding the big boss, Sten, calmly seated in the captain's chair. How strange. The layout of this battleship is perfectly suited for us Earthlings. Could there have been a prehistoric civilization on Earth? Sten's eyes sparkled with curiosity as he looked at Lufa and posed his question. Don't overthink it. This ship is ours now. Check if it's operational. Also, you can call off the Sky Fortress project. Let's use that vibranium to reinforce the hull of the Atlantis instead. After considering for a moment, Lufa gave his instructions. The Atlantis lacked energy shield technology, which was a serious concern. So, for now, this was the only way to strengthen the ship's defenses. Atlantis? Sten simply nodded, saying nothing further. He was well aware that Lufa could end his life in an instant, so causing trouble was the last thing on his mind. Besides, he realized that following Lufa gave him the chance to study all sorts of fascinating and mysterious things, something he certainly didn't want to give up. What? No victory swallow fighters. After conducting his inspection, Sten reported to Lufa that the Atlantis was empty. Indeed, for reasons unknown, whether the system was just being stingy or something else, the ship's hangars were completely bare. Not a single victory swallow fighter could be found where they should have been. Still, there was no shortage of other equipment, such as the incredible power system that had kept Sten engrossed for the better part of the day, though it remained a mystery to him. As for the power supply, we could use our own new element reactor. That should be more than enough to power this ship. Sten respectfully suggested to Lufa. The Atlantis' power system was utterly remarkable. Sten thought he might be able to unravel some of its secrets. Compared to this, nothing else seemed as alluring. A new element reactor. I'll leave this to you. Build a supersized one. I don't want to run out of power halfway through a flight and be forced to land. Lufa replied, after a moment's thought. The new element reactor's output was indeed astonishing, especially considering it was a compact model. Its capacity could reach up to 10 billion joules per second, meaning this tiny reactor could generate in 1 second what the Three Gorges Dam produces in an entire year. How did this compare to a nuclear-powered aircraft carrier? Take a typical nuclear aircraft carrier as an example. It has a power output of 300,000 kilowatts, which is less than a tenth of Iron Man's first-generation reactor. So a single compact new element reactor could power 10 carriers at once. The numbers were simply staggering. What Lufa wanted to build was a supermassive new element reactor, setting aside the astronomical resources and money it would take just to synthesize that much of the Lufa element. Once it was actually constructed, generating 10 quadrillion joules of energy per second would be no problem at all. With that immense amount of power, not only could the Atlantis remain airborne forever, but it could also keep supplying energy to accelerate its main weapon, the ultimate Megas cannon. This thing's destructive power was truly extraordinary. Even if it couldn't quite match the Prometheus's main cannon from the Ultraman Dyna movie, which could obliterate an entire island, it could still strike any target on Earth at will. And even if you took it into the Marvel universe, there wouldn't be many battleships that could rival the Atlantis in terms of output. I understand, replied Boss Stern, nodding. He wasn't the least bit concerned about the mind-boggling cost of synthesizing the Lufa element, though Emil Gillen would probably end up with a splitting headache over it. Oh, and there's something else. I want you to look into giving the Atlantis a cloaking ability, not just invisibility to various instruments, but a technology that can make it invisible to the naked eye as well. I don't want anyone spotting it, Lufa added after a moment's thought, turning to Boss Stern. In the original story, the Atlantis had no need for stealth. After all, the TPC was a global Earth defense force, and every deployment of the ship required official orders and authorization. So why would it need a cloaking device? Which meant, this time, Boss Stern would have to come up with a solution on his own. If the Atlantis couldn't be made invisible, Lufa had no intention of piloting it into the skies. And let's not forget the energy shield technology. Make sure that's included too. Try to get it right in one go, Lufa added. Boss Stern duly noted all of Lufa's project requirements. In his view, none of this seemed particularly difficult, as long as he could focus on researching the power system for the Atlantis. Because the ship had been acquired through the system, Lufa held the highest level of authority. The Atlantis was equipped with a basic artificial intelligence to assist with operations. Otherwise, in the original storyline, there was no way just a handful of Victory team members could have piloted it. Of course, this was only the simplest kind of AI. Forget about independent thought. It couldn't even manage basic hacking attempts. Lufa could only express his regret and disappointment about this. It wasn't that he didn't want to have a real AI. The problem was that creating one was incredibly difficult. He considered turning to Tony Stark, but worried that Stark might plant some kind of backdoor, or that, when the Age of Ultron arrived, Ultron would end up hacking the Atlantis. Untrustworthy AI from unknown sources was something Lufa firmly refused to use. He figured he'd either wait for one to drop from the system, or come up with another solution. It was almost reassuring to see things fall into place. Speaking of which, if only a few scientific talents could drop out of the sky for him, then Lufa wouldn't have to scavenge for talent himself. As for outsiders, Lufa never felt entirely at ease using them. The system, though, everything Lufa had, it was all thanks to the system. If there was some scheme at play, Lufa could only accept it. What else could he do? Complain and throw a fit? Inside Big Boss Stern's laboratory, Emil Gillen, with his blonde slick-back hair, stormed in, fuming. "What are you doing?" When Emil Gillen first heard that Big Boss Stern had activated the device to synthesize Lufa's element, he hadn't paid much attention. Maybe it was just another new energy deal. But when he happened to catch a glimpse of the synthesis numbers, he nearly exploded. Seriously? They were measuring Lufa's element by the ton? Did he have any idea how much money that was? Big Boss Stern had done his calculations. At least a ton of Lufa's element would be needed just to keep the Artatus running for 10 years. And that was without factoring in combat. If you included battle scenarios, it would last at most a year before more synthesis would be required. So Big Boss Stern hadn't stopped at synthesizing a single ton. He planned to make 10 tons in one go to store aboard the Artatus. That way, when the time came, they wouldn't have to land somewhere just to synthesize more of Lufa's element. They could just swap it out directly on the ship. With 10 tons, the Artatus could fly for 100 years. Even accounting for hardware aging and wear, 70 or 80 years of flight would be no problem at all. As you can see, I'm synthesizing elements. Don't get in the way. If you end up dying from radiation, don't blame me. Big Boss Stern held a file in one hand, its cover listing other projects. He didn't even look up, while one of his mechanical arms operated the device, synthesizing Lufa's element. "Stop! I said stop!" Emil Gillen roared, caring little about the radiation, though he still instinctively retreated out into the hallway before resuming his tirade at Stern from a safer distance. If this thing really got synthesized, then his plans for market expansion would be dead in the water. This is the boss's order. If you got a problem, take it up with him. Big Boss Stern couldn't be bothered to argue. If Emil weren't clearly the top executive at Umbrella Corporation, Stern might have just let him get a lethal dose of radiation and collapse on the spot. He wasn't the comic book villain he once was, but villains like him always had a certain aura. Ever since Stern became Big Boss and was captured by Lufa, he hadn't killed anyone or crossed any legal lines. But in his eyes, respect for others' lives and the constraints of the law had long since faded away. All he cared about was his own skin and his research. Honestly, his life came second to his scientific pursuits. That's precisely why Rufus had him completely under control. Whether Rufus threatened to make him disappear without a trace, or dangled the excitement of new scientific breakthroughs in front of him, Stern the Big Boss always obeyed, never daring to resist. "I was on my way to talk to the boss. That's the only reason I told you to stop." Emil Gillen roared in frustration. He knew very well that Stern only had the authority to mobilize company resources and personnel to synthesize Rufus elements, because Rufus had given the order. But if Stern didn't stop, first, even if Emil managed to persuade Rufus to change his mind, by the time he did, Stern would have already finished synthesizing the elements. What then? Could he just return them? Sure, Rufus elements were valuable, but you couldn't just sell them back in a moment like this. That would be a total loss. "Mr. Gillen, the boss asked me to pass on a message. This is his direct order. Also, the Sky Fortress project has been canceled." Michaela strode over her, heels clicking, dressed in sheer black stockings, a micro miniskirt, and a crisp white blazer. She delivered the news to Emil Gillen without batting an eye. "What?" Emil Gillen froze, completely taken aback. There was no real internal network inside Umbrella Corporation, a hardcore measure imposed by Rufus to keep hackers out. Stern did have his own private intranet, but he was the only one with access. So it was perfectly normal that Emil Gillen hadn't heard the news himself. Rufus had sent Michaela to deliver the message in person, and now that she'd said it, Emil was utterly stunned. The Sky Fortress project was cancelled? Why? Gillen was more confused than ever by his boss's unpredictable whims. He'd spent countless sleepless nights racking his brains over how to secure funding for the Sky Fortress project. Even though Rufus had made it clear he wouldn't accept any outside investment, Gillen thought it wise to have a backup plan. That's what made a good subordinate. And if outside investment was off the table, what about Stark Industries? After all, Umbrella was already partnering with Stark Industries on the new energy development project. Wasn't it possible to collaborate on the Sky Fortress project too? If the project hadn't been so highly classified, and if the penalty for leaking information wouldn't bankrupt him all over again, he'd have already booked a meeting with Pepper Potts, now the CEO of Stark Industries, to discuss a potential partnership. After all, he truly believed in this project. Umbrella Corporation had the technology, and the chances of success were extremely high. If it worked, the world's very first Sky City would be born, a vanity so grand, it could make Umbrella's scale 10 times what it was now, perhaps even turning it into a one-of-a-kind, international giant spanning the globe. When that time came, his own standing would naturally rise with the tide. Emil Gillen didn't understand all this, so he couldn't be bothered to keep arguing with the big boss, Stern. He slipped past the captivating Michaela and hurried off to find Lufa. "You're wasting my time." Big Boss Stern was juggling 4 different research projects at once, even synthesizing the Lufa element on the side, just to give his mind and mood a little break. Truth be told, Michaela didn't quite grasp Lufa's thinking either. At first, Lufa had a certain innocence about him. Plus, he was young, wealthy, and on his way to becoming the new father of elements in human history. That kind of aura was impossible to resist. Even the women Einstein had been with were remembered by later generations, though they were only mentioned in passing, with no photos or portraits. Left behind, it was still a way to be remembered by history, something most people could only dream of, to be brought up even occasionally after death. Otherwise, when you die, it's the end, nothing left, not even loved ones to remember you. At first, Michaela's ambition was to follow in the footsteps of her idol, Pepper, and become the CEO of Umbrella Corporation. But Lufa was never short of beautiful women around him, and he didn't seem particularly interested in Michaela either. Over time, now, whenever Michaela saw Lucifer, she felt nothing but fear and pressure. It was a primal biological fear. Michaela thought it was because Lufa had developed the aura and presence of someone in power. That's why she was always on edge around him, unable to meet his eyes. Now, Michaela didn't dare entertain any ambitions. She was afraid that Lufa was a great white shark who would swallow her whole, bones and all. Lufa sat atop Umbrella's headquarters, not spending his days with women. After all, 24 hours a day of indulgence would wear out anyone's spirit, even if the body could take it. Though he never experienced a sage mode, and felt he could go on forever, he still wondered why demons even had such powerful instincts and desires. Was it to spread their seed and corrupt the world when they invaded? Thankfully, Lufa felt his own tastes hadn't become twisted. Not just any woman or even any female creature would do. Otherwise, he would have to admit his suspicions were true. Emil Gillen knocked on the door. Lufa had already foreseen his arrival, so with a flicker of his spiritual pressure, the door swung open by itself. "Boss." Emil Gillen stepped inside. Seeing Lufa standing before the floor-to-ceiling windows, gazing out at the city skyline, he suddenly found it hard to breathe. Like Michaela, he thought it was Lufa's sheer presence, an aura that filled the room. That's certainly true. Powerful beings naturally exude an intangible aura, and with Ruffer being such a formidable demon, that effect was even more pronounced. "What is it?" Ruffer turned his gaze to Emil Gillen, who kept his head lowered. I just don't understand why the Sky Fortress project was cancelled, and why we're synthesizing so many Ruffer elements." Emil Gillen spoke through clenched teeth, pushing against the pressure he felt. By rights, as the chief executive, his only duty was to follow orders from above. Anything else was outside his responsibility. But Emil was a man who remembered kindness and was deeply devoted to the company, so he had mustered the courage to try to persuade Ruffer to reconsider. "I know where your heart lies. You're acting solely for the good of the company." Ruffer understood this perfectly, so he didn't reproach him. Why scold a loyal subordinate for thinking things through? Only those with ulterior motives deserve suspicion or blame. "Boss, the Sky Fortress project really benefits our company's development." Sensing that Ruffer harbored neither anger nor suspicion, Emil hurried to explain himself. What he truly feared was that Ruffer, young and newly crowned with such glory and honor, might act rashly and capriciously, as so many in his position would. Emil had prepared himself for a harsh rebuke. To his surprise, Ruffer remained calm and collected, and that let Emil breathe a sigh of relief. It's not about what the company needs, it's about what I need. The company exists to serve my needs, not the other way around. Roofer addressed Emil directly. With those words, Emil suddenly saw things clearly. He understood exactly what his boss meant. The company wasn't everything to Roofer, it was merely a tool. I understand, boss. Now that this truth had sunk in, Emil offered a wry smile. No wonder Roofer seemed utterly unconcerned with the company's growth, or with whether Emil might abuse his position or skim off profits again. He had once thought Roofer's hands-off attitude was a sign of trust, and that had moved Emil for a long time. Only now did he realize that Roofer truly didn't care. What mattered to him was whether Umbrella could meet his needs, nothing more. Was this the confidence and the flaw of a genius? Emil had once thought his own boss was much easier to serve than Tony Stark, whose stories of willful eccentricity were legendary. But now he realized Roofer was much the same, just not quite as outrageous. As long as you understand, that's enough. Don't overthink it. Besides, without the Sky City project, the company's finances are under much less strain, aren't they? Roofer patted him on the shoulder and smiled. Well, in that case, we can consider expanding the pharmaceutical market into Asia and Europe. Emil Gillen made this suggestion. If the operation could grow to that scale, even though Umbrella might not quite rival the version of itself that owns the Sky City, it would still become a formidable force. Lufa watched Emil Gillen's departing figure, lost in thought. Had he been too blunt, too dismissive in the way he'd spoken and acted? Would this dampen Emil Gillen's enthusiasm? Then again, he shrugged inwardly. He had never claimed to be a good person, so why should he care? Tony, you can't keep hiding away in the basement. The shareholders are deeply dissatisfied with the lack of progress on your joint new energy project with Umbrella. You need to step forward and explain things to them. Pepper Potts sounded uneasy. Tony Stark's recent behavior had left her feeling anything but secure. That's your call, Potts. I've already left the company in your hands. Seeing Pepper's lingering uncertainty, Tony reached out and gently clasped her hand in his. There's nothing you need to explain to them. Just keep them placated for now. It won't be long before I kick them all out for good. Potts, trust yourself. You can do this. Pepper was deeply moved by Tony's words. I just feel like I might not be able to do it as well as you, she admitted. While she appreciated her boss's trust, she couldn't help but wonder if it was motivated more by their personal relationship than by her abilities. After all, Pepper Potts had been at Stark Industries since the days when Howard Stark was still alive. She was far more experienced than Tony in many respects. Then let me lend you my confidence, Tony replied with a reassuring smile. After saying goodbye to Pepper, Tony Stark returned to a new villa he had secretly purchased during this time. Once he arrived at the mansion, Tony went straight to the underground laboratory and manufacturing workshop. In just a few short weeks, the basement had been utterly transformed. The former garage was gone, replaced by a massive energy generator, its size rivaling that of City Bus. Beside it stood a new element reactor, connected directly to the generator. This device drew immense power from the new element reactor and converted it into whatever form Tony specified. It was, in effect, an energy converter, capable of transforming the input into electricity, heat, nuclear energy, radiation, or even sonic waves. Thanks to the reactor's staggering output, the amount of energy it could unleash in a single burst was terrifying, enough to level most of Manhattan in an instant. If it weren't for the sheer size and awkwardness of handling it, Tony Stark would actually prefer to take this energy generator in a battle with him. Of course, if people ever found out he was mad enough to carry such a terrifyingly powerful weapon into combat, they'd probably lose their minds. Off to the side lay a dozen or so forged chestplate modules, each crafted from a different material. These are the most advanced substances he could acquire through military channels and Stark Industries. Ever since Tony Stark became the Ghost Rider, he'd rarely developed new iterations of his Iron Man suit, at most just adding more firepower. After all, he felt there was no enemy his Hellfire Iron Man armor couldn't handle. No joke, the performance data and destructive force of that suit alone had Tony Stark arrogantly claiming he could single-handedly end all wars on Earth. But the sudden appearance of aliens and their war machines, the destroyer armor included, had made Tony Stark painfully aware of his own shortcomings. That thing had beaten him so badly he was left picking up his teeth, and for the first time, even Hellfire was snuffed out. Even now, it hadn't fully recovered. This sparked a sense of crisis in Tony Stark, driving him into a frenzy of research, desperate to develop a new Iron Man suit. Material 99, first test. Exposed to 1 billion joules of energy for 10 seconds. Beginning test now. Tony Stark had simulated the output intensity of the destroyer armor's attack that day. Its energy blast reached a staggering 100 million joules, far beyond the output of his own Hellfire Iron Man armor. No wonder it could cleave mountains and flatten cities with such terrifying force. Now, Tony Stark was determined to find a material that could withstand that kind of attack. Even if it could just hold out a little longer, that would be enough. He stepped behind a meter-thick pane of bulletproof glass to observe the results. A cascade of electric arcs danced across the energy generator. Once activated, the new element reactor instantly pumped energy into the device, causing its rails to glow with a blinding white light, a clear sign of extreme overheating and overload. Then, in a flash, a beam of intense light shot from the generator's tip, the size of a pen nib, hitting the test material dead on. In less than a second, the material was obliterated. Failure. Tony Stark marked an X on his clipboard, staring at the scene before him with a look of utter defeat. Material 99. Most alloys, and even a superior alloy Tony had developed himself, still couldn't withstand the sheer force of that direct energy blast. In fact, even if there were a material that could withstand just 10 seconds, Tony Stark would accept it, because he still had Hellfire to reinforce the steel suit, making it even stronger. This feeling of hitting a bottleneck reminded Tony Stark of his earlier palladium poisoning. Back when Tony was suffering from palladium poisoning, he was also searching for a solution to no avail, just like now. When he was on the brink of despair, he heard about Umbrella Corporation's new synthetic element, Lufa. Do I really have to go to that guy? There weren't many geniuses Tony Stark truly admired. Most were great figures of the past, and in this century, only a handful earned his respect, Lufa being one of them, for the achievement of synthesizing a new element, something no one else could rival. It was an accomplishment worthy of the history books. In comparison, Tony felt his own achievements paled, since most of his inventions were weapons. With the worries about the airborne fortress plan behind him, after obtaining the Atlantis, Lucifer no longer paid it much attention. After all, such a thing couldn't be rebuilt and flown overnight. Scientific research takes time. If solutions came instantly, there wouldn't be so many failed experiments. Often, a path would only be revealed as a dead end after reaching the very end, wasting countless years and resources. There was nothing for it but to start over from scratch, losing who knows how many years of life and effort. So lately, Lucifer had been quite at ease. Bored, he'd go off to Afghanistan to hunt down the Ten Rings militants, or sometimes he'd go after drug dealers. During these escapades, he stumbled upon something interesting and new. Magicite. All the knowledge and wisdom of the ancients is contained within Magicite. They allow anyone to wield the planet's power at will. Sephiroth. Though the era had shifted toward an industrial stage, the world of Final Fantasy VII was still steeped in fantasy, preserving the magic elements so common to JRPGs. Even so, while the inhabitants of this planet were far stronger than people in our real world, they generally couldn't directly wield supernatural powers. So for an ordinary person to achieve miracles, turning stone to gold or healing with a touch, they needed Magicite, materia. As a crystallized form of Mako, it was a medium that twisted natural phenomena by channeling life energy. According to the lore, Magicite could sense the user's mental fluctuations and, by consuming their spiritual energy, unleash the powers hidden within. Dr. Hojo of the Shinra organization sought to find a more scientific explanation for the principle behind materia. Yet, no matter how vehemently he denied it, he simply couldn't come up with a viable theory to refute the common belief that it was magic. At times, the life stream would leak to the surface of the planet. In these regions, crystals would occasionally form. These are the naturally occurring materia. Typically, it would take several centuries for materia to form, so in order to equip their military on a large scale, Shinra resorted to artificial manufacturing methods to obtain them. Although there was no obvious difference between the two types, it was often only those refined by time that could become higher-grade materia. Materia. Tifa had been utterly astonished when she first saw the glowing gem. Everyone else, too, was deeply intrigued by this crystal-clear, orb-like jewel. Women, with a few exceptions, generally seem to have an inherent fascination with materia. It's a pity it isn't a summon materia. Imagine if it called forth Bahamut. That would be something someone mused. Rufa wasn't particularly interested in this kind of materia. He simply tossed it to Tifa and paid it no further mind. After all, it was just a fire materia. Tifa, on the other hand, cherished it dearly. Perhaps, for her, it was a precious memory. But beyond that, there was something Rufa hadn't expected, a marine dropped as loot. A Terra Marine from StarCraft. Even so, Rufa was genuinely caught off guard. He hadn't realized there were direct unit drops. He had assumed it would be more like Red Alert, where you get a barracks and then produce soldiers yourself. The Marine's powered armor certainly had research value, as did the electromagnetic rifle he carried. But, truth be told, Rufa no longer had much need for such things. Honestly, Could a Marine ever hope to beat his Terminator soldiers? No need for transformation. Even just the Asgardian clone physique could handle a Marine easily. Of course, it was safer to transform. After that, it would be an overwhelming victory. So really, it would have been better if a Terran battleship had dropped for him. How bad is the situation? At S.H.I.E.L.D., Nick Fury received a call and hurried to a military base in America. This particular base was heavily fortified and had cost at least several $1 billion to build. It was the very same formidable installation that Nick Fury used to hide and develop the Tesseract weapon. Ever since they had witnessed a Frost giant shrug off artillery fire, charging straight through the barrage to trample the American military. After the aliens' mechanical destroyer armor chased the Avengers down several city blocks, and even from New York all the way to Los Angeles, Nick Fury dispatched Black Widow to track down Bruce Banner, the Avenger he'd never quite managed to recruit. At the same time, he initiated research on the Cosmic Cube, hoping to replicate Hydra's Red Skull success and use the cube's power to develop potent weapons against the alien threat. Although aliens had always been intercepted and dealt with by Lu-Fa and his mysterious organization, Nick Fury's sense of crisis remained acute. He was convinced they couldn't pin all their hopes on Lu-Fa and his team. Humanity had to save itself. They needed weapons that could defend and protect them. It's bad, sir. The Cosmic Cube has been behaving abnormally since this morning. Coulson hurried up to him. He'd just been assigned by Nick Fury to oversee this research project, only for the cube to start acting up the moment he arrived. I don't recall authorizing any experiments, Nick Fury said, face darkening, suspecting someone had conducted unauthorized tests on the cube, provoking its reaction. No one's run any experiments, Director, said the project's lead scientist to Nick Fury. Then cut its power, Nick Fury ordered, prompting surprise from everyone. The scientist took it in stride, but his research team couldn't help but twitch with exasperation. Director, it doesn't need us to supply it with energy. The cube itself is a massive power source, the scientist explained already. Used to these bureaucratic blunders. After all, if the officials weren't clueless, how else could their own brilliance stand out? What if it doesn't settle down? Nick Fury pressed on, aware he'd said something foolish, but not caring as he looked for answers. The Cosmic Cube contains unimaginable energy. If it keeps up this level of activity, there's a real chance it could flatten all of America, the scientist replied, tapping and swiping across a high-tech tablet filled with incomprehensible data and images. All of America? Nick Fury's eyes widened in disbelief. In fact, that's the best-case scenario, the scientist continued. What's the worst-case scenario? Fury's expression grew even grimmer, already debating whether to contact Lu-Fa and his team. Then again, Lu-Fa and his people had steered clear of the Cosmic Cube in the past. Would it be right to go to them for help now? The worst possible outcome would be the erasure of the entire Americas, much like the legendary Atlantis. Only this time, it wouldn't be a sinking. It would be total annihilation. The doctor shrugged as he spoke. Nick Fury's face darkened even further. The entire Americas? Of course. The doctor's words were an exaggeration. North and South America were hardly a single landmass. When the doctor said the entire Americas, he clearly meant the continent right beneath their feet. Without a second thought, Nick Fury pulled out his phone, preparing to call Lu-Fa. But just then, the Cosmos Cube's commotion suddenly subsided. What's going on? Nick Fury quickly pocketed his phone. Maybe the crisis had passed. If so, perhaps it would be best not to bother Lu-Fa with this. No need to give him another reason to think S.H.I.E.L.D. was both incompetent and troublesome. He knew all too well how a person's perception could be shaped by a single event. After all, S.H.I.E.L.D. was able to train so many top agents precisely because of their focus on cultivating the right image, making you believe they were heroes, for instance. Psychological influence and practical theory. These were not lost on Nick Fury. So, if it wasn't absolutely necessary, he had no desire to disturb Lu-Fa. Prestige was a real currency, and Nick Fury needed every bit of it, not just for himself, but for the sake of S.H.I.E.L.D. and the Security Council's already fragile reputation. But just as Nick Fury let out a sigh of relief, the Cosmos Cube flared with light once more. This time it was different. With a flash, a striking man in a flamboyant green costume and a horned helmet appeared right before them. Who goes there? Sir, please step away from the Cosmos Cube at once. The sudden appearance sent the surrounding S.H.I.E.L.D. agents in a high alert. They instantly drew their pistols, aiming at the unexpected intruder. Who am I? I am a god. I am the future king of Midgard. Loki, holding the scepter of the Mind Stone, tapped it lightly against the floor. Instantly, a wave of invisible force swept over the agents. Their bodies remained unaffected, but their minds were overwhelmed by the psychic surge of the Mind Stone. One by one, the S.H.I.E.L.D. agents lost control of themselves, falling under Loki's influence. Without hesitation, the now-possessed agents swung their weapons toward Nick Fury and opened fire. Had Lufa witnessed this scene, he would have realized that Loki had grown more powerful. In the original story, Loki needed to touch someone with the scepter's tip to control their mind, and the staff could only shoot energy blasts. Such advanced psychic manipulation as this, the ability to unleash a mass mind assault, should have been impossible for him. Nick Fury didn't hesitate for a second. He spun around and ran, dragging Coulson along with him. He left the fighting to the other agents. Hawkeye, who had been ordered to guard the area, leapt into action, loosing several arrows mid-air as he confronted the enemy. Loki swung his scepter, effortlessly swatting away the arrows. Then, without pause, a burst of energy shot out from the tip of his scepter. Hawkeye barely dodged it in time. Ever since his encounter with the destroyer armor, and being relentlessly hunted by that terrifying weapon, Hawkeye had developed a keen sensitivity to energy attacks. Sometimes, even before his mind could process the danger, his body would instinctively react, moving him out of harm's way. After all, with the destroyer's energy blasts, a single misstep meant total annihilation. Nick Fury raced down the corridor. The moment he heard explosions erupting behind him, he immediately called for backup and activated the base's self-destruct sequence. There was no denying Fury's decisiveness. What truly pushed him to act so swiftly, however, was Loki's attitude and his words. The mention of Midgard was all Fury needed to hear. He instantly understood who they were dealing with. An Asgardian. An Asgardian had infiltrated them. Earth itself was being invaded, and that damned Rufa, always boasting about the organization's foolproof security. Yet here they were, breached without even knowing it. Loki's immediate aggression left no doubt in Fury's mind. This intruder came with hostile intent, and his target was surely the Tesseract. Without a second thought, Fury activated the self-destruct system. Whatever Loki was planning, he'd do everything in his power to stop it. As for possibly sacrificing America in the process, Fury felt that, compared to the fate of the entire planet, betting the country's future was a risk worth taking. Meanwhile, Hawkeye had engaged Loki in close combat. What he didn't know was that Loki could create illusions. So while Hawkeye fought, the Loki before him, another Loki suddenly appeared from behind, striking him with the scepter and quickly taking control of his mind. The Tesseract. Loki removed the Tesseract from his containment device and gazed at the mesmerizing cerulean crystal in his hand. At that very moment, a shrill alarm echoed throughout the base. Master, Nick Fury has activated the base's self-destruct sequence. We need to leave immediately. Hawkeye, now utterly loyal and mind-controlled, reported to Loki. Self-destruct sequence. Loki pondered for a moment. The name alone sounded ominous. He didn't argue. With a simple nod, he followed Hawkeye out. Nick Fury's first call wasn't to Rufa, it was to Agent Hill. What's going on, Director? Hill had no idea why Fury was calling her directly. There's been an incident with the Tesseract. Fury's words sent a chill down Hill's spine. An incident with the Tesseract? Then she heard a tremendous noise from the other end of the line, so loud it seemed to rattle her ears, even through the phone. Director? Hill called out, but there was no response. Without a moment's hesitation, she quickly organized a team to head to the scene and investigate. The hospital. This was the S.H.I.E.L.D. medical facility. Nick Fury only remembered losing consciousness, likely due to the explosion shockwave. When he finally woke up, the first thing he saw was Hill standing before him. Director, you're finally awake. You've been out for more than 10 hours. Our people are still checking the scene, so what exactly happened? Seeing Fury awake at last, Hill couldn't help but ask. Asgardians invaded Earth. Fury answered bluntly. What? Of course Agent Hill knew what Asgard was. How's Coulson? Fury struggled to sit up and then asked about Agent Coulson. He's all right. He was hit less hard than you, blown back by the blast just far enough to avoid getting hurt by the debris behind him. Hill replied. Fury had no particular reaction to this. As long as Coulson was unharmed, that was enough. Listen, Agent Hill. At that, Hill straightened to attention. Fury's single eye burned with an almost fiery intensity, casting a fierce light. The shadow that fell across his face made his expression unreadable. Tell Agent Romanoff to speed up her current mission. Then inform her she needs to find that big green guy. No, what we need is Bruce Banner. We can't track the Tesseract's location without him. Fury didn't believe, nor did he expect, that Asgardian alien had been taken out by a self-destruction. Besides, they needed Banner to lock onto the Tesseract signal. If it was still at the base, they had to dig it out fast, and if not, they needed to be ready. Understood. Any other orders, Director? Hill asked. Fine, Lao Fei. You're clever. But it's clear I need more than just cleverness. I need much more. Do you understand what I mean? Loki sat in the vehicle, letting the evening wind brush past as he spoke to his subordinate, who had proven exceptionally loyal thus far. I will bring conquest, and you will be the vanguard of liberation. But you alone are not enough. I understand. Hawkeye replied calmly. There's a super soldier from World War II still alive in Brooklyn, and in Manhattan, there's Iron Man. I believe both would make excellent assets. Hawkeye continued. The Avengers were Earth's mightiest defenders. Of course they had to find them. Only in this way could he better serve his master's grand design. Lead the way. Loki nodded with satisfaction. This scepter was truly a marvel, such a powerful artifact for manipulating minds. It was a pity, though, that it belonged to someone else. Loki didn't dare try to keep it for himself. Still, if he could become king of Midgard, that wasn't a bad outcome either. The real purpose of seizing the Tesseract was to pave the way for the Chitauri's invasion of Earth. Gods were meant to stand above all, while humans should bow their heads in reverence. They should feel fear and obey the words of gods. To raise a sword or a fist against a god was to court death and oblivion. Hello. Lou F.A. casually picked up his phone. On the back was the Umbrella Corporation's logo, a black and white umbrella, distinct from the familiar red and white design. He just thought this color scheme looked cooler. Lou F.A., we've got a major problem. The Asgardians are planning to invade Earth. Nick Fury's voice came through the speaker. He'd considered sending Agent Hill to find Lou F.A., but decided that a phone call would be much faster. Because of the Tesseract, Lou F.A. replied calmly, showing not the slightest hint of surprise. You know about the Tesseract? Wait, you already know? Fury couldn't believe his ears. Lou F.A. chuckled softly. Using a storyline like this was the perfect way to boost his mystique. Of course I know. What do you think our organization does? The Asgardian leading the invasion is named Loki, Lou F.A. said evenly. They'd already uncovered his identity? Was this secret organization really that formidable? Nick Fury could only envy their intelligence-gathering abilities as he continued the conversation. Loki? The trickster god? Odin's brother? Fury asked. Ever since learning that Asgard was tied to Norse mythology, or rather, that the myths recorded the earliest alien encounters, he'd studied those stories over and over. That's right, but he's not Odin's brother. He's Thor's brother, though he was adopted. He's actually a frost giant, Lou F.A. explained. You even know that. Fury's eyes widened. They'd even found out he wasn't a blood relative? Wasn't that a bit much? Or did this mysterious organization have agents on Asgard itself? That only came out recently, in Asgard. We just learned about it ourselves, Lou F.A. added. So the news only just broke, and you already know? Impressive. Fury could hardly keep himself from grumbling. He's stolen the Tesseract. Do you have any idea what he's planning to do with it? Fury pressed. No idea. Lou F.A. answered calmly. No idea? Fury thought to himself. Aren't you supposed to know everything? Isn't it strange not to know? No matter how strong your intelligence capabilities are, there's no way you can investigate what someone is thinking. If there's no information being communicated to others, there's no chance of a leak. Loki didn't tell anyone what he planned to do, nor did he leave any clues. We don't have psychic powers to read minds, after all. Lufa scoffed as he spoke. Nick Fury realized he had been overthinking things, believing Lufa and his group were all-knowing. But in fact, these kinds of limits were only natural. This only strengthened Nick Fury's resolve to implement compartmentalized management. If he alone held all the secrets, there'd be no risk of a leak. You're going to take action, aren't you? Nick Fury pressed on with his questioning. No, we're quite busy at the moment. You can handle a mere alien prince adopted into royalty, can't you? You've always wanted to get involved in this, after all. We've discussed it within our organization and decided to give you an opportunity. Lufa began to lay a trap for Nick Fury. What kind of opportunity? Nick Fury asked, a hint of excitement in his voice. A chance for you to prove your capabilities. If your team can resolve this incident on your own, then perhaps we'll be willing to grant you more access in the future. After all, we're always looking to recruit new talent. Lufa replied with a smile. In any case, Nick Fury would ultimately be unable to handle it all. When the Chitauri invaded, he'd have no choice but to come back for help. At that point, after a little tough love, maybe Fury would finally come to terms with his own limitations. And then, Lufa's gaze shifted to the Atlanteus in front of him. That would be their moment to show their true strength. After hanging up the call, Nick Fury was brimming with excitement. This opportunity had been handed to him by Lufa's group, probably after careful internal discussion and analysis. They must have decided the risk was manageable, otherwise they wouldn't have entrusted it to him. It was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity, a chance to get closer to the secrets of that mysterious organization. Well then, first things first, assemble the Avengers and track down Loki. Nick Fury wasn't about to get careless. His next step was to meet with the members of the Security Council and secure their support. There was no way the council would let this opportunity slip past them. Just as Fury expected, when he presented the matter to the 5 leading members of the Security Council, they were all visibly stirred. This was a rare chance. The mysterious organization was finally loosening its grip and giving them a shot. After they'd failed to plug the leak with the destroyer armor last time, America had continued shamelessly lobbying to help that secretive group, yet even she had to admit that earning their approval anytime soon was unlikely. After all, their previous actions had been clumsy to the extreme. Those without genuine ability can't be called talent. They're simply dead weight. And dead weight isn't worth salvaging. He simply hadn't expected another opportunity to come so soon. Of course, some worried that the mysterious organization might just be planning to use them as cannon fodder, testing the waters while reaping all the benefits themselves, a tactic they were no strangers to on this side. Yet even knowing this, many had no choice but to play along. After all, the mysterious organization held all the intelligence and information. They had no say in the matter. A monopoly, after all, is the most profitable business of all. Naturally, everyone was constantly probing the true strength and depth of the mysterious organization, hoping to at least brush against its limits, if not reach the heart of its power. When that time came, certain ruffians of barbarian descent would surely let their bloodlines guide their actions. Nick Fury was given strong backing. An entire fleet of the American Navy stood ready, awaiting only his command, along with 8 Army Corps and 11 divisions. Their last failure had left America like a gambler with bloodshot eyes, desperate for a win. Little did they know, the battleground this time was still on American soil. One wonders how they would have felt about that. Nick Fury dispatched people to escort the Avengers aboard his own airborne command ship. Captain Steve Rogers opened the door, greeted by utter darkness. The instant he reached out and flicked on the light, a shadow darted out, grabbing his arm. "Hawkeye, what are you doing?" Steve didn't resist at first, but as soon as he realized Hawkeye was trying to subdue him, he struck back. Unsuccessfully. He couldn't throw his opponent off, but as light from the windows spilled in, Steve recognized the figure as an agent from S.H.I.E.L.D. He didn't know him well, but what truly puzzled him was why Hawkeye would attack him. Hawkeye gave no answer, instead wrestling with him in silence. Steve faced the unnaturally expressionless Hawkeye with grim resolve, deciding that, no matter what, he needed to take Hawkeye down before asking any further questions. "He wants you to bend to my will." With a mocking tone, Loki strode out from the shadows, grasping a long, rod-like object that was part scepter, part spear. Steve's guard shot up instantly. "What do you want from me? Betray S.H.I.E.L.D.? Or betray America? Welcome aboard." Unexpectedly, a second Loki appeared behind Steve, swiftly restraining him and pressing the scepter against his chest with ease. "My loyal warrior." Loki surveyed the now-controlled Steve Rogers with satisfaction. He may have been just another soldier, but that was enough to draw the attention of Midgard's people. Enough, too, to give him a shot at the Iridium. Now, on to the man in the iron suit. Meanwhile, Nick Fury was at his post on the Airborne Command Center, only to be hit by a string of bad news. "What? You can't reach the captain?" Nick Fury's eyes widened in shock. The soul of his plan, the core leader of the Avengers, Captain America, Steve Rogers, had disappeared. Agent Coulson, who had been sent to fetch Steve, wore a grave expression as he searched every corner of his idol's room. All he found were some exercise equipment. Nothing else seemed suspicious. Coulson felt a tinge of disappointment, or rather, a deep respect for the captain's self-discipline. "Director, the room's a mess. My people tell me those are traces of struggle, and some marks could only have been made by the captain's strength. So, it's clear he fought with an enemy. But what's strange is, after that, it looks like he stopped struggling altogether," Coulson reported to Nick Fury. "Bring the on-site report back to me. Leave a team behind to continue the investigation," Fury said, rubbing his temples. How could anything possibly happen to the captain? How could Captain America be in trouble? Suddenly, "Director, something's wrong," came an urgent call from Agent Hill, making Fury's brow twitch with anxiety. Hill's assignment had been to pick up Tony Stark. "What is it?" Fury answered, feeling more overwhelmed and unsettled than ever before. "Stark Industries has been attacked. The attackers were the captain and Hawkeye." Agent Hill's voice was trembling with agitation. "What?" Fury's eyes went wide. Captain America and Hawkeye? Could it be traitors in their midst? But that didn't make sense. After all, the real enemy was the aliens. Even if they were traitors, where could they possibly defect to? Fury was utterly baffled. He wasn't yet aware of the existence of mind control, so his thoughts hadn't gone in that direction. Still, he felt as if he was missing some crucial clue, something just out of reach. "Agent Hill, are you absolutely sure you didn't make a mistake?" Fury asked, his tone grave. "The captain shot at me 3 times. If I hadn't been wearing a bulletproof vest, Director, you'd be looking at my face in a memorial photo right now," Hill replied, fully aware of what was running through Fury's mind. Could it have been staged? Fury grasped at straws. Maybe Steve Rogers, knowing Hill was wearing a vest, had faked it. "He threw me out a window, director." 7 stories, Hill said flatly. Well, the Star Tower was plenty tall. A 7-story fall. There wouldn't be much left to clean up. Just scrape what's left and be done. Fury took a deep, steadying breath. What about Hawkeye? Did you see Loki? Hawkeye tried to kill me as well. No sign of Loki. After I was attacked and thrown out of the building, I lost track. And Tony Stark, he's gone missing, Hill continued. Nick Fury could practically feel a blood vessel about to burst in his head. On one hand, he was burning with ambition, having just secured a golden opportunity from that enigmatic organization. Lufa, he was brimming with confidence, ready to prove his worth and make up for his previous blunder. Yet now, just look at this mess. The whole operation had gone straight down the drain. The team wasn't even assembled at the start, because every single one of them had run into trouble. Impossible. Wasn't Tony Stark now the Ghost Rider, the Hell's emissary? How could someone like him disappear so easily? Missing? Maybe he's hot on the enemy's trail right now. That was the only way Nick Fury could console himself, clinging to a shred of hope to get through the chaos. Otherwise, what was he supposed to do? Surrender before the mission even began and go tell Lufa they weren't up to the task? If that happened, he could forget about earning the respect of any mysterious organizations in the future.